Transcending into the world of mortal cultivation, I possess a unique ability known as the Equivalence balance, which allows me to conduct transactions across myriad realms. Chapter 1. The 15-year-old Lord of the City. In the Kingdom of Yue, in the province of Lan, lies the city of Jiayuan. Outside and inside the Lord's mansion, a long queue of people stands in solemn silence, with no one daring to converse. Each individual is adorned in exquisite attire. Predominantly wealthy merchants and leaders of martial sects from within the city. At the forefront stands a robust man, as stout as a boulder, with hands as large as Fanshi is the leader of the Iron Fist Society. He bows deeply to a young boy with a single braid, a gesture that starkly contrasts with his formidable appearance, and flatteringly remarks, "This is the extraterrestrial meteorite I have gathered this month. I humbly present it to the Lord." The boy, unimpressed, glances at the meteorite within the box on the ground. What is this extraterrestrial meteorite? It is merely a byproduct of a novice's failed attempts at refining materials. Yet, it is a rare treasure for a mortal to encounter such items. Observing the boy's indifference, the robust man grits his teeth, his face contorting with pain, and produces a pill bottle from beneath his robe. Inside are 2 sacred pills of the martial world. The Huanglong pills, which I specially sought out for you. Intrigued, Li Xuanhuan accepts the pill bottle, inhaling the scent of the rare elixir. He promptly stows it away in his robes and rewards the man with a satisfied smile, exuding the demeanor of a promising young leader. Well done. I believe it is time to increase your responsibilities. The Iron Fist Society remains too small. With an air of authority, despite his youth, he has already acquired the bearing of a lord after 2.5 years in office. After a prolonged exchange of formalities, the routine acceptance of bribes concludes, and the crowd disperses. Witnessing his subordinates organize the treasury, the boy strides out of the Lord's mansion, returning to his private residence. Lee Garden. Outside the grand entrance, a pair of couplets proclaim, "One family, 7 scholars, father and son, 3 top honors," inscribed in a flamboyant script by the current emperor of Yue, attesting to the boy's extraordinary lineage. While this should be a cause for celebration, Li Xuanhuan finds it difficult to accept. It is because he has crossed into the world of mortal cultivation. Upon his arrival in this world, he initially thought it was merely an ordinary ancient realm. His father, having a child in his later years, and his elder brother, gravely ill, had but one dying wish: for him to achieve the highest scholarly honor. All else pales in comparison to the pursuit of knowledge. Li Xuanhuan did not shy away from this expectation. He diligently studied, and ultimately fulfilled his family's hopes by ranking 3rd in the imperial examination. He believed a bright future awaited him, but unexpected challenges soon emerged. He was tested by the Emperor of Yue and discovered to possess spiritual roots, earth, metal, and water. In fact, he was not the only one tested. During every palace examination, the Emperor would assess candidates. But the results were often disheartening. This time, only Li Xuanhuan was found to possess spiritual roots. In a sense, it could be said that he had achieved the highest honor, albeit barely fulfilling his father and brother's dying wish. Subsequently, the Emperor endeavored to persuade the 12-year-old Li Xuanhuan to join the Black Fiend sect, appealing to both his emotions and logic. Upon learning the names of the 7 great sects of Yue, such as the Hidden Moon sect, Yellow Maple Valley, and Spirit Beast Mountain, he realized the nature of the world he had entered. He understood what he must do. He would cultivate immortality. He bowed his head and joined the Black Fiend sect. The Emperor harbored no doubts about the loyalty of a 12-year-old boy, for once one learns of the path to immortality, it is a pursuit few can forsake. Within the Kingdom of Yue, it is exceedingly difficult to be a free cultivator. The Black Fiend sect is the only avenue available. After 6 months of foundational studies, Li Xuanhuan began his journey into cultivation. The Emperor appointed him as the Lord of Jiayuan City, a 12-year-old lord. While cultivating, he discreetly gathered resources for the Emperor. Thus, he gradually became acquainted with the cultivation community in Yue and validated various pieces of information. For instance, it was evident that free cultivators had no prospects, as resources were scarce, and even the slightest spiritual veins were monopolized by small cultivation families. Therefore, he aspired to join one of the 7 great sects. The Black Fiend sect? Not worth staying for. He learned from scattered cultivators that there were 2 ways to enter the 7 great sects. One could join during the 5-year disciple recruitment ceremony held in the sect's market, or participate in the 10-year Immortal Ascension tournament, where the top 10 free cultivators would gain entry. Li Xuanhuan met the first criterion, but reaching the sect's market was a daunting journey. Having cultivated for 2.5 years, he had only reached the 3rd level of chi refinement. This world is not a safe one. In order to reach the market securely, he must attain at least the 4th level of chi refinement, and ideally. The 7th level for stability. Progressing in strength necessitates cultivation resources. It is well known that the kingdom of Yue is impoverished. He lacks the resources to expedite his own training. Thus, he finds himself in a vicious cycle. To enhance his strength, he must traverse mountains and rivers to enter the sect's market and join the sect. But to obtain resources, one must possess strength. Is enduring the only option? That night, Li Xuanhuan sat cross-legged on his bed. Before beginning his cultivation, he poured a huanglong pill from a porcelain bottle, with authority beneath the imperial edict. Li Xuanhuan deemed it reasonable to indulge himself. He swallowed the pill. With his heart directed towards the heavens, he immersed himself in cultivation. As the night deepened, in the dimly lit room, Li Xuanhuan suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within. His senses were heightened, allowing him to perceive the chirping of insects and the calls of birds with clarity. He had achieved the 4th level of qi refinement. With a sigh of relief, he finally stepped out of the realm of novice cultivators. It is important to note that without learning spells, the first 3 levels of qi refinement render one no different from an ordinary person, merely more spirited, with a good appetite and sharp senses. Just as he pondered the changes, a dazzling starlight flashed through his mind, revealing a golden balance scale. Li Xuanhuan felt a surge of energy. His external ability had been activated. Without the need for a teacher, he instantly comprehended how to utilize the balance. This scale connects to the myriad realms, facilitating equivalent transactions. There are no restrictions on trading. The range encompasses the infinite realms. And the contents of these transactions include knowledge, secret arts, and rare treasures, all-encompassing. The only rule, no nesting dolls. It is acceptable enough. A satisfied smile crept across Li Xuanhuan's lips. The world of mortal cultivation is monotonous, where everything revolves around ascension, yet the myriad realms are vibrant and diverse. In some worlds, even farming can yield extraordinary results. He aims to bring a stunning revelation to the mortal realm. Returning to his senses, Li Xuanhuan contemplated what he could trade. Currently, the most pressing need is for cultivation resources. He decided to test the huanglong pill. With a mere thought, the huanglong pill appeared on one side of the scale, while an infinite array of ethereal images emerged on the other. Pills, knowledge, secret arts awaited his selection. The Grand Return Pill. The 9-flower Jade Dew Pill. This is a challenging appraisal. Li Xuanhuan discovered that the golden balance truly embodies fairness in trade. The huanglong pill? Apologies, but only equivalent items can be exchanged. Finding bargains is out of the question. Of course, this also provided a minor utility, the ability to appraise items. For instance, he could discern, common item, complete huanglong pill, non-toxic, may slightly accelerate cultivation. Through experimentation, he found that the best method is to exchange small denominations for larger ones, or vice versa. How fortuitous this is precisely what he has been doing for the Emperor, gathering newly acquired treasures for the treasury this month. Stealing from oneself? What of it? Many books are exceedingly difficult to find again. Cherish them while you can. In the world of a mortal's journey to immortality, I have traversed time and space, endowed with a unique ability, the equivalent balance that allows me to engage in trade across the myriad realms. Chapter 1. The 15-year-old City Lord. In the kingdom of Yue, within the province of Lan, lies Jiayuan City. Outside and inside the City Lord's mansion, a long line of people stands in silence, their attire resplendent, predominantly comprising wealthy merchants and leaders of martial arts factions. At the forefront is a robust man with hands as large as fans, the leader of the Iron Fist Society. He bows deeply to a youth with a single braid, his demeanor completely at odds with his imposing physique, and flatteringly presents, "This is the extraterrestrial iron I have gathered this month, may the City Lord accept it." The young man glances at the extraterrestrial iron within the box on the ground, dismissing it as nothing more than the failed remnants of a novice craftsman. Nevertheless, it is a rarity for a mortal to encounter such treasures. Seeing the youth's lackadaisical attitude, the burly man grits his teeth, revealing a pained expression, and produces a vial of pills from beneath his clothing. Within this vial are 2 sacred herbs of the martial world, the huanglong pill, which I have specially sought out for you. Li Xuanhuan's interest is piqued as he accepts the vial, inhaling its scent, a genuine rarity indeed. He promptly tucks it into his bosom and bestows a smile of approval upon the burly man, adopting a tone of mentorship. "Well done. I believe it's time for you to take on more responsibilities." The Iron Fist Society is still rather underwhelming. His tone carries a sense of officialdom, despite his youth, as he has already embodied the role of a city lord for 2.5 years. Eventually, the routine exchange of bribes at the City Lord's mansion concludes, and as the crowd disperses, he witnesses his subordinates organize the treasury before striding away from the mansion, returning to his private residence. Li Garden. At the entrance, the couplets on either side declare, 7 scholars from one door, father and son both top scholars, inscribed in a vigorous script by the current emperor of Yue, attesting to the youth's distinguished lineage. While this should be a matter of joy, Li Xuanhuan finds it difficult to accept, the reason being, he has entered the world of a mortal's journey to immortality. Upon his initial arrival, he believed he had merely stepped into an ordinary ancient realm. His father, having a son in his old age, and his elder brother, gravely ill, had one dying wish that he excel in the imperial examinations. All else is inferior, only reading is exalted. Li Xuanhuan did not shy away from this expectation. He devoted himself to his studies and ultimately fulfilled their hopes by achieving the rank of a flower scholar. He had thought a bright future awaited him, only to be met with a twist of fate. The Emperor of Yue discovered his spiritual roots: earth, metal, and water. In truth, it was not just him being tested. Every participant in the palace examinations underwent scrutiny, yet the results were disheartening. This time, he stood alone with spiritual roots. In a manner of speaking, one could say he had indeed fulfilled his father and brother's wishes. Subsequently, the emperor, appealing to both emotion and reason, persuaded the 12-year-old Li Xuanhuan to join the Blacksha sect. Upon learning the names of the 7 great sects of Yue sect, Huangfeng Valley, and Spirit Beast Mountain, comprehended the nature of the world into which he had descended. He understood what he must do: cultivate immortality. He bowed in submission and entered the Blacksha sect. The emperor did not doubt the loyalty of a 12-year-old, for once one learns of immortality, it is an aspiration no one can forsake. In Yue, being an independent cultivator is exceedingly difficult. The Blacksha sect represents the only avenue for advancement. After 6 months of foundational studies, Li Xuanhuan embarked on his journey of cultivation and was appointed by the emperor to govern his hometown of Jiayuan City, becoming a city lord at the tender age of 12.5. Balancing his cultivation with the covert task of gathering resources for the emperor, he gradually became acquainted with the cultivation circles of Yue and confirmed certain information. For instance, independent cultivators face insurmountable obstacles. Resources are scarce, with even the slightest spiritual veins monopolized by small cultivation families. Thus, he aspired to join the 7 great sects. The Blacksha sect. Not worth staying. From some independent cultivators, he learned that there are 2 paths to enter the 7 great sects. One is through participation in the sect's marketplace, which holds a recruitment ceremony every 5 years. The other is through the 10-year Immortal Ascension Conference, where the top 10 independent cultivators are admitted into the sect. Li Xuanhuan meets the criteria for the first option, but the journey to the sect's marketplace spans countless miles. After 2.5 years of cultivation, he has only reached the 3rd layer of chi training. This world is fraught with peril, and to safely reach the marketplace, he must at least attain the 4th layer of chi training, ideally the 7th for assuredness. Progressing in strength requires resources for cultivation. It is widely known that the kingdom of Yue is impoverished, and without resources, he finds himself trapped in a vicious cycle. To enhance his strength, he must traverse mountains and rivers to enter the marketplace of the 7 great sects, which, in turn, requires resources. Yet, to acquire resources, one must possess strength. It is indeed a paradox. Is enduring the only option? That night, Li Xuanhuan sat cross-legged upon his bed. Before commencing his cultivation, he poured a huanglong pill from a porcelain vial. With authority, he mused that it was not unreasonable for him to benefit from the spoils of his position that he swallowed the pill. Focusing his mind, he entered a state of cultivation. As the night fell into silence, within the dimly lit room, Li Xuanhuan suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance illuminating them. His senses heightened dramatically, allowing him to perceive the chirping of insects and the calls of birds with crystal clarity. He had achieved the 4th layer of chi training, finally breaking free from the confines of a novice cultivator. It is essential to note that the first 3 layers of chi training, without the mastery of spells, render one no different from an ordinary person, merely possessing keen senses and good health. Just as he pondered the changes, a radiant starry light flashed in his mind, revealing a golden balance scale. Li Xuanhuan felt a surge of energy his extraordinary ability had activated. With an innate understanding, he instantly grasped how to wield the balance. This scale connects the myriad realms, facilitating equivalent exchanges. There are no restrictions on trade. The scope encompasses all realms, and the contents can include knowledge, secret techniques, and rare treasures. The items received through trading will adapt to the world's rules and undergo some alterations. The sole rule forbids nested exchanges. That is acceptable. A smile of satisfaction crept onto Li Xuanhuan's lips. The mortal cultivation realm is a monotonous world, with all pursuits aimed at ascension, yet the myriad realms are vibrant and diverse. In some worlds, even farming can yield bountiful harvests. He intends to bring a shock of the multiverse to the mortal realm. Returning to his senses, Li Xuanhuan contemplated what he could offer for trade. At present, his most pressing need is for cultivation resources. He decided to test the Huanglong pill. With a mere thought, the Huanglong pill appeared on one side of the balance, while an infinite void manifested on the other. Pills, knowledge, secret techniques awaited his selection. Great Return Pill. 9-flower Jade Dew Pill. This is quite a conundrum. Li Xuanhuan realized the golden balance truly embodies fairness in trade. The Huanglong Pill? Apologies, but it can only be exchanged for an equivalent item. There will be no windfalls. Of course, this also granted a minor benefit, the ability to appraise items. For instance, mortal grade, complete Huanglong Pill, non-toxic, can slightly accelerate cultivation. Through experimentation, the most effective method is exchanging small change for larger sums, or vice versa. Coincidentally, this aligns perfectly with his role. He is tasked with this very duty for the Emperor, as the treasury holds this month's newly gathered treasures. Stealing from oneself? So what? Many books have become elusive. Cherish them while they last. Chapter 2. The Art of Spiritual Root Transformation. What treasures lie within the treasury? Low-grade first-tier materials, a damaged flying sword, a failed apprentice's creation, common goods. 30 years spiritual herbs, medium-grade first-tier spiritual medicine, 52 years spiritual herbs, common goods, shattered jade fist, medium-grade first-tier, 10-fold storage bag. The quantity is abundant, yet the quality remains mediocre. Alas, wandering cultivators are impoverished. Valuable items are the possessions of collectors. The Black Shura sect lacks both the capability and audacity to plunder. Thus they resort to scavenging to sustain their existence. Yet, this concerns him not. Balance. Reveal to me your limits. With a mere thought, various items appeared on one side of the balance. Randomly arranged, Li Xuanhuan observed the information materializing on the other side. Medium-grade first-tier magical tool, flying dagger, splendid. Low-grade first-tier elixir, chi nourishing pill, 3 pieces, an elixir for the chi refinement stage. This is quite acceptable. Medium-grade first-tier spell, seed germination technique. A specialized spell for spiritual plants, to induce the sprouting of seeds. Damn, who cultivates and farms. Next, medium-grade first-tier talisman, diamond talisman. Medium-grade first-tier sword cultivation technique. Chi refinement stage swordsmanship, wandering dragon sword technique. This is promising. Unlike the mundane world, in other realms, sword techniques are not merely linear. After careful selection, Li Xuanhuan ultimately discovered that the elixirs and sword techniques were his most coveted items. One enhances cultivation speed, while the other serves as a protective art. He desired strength in both domains. He had no intention of becoming a stepping stone for mundane warriors or other prodigies. Just as he was about to exchange, a brilliant idea struck him. He included the water elemental art he was currently cultivating and opted to classify his spiritual roots. This immediately triggered a transformation. Medium-grade first-tier secret technique, spiritual root transformation art. Capable of converting one type of spiritual root into another or combining roots to create a unique spiritual root. Transformation is only possible during the chi refinement stage. The lower the cultivation level, the faster the transformation. Coach, I desire to learn this. In the mundane world, it is said that destiny accounts for 70%, while effort accounts for 30%. Some things one is simply not born with and will never acquire thereafter. Spiritual roots exemplify this. Those with fewer than 3 roots are nearly incapable of foundation establishment, and for most cultivators with 4 or 5 roots, reaching the 10th or 11th layer of chi refinement is their ultimate limit. Unless one, like the old demon Han, consumes elixirs as if they were candy, or devours foundation-building pills as meals, one might as well await death. There is no salvation. Li Xuanhuan's 3 spiritual roots were neither good nor bad. Yet who does not aspire to be a genius? Foundation establishment by 20, core formation by 100, and infant formation by 300. This is how most prodigies in Tiannan ascend. The old demon Han is also known as Han the Runner. If he were a genius, his elders and benefactors would assist in resolving half of his challenges. This is the path he has chosen. As his thoughts swirled, the balance emitted a brilliant glow, returning to its ordinary state, while the entirety of the information regarding the spiritual root transformation art surged into his mind. This secret technique originated from a technological cultivation world, wherein a powerful being, lamenting the scarcity of human cultivators and their inability to combat the realm mergers, devoted their entire life to researching such a technique, subsequently incorporating it into elementary knowledge. In other words, Li Xuanhuan stumbled upon a hidden gem. Thus, one might say that gambling is a form of wisdom. The balance may not grant him advantages, but it does not hinder kind-hearted individuals from doing so. In the cultivation world, secret techniques exhibit little variance in rules, maintaining consistent effects. It is noteworthy that there is also mention of a secret technique related to physical constitution. For instance, the ordinary physical constitution, progressing to the 3-yang constitution, then to the 6-yang, and finally to the 9-yang. Similarly, this secret technique belongs to the first tier. Goodness. He shall return next time. The treasury has cleared a slight inventory, yet Li Xuanhuan refrained from revealing that he is the victim. Upon exiting the treasury, he encountered 2 gate guardians who appeared quite spirited, greeting the city lord as he emerged. Li Xuanhuan felt a surge of emotion. Indeed, chosen laborers, so dedicated. Thus, he resolved to reward them with something. He produced 2 elixirs, tossing one to each guardian, praising, "Well done, this is a Huanglong pill. Take it to enhance your strength, enabling you to better guard the treasury." Huanglong pill. The 2 guardians exchanged glances, surprise and delight flickering in their eyes. Before bowing to Li Xuanhuan, "Do your best, good days lie ahead." The air resonated with Li Xuanhuan's voice. The guardians, neglecting their duty, hastily consumed the elixirs, channeling their energy to refine them. 3 minutes later, they collapsed to the ground. 5 minutes later, they groaned, clutching their heads as they rose, eyes filled with confusion. What just happened? Why can't we remember? Never mind, guarding the gate is sufficient. Indeed, the Lord is truly noble, possessing so many treasures, yet not even casting a glance. From a distance, Li Xuanhuan observed this scene, imperceptibly nodding. Good, the forgetting worry pill has taken effect. As he returned, he contemplated keeping forgetting worry pills at home in the future. The old demon Han praised their efficacy as well. In his chamber, Li Xuanhuan sat cross-legged, retrieving information about the secret technique from his mind. He possessed the earth, gold, and water spiritual roots. Although common folk do not adhere to the theory of the 5 elements mutual generation and restraint, the secret technique indeed affirms that the 5 elements interact in this manner. Earth generates gold, gold generates water. The best options are twofold, the water spiritual root or the ice spiritual root. The study of the spiritual root transformation art is challenging, yet its execution is remarkably straightforward. It solely relies on time, completely independent of aptitude or diligence. Given Li Xuanhuan's current chi refinement stage at the 4th layer, transforming into a water spiritual root would require 15 years. Conversely, transforming into an ice variant spiritual root would necessitate only 2.5 years. Quite typical. The celestial spiritual roots are truly formidable. But 15 years? By then, the flowers would have wilted. He strives to seize the day. Upon initiating the technique for the first time, it began to operate autonomously. Thereafter, he would not need to worry about it. He would simply await the acquisition of the ice spiritual root in 2.5 years. During this interval, he could cultivate. But the secret technique would cease operation and extend the time required as his cultivation level increased. Thus, his optimal choice would be to refrain from cultivating? That is not a serious concern. The cultivation speed of a variant spiritual root is beyond what ordinary people can fathom. The Black Shura sect conducted experiments, positing that without the aid of pills, if the cultivation speed for 5 spiritual roots is 1, then for 4 roots it is 10, and for 3 roots, it is at least 100. The Black Shura sect has never encountered such fools above 3 spiritual roots. However, Li Xuanhuan speculates that beyond that, the decimal system is somewhat exaggerated. Doubling should not pose a problem. Thus, he can afford to wait for 2.5 years. By that time, his cultivation speed would surpass his current rate by more than tenfold. In other words, he would recoup his investment in 3 months, reaping substantial profits. The only issue lies in his safety. In truth, this bears little difference from whether he cultivates this secret technique or not. In 2.5 years, he would not even reach the late stage of chi refinement, namely the 7th layer. Hence, the disparity in combatability would be minimal. Thus, he faces 2 choices. One is to cultivate spells, the other is martial arts. Unlike ordinary individuals who practice spells, Li Xuanhuan possesses advantages. Thus, he chooses to pursue both. Recently, while browsing transactions, he discerned that the myriad realms indeed surpass the imagination of the mundane world. For instance, the martial arts of the celestial beings are real, capable of overwhelming ordinary chi refiners. For instance, the guardians of the Xunyan. Naturally, this is not something to ponder over in the short term, as he cannot afford to exchange for it. Thus, let us first pursue a high-level martial art to test the waters of the mortal realm. At the very least, as the city lord, he He has never encountered a technique capable of producing a blade aura extending 100 meters. Unconsciously, dawn broke, and Shao Si arrived to report. My lord, the president of the Jingjiao Society, Mo Jiren, requests your audience. Shall I let him in? What is his name? Mo Jiren. Regarding the tiers, the first, second, and third tiers correspond to the Qi refinement, foundation establishment, and golden core stages, respectively, and so forth. Special items are categorized into 4 ranks: upper, middle, lower, and premium. The middle and lower tiers belong to the Qi refinement stage, while the upper and premium items are associated with the foundation establishment stage. All standards will be based on the text, with any special characteristics duly noted. Chapter 3. Old Mo, I crave fish. The president of the Jingjiao Society, Mo Jiren? Li Xuanhuan had certainly heard of him. A rising star in Jiayuan City, the Jingjiao Society is not to be underestimated. Mo Jiren is most renowned for his looks and demeanor, cold and proud. What brings him here? Show him in. Before long, in the reception hall, Li Xuanhuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the calligraphy crafted by the Emperor of Yue, awaiting Mo Jiren's arrival. My lord, Mo Jiren has arrived. At the sound, he turned around. Another figure had entered the hall, clad in dark robes, tall and strikingly handsome. Truly, he was the peerless beauty spoken of by the old demon Han. Mo Jiren could hardly agree, had the city lord not been so low-key. His reputation as a handsome man would be unassailable. He raised his arms, palms overlapping, and bowed his head in greeting. City lord, please have a seat. A smile flickered in Li Xuanhuan's eyes. The benevolent Dr. Mo, the cunning ghostly silver hand? Where has your aloofness gone? Do you now need to gauge the countenance of both the righteous and the wicked? What has become of you in the presence of the city lord? I still prefer your rebellious demeanor. Mo Jiren grew increasingly respectful. City lord, the Iron Fist Society engages in nefarious deeds that tarnish the reputation of Jiayuan City. I am willing to alleviate your concerns. Li Xuanhuan's expression turned peculiar. Truly, he had a knack for this. His own wolfish ambitions to swallow other factions were now cloaked as a desire to serve him? Well said, but let us speak no more of this. Seeing Li Xuanhuan fall silent, Mo Jiren, understanding his penchant for treasures, quickly grasped the situation. City lord, this is the formula for the Huanglong pill. Oh, Li Xuanhuan paused. This was indeed a fine item. He accepted it for inspection, but found it incomprehensible. Common item, Huanglong pill formula, he noted. Not bad. A formula is worth more than the pill itself. It could be exchanged for some valuable items. This puts me in a difficult position. A conflicted expression crossed Li Xuanhuan's face as he drummed his fingers on the table. My lord, how about this? You return for now, and I shall ponder over it. Mo Jiren was taken aback. He had handed over the item, yet no service was to be rendered. The notion of pondering was something he would not take literally. He himself often used the same approach with his subordinates. He grew even more respectful. Please, my lord, give me your guidance. The president of the Iron Fist Society had just delivered 2 Huanglong pills yesterday. Would payment be required? How could you think that? Li Xuanhuan's eyes widened in rebuttal. I do not seek your money. Rather, I intend to use your funds to assist you. I have not spent a single coin. Ah, yes, Mo Jiren exclaimed. Suddenly enlightened, he produced 5 or 6 items, saying, My lord, these are, things I just found in the garden, presumably lost by you. And I have come to return them. A promising young man indeed. This city lord position is essential, thanks to the Emperor of Yue. Mo, my lord. You may simply refer to me as Old Mo. A splendid idea. This enforcer is quite commendable. Old Mo, I have long observed the chaos in the city. The Iron Fist and Iron Spear societies proliferate. 3 factions would suffice. Do you understand my meaning? Mo Jiren was elated, springing to his feet to express his determination. My lord, rest assured, I shall restore clear skies to Jiayuan City. Indeed, Jiayuan City requires young talents such as yourself. Li Xuanhuan emphasized his words. Mo Jiren immediately understood. These individuals who steal your treasures must be punished. I will certainly help you reclaim what is yours. Very well, go forth. Li Xuanhuan poured tea and saw him off. Once Mo Jiren departed, Li Xuanhuan, seizing an item nearby, felt a surge of joy. The common folk are truly fortunate. Who among city lords demands treasures and takes action themselves? How lowly. Mo Jiren, at 37 years of age, had little time left. Li Xuanhuan must expedite Old Mo's path to dominance. Of course, it would not be excessive for him to discreetly collect a few scraps along the way. Common item formula. Forgetting worry pill. Excellent. With this formula in hand, he would no longer need to toil over collecting pills. Common item body refinement technique. Elephant armor technique. A familiar sight. Common item body refinement technique, overlord armor. At this moment, Ouyang Feitian was still serving as a subordinate to Mo Jiren, so this technique was hardly surprising. Common item formula. Golden marrow pill. Common item formula, pure spirit powder, a detoxifying holy medicine. 3 formulas and 2 body refinement techniques. It was evident that Old Mo's resources were substantial, as he had not even revealed his prize techniques. Old Mo, keep up the hard work. Li Xuanhuan returned to the training chamber. The elephant armor technique was far too painful to practice and would mar one's appearance. He chose not to pursue it. The overlord armor, recalling the fate of Ouyang Feitian, who was beheaded by the old demon Han, was also dismissed. With a thought, 2 vague images of techniques appeared on one side of the scale, while countless mystical techniques materialized on the other. After much deliberation, no satisfactory outcome emerged. Regrettably, there was no function for exchanging single-layer techniques. Otherwise, acquiring the initial layers of the 8 or 9 profound techniques or the great 9-rank celestial decision would render him invincible step by step. Ultimately, he settled on exchanging for the dragon sword technique. A flash of light enveloped him as information about the sword technique filled his mind. This technique is a method of the chi refinement stage, not the soaring sword techniques of flight, but rather a method for mortals to wield a long sword in combat. The advanced aspect lies in its ability to channel spiritual power, using the body as an auxiliary. To put it plainly, the sword technique could contend with flying sword methods without being crushed as a mere mortal. During attacks, it also possesses the ability to breach minor protective spells. A single strike could easily pierce through simple defensive arts. Li Xuanhuan found it quite appealing. In the mortal realm, there is an abundance of mages. He desired to engage in romantic and gallant pursuits. As for the 3 formulas, he did not retain them, opting instead to exchange for 3 formulas of the same rank. Now he possessed 6 formulas. This is the joy of having an advantage. He need not toil like the old demon Han, struggling to gather formulas. One challenge remained. The southern regions were impoverished, with spiritual herbs scarce, and the new formulas required herbs that did not exist in the mortal world, necessitating his self-sufficiency. In such circumstances, the little green vial would serve as a valuable aid. While gathering herbs and refining pills, he could trade for treasures using the 10,000 years spiritual herbs. He, Li Xuanhuan, not only sought to gain an advantage but aimed to secure 2. He had already devised a plan to offer formulas to the old demon Han in the future. Xiao Han need not aspire to be Han Pao Pao. Merely tending to his field suffices. The path of the cultivator, perpetually on the run, seems misaligned with his essence. While Li Xuanhuan diligently practices swordsmanship and refines his spiritual roots, the world outside undergoes tumultuous changes. Mo Jiren ascends to the historical stage, a born conqueror, forming alliances and waging wars, subtly becoming one of the 3 hegemonic powers of Jiayuan City. Throughout this upheaval, Li Xuanhuan reaps numerous rewards. Common grade martial arts. Xiao Li Fei Dao, first tier mid-grade martial arts. Feng Shun Tue, first tier mid-grade martial arts. Fei Tian Talu, a secret technique of the Rakshasa Hall. First tier low-grade magical tool. Flying dagger, first tier low-grade magical tool. Qingfeng sword, first tier low-grade spell. Sharpness technique. In this endeavor, Old Mo has achieved great merit. However, he is dissatisfied with the chaotic state of Jiayuan City. The head of the Black Sha sect in the Lanzhou region, Daoist Qingwen of Woniu Mountain, notes that the resources for cultivation submitted by Jiayuan City are dwindling. He wishes to converse with Li Xuanhuan. Chapter 4. Daoist Qingwen. Time flows like water. 2 years have swiftly passed. Old Mo has worn himself thin, while Li Xuanhuan counts his wealth. Magic, artifacts, martial arts, knowledge, and secret techniques. Indeed, it is said, while neighbors stockpile grain, one must stockpile weapons. My neighbor is my granary. To avoid becoming a mere neighbor, Li Xuanhuan diligently practices every day, constantly honing his skills. When his progress in chi cultivation stagnates, he turns to martial arts and spellcraft. His mastery of foundational spells from the mortal realm is unparalleled, and he has not neglected the spells from other realms. Most importantly, he has made considerable advancements in martial arts. Fei Tian Talu, derived from youth song, proves to be exceptionally effective, living up to its name. Soaring into the sky and rushing towards the clouds mirrors the flight of objects during the chi cultivation phase. Treading on waves, standing firm on the water's surface, is but a trivial feat likewise. Feng Shin Tue is indeed a high-class martial technique. Stepping from the left foot to the right, soaring through the air in a series of 9 turns, presents no challenge. Crucially, this leg technique is combat-oriented, allowing for both long-range strikes and sudden close-quarters assaults, akin to an assassin's approach. Coupled with the dragon-slaying sword technique, which possesses a unique ability to break spells. The combination is astonishing. He can hardly imagine the spectacle when his opponent, still relying on spiritual senses to track him, finds him suddenly in their midst. In addition, he has mastered shadowy fei dao, the 18 weapons, and various unconventional weapon techniques. The only regret is the absence of superior-grade artifacts, which is hardly surprising, as superior-grade artifacts require foundational cultivation and second-tier materials for forging, far beyond what a chi cultivator can attain. In the mortal realm, superior-grade artifacts are rare even for loose cultivators. For instance, his acquaintance, Taoist Xunyan, at the 9th layer of chi cultivation, possesses only one superior-grade artifact, the floating dust. On the surface, of course, the depths remain a mystery. After all, in the mortal realm, everyone has silver coins, and concealing a trump card is entirely normal. One particular evening marks the day for the monthly protection fee submission. Li Xuanhuan, unusually foregoing practice, sits in a pavilion clad in white, sipping wine and playing the zither. The wine pouch hails from another realm, a product of a unique spiritual plant. Although it appears unremarkable, it conceals an extraordinary interior, capable of holding 1,000 pounds of wine, albeit only for liquid. The wine itself, known as bone-strengthening wine, is exceptional. Unable to find an appropriate body refinement technique, Li Xuanhuan seeks alternatives, yielding remarkable results. His single-handed strength reaches 500 pounds, though it remains inconspicuous. The zither-s sound lingers in the air, a simple yet profound melody reminiscent of flowing mountains and waters. At that moment, Taoist Xunyan arrives from Woniu Mountain, initially filled with ire, but upon hearing the zither's melody, he pauses. This young man, Li Xuanhuan, not only possesses youth, but also embodies the spirit of a well-read scholar. It seems he is too noble to indulge in petty schemes. Thus, Taoist Xunyan realizes he has misjudged him. The reduction in offerings to Jiayuan City surely cannot be Li Xuanhuan's doing. As a cultivator and a scholar, he carries his own grace. Without announcing his presence, he leaps onto the roof. Meanwhile, Li Xuanhuan, also a cultivator at the 4th layer of Qi, perceives Taoist Xunyan's arrival, as he does not conceal himself. However, he refrains from greeting him immediately, recalling his previous misdeeds and feeling a flush of embarrassment. To mask his past actions, he spontaneously performs a martial display. With a swift motion, he strikes the stone table, causing the zither to soar into the air. He leaps backward, catching the zither with finesse, spinning it atop his head to dissipate the force, then gently strumming it like a guitar. Li Xuanhuan tosses it back precisely to its original position, demonstrating perfect control. Taoist Xunyan observes with admiration, not only for Li Xuanhuan's impressive grace, but also because he discerns that Li Xuanhuan's cultivation remains at the 4th layer of Qi. Indeed, his suspicions are confirmed. Li Xuanhuan has not intercepted resources, or else his cultivation would surely have reached at least the 5th layer. As a fellow practitioner of the 3 spiritual roots, he comprehends this well. Naturally, he feels a slight sense of superiority, as he himself broke through from the 4th to the 5th layer in merely 2 years, while Li Xuanhuan shows no signs of advancement. With this in mind, he strokes his beard, feeling quite content, and descends from the rooftop, approaching Li Xuanhuan, ready to speak. However, a surprising turn of events occurs. Li Xuanhuan reaches into his storage bag, producing a bamboo staff. Following a series of intricate sword moves, slashes, cuts, thrusts, his footwork is swift and precise. The petals fall like rain, creating a mesmerizing scene. Taoist Xunyan cannot help but commend this city lord, recognizing him as Jiayuan City's most handsome man. Yet, they are cultivators. What merit lies in perfecting mundane sword techniques? Just then, Li Xuanhuan leans backward to drink, while his other hand points the bamboo tube toward Taoist Xunyan. To his astonishment, a long, ancient sword emerges halfway from within, a low-grade artifact, the Qingfeng sword. Taoist Xunyan's beard bristles with realization. Li Xuanhuan's intent is not merely to drink, but to showcase his low-grade artifact. Observing this earnest youth, who treats a low-grade artifact like a treasure, he feels a pang of sympathy. Surely, he must be unfamiliar with the art of controlling objects. It is truly a labor of love for the Blackshaw sect. Were it not for his reluctance to part with it, he would have gladly gifted the floating dust to the city lord. At this point, he no longer harbors doubts about Li Xuanhuan. On the contrary, he wishes to do something for him. In this era, such genuine individuals are indeed rare. Li Xuanhuan remains unaware of the elaborate thoughts swirling in Taoist Xunyan's mind. Who could have imagined that his modesty would lead others to craft elaborate narratives of dedication and sacrifice on his behalf? He is merely a city lord, not a prime minister. After showcasing the Qingfeng sword, Li Xuanhuan stows it away, smiling as he gestures toward the pavilion. Taoist, please. Very well, my city lord. I shall oblige. The Taoist Qingwen felt a wave of contentment as he stroked his beard, expressing his growing satisfaction with Li Xuanhuan. Unlike others, who were mere simpletons lacking intellect and culture, he found this interaction to be a refreshing departure from the shameful company he often kept. As they arrived at the gazebo, they found a flask of wine already prepared. Li Xuanhuan took the initiative to pour wine for the Taoist, a common brew from Jiayuan City. Shortly thereafter, he placed 8 storage bags on the table, saying, Esteemed Taoist, these are the items collected from Jiayuan City this month. Please accept them. With a flick of his hand, the Taoist sent the storage bags flying to his waist, elevating himself to the status of a 9th bag elder. He did not bother to inspect the contents, as he was already well aware of the situation in Jiayuan City over the past 2 years. Instead, he broached another topic. Xuanhuan, what is your cultivation level? A flicker of amusement crossed Li Xuanhuan's mind, signaling that his performance had been a resounding success. It was understandable. It was not surprising that the Taoist was oblivious to the numerical intricacies of cultivation, as it was difficult for people to grasp concepts beyond their understanding. For instance, sword techniques may appear mundane, but in reality, they could represent advanced practices, just as summer insects could not comprehend ice. He feigned indifference while internally grappling with 8-part struggle, 1 part pain, and 1 part helplessness. Taoist, cultivation is exceedingly arduous. The Taoist Qingwen resonated deeply with this sentiment. The path of cultivation was challenging, especially for solitary cultivators, akin to scaling the heavens. For a moment, he too fell into a melancholic reflection. After a lengthy pause, he scrutinized Li Xuanhuan, hoping to assist this newcomer. Are you familiar with the Yue family? Chapter 5. The decline of the Yue family in cultivation. A large red lantern hung high, its hue not one of celebration but reminiscent of blood. Beneath the gazebo in the courtyard, the Taoist Qingwen unveiled the harshest reality of the cultivation world to Li Xuanhuan. What does it mean to kick someone when they are down? Yet, on the surface, everyone maintained a facade of civility. Stroking his beard, the Taoist, with a demeanor resembling that of a sage, inquired, City Lord, are you acquainted with the Yue family of Jie Mountain? Li Xuanhuan was momentarily taken aback, having previously been of low cultivation and cautious in his practice. Even after acquiring his golden finger, he had kept a low profile and only recognized the names of various cultivation clans outside Jiayuan City. The Taoist nodded knowingly, having anticipated Li Xuanhuan's ignorance. Clearly, this lord of the city was a scholar, not adept at management, and overly absorbed in his training. This only fueled the Taoist's desire to assist him further. It was a splendid thing to lure a virtuous person into the depths of darkness. Li Xuanhuan, noticing the Taoist's demeanor, raised his guard and asked, Taoist, is there something you wish to discuss? There is indeed a matter at hand, to put it precisely. A fortunate one. Please, speak plainly. Have you heard of the elder of the Yue family? Li Xuanhuan, puzzled, feigned ignorance. The elder of the Yue family is a rare foundational cultivator. How could cultivators from Lanzhou not be aware? He replied honestly, I have indeed heard of him, but only in passing. Ah, that is quite normal. The elder of the Yue family has reached the venerable age of 200 this year, and there have been no new foundational cultivators in the family. As he spoke, the Taoist concealed his inner fervor behind a facade of drinking, adding, It is entirely unsurprising that you are unaware. Once you do know, the Yue family will truly be in peril. The weight of the word danger was not lost on him. It was an unambiguous hint that the elder's lifespan was nearing its end, and the Yue family had but 2 choices, flee or perish. When a whale falls, myriad creatures thrive, he concluded. The fall of the Yue family would result in a feast for the solitary cultivators. After delivering this message, the Taoist scrutinized Li Xuanhuan, eagerly anticipating expressions of greed, desire, and fear. This was precisely the reaction he had hoped for. Yet, upon witnessing Li Xuanhuan's calm demeanor and absence of curiosity, he felt a twinge of disappointment. A vast chasm existed between cultivation families and solitary practitioners. Techniques, artifacts, elixirs, and legacies were not easily obtainable by the latter. As fellow solitary cultivators, one would expect joy upon hearing news of a family's downfall. This was a rare opportunity for sudden wealth. Could it be that this city lord possessed such high moral standards that he could not bear to partake in the destruction of another? This only intensified the Taoist's desire to lead Li Xuanhuan astray. City lord, are you aware of the revered Feiyu from Tainan Valley? He continued. He is one of the 3 foundational solitary cultivators of Lanzhou. Li Xuanhuan feigned shock, as such a reaction was fitting for his role as a solitary practitioner. To appear wholly uninterested would raise suspicions. Evidently, The Taoist saw a flicker of change in Li Xuanhuan's expression and felt a surge of joy, having finally discovered the source of Li Xuanhuan's intrigue. Indeed, the path to foundation is fraught with difficulty. We solitary cultivators number in the thousands. Yet only 3 foundational solitary cultivators exist, Feiyu being one of them. He, in his compassion for our plight, has established a market in Tainan Valley to afford us a fair opportunity for trade. How noble! This resonated deeply with the ambitions of their sect leader. As he spoke of Feiyu, the Taoist could hardly contain his fervent admiration. Li Xuanhuan mirrored a similar expression. After a long pause, he inquired, Taoist, what is the meaning behind this discussion? The Taoist hesitated, pouring wine with a momentary lapse. Though he had reached the late stage of qi cultivation and had developed consciousness, he still acted cautiously as a mortal would. Once he confirmed there were no other cultivators present, he leaned closer to Li Xuanhuan and whispered mysteriously, the team of solitary cultivators attacking the Yue family is led by none other than Feiyu himself. What? Li Xuanhuan exclaimed in astonishment, his face a mask of shock. This reaction was not entirely feigned. It was indeed his first encounter with such audacious acts of robbery. In the mortal realm, there existed a principle: the strong prey upon the weak. In conflicts between equals, battles were avoided whenever possible. The Taoist was pleased with Li Xuanhuan's reaction, as if he could see him taking steps toward the abyss. He cautioned softly, be discreet, do not let others overhear. After all, they were cultivators. What need was there for pretense? Li Xuanhuan played along, glancing around to ensure no one was listening before lowering his voice with palpable excitement. Taoist, is this matter true? Absolutely true, the Taoist assured him. Then, what is your intent in sharing this information with me? Li Xuanhuan's face glowed with fervor, as if he were already envisioning the treasures that would come after the Yue family's downfall. Originally, I intended to act alone and join the team without informing anyone. I understand the need for secrecy in such matters. However, upon meeting you, and noting your lack of resources, I felt compelled to lend a hand. The Taoist scrutinized Li Xuanhuan, struggling to find a word that captured his destitution, ultimately settling for blunt honesty. He then thumped his chest in assurance, rest assured. If you stick by me, with my late-stage qi cultivation, I guarantee you will reap substantial rewards. At the very least, you will acquire a mid-grade artifact. High-grade artifacts were also on his list of desires. He vowed that his intentions were sincere. However, upon hearing of the plan to join the assault on the Yue family, Li Xuanhuan immediately shook his head. No, my cultivation is too low. I cannot go. He preferred to remain in Jiayuan City, diligently gathering items for the sect leader. The Taoist Qingwen, vexed, tugged at his beard, his eyes wide with disbelief. You cannot venture out as a robber at the 4th level of qi cultivation, though it may be a bit low. However, those who struggle at the 4th level of qi refinement, burdened with inferior spiritual roots, are equally relentless in their pursuit of immortality. Moreover, they merely partake in the remnants of others' efforts. Lord City Master, do you not desire to possess a superior magical artifact? Shouldn't you strive for an early breakthrough? Indeed, I yearn for it, Li Xuanhuan replied, nodding and then shaking his head. But I believe that destroying one's family is not the right path. Compassionate and scholarly, the Taoist Qingwen affixed many labels upon Li Xuanhuan, ultimately giving a thumbs up and remarking with a hint of sarcasm, you are quite remarkable, holding yourself in such high regard. How similar he was to his former self. Had he continued down that path, what might have become of him? He shook his head, estimating he would have perished at the hands of unknown individuals. With grass now high upon his grave, cultivating immortality necessitates contention, a struggle for that slender thread of life. Yet, his gaze towards Li Xuanhuan grew increasingly warm. Even the wicked yearn for the company of the virtuous. The deeper one finds themselves in darkness, the more fervently they long for the light. At this point, his interest waned, and with a huff, he expressed his irritation before inquiring, are you truly not coming? Safe travels, Taoist. With a flick of his wrist, the Taoist Qingwen vanished, leaving behind a superior magical artifact floating in the air. As he observed the envious glances cast by Li Xuanhuan, a smile crept across his lips as he departed. Watching the Taoist Qingwen fade into the night, a glimmer of mirth flickered in Li Xuanhuan's eyes. A scholar, performing until tears flowed. He then turned to resume his cultivation. The ice spiritual root had arrived. Chapter 6, Fighting? Learn to flee first. The words of Taoist Qingwen were indeed insightful. Thus, Li Xuanhuan suggested he refrain from speaking further. Robbing cultivators may bring momentary pleasure, but it is a fleeting joy that extends into the next life. What does it mean to belong to a foundational family? To instantaneously cast elementary spells and manipulate intermediate ones with ease. Dealing with the trifling nuisances of the chi refinement stage is mere child's play. The disparity is vast. As a mere 4th-level chi refinement practitioner, what right does he have to endure even the residual effects of an adversary's spell? Apologies, he is unworthy. Robbing cultivators is impossible. He can only read books and serve as the city master, barely scraping by. In the myriad realms, not only extraordinary items hold value. On the contrary, the vast repository of knowledge, wondrous tales, and infinite wisdom is unparalleled. His love for reading was profound. Upon returning to his study, he immediately opened the unparalleled tome, the Golden Lotus, the 1001st version. It was an unending journey of reading. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another 6 months had passed. The sun and moon exchanged places, heralding the dawn. It had been precisely 2.5 years since Li Xuanhuan acquired the secret method for transforming his spiritual roots. During this peculiar period, his room had seen no change. As he reached to touch the storage pouch at his waist, a transparent crystal orb appeared in the palm of his hand. The spirit testing orb, a tool from this world, used to test spiritual roots. At this moment, the orb shimmered with a snowy white hue, emanating a chilling cold. Yet, he felt warmth within. The ice spiritual root had manifested. Pushing open the door, sunlight graced his face, the air sweet and fragrant, as if proclaiming the arrival of a brand new world. Speaking of which, as a prodigious cultivator with an extraordinary spiritual root, should he step out with his left foot or right foot first? Customarily, he would first visit the city master's treasury to scavenge for discarded items. Before returning to the Li Garden, beneath the pavilion, Li Xuanhuan began to experience the benefits of his ice spiritual root, feeling the refreshing coolness of summer. He also sensed the burdens of a genius. What cultivation method should he pursue? The water elemental technique was one he could practice, yet it felt wasteful. With an ice spiritual root, if he did not cultivate a dedicated method, would he not have transformed in vain? Thus, the myriad realms. First-tier intermediate technique. Cold jade art, a standard ice spiritual root technique. First-tier intermediate technique. Ice soul sword technique, a sword cultivation method, highly acclaimed. First tier, all were first-tier techniques. Capable of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, yet lacking subsequent methods. This was a challenging evaluation. Having perused the 3,000 volumes of cultivation literature, Li Xuanhuan could barely be considered a veteran in the field and had learned a crucial lesson. When focusing on cultivation techniques, it is best to achieve mastery in one fell swoop. He had once observed a high-ranking individual in the core formation stage obtain a nascent soul method, only to find it inadequate for their core formation technique, leading them to reincarnate and start anew. He found himself in a similar predicament now. In the vast universe, the abundance of divine manuals should not be underestimated. He did not wish for a momentary decision to jeopardize his future. It seemed he must acquire the small green vial. While progressing step by step is certainly prudent, it also forfeits the chance for meteoric advancement. By obtaining the small green vial, he could cultivate spiritual herbs for a century, a millennium, or even 10,000 years, corresponding with the divine transformation techniques, which could also be exchanged. The only question remained, could he, as a 4th-level chi refinement practitioner, safely traverse the vast distance to obtain the small green vial? Lost in thought, Li Xuanhuan sipped his wine. As the liquid flowed down his throat, it invigorated his body. He possessed at least 600 pounds of strength in one hand, resembling a half-formed body cultivator. Coupled with the martial arts techniques he had mastered, in another world, he might still be deemed an unremarkable body cultivator. However, in this world of chi refinement practitioners, his combat prowess was already notable. He carried a set of 10 flying daggers, classified as intermediate magical artifacts, along with a low-grade artifact, the Qingfeng sword. This level of wealth could be considered average among loose cultivators. In truth, he secretly yearned for explosive firepower, such as an abundance of talismans, to obliterate his opponents. Yet, he was impoverished and could only seek compensation in other areas. What was this? A quest akin to the journey to the west. Facing 81 tribulations to acquire the celestial bottle? The southern conch. Currently, the only means to enhance his combat capability remained a flying magical artifact. A scholar. Why engage in battle? The 36 stratagems dictate that retreat is the best strategy. A superior magical artifact would ideally be of the highest quality. If it possessed any unique abilities, that would be even more splendid. Li Xuanhuan's aspirations were a touch greedy. Such artifacts corresponded to 4th-tier items. Hence, he should gather the necessary materials for exchange, a small quantity of 3rd-tier items, or a larger quantity of 2nd-tier items. Only then could he acquire a 4th-tier flying magical artifact. Resolute, he took a step forward, appearing 100 meters away, and repeated this process until he exited Jiayuan City. Then, with a leap, he soared into the clouds, not merely at the core formation level, but surpassing it. This was the correct approach to cultivating immortality. He had not anticipated that while the mortal realm could not achieve this, the realm of high martial fantasy could. He and his golden finger were indeed formidable. The Southern Valley. The geographical environment was strikingly similar to Jiayuan City, with 3 great rivers converging here before flowing into the Grand River, which over time sculpted a flat plain. While others referred to it as the Southern Valley, Li Xuanhuan preferred to call it the mouth of the river. Unlike Jiayuan City, this place harbored a small spiritual vein. Hence, cultivators congregated here. It was precisely the market established by the Foundation establishment loose cultivators, as mentioned by Taoist Qingwen. The mortal realm is a dark world, and Li Xuanhuan speculated that this was the handiwork of a certain sect. It was highly likely that it belonged to the local grand sect, the Spirit Beast Mountain. Of course, this had little relevance to Li Xuanhuan. He was here to conduct serious business. Exercise caution. He restored his identity as a typical 4th-level Qi refinement cultivator as he approached the market on foot. In the mortal realm, a Qi refinement practitioner is quite unpretentious. Flying with a sword? Possible. However, due to the limitations of his spiritual awareness, he could only manipulate one magical artifact at a time, either using an offensive artifact to fight fiercely or employing a defensive artifact for protection. Regardless of the circumstances, it is unwise to continue soaring through the skies with a sword in the face of potential crises. The closer one approaches the market, where bandits lurk, the more cautious one must be, always prepared for defense. Li Xuanhuan donned a new attire and assumed a different identity, concealing his true self. After all, such striking good looks make one easily memorable. First-grade middle-quality magical artifact, exquisite mask, alters appearance, imperceptible to those below the Foundation establishment stage. A sound transmission talisman flickered, and a portal materialized before him. Li Xuanhuan stepped through, vanishing from sight. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in an entirely different realm. The intricacies of the formation are beyond description. A principal thoroughfare stretches from east to west. At its heart stands the towering Tynan Tower. This market is certainly not small. Surrounding the street are numerous edifices, referred to as residences, available only for rent, not for sale. Further afield lies the spirit fields, akin to other mortal realms. Li Xuanhuan's purpose on this journey is to acquire items suitable for the Foundation establishment stage, whether through monetary exchange or fortuitous finds. His unique talent makes him exceptionally adept at discovering treasures. Glancing at the Wanbao building, a universal trading post, he resolved to first explore the street stalls. Come and see. Behold fragments of core formation artifacts, spirit herbs, essential seedlings of the purple monkey flower for Foundation establishment elixirs, master talismans, the indestructible talisman, capable of withstanding Foundation establishment attacks. Li Xuanhuan rubbed his nose. It seemed that these stalls in the realm of cultivation were not so different from those in the mortal world. The primary focus here is deception and trickery. Fortunately, he possesses superior skills. Mundane item. 3rd grade, core formation. Inferior materials, artifact fragments. Li Xuanhuan gazed at a piece of iron on the stall, his lips twitching. This fragment was indeed a genuine shard. Even a group buying platform would find it hard to sell. How much? 100 spirit stones. Just 1 spirit stone. Will you buy it? Take it quickly. Chapter 7. What? Do you think I'm rich and handsome? In front of the stall, I mean, for all 6 fragments together, just 1 spirit stone. Yes. That's right. Take them all. The stall owner wore a look of entitlement. Did he expect 1 spirit stone for each fragment? He attempted to smile, forcing a grin that betrayed a sense of loss. Shoddy artifact fragments? He was calling out random prices. The transaction was final, no refunds. How rude these locals are. Li Xuanhuan left, feeling deeply wronged. Once he had distanced himself, he concealed his naive facade, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. No matter the winds from all directions, he had not suffered a loss. 3rd grade inferior refining materials, artifact fragments. The crucial detail lay on the other end of the balance. 2nd grade superior magical artifact, soul hook, a substantial profit. Strolling through the bustling street, the shouts of vendors filled the air, and Li Xuanhuan's eyes sparkled as if he had heard the sweetest melodies. This was no mere stall. It was evidently his pathway to wealth. After a quarter of an hour, he could hardly suppress a smile. It seemed he was indeed on the verge of fortune. The balance of equivalence appeared to have been located. A piece of middle-quality spirit stone equates to 100 inferior spirit stones, and equivalence works similarly. However, due to the scarcity of middle-quality spirit stones, One such stone could be exchanged for 120 or 30 inferior spirit stones. Now, the question arises, if, hypothetically, he were to gather 100 inferior spirit stones from reality, could he trade them for one middle-quality spirit stone through the balance of equivalence? Then, in reality, exchange for 130 inferior spirit stones. Repeating this process, he could conjure an additional 30 spirit stones out of thin air. How would the balance of equivalence respond to this? Without hesitation, he declared, "Shopkeeper, do you accept middle-quality spirit stones?" "Yes, yes. Not only do I accept them, but I also pay a premium." The shopkeeper looked at Li Xuanhuan as if he were a simpleton from a wealthy family. Middle-quality spirit stones are not merely currency. They hold immense value in cultivation and formations, far exceeding that of inferior spirit stones. Li Xuanhuan nodded, presenting a middle-quality spirit stone, which constituted all his possessions. He successfully received 130 inferior spirit stones. In the next moment, he said to the shopkeeper, "I see your establishment operates well. I have one last middle-quality spirit stone here." A few minutes later, the shopkeeper beamed, as if he were sending off a god of wealth, ushering Li Xuanhuan out the door. "Come again soon." He resembled a brothel keeper. The foreign exchange business was remarkably easy, akin to picking up money. The thrill of profit is indeed addictive. Li Xuanhuan, however, after amassing 1,000 inferior spirit stones, decided to cease. On one hand, there are not many shops belonging to the 7 major sects in Tainan Valley, and the others are not worth visiting due to safety concerns. On the other hand, 1,000 spirit stones would suffice for him to procure top-tier magical artifacts. Wanbao Building, a 7-story edifice, grand and magnificent, surpassing even the shops of the 7 major sections. A veritable chain store of the myriad realms. Li Xuanhuan stepped inside. A middle-aged man clad in a blue robe approached him with a warm smile. "Esteemed guest, please follow me to the 2nd floor." Li Xuanhuan, puzzled, asked, "Do all customers go to the 2nd floor for transactions?" The middle-aged man, gesturing with one hand, explained, "You jest. Our establishment is the largest in Tainan Valley. All our wares are exquisite and comprehensive. Only the most esteemed clients are permitted to transact on the 2nd floor." This was a mere fabrication. Tainan Valley is a haven for loose cultivators, many of whom possess rare treasures, making it a significant locale. Yet, loose cultivators are often impoverished, lacking even the qualifications to enter. He was merely bored. Assessing the cultivator before him, with delicate skin and dressed in the distinctive brocade robes of Jiayuan City, it was challenging to gauge his worth. But what if, just perhaps, this individual were of considerable wealth? "What do you take me for?" Li Xuanhuan halted, his expression one of incredulity, exclaiming, "Do you think I'm rich and handsome? I'm merely a loose cultivator." The middle-aged man, taken aback by this straightforwardness, then heard Li Xuanhuan continue, "Lead the way. Today, this loose cultivator intends to critique your establishment." He chuckled in surprise. Ascending to the 2nd floor, they entered a spacious room to the left. The area was adorned with various antique furnishings, elegant and refined, all mortal possessions. As Li Xuanhuan surveyed the surroundings, the middle-aged man brewed tea, introducing himself. "I am Tian Bulei, the manager of Wanbao Building. How should I address you?" "I am Jiayuan. "Ah, so you are Brother Jiao. I have long heard of you. Please enjoy some tea." Mundane item, by Luo Chun, non-toxic. Li Xuanhuan unreservedly sampled the tea, appearing candid and unguarded. Tian Bulei, seeing this, smiled even more brightly and engaged in friendly conversation. "Is this your first outing, Brother Jiao?" "Ah, no, that's impossible. Don't be ridiculous. I'm an old hand." "Ha ha ha, it seems I have misspoken. However, Brother Jiao has come to the right place. Our Wanbao Building is the premier merchant association in the southern heavens, and we will undoubtedly not disappoint you." Li Xuanhuan scrutinized Manager Tian for a long moment. His expression conflicted as he clutched his storage bag, whispering, "Bring forth your finest magical artifacts." Tian Bulei delighted in novices. He clapped his hands, signaling for several brocade boxes to be brought forth. "Brother Jiao, please take a look." Tian Bulei opened the first brocade box, revealing an unremarkable ancient long sword, the Demon Slayer's sword. A premium magical artifact, infused with a hint of iron essence during its crafting. It boasted unparalleled sharpness. With this sword in hand, Brother Jiao could surely vanquish demons and rise as a legendary hero. "Do you think I'm foolish? The name is clearly fabricated. As for the iron essence, there might be a trace, but it's certainly minuscule." Before Li Xuanhuan could respond, Tian Bulei continued to unveil other brocade boxes, presenting an exquisite magical weapon, the Snow Drink Blade, and another, the Soul-Severing Spear. "Brother Jiao, what do you think?" Li Xuanhuan felt a surge of excitement. If all these were his, He could arm himself to the teeth. However, he truly could not afford them. Tian Bewley's mood plummeted from a peak to a valley, inevitably falling into silence. What about the last brocade box? The Heavenly Thunderchild. A one-time treasure forged from condensed heavenly lightning was something even a foundational cultivator could not withstand. Shopkeeper, I want this one. This was Li Xuanhuan's true objective. The intrinsic value of the Heavenly Thunder Child mattered little to him. However, in terms of materials, it was far more precious than any premium magical artifact. A mere trace of heavenly lightning is coveted even by those in the Golden Core stage. To waste it on crafting the Heavenly Thunderchild is truly a shame. Surely the weight of this transaction would provide him with a satisfactory explanation. Tian Bewley's spirits soared once more. This deal was still within reach. Tentatively, he inquired, Brother Jiao, you wouldn't be playing me for a fool, would you? I wouldn't dare. I'm merely a humble chi refining stage cultivator. A mere 1,000 spirit stones. How about 500, 900, 550, 800, 450, 500? Li Xuanhuan slammed the table, his tone resolute. Deal. Tian Bewley sighed, supporting his forehead. After a long pause, he raised his gaze and asked, somewhat hesitantly, was I the one who called out 500? Of course, Li Xuanhuan replied, feigning innocence. Can I trade with medium-grade spirit stones? In the room, Tian Bewley's eyelids twitched, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Medium-grade spirit stones? Could he be a young master from some affluent family? A loose cultivator? Loose cultivators aren't worthy of medium-grade spirit stones. Only those from immortal families have a steady supply of spirit stones, preparing these items for formations or family breakthroughs. Tian Bewley scrutinized Li Xuanhuan once more, noting his privileged demeanor. Ah, that makes sense. Since he is indeed a scion of an immortal family, he is one of their own. A small loss is not a loss. Given this price, I shall consider it a favor for family. Of course, little brother, Tian Bewley replied. Li Xuanhuan feigned the demeanor of a novice traversing the martial world, bargaining with a sense of triumph, yet deliberately concealing it. Here are 10 medium-grade spirit stones. Please exchange the excess for low-grade ones, as it is inconvenient. No problem, I will give you the highest rate. Tian Bewley was increasingly convinced that this was indeed a disciple of an immortal family. A loose cultivator might be fortunate to possess one or two. 10. That's extraordinary. Li Xuanhuan stored the Heavenly Thunderchild in his storage pouch, brandishing the Demon Slayer's sword, unable to suppress a smirk. This was a premium magical artifact. Yet, a glimmer of mischief flickered in his eyes. Today, I shall teach you a lesson for taking advantage of newcomers. Originally priced at 1,500 spirit stones, he secured it for 1,000, yielding a profit of 500 low-grade spirit stones. After paying with the 10 medium-grade spirit stones, he received 300 low-grade spirit stones as change. Arriving with a worth of 10 medium-grade spirit stones, he departed with a value of 3 medium-grade spirit stones, alongside the Heavenly Thunderchild and the premium magical artifact, the Demon Slayer's sword. A splendid windfall. On the second floor, at the staircase, Tian Bewley warmly bid farewell to Li Xuanhuan, inviting him to return. Thank you. Li Xuanhuan expressed his gratitude before turning to descend the stairs. At one moment, he even considered returning with 3 medium-grade spirit stones to repeat the process. Pulling off a heist. It was rather vexing. These spirit stones seemed to multiply as he spent them. In a bustling environment, Tian Bewley refrained from escorting him, to avoid drawing attention and increasing Li Xuanhuan's challenges. He understood the risks of being careless. Li Xuanhuan strolled along the long street, blending in with the crowd while multitasking. Diving deep into his thoughts, the divine artifact lay hidden, the golden balance still appearing unremarkable. Second-tier premium magical artifact, Demon Slayer's sword, activate. Target confirmed, flight artifact. Second-tier upper-grade artifact, wind sailing boat, second-tier upper-grade. Li Xuanhuan was not surprised. Flight artifacts have always held greater value than other artifacts of the same tier due to materials, formations, and uses. So, what about the value of the Heavenly Thunderchild? Second-tier premium artifact, Void Shuttle, crafted with magical materials, boasting incredible speed. Second-tier premium artifact. Amber Red Lotus, dual purpose for protection and flight. Isn't that just the goddess' ribbon? But he was a man, that wouldn't he do? Nevertheless, Li Xuanhuan deduced that the true value of the Heavenly Thunderchild was exceedingly high, only a fraction below that of magical treasures. The individual who crafted this item was indeed wasteful. What would happen if he added a bit of auxiliary material? Could it break through its limits? Third-tier lower-grade artifact. Assembled treasure, treasure ship. Core components are premium artifacts. Key parts are upper-grade artifacts, a composite flight treasure made up of numerous artifacts. Amazing. It has a hint of cyberpunk flair. Quite ostentatious. Third-tier lower-grade treasure. Imitation ancient treasure. Wind fire wheel. Enhancing speed in the air. Yielding varying effects based on cultivation level. He was genuinely intrigued. Yet, it seemed he wasn't the only one captivated. Anyone who witnessed it would feel the same. His slight frame could hardly withstand such allure. Ultimately, Xunyan consolidated the artifact fragments acquired during his journey to Tainan Valley, the Heavenly Thunder Child, and the odds and ends collected throughout his tenure as city lord, and made a desperate gamble. He discovered a rather remarkable exotic treasure. Second-tier premium artifact, exotic treasure cloud. Functions to ride the wind and soar through the clouds. Also capable of invisibility and flight, attachable to robes, or usable as a standalone cloud. Gold has emerged. What is the essence of cultivation? To travel from the North Sea in the morning to Kangwu in the evening. Who wouldn't wish to resemble a true celestial being? Treading upon clouds with ease? Mortals wielding swords? Brash. Unrefined. Hence, this is the one. The golden light of the balance surged, and the exotic treasure materialized in space. New information flooded Xunyan's mind. This exotic treasure emphasizes speed enhancement. When used by someone in the chi refining stage, it performs tenfold better than using the wind riding technique compared to cultivators of the same realm. For those in the foundation establishment stage, the enhancement is fivefold. At the golden core level, one could instantly traverse hundreds of feet, the standard speed of the nascent soul stage, with a flight speed reaching 3,000 kilometers per hour, nearly 3 times the golden core speed. Furthermore, its invisibility renders it undetectable by even the golden core stage consciousness. Truly remarkable. With the established mission complete, it was time for him to depart. Xunyan halted, turned, and retraced his steps, leaving the demon slayer's sword behind. This name is a taboo. The second-tier exquisite artifact, the Xunyan sword, was forged with a substantial amount of iron essence, weighing 499 pounds. Yet its weight becomes as light as a feather once refined. Importantly, it is a soft sword. He is a solitary cultivator, possessing a low-grade artifact, the Qingfeng sword, which suffices for his needs. Departing from the market, amidst the wilderness, he soared through the skies, ascending effortlessly. At a height of 100 meters, a patch of auspicious clouds unexpectedly appeared, indistinguishable from the surrounding ones. Upon them, Xunyan seemed to tread upon solid ground. The clouds naturally formed a protective layer, shielding him from the wind while concealing his spiritual senses. With a mere thought, the clouds turned, heading towards Jiayuan City. Woohoo, take off. At this moment, Xunyan, please. Call him Erling Shun. 20 miles outside Jiayuan City, concealed upon a small hillock, 3 brothers lay in wait. One was one-eyed, one had a severed arm, and the other was unblemished. The unblemished one was the eldest. The one with the severed arm inquired of the one-eyed brother, "Are you certain Xunyan is left?" The one-eyed brother thumped his chest, assuring the validity of the information. "Of course, this is from my second aunt's nephew." "Stop, that's enough," the cold-hearted severed-arm brother interrupted. He licked his lips and said, "I hope he arrives soon. I can hardly wait to feast upon his flesh." At this moment, the eldest brother felt a pang of guilt. "It was my fault. I should not have gone to the Yue family to rob, which caused harm to my 2 brothers." The severed-arm brother recalled the events of that day, a flicker of fear and hatred crossing his eyes. It was not the eldest brother's fault, it was Xunyan's. As members of the Black Shaman sect, he frolicked in the city while they fought for their lives outside. It was unjust, he deserved to die. The one-eyed brother nodded vigorously, for he too had lost his sight at the Yue family. With the foundation master of the Yue family still alive, he could not avenge his grievance and could only seek Xunyan. Ordinarily, the 3 brothers adhered to the eldest as their leader, but at this moment, the roles had reversed. The twisted eldest brother felt that the second and third had become abnormal. Was it a conspiracy? So be it. He too felt unease, perfectly poised to vent his frustrations upon Xunyan. Thus, Xunyan, your misfortune is sealed. On the other side, Xunyan flew to the outskirts of Jiayuan City, suddenly halting. Jiayuan City has always been a haven for cultivators. He could not reveal himself in front of them. A downward strike is no way to bully others. Changing his techniques, he advanced towards Jiayuan City. Approaching a hillock 20 miles away, he sensed something amiss. The man's 7th sense? No. It was the warrior's intuition for danger. First and foremost, I assure you, I did not delete any comments. It seems that after I revised the text, they vanished automatically. Chapter 9. Is this cultivation? Unscientific. In the mortal realm, high-level cultivators can annihilate those of lower realms in an instant. A crucial reason lies in the scope of their spiritual senses. The small hill. Among the 3 brothers, the eldest had reached the 7th level of chi training. while the other two were at the 6th level. To be cautious, they positioned themselves outside the 5th level's spiritual sense range to avoid detection by Xunyan, enabling a surprise attack for a decisive blow. However, the one-armed brother whispered to the eldest brother, Xunyan has stopped. The one-eyed brother's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. Calm down, third brother. The second brother's spiritual sense is inherently powerful and never errs. The eldest brother furrowed his brow, equally puzzled but inclined to trust the one-armed brother's assessment. Could it be that he has detected us? Perhaps his cultivation is insufficient, and he has paused to recover. Not impossible. In any case, we must unleash our full strength without holding back. Rest assured, I strike swiftly, the one-eyed brother added. I too. The three brothers mounted their artifacts and charged at Xunyan. The distance was not great, and in the blink of an eye, they beheld Xunyan, who was waiting for them. The figures of the three brothers appeared in his spiritual sense, and a look of surprise crossed his face. It turned out to be three fellow members of the Black Shaman sect. He had not anticipated this encounter. Indeed, City Lordly, what a coincidence. While the three were still airborne, their voices reached him. As they approached within 100 meters, they became visible to the naked eye. The one-eyed brother. Witnessing Xunyan clad in white, exuding elegance, even the way he held his flying knife was uniquely charming. He loathed such individuals above all else and shouted, Xunyan, die! With the wind control technique and body protection technique activated, he leaped from the air, his medium-grade artifact sword, empowered by his spiritual sense, aimed straight for Xunyan's heart. Being at the 6th level of Qi training, Xunyan had never anticipated such a treacherous strike. Caught off guard, as the sword was about to pierce his heart and claim his life, the one-eyed elder brother noticed and even slowed his flight. Unexpectedly, the one-eyed brother let out a furious roar, leaping back a full 10 feet, causing his long sword to lose control and flail chaotically into the ground. The one-eyed brother clutched his throat with both hands, eyes bulging in disbelief as if witnessing the unbelievable. At this moment, the flying knife in Xunyan's hand had vanished. A trickle of blood seeped from the gaps of the one-eyed brother's fingers, and in the next second, he collapsed, revealing the flying knife. It was then that the one-armed brother and the eldest brother realized that the flying knife had reached the one-eyed brother's throat. Yet, they had not witnessed how it arrived there. The two hastily rolled off their artifacts, armed with offensive artifacts, shifting to defensive artifacts to prepare for defense. What sorcery is this, Xunyan? Xunyan touched his nose and smiled faintly, appearing gentle as jade, yet in the eyes of the two brothers, he seemed like a demon. Little Li's flying knife never misses. If ordinary martial arts cannot breach a cultivator's body protection technique, what of a medium-grade artifact flying knife enhanced by sharpness techniques? The one-eyed brother had much to say on this matter. With a flick of his fingers, the medium-grade artifact flying knife returned to his hand. Compared to the original version, the new model of Little Li's flying knife was far more convenient, even featuring a retrieval function. On the ground, the one-eyed brother bled profusely, dead beyond recovery. The gruesome sight of the one-eyed brother's demise was witnessed by the eldest brother and the one-armed brother, leaving them shaken. The eldest brother remained wary of Xunyan, commanding the second brother, together with defensive artifacts, the flying knives cannot harm us. All right, on three. No one moved. Xunyan observed the scene with amusement. The eldest brother was testing his own brother against him. Unable to restrain his laughter, he taunted, no wonder you are the only one unscathed. It turns out you are the traitor. Silence. The eldest brother interrupted, warning the one-armed brother and the second brother, he seeks to sow discord. Do not fall for it. The one-armed brother pondered momentarily before agreeing. Very well, then let us unite today. After this day, we part ways. Each shall go their own way. The eldest brother discerned the underlying meaning in the one-armed brother's words, his eyes blazing with fury towards Xunyan. This man must die. The unbreakable bond of 10 years among the two brothers was not a mere facade. One on the left and one on the right, one above and one below. Empowered by the wind control technique, they transformed into two streaks of light, charging toward Xunyan. For an ordinary practitioner at the 4th level of Qi training, escaping would be nearly impossible. Such was their assumption. Yet, at that moment, Xunyan's form suddenly soared into the air, evading the one-armed brother's initial attack. The eldest brother's lips curled in a sneer. A sitting duck? Prepare to meet your end. With the enhancements of late-stage Qi training, the artifact reached an astonishing speed, poised to pierce through Xunyan. Xunyan stood with his left foot upon his right, and then, inexplicably, he soared into the air. Was this the essence of cultivation? It seemed nearly impossible for a cultivator at the Qi refinement stage to ascend in such a manner and posture. The two onlookers, much like the one-eyed man before, widened their eyes in astonishment. The leader, steeling himself, thought to eliminate him, reminding his companion to remain calm. One mistake could lead to disaster. In the next moment, Li Shu and Huan, as if attuned to their thoughts, deftly maneuvered in the sky, spiraling downward towards them. A fatal miscalculation, facing him directly would spell defeat. Li Shu and Huan reveled in his ascent, his wind god leg technique living up to its name, moving with the grace of a deity in the wind. Chi refinement 7th layer? He was about to eliminate one at the 6th layer. The weak ought not to meddle in the affairs of the strong. From his elevated position, he struck down, drawing the Xunyan sword from his waist. A flash of azure light erupted, the brilliance of the sword swift and dazzling. The dragon sword technique, also known as celestial ascension, the one-armed man, under the bright sky, felt as though a full moon had appeared, instinctively summoning all his energy to defend. In an instant, the sword light vanished. To his horror, the long sword pierced through his chest. Supreme artifact, Xunyan sword, infused with abundant iron essence, in other words. Below such a supreme artifact, any contact would lead to destruction. Lacking such an artifact, he foolishly attempted to rob a cultivator? A just demise. Li Shu and Huan turned his gaze to the sole survivor, the leader with all limbs intact. A cold sweat suddenly trickled from the leader's hand gripping the artifact. His late-stage chi refinement cultivation offered no solace. "I'll fight you," he shouted, turning to flee on a small flying vessel, desperate to escape. After some time, upon realizing Li Shu and Huan did not pursue, he felt a wave of relief, albeit laced with trepidation. Resolute, he planned to leave Lanzhou. They said City Lord Li was engrossed in literature and martial arts. Was this truly martial practice? Rumors can be perilous. What rumors? Who? In the next moment, he could utter no more. At an unknown time, a flying dagger embedded itself in his throat. On a cloud, Li Shu and Huan beckoned with his finger, and the dagger returned, settling back into its sheath at his waist, where no less than 10 resided. Though he could command the dagger to return without movement, such flair was irresistible. Earlier, he had kindly assisted his 2 comrades in collecting the remains, taking his time before pursuing. Their guard lowered, combined with the cloud-esque concealment, allowed him a fatal strike. Thus, one must tread carefully when venturing forth. After returning this unfortunate soul to the earth, Li Shu and Huan turned back towards Jiayuan City. He had left as the lord of Jiayuan City and returned as a 4-bag elder. He wondered if his 3 comrades had any grand gifts in store for him. With blood on his hands, surely his luck could not be so woeful. Chapter 10. The Divine Sword's thunderous true art in Jiayuan City, at Li's garden. After returning to his residence, Li Shu and Huan inexplicably felt a sense of safety. It was only then that he had the leisure to open the 3 brothers' storage bags and assess his spoils. Unlike other cultivators who indulged in lavish expenditures, spending hundreds of spirit stones in a single battle without earning back more, he relied solely on skill. Truly, with a golden finger at the start. All equipment was acquired through effort. The one-eyed man's storage bag was the simplest, a mid-grade offensive artifact, a few spirit stones, and nothing more. No wonder he perished first, a reckless fool. Li Shu and Huan held disdain for such individuals. The one-armed man, with cultivation equal to the one-eyed fellow at the Chi refinement 6th layer, possessed a mid-grade offensive artifact, a mid-grade defensive artifact, 30 spirit stones, and a jade slip of technique. An assessment deemed him an ordinary Chi refinement 6th layer rogue cultivator. Expecting little surprise, he was utterly taken aback when it turned out to be exceptional. The jade slip contained a technique for cultivating spiritual awareness. First-tier mid-grade technique, spirit refinement art. Cultivation can enhance spiritual awareness. Came with a simple evaluation from the equivalent balance. Yet Li Shu and Huan would not underestimate it. Techniques related to spiritual awareness were always precious. In other words, their trade value was substantial. He himself would likely find it lacking. The Dian decision was passable, but the best would still be to find a technique among the myriad heavens. However, this one-armed young man seemed to have died without distinction. Logically, one with strong spiritual awareness should possess formidable combat power, yet he appeared rather ordinary in battle? Confounding. If the one-armed young man were aware, he would surely feel aggrieved. Which rogue cultivator could possess a supreme artifact? Which Chi refinement 6th layer cultivator could withstand that indescribable sword technique? Such disregard for martial ethics. Li Shu and Huan had gleaned much, particularly intrigued by the value of the leader among the 3. Leaving aside other considerations, merely the flying vessel was assuredly a superior artifact. It's worth rivaling that of a supreme artifact. Second-tier superior artifact, flying vessel, fast and energy efficient, neither astonished nor delighted. It was indeed a superior artifact. To be fair, Among rogue cultivators, possessing a flying artifact indicated considerable depth of resources. Yet this fellow's late chi refinement cultivation and complete limbs resulted in such meager findings? He could scarcely believe it. Li Xuanhuan shook the storage bag, causing a cascade of items to fall out. Both offensive and defensive artifacts were mid-grade, akin to the two brothers. Similarly, no elixirs could be found. It appeared even poorer than the one-armed man. What was this? Li Xuanhuan's gaze was drawn to two boxes. Just as he was about to open them, a thought crossed his mind. First-tier mid-grade artifact, self-detonation box, surprises upon opening. Old silver coins. Thankfully, he was prudent and had a safeguard. He tucked them away for his use. What about the last box? Surely it could not be the same. Common grade, sandalwood box, safe. Li Xuanhuan opened it with a hint of anticipation, revealing a pearl and 3 jade slips. The pearl was a heavenly thunder seed, having consumed one. Another had appeared. Remarkable. Second-tier supreme technique, fire attribute foundation building technique, capable of breaking through to peak foundation building. Second-tier supreme technique, wood attribute foundation building technique, capable of breaking through to peak foundation building. And third-tier low-grade technique, water attribute core formation technique, with a certain probability of breaking through to core formation. Li Xuanhuan's first reaction was one of confusion. Was this something a rogue cultivator could possess? It seemed more fitting for a foundation-building clan. Wait. The Feathered Master's organization attacked the Yue clan, and members of the Black Fiend sect were involved. Therefore, could this have been taken from the Yue clan? In fact, he was not mistaken. The head of the Yue clan, acutely aware of the impending crisis, had sought the assistance of former allies from Spirit Beast Mountain while secretly dispatching some celestial seedlings to preserve the family legacy. Li Xuanhuan twirled the heavenly thunder seed in his hand, feeling he had acted too hastily. Had he not directly dealt with this fellow, employing some underhanded means to extract information, he might have obtained answers. Such a pity. Gathering all the items, he activated the equivalent balance. The issue of techniques remained. These spoils could not be exchanged for profound techniques. It must be noted that with each elevation in technique tier, the value differed immensely. Even if he bet everything, the best outcome would be mid-core formation or perhaps even an early core formation technique. Thus, he continued to choose martial arts techniques, seeking to enhance his combat prowess. Through combat experience, he discovered the remarkable efficacy of martial arts techniques. If chi refinement techniques were so potent, how much greater would those for foundation building or core formation be? Indeed, he was not disappointed. The second-tier supreme cultivation technique, the Proud Cold Six techniques, embodies a blade technique that is both austere and fierce, enhanced further by the effects of the ice spiritual root. The long-desired 100-meter blade aura has finally arrived. One wonders if this move can withstand the mortal realm. The third-tier inferior technique, the divine sword controlling thunder true formula, boasts a power peak comparable to an initial stage core formation strike. Truly, the myriad heavens transcend the limits of mortals, allowing the lower to conquer the higher. In other words, this core formation technique is utterly worthless, merely a means to barely achieve core formation. Each of the two techniques possesses its own advantages, and Li Xuanhuan has chosen to acquire them all, discarding the remaining technique without hesitation. The second-tier superior magical artifact, the spatial ring, allows for storage, invisibility, and is incapable of holding living beings. The dimensions of the space are 10 meters by 10 meters by 10 meters. In the realm of cultivation, one cannot do without a spatial ring. As he indulges in wine and song, Li Xuanhuan feels his body grow even stronger, a flicker of unfulfilled desire gleaming in his eyes. What he yearns for is a long weapon, the three-pointed, two-edged blade, his true destiny. It seems he must embark on a journey to the Seven Shin sect, for he cannot believe that such a technique does not exist within the myriad heavens. He ponders whether there is a three-headed flood dragon or any other technique. But without weapons, his resolve wanes. Presently, Li Xuanhuan faces two pressing dilemmas. First, the issue of his primary cultivation technique. Second, the transformation of his spiritual root. As a member of the Black Shaman sect, his 3 spiritual roots were well known. Now that he has become an ice spiritual root, this merits further investigation. If he had not discovered it, it would have been better, yet now that he has, he intends to capture it for research. Within the Black Shaman sect, there are foundation establishment cultivators. He cannot defeat them, nor does he wish to engage, but can only retreat tactically. Once he joins a sect and establishes his foundation, the situation will be different. If he is in a foul mood, he might annihilate the Black Shaman sect. If in a good mood, he could negotiate who should lead the sect. The kingdom of Yue is still too small. It would be advantageous for the Black Shaman sect to infiltrate the Tianluo kingdom and create a guerrilla unit. Li Xuanhuan has no intention of fleeing. Regardless, he cannot return to Jiayuan City before establishing his foundation. Years may pass, yet he feels a twinge of reluctance. In the final days before his departure, he continues to maintain a low profile as the city lord, studying and practicing martial arts. Conversely, each night he infiltrates the city's guilds and merchant associations, delving into their storages and libraries, acquiring an array of peculiar knowledge, herbal seeds and basic medical skills from the east, forging techniques from the west, brewing and weaving from the south, and accessing his own treasury from the north. The power of cultivation resides within the individual, although mortals are inferior. There are indeed extraordinary minds among them. Jiayuan City, the largest city in LNZHU, naturally boasts claims to being the foremost in the world. Li Xuanhuan absorbs all of this knowledge. It must be acknowledged that cultivation has its merits. He possesses an extraordinary memory and heightened intelligence, enabling rapid learning. Ultimately, Li Xuanhuan does not neglect his assistant, Mo Jiren. Old Mo's medical skills, the demon's silver hand, the dragon binding technique. One cannot traverse the night without encountering ghosts. Though this does not apply to Li Xuanhuan, but rather Mo Jiren, he discovers the presence of a cultivator. A second clarification. First, the level of techniques is determined by their upper limits. Second, foundation establishment techniques are not exclusively usable by those at the foundation establishment stage, as they remain effective once one reaches that level, such as the Wind God Leg and the Proud Cold Six techniques. In the later stages, Niefeng wielded the Proud Cold Six techniques against the possessed Xiong Ba, engaging in a fierce battle, demonstrating its superiority over the Wind God Leg. Chapter 11. Old Mo. This is martial skill, not cultivation. Jiayuan City is vast yet small, unable to accommodate a useless person. Mo Jiren, a figure among the three major tyrants of the black market in Jiayuan City, possesses exceptional qualities, even with the backing of the city lord's mansion. His astuteness enables him to perceive the highest echelons of Jiayuan City, cultivators. Yet, without witnessing them firsthand, he refrains from drawing conclusions. One day, Mo Jiren learns of a century-old spiritual herb and intends to use it to extract information about cultivators from Lord Li. He too desires to cultivate. However, an unforeseen event occurs. Initially, he believes he is encountering a robbery, expecting to engage in fair combat with a martial arts master. He is taken aback when his opponent unexpectedly produces a long sword from seemingly nowhere. The demon's silver hand? He narrowly avoids a shattered hand. Flee. In all of Jiayuan City, none can match his skills, save for two hands, certainly not the person before him. He suspects this individual to be a cultivator, as no martial artist could be so formidable. At this juncture, his only option is to seek refuge with Li Yuan, the city lord. Perhaps it is a cat-and-mouse game, or perhaps a means to trace the source and acquire more, as the pursuing cultivator, who clearly had the chance to kill him, merely inflicted shallow cuts upon him. This deepens his understanding of cultivators' capabilities. Mortals are no match for them. His obsession with cultivation intensifies. Li Yuan is within reach. Yet he refrains from entering through the main entrance, instead leaping inside. The sound of a zither graces his ears, and a glimmer of joy flashes in his eyes as he proceeds toward the plum garden. He has previously entered through the back door to deliver treasures, knowing that Lord Li enjoys drinking beneath the pavilion in the plum garden. Behind him, a fifth-layer chi cultivator observes, slowing their pace and frowning upon seeing Mo Jiren enter Li Yuan's residence, only to later break into a smile, a flicker of coldness hidden within their gaze. As Mo Jiren deduces, the cultivator could have easily dispatched him, but he desires more. Unbeknownst to him, this individual is none other than Li Xuanhuan, the city lord. As someone from the Black Shaman sect, he is well aware of Li Xuanhuan's reputation. It is said that this individual dedicates his time to studying and martial arts, refusing to accept the protection of the Qingwen Taoist during adventures, thus tarnishing the sect's reputation. Yet, in light of recent events, this perspective may not be entirely accurate. Is it possible he fears getting his hands dirty? Indeed, he appears to be a scholar. He who does not seize the opportunity may find himself regretting it. The chance to use another's hand to kill is ripe, and he stands to gain. Should Mo Jiren manage to slay the city lord, he could arrive too late to seek vengeance, merely to collect the remains. Perhaps the Qingwen Taoist would even express gratitude. A smirk creeps onto his lips as he wields his magical artifact, soaring into the scene. Being at the fifth layer of chi, while Li Xuanhuan is at the fourth. The advantage lies with him. A secure kill awaits. At this moment, beneath the pavilion in the plum garden, Mo Jiren is lamenting and pleading for help. My lord, this is the century-old spiritual herb I risked my life to retrieve for you. Li Xuanhuan takes the herb box, brings it closer to his nose, and nods in satisfaction. Indeed, it is a century-old spiritual herb. He acknowledges old Mo with a nod, praising him for his commendable effort, and inquires about his desired reward. Mo Jiren grits his teeth, unable to relinquish his obsession with cultivation. He asks, "My lord, may I pose a single question? Please elaborate." "My lord, are you a cultivator?" Upon finishing, Mo Jiren raises his head, fixing his gaze intently on Li Xuanhuan's eyes, not missing a single change. Li Xuanhuan is taken aback. It appears Mo Jiren has encountered cultivators sooner than expected, so the friend outside was brought in by him. Yet, he pays it no mind. A mere fifth-layer chi practitioner is inconsequential. In response to Mo Jiren's question, he simply shakes his head. "A cultivator? I do not believe I am one. Currently, I am merely a practitioner of the true path of cultivation. Only when one has cultivated essence, chi, and spirit can they be considered a true cultivator. I am not a cultivator." He does not rise, simply employing mundane techniques to wield the flying knife, indicating that he is merely an ordinary martial artist. Just then, a long sword hurtles through the air, aimed directly at Li Xuanhuan. The sound arrives before the source. "Li Xuanhuan, you are indeed no cultivator." The figure in black executes a lightness technique, enhanced by the art of wind manipulation, launching a ghostly ambush. Just as a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit, he offers Li Xuanhuan no chance for resistance. Confronted by a net of heaven and earth, Li Xuanhuan's gaze remains steady, and suddenly his body darts away like an arrow, maintaining a mere 2 inches from the oncoming sword. This 2-inch gap feels like a chasm through time and space. What seems close is, in truth, worlds apart. His hands appear motionless, yet the flying daggers still soar forth. In the darkness, it seems as though a meteor streaks by. The black-clad man suddenly lets out a furious roar, his body reversing swiftly, fleeing with even greater speed. At that moment, Li Xuanhuan plants his heel firmly on the ground, standing resolute, and with 2 fingers, he deftly pinches the sword. He even leisurely tilts his head back to take a sip of wine. Simultaneously, the black figure crashes against the southern wall, his form collapsing like a rag doll. Slowly sliding to the ground, Li Xuanhuan is unfazed. A 6th-level chi practitioner cannot be thwarted, let alone a 5th level. To Mo Jiren, all of this becomes incomprehensible. The ground is stained with a continuous line of blood, and the black-clad man, who had previously posed an insurmountable challenge, now lies helpless. Mo Jiren approaches slowly and turns the man over, only to see him clutching his throat, blood pouring forth. A chill runs through Mo Jiren as he extracts the dagger, ending the black-clad man's nefarious existence. The dagger appears unremarkable, a willow leaf blade, 3 inches and 7/10 long, extremely thin and sharp. Can such a weapon truly slay a cultivator? Mo Jiren is bewildered. He returns the dagger. Under the pavilion, Li Xuanhuan continues to play the lute and drink, resembling a scholar. After some time, Mo Jiren finally asks, "My lord, are you truly not a cultivator?" Li Xuanhuan never lies. With deep affection and a smile, he gazes at Mo Jiren. Of course. Did not the black-clad man just say so? Mo Jiren finds himself at a loss for words. How can one take the words of a dying man seriously? What if the latter part of his statement, claiming he was not a cultivator, was merely a guise for a scholar? Even someone like him, who practices martial arts, finds scholars intimidating. "My lord, what about your flying dagger?" Mo Jiren inquires cautiously. "A family martial art. This world is perilous. One must always have a skill to rely on." Li Xuanhuan replies smoothly. Noticing Mo Jiren's lingering doubts, he suggests, "Shall I demonstrate?" This truly is martial prowess. The little flying dagger never misses its mark. It is certainly not a method of cultivation, but rather a technique that possesses a hint of causality. No. Mo Jiren waves his hands repeatedly, recalling the gruesome fate of the black-clad man, unwilling to take the risk. "My lord, might we strike a bargain? I will offer all my family's martial arts in exchange for your technique." Mo Jiren cautiously proposes. Undeterred, he still wishes to test, wondering if it might indeed be a cultivation method. "Old Mo, how many times must I say it? This is merely an ordinary martial art. The little flying dagger holds such power only in my hands. Why does no one believe me? Fine, if you insist on a trade, let it be so." Coincidentally, Mo Jiren's family harbors martial arts that are deeply concealed. He has searched multiple times without success. Upon concluding the transaction, Mo Jiren turns to leave, returning home to tend to his wounds. Li Xuanhuan watches his retreating figure, bidding him farewell. The divide between the immortal and the mortal has been established. They shall not meet again. Most of the treasures in Jiayuan City have been gathered. It is time to depart. By the way, did the black-clad man not bring a token of appreciation along? Chapter 12. Alas, the city lord has abandoned his post to seek immortality. To clarify, killing and arson for gold are mere tricks of deceit. It is impossible to prosper through robbing cultivators. If one had assets, who would choose to be a wandering cultivator? The black-clad man was indeed destitute. The sword, a low-grade magical weapon, offered no defensive capabilities, yet he possessed many storage bags, 5 belonging to an elder level. Li Xuanhuan struggles to comprehend what sort of peculiar organization the Blackshaw sect is, filled with such individuals. Is it a beggar-esque sect of the cultivation world? What is his own standing? With a storage bag for himself and 3 for his brothers, and now yet another? 5 storage bags for an elder? Pondering this, Li Xuanhuan contemplates whether the storage bags hold any trade value. In the next moment, a small projectile appears in his hand. First-tier low-grade oddity, a compressed cave dwelling. Suitable for outdoor use, equivalent to the size of a 2-entry courtyard. The cave dwelling comes equipped with 2 formations, one for alertness, the other for concealment. This storage bag cannot be deemed valueless, merely of low worth. The 3 brothers' magical weapons and storage bags could only be exchanged for a compressed cave dwelling. Indeed, finding peace is no easy feat with the stakes high. He resolves to leave tonight. He will gather everything that should not be taken and leave behind a letter of resignation. Scholars must uphold politeness. In the final moments, Li Xuanhuan surveys the Li Garden before employing his lightness technique to stride toward the outskirts of the city. Not far beyond the city limits, auspicious clouds suddenly appear beneath his feet, drifting toward the horizon. While not precisely riding the clouds, it can be described as a scramble through the sky. His destination is Jingzhou, Saixia Mountain. This is troubling. The city lord has relinquished his position to seek immortality. 2 days later, a shout startled both the interior and exterior of Jiayuan City. Why abandon the role of city lord to pursue immortality? I shall take on the role of city lord. In front of the city lord's residence, a multitude gathers in a short time. Many prominent figures within the city have arrived, including Mo Jiren, who finds himself among the crowd. Cultivation? It turns out the city lord truly is not a cultivator. If the city lord can forsake his position, what of him? Considering his 5 wives, 3 daughters, and his role as the president of the Jingjiao Society, he finds it hard to let go. Suddenly, a voice rises above the din. Chancellor, perhaps the city lord is merely out for a brief adventure. Do you have any evidence that he seeks immortality? Yes. There is poetry as proof. Why are you standing there? Recite it. In the jade capital of heaven, 12 towers and 5 cities. The immortal caresses my crown, granting me longevity. Longevity. Mo Jiren's pupils constrict sharply. His thoughts race back to the scene he witnessed outside Jia Mountain, where he saw the spectacle of sword-riding immortals. He makes a decision that goes against his ancestral teachings. He shall stalk a cultivator to obtain their legacy. Cultivation. He seeks eternal life. Meanwhile, on a certain rooftop, Daoist Qingwen nearly pulls out his beard upon hearing this statement. Seeking immortality? What pretense is Li Xuanhuan putting on? Is he not a cultivator himself? Deceiving the people of the city is one thing, but how can he deceive himself? Furthermore, what happened to the promised 4th-level qi cultivation, claiming his skills were insufficient, and that he needed to study and practice martial arts? Why is he now embarking on an adventure? A fraud. Scholars do not act like sons. Suddenly, Daoist Qingwen's eyes widen as he considers a possibility. Could this Li city lord be seeking to join one of the 7 major sects? That would be rather presumptuous. He, too, possesses 3 spiritual roots. Does he not wish to join a sect? In the realm of cultivation, there is no shortage of people. The 7 major sects recruit disciples every 5 years, and a single faction can accept over 1,000 disciples, all of whom are at least 3 spiritual roots. In other words, in the 7 major sects, having 3 spiritual roots holds little value. This creates a barrier. Those of unknown origin are not accepted unless they are kin. Moreover, one must not exceed the age of 16. As for Li Xuanhuan, alas, it is a difficult path. Nevertheless, every individual has their own aspirations. It is a pity, however, that he has lost a good friend and must now engage in a battle of wits and courage against the trials of immortality. Farewell, my friend. As the Taoist master Qingwen stepped forth, a flying sword appeared beneath his feet as he departed from this sorrowful place. Saixia Mountain, situated in the northern region of Jingzhou, is a staggering 180,000 miles from Jiayuan City in Lanzhou. It is a distance beyond the reach of an ordinary person's stride. Even with the cultivation of the 8th level of qi training, it would take old Demon Han 4 months to traverse such treacherous terrain. The vastness of the journey is evident. Li Xuanhuan, however, is different. He rides the clouds, arriving in a straight line. After enduring over half a month of hardships and exposure to the elements, he finally reached Saixia Mountain. The Xunyan sect, a martial sect with a history of 200 years, has held dominion over Saixia Mountain for some time, having developed much of its peaks. Their most renowned reputation is as the training ground for old Demon Han's apprentices. For Li Xuanhuan, this bears no significance, and thus he chooses to disregard it. Utilizing his supernatural ability to traverse the skies and waves, Saixia Mountain feels as flat as the ground beneath his feet. On the path between Xiushui Peak and Xinshu Valley, Li Xuanhuan deliberately revealed his presence. Shortly thereafter, two martial artists clad in tight-fitting attire leapt from the shadows. Clearly, the Xunyan sect still possesses strength and has its sentinels. Halt! What is your purpose? Li Xuanhuan lowered his gaze and clasped his fists. Esteemed brothers, where might I find Xiushui Peak? The two, their pupils losing focus, pointed in a direction, indicating that Xiushui Peak lay that way. I am grateful for your guidance. Esteemed brothers, he replied politely, for he is a learned man. It wasn't long before the three arrived at Xiushui Peak. At Li Xuanhuan's request, the two robust men proceeded towards Xinshu Valley. As they advanced, their footsteps stirred up clouds of dust. As expected, amidst one of the men's startled exclamations, a yellow cement-like bottle was kicked up. The Zhuang Tian bottle. As Li Xuanhuan reached for it, his brow furrowed in sudden concern. He retreated to the back of the group, shielding the two men before him. Esteemed brothers, would you kindly assist me in retrieving that small bottle? The sturdy men said nothing, moving directly towards the small yellow bottle, bending down to pick it up before turning back. The sky was clear and uneventful. All was safe. Li Xuanhuan took the Zhuang Tian bottle, weighing it in his hand. It felt no different from an ordinary bottle. With a flicker of thought, he employed a cleaning technique, transforming the small yellow bottle back into an ordinary green one, appearing quite unremarkable. In the balance of powers, the small green bottle is a treasure born of this world. In the myriad realms, when complete, this treasure could rival the innate treasures of primordial times. Truly remarkable. It is often said that teaching a man to fish is far better than giving him a fish. At this moment, the green liquid within the small green bottle is of utmost utility to him, hence he decided to keep it. He had initially contemplated exchanging it for a treasure that would yield a drop each day, such as the celestial tree that connects to the immortal realm and generates celestial energy. With the Zhuang Tian bottle in hand, his foremost ambition is to cultivate his techniques. He sets a modest goal of acquiring a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb. However, before that, he took a moment to assess the two sentinels. For safety, he prepared a Wuyo pill. As the two men wandered off in a daze, Li Xuanhuan nodded. Thus, his journey commenced without disturbance. Chapter 13. The Thousand Illusions Ice Heart Technique. Xinshu Valley, an unremarkable yet auspicious land, is well suited for the cultivation of spiritual herbs. Like the future Dr. Mo, Li Xuanhuan too chose to linger here for a brief period. Upon entering the valley's mouth, he summoned 3 small flags and a minor formation plate from his spatial ring. This small-scale warning formation drives away wild beasts and serves to protect ordinary folk who might wander in. It is a boon granted to foundational cultivators from Huangfeng Valley, a cherished defensive formation provided by the sect. The formation plate settled in the valley, with the 3 small flags fluttering in the wind, autonomously seeking their positions. Forming a character, mist began to rise, enveloping the entirety of Xinshu Valley. Li Xuanhuan nodded imperceptibly. This formation holds little significance for foundational cultivators. Here, it suffices as a protective barrier for himself. As Li Xuanhuan stepped into the valley, he found it desolate. This is the place. He released a small pellet from his spatial ring, which expanded in the wind, transforming into a vast ancient courtyard. Indeed, it was a first-tier compressed cave dwelling. In the myriad realms, there exists a plethora of celestial technological wonders, akin to modern tents and mobile homes, with values ranging from low to high. He could only perceive those of lesser value. A false cultivator's cave dwelling could be easily created with a mere strike, while a true cultivator's abode boasts pavilions and towers. As the ancient said, establish a home before pursuing one's career. Having swiftly settled in, Li Xuanhuan embarked on his inaugural farming endeavor, aiming for a 1,000-year spiritual herb to trade for suitable foundational techniques. The spiritual herb he chose to plant was not particularly special, known as purple Ganoderma. Now, Zhuang Tian bottle, let us see your limits. It is well known that the small green bottle produces a drop every 7 days. 7 days turn into months. During this period, he did not remain idle. The mundane martial arts of the Xunyan sect also held merit. The blink sword technique, a creation of the sect's founder, the 7 absolute master, comprises 7 unparalleled skills. Knowledge is indeed wealth. As the saying goes, quantitative change leads to qualitative change. After 2.5 years of study, Li Xuanhuan finally uncovered true treasures, the secrets of immortal cultivation attributes, the life of a great deity, and on the 5 elements, from beginner to burial. These texts contained hidden knowledge, personal biographies of void refinement cultivators, and studies on the 5 elements of techniques, among a multitude of topics. Among the many texts, a recurring theme emerged. In the early stages of immortal cultivation, the selection of attribute-less techniques, or techniques embracing multiple attributes, is deemed the most prudent path. Single attribute techniques exhibit significant flaws. When practitioners employ techniques of differing attributes, their efficacy diminishes, and in severe cases, they may even fail to learn them. The success rate of related talisman crafting, alchemy, and artifact forging also sees a noticeable decline. In the biographies, great void refinement masters personally attested that possessing all 5 elements is essential for advancing beyond the realm of void refinement. He wasted precious time striving to complete the 5 elements. While others ascended to greatness, he remained stagnant. It becomes clearer now. In his room, Li Xuanhuan set down the books, struck by a moment of enlightenment. He recalled the conversation between old demon Han and the celestial beast Tianlan. One cannot advance in cultivation without completing the 5 elements. The only remedy in the later stages is to complete one's spiritual roots. Old demon Han had done just that. Moreover, he learned that the choice of attribute-less techniques, or techniques that do not reject any attributes, is also a viable option in the early stages. The primary reason one cannot change their techniques in the later stages lies in the imbalance and repulsion between attributes. Different paths lead to the same destination. With this realization, Li Xuanhuan felt a surge of relief. Fortunately, he is a scholar, thus avoiding a century of detours. Had he been an ordinary brute, he would have hastily sought to cultivate his golden core without a second thought. Cultivating immortality involves not only the enhancement of one's power, but also the acquisition of culture and knowledge. Everything is in place. The only remaining concern is the Millennium Spiritual Herb. Another 10 days have passed. On this particular night, as the moon ascends to its zenith, its silvery light pierces through the formation and bathes the valley of the divine hand. The celestial bottle, illuminated by the moonlight, radiates a dazzling glow that brightens Li Xuanhuan's face. Today is the day. The Millennium Spiritual Herb has arrived. As time ticks away, when the moon and sun cycle, and the last vestiges of moonlight vanish, the small green bottle returns to tranquility. In its stead, a single drop of transcendent elixir materializes within. With a mere thought, the small green bottle soars into his hand, and the lid, which had previously resisted his efforts, now opens effortlessly. Like a mortal, he pours the divine elixir over a 900-year-old purple mushroom nearby. The dew cascades down, and an astonishing scene unfolds. The purple mushroom inexplicably gains a century in age. Even Li Xuanhuan cannot help but shake his head. The cultivation of spiritual herbs becomes increasingly arduous with age, demanding ever more from the environment in which they grow. Yet, the transcendent elixir seems to transcend time, directly altering the herb's age. Such an occurrence, independent of the cultivation environment, is simply outrageous. Fortunately, the small green bottle now belongs to him. The more, the better. Li Xuanhuan collects the spiritual herb, roots and all, and returns indoors. The balance is activated. 4th grade superior spiritual herb, post-golden core, millennium purple mushroom, can be transplanted successfully, also applicable for other uses, highly beneficial for the golden core stage. Useless for the divine transformation stage. Items from the post-golden core realm are indeed impressive. On the other side of the balance, countless ethereal images of items appear. With a flicker of thought, Li Xuanhuan selects a technique, a non-attributed method, which instantly transforms into a different form. 4th grade superior technique, water element sword cannon. A non-attributed sword cultivation technique, excels in water-rich environments, enhancing combat prowess. Across the myriad realms, numerous powerful beings exist. Even non-attributed techniques have been crafted into advantageous methods by great masters. The emphasis is on comprehensiveness. However, a sword cultivation method? He has often read tales of many sword cultivators battling against the odds, their combat strength indeed extraordinary. Yet to be fixated solely on the sword? That does not align with his character, and thus he declines to learn it. He still prefers his trident dagger. Next, 4th grade superior technique, pure yang art. A Taoist foundational cultivation method, cultivates pure yang energy, nurturing a pure yang physique. Hiss. A eunuch. He is not the kind of person with a cleansed mind. Devoted solely to the Tao. He will not learn it. 4th grade superior technique, jade clear flowing light. Numerous techniques flicker past, and after an indeterminate amount of time, Li Xuanhuan finally selects a technique. 4th grade superior technique, Thousand Illusions Ice Hard Art, a non-attributed cultivation method, can be cultivated to the post-golden core stage. The balance shines brightly, and new information floods his mind. The technique boasts 2 significant characteristics. Thousand Illusions, as the name suggests, allows cultivators to manifest ice-based tools of varying forms with their spiritual power. The strength of these ice tools correlates with the cultivator's level. Additionally, this technique reinforces the foundational essence, deepening one's magical power. Each breakthrough in cultivation expands the energy sea and enhances the foundational essence of the cultivator. The multiplier is 11 times. An exponential growth model, truly invincible. The technique does not include minor divine abilities. It may seem illogical, yet it matters little to Li Xuanhuan. He lacks such trivialities. Once he has acquired the primary cultivation method, he promptly begins to transition, or, rather, to re-establish his cultivation. The day of enrollment for the 7 major sects is fast approaching. In other words, he has little time left for cultivation. Chapter 14. The experience of cultivating with an uncommon spiritual root. What is the experience of cultivating with an uncommon spiritual root? Do you think Li Xuanhuan finds joy in it? No. His happiness is beyond the imagination of others. The path of cultivation emphasizes resources, techniques, companions, and environment. The environment refers to the compressed cave dwelling within the Valley of the Divine Hand. Although the valley lacks abundant spiritual energy, it cannot deter those who possess extraordinary talents. In the cultivation chamber, Li Xuanhuan casually tosses 5 low-grade spiritual stones, which land perfectly in an unnamed lamp serving as the focal point of a gathering spirit array. Once the spiritual stones are introduced, the lamp gradually transforms them into spiritual energy. Before long, the concentration of spiritual energy within the chamber rises, rivaling even that of the micro-spiritual vein in the Tainan Valley. Companions are not merely partners in the Tao, they are allies across the myriad realms. A scholar, possessing vast knowledge. The technique is the Thousand Illusions Ice Hard Art. Li Xuanhuan sits cross-legged, entering a meditative state. The first step is to disperse his energy. Re-establishing is not the same as transitioning. To reap the benefits of a technique that deepens one's foundation, re-establishment is essential. The second step is to seek the sensation of energy, instantly achieved. This is one of the joys of possessing an uncommon spiritual root. The disparity among spiritual roots manifests in various aspects. For those without spiritual roots, cultivation is akin to searching for flowers in the mist, elusive and intangible. Individuals with subpar or pseudo-spiritual roots experience similar sentiments, as their cultivation reaches the 4th or 5th levels of qi refining. Merely perceiving the sensation of energy and locating spiritual energy exhausts their strength. The conversion and absorption of that energy become an unattainable goal. Only those with 3 spiritual roots can be considered normal. Previously, Li Xuanhuan was such a case, steadily absorbing spiritual energy. He could perhaps reach the 10th level of qi refining by the time he reaches 80 years of age. With good fortune, a foundational pill would ensure his success. With less luck, he might only reach the 11th level of qi refining. For most cultivators, enhancing their cultivation speed requires 2 methods. One is to enter areas with higher concentrations of spiritual energy, such as joining a sect. The other is to consume medicinal pills, seizing the essence of spiritual herbs to fortify their cultivation. However, the situation is different now. Li Xuanhuan opens his eyes. He has already absorbed the first wisp of spiritual energy into his body, reaching the 1st level of qi refining. A single cup of tea? Not even that. The cultivation of an uncommon spiritual root is simple yet profound. He closes his eyes to continue his practice. 3 hours later, he opens his eyes again. His cultivation remains at the 1st level of qi refining. Naturally, a breakthrough is impossible. Cultivation is not a child's play or a mere game of clicks. This involves the 2nd classification of spiritual roots. Depending on the quality of their spiritual roots, each cultivator requires different amounts of time for cultivation. Previously, with 3 spiritual roots, he could only operate the technique 49 times before feeling discomfort. Now, after performing it 108 times, he only begins to sense discomfort. A tremendous progression. It is akin to 2 students, one with superior aptitude, strong learning abilities, and abundant energy, spending more time studying than the other. In such circumstances, comparing grades is futile. Master Han took 3 years to reach the peak of the 3rd level of qi refining. Li Xuanhuan estimates he will require no more than 3 months. The disparity in spiritual roots is indeed vast. Even ordinary mortals understand that practice leads to true knowledge. Cultivators possess even greater insight. The emphasis on aptitude among cultivators is scientifically justified. Happiness is a matter of comparison. Li Xuanhuan feels happier than Master Han or his former self. Yet it is still not enough. In the dark world of cultivation, every second counts. One can never be certain whether tomorrow will arrive first or if an unforeseen event will occur. Furthermore, with the invasion of the demonic realm, tranquility is but a distant memory. Consequently, Li Xuanhuan aspires to expedite his journey in the realm of cultivation. The enigmatic Master Han has had his ups and downs. He entered the 7 mysterious gate at the tender age of 10, commenced his cultivation journey at 10 and a half, reached the 4th level of Qi refinement by 14, attained the 11th level by 21, and established his foundation by 24. From a mortal to foundation establishment, the pace was remarkably swift, taking merely 13 and a half years. Li Xuanhuan set for himself a modest goal: to eliminate the fractional part of his opponent's cultivation level and ascend to the 13th level of Qi refinement within 3.5 years. If he successfully accomplishes this goal, he will be precisely 21 at that time. However, reflecting on Master Han's journey, at 21 he had reached the 11th level of Qi refinement and could advance no further. Thus he had to choose foundation establishment. Now at 21, if Li Xuanhuan were to reach the 13th level of Qi refinement, what would that imply? It seemed rather unproductive. Therefore, he decided to subtract a year, setting a new target of 2.5 years to achieve the 13th level of Qi refinement. With the goal set, the next step was the path to realization. With the celestial bottle in hand, consuming elixirs appeared to be the most prudent choice. Coincidentally, the third distinguishing feature of spiritual roots lies in their capacity to absorb and transform external spiritual energy. Some individuals, while consuming elixirs, find themselves akin to a pool with both inflow and outflow pipes open, simultaneously refining and increasing their cultivation while allowing spiritual energy to dissipate. This is colloquially termed wastefulness. Fortunately for Li Xuanhuan, his extraordinary spiritual root minimizes such waste. Thus, he engaged in a dual practice of cultivating and consuming elixirs. Exiting his courtyard, he ventured a short distance to a designated agricultural area. The Valley of Divine Hands lay undeveloped, overgrown with weeds, and infested with ants. It seemed that Dr. Mo and Master Han had put considerable effort into cultivating the land. Li Xuanhuan, however, had a different approach. Embodying the essence of an immortal, he had come to enjoy the bounties of life, not to toil in the fields. He found it distasteful. With a smirk, he waved his hand towards the grassy expanse, casting a spell. In an instant, the ground within a 3-acre radius stirred, as small earthworms flipped the soil, uprooting the abundant weeds. First-tier spell, Earth Guiding Technique. Specifically designed for spiritual cultivators, adept at adjusting the soil for spiritual plants and rejuvenating agricultural land. Following this, Li Xuanhuan unleashed several more spells: Cleaning Technique, Object Dispelling Technique, and Sweet Rain Technique, successfully tidying up the 3 acres. In the mortal realm, agriculture is a skilled endeavor reliant on experience. However, in the myriad realms, some employ spells for cultivation. He synthesized the wisdom of various schools, creating a complete set of first-tier spells for spiritual cultivators. The results were promising. One might think his studies were limited to the humanities, but he was, in fact, well-versed in encyclopedic knowledge. At the appropriate moment, Li Xuanhuan retrieved spiritual herb seeds collected from his spatial bag and casually scattered them, ensuring they fell into pre-designated spots. Inciting Technique, enabling spiritual root seeds to sprout and thrive. Thus, the 3 acres of fertile land were planted. 1 acre was dedicated to spiritual herbs essential for foundational enhancement, such as golden essence pills and yellow dragon pills. Another acre was reserved for herbs from other realms, while the final acre was for spiritual rice. First tier, several spiritual rice seeds. Consumption enhances cultivation speed and slightly strengthens the physique. In the mortal world, spiritual rice can merely satiate hunger, akin to a fasting pill. Therefore, is it considered cheating? A minor advantage, perhaps. With a smile, Li Xuanhuan returned to his cave dwelling, where he would only need to cast the Sweet Rain Technique daily. Of course, the most critical aspect remained the time acceleration effect of the celestial bottle, who would diligently farm otherwise. Although the first-tier cave dwelling was modest, it was fully equipped for refining tools, concocting pills, and cultivating, alongside a third of the spiritual field. Li Xuanhuan employed the same spells to plant another seed. Second tier, Cold Jade Fruit Tree, with fruits that can be consumed to amplify the cultivation speed of ice attribute cultivators. Quite remarkable. If only he could obtain a seed of the yellow middle pair, with the celestial bottle in hand, wouldn't he ascend to immortality at once? Perhaps even to the status of a great Luo golden immortal? Regrettably, such seeds were unavailable. Even if they existed, they would be of innate spiritual treasure caliber. Thus, Li Xuanhuan continued to alternate between farming, studying, and martial arts practice while diligently cultivating, leading to rapid advancements in his cultivation. In the world of cultivation, seclusion often spans years. Cultivators sit cross-legged, resembling statues, and in the blink of an eye, several years may pass, resulting in significant cultivation ascension. Li Xuanhuan was unaware of the true nature of high-grade cultivator seclusions, but based on his current experience in the qi refinement phase, such rapid advancement was unattainable. His time for cultivation was limited, dedicating 3 time segments daily to practice, with the remainder for studying and martial arts. In the peace of secluded practice, his cultivation surged rapidly. After 7 days, he reached the 2nd level of qi refinement. 20 days later, he attained the 3rd level. 2 months hence, Li Xuanhuan returned to the 4th level of qi refinement. Within the cave, he opened his eyes, a flicker of regret crossing his gaze. His spiritual awareness returned but had not expanded. Nevertheless, this was to be expected. If he were to re-practice his techniques, it would facilitate the growth of his spiritual awareness. Yet he felt rather limited. Li Xuanhuan extended both hands, forming gestures as if wielding flying knives. With a thought, a mid-grade flying knife materialized in his left hand. His right hand summoned spiritual energy, and instantly, another flying knife appeared out of thin air. Both blades bore identical shapes. However, the latter was crystalline and transparent, resembling ice. This was one of the special effects of his technique, 1,000 transformations. With a mere thought, beads, folding fans, and needles flashed by, ultimately returning to the form of flying knives. His favorite remained the flying knife. Suddenly, the motion ceased, and the flying knives vanished from view. 2 beams of light streaked through the air. Upon inspecting the target for his spell practice, he noted 2 flying knives, one to the left and one to the right, reflecting light under the sun. After examining the target, he concluded that the flying knives composed of spiritual energy were slightly inferior to mid-grade artifacts. This was to be expected. He was only at the 4th level of qi refinement, corresponding to 1st-tier flying knives. Just as the most formidable weapon is a patch, artifacts do not evolve autonomously over time, yet spiritual energy progresses with cultivation. In other words, would Li Xuanhuan's ultimate weapon be the literally flying knife? If he reached the nascent soul stage, would this flying knife also ascend to that level? Remarkable. It would surpass the crafting of artifacts during the core formation stage. Others require nurturing, while he merely focuses on cultivation, allowing the artifacts to strive independently. Simultaneously, Li Xuanhuan discovered another effect of the 1,000 transformations ice heart technique after his spiritual awareness was restored. His foundational strength deepened, fundamentally increasing his cultivation base. Upon breaking through to the 4th level, he experienced a 146-fold enhancement. Quite impressive indeed, since he had previously reached the 4th level of qi refinement. Recultivating was a familiar endeavor. The subsequent stages of cultivation lay in uncharted territory, requiring a touch of external assistance. After 2 months of farming, it was time for harvest. With thoughts swirling, Li Xuanhuan approached the 3 acres of spiritual fields outside his cave. The spiritual fields appeared devoid of vitality. Although the spiritual herbs and rice were plump, they presently looked wilted. Ignoring this, he poured the heavenly transformation dew into a water tank and silently chanted the sweet rain technique. The water in the tank animated, forming a towering water column that then cascaded over the spiritual field, evenly distributing onto each plant. The spiritual plants matured. This was his agricultural expertise. Encapsulated in one word, professionalism, entirely reliant on external advantages. Next came the spiritual rice. Blade edge technique, for harvesting, object dispelling technique, for threshing, and drying technique for sun-drying. After a series of spell applications, he obtained 1,200 pounds of spiritual rice, a truly remarkable yield, achieving the highest output per acre. This is the Jiayuan bottle. Its focus is not on the needs of the spirit rice, but on what it possesses. Within the accelerated passage of time, it reaches the ultimate result without interference from spiritual fields, spiritual energies, pests, and various other disturbances. He and the Jiayuan bottle cultivate land remarkably well. The spatial ring is vast enough to accommodate all the harvests. After gathering the spiritual herbs and spirit rice, Li Xuanhuan first renewed the soil for the next season's planting, then returned to the alchemy room. The spirit rice could be consumed effortlessly, but the spiritual herbs required processing. Alchemy? Is there an industrialized method for alchemy? Li Xuanhuan possessed a piece of heavenly thunder fruit, its trade value comparable to items from the early stage of condensation. The answer is no. Li Xuanhuan had once read about this. in a world where celestial paths intertwined with technology. Even the great figures relied on advanced technology to analyze the reactions occurring in alchemy, refining the formulas to an exquisite degree, down to a few micrograms of certain components. Coincidentally, Li Xuanhuan had a formula in hand, and merely recalling its name brought an odd expression to his face. First tier, chi replenishing powder, effervescent type, with effects of rapid absorption, varying slightly based on individual aptitude. The term effervescent evoked memories of certain miraculous traditional Chinese medicines. It is widely known that cultivators can directly refine elixirs without needing to comprehend or absorb external spiritual energy based on their aptitude. Then, how swift is this effervescent absorption? Does it transcend time and space, directly converting into a cultivator's spiritual power? He wished to test its limits. The effervescent powder was not difficult to concoct. The instructions were quite clear. It merely required certain steps. In this world of celestial technology, though lacking industrialization, foolproof operations were inevitable. As a cultivator, precision was fundamental, and he quickly succeeded in the refinement. When the next day dawned, he promptly brewed and consumed it. The spiritual liquid vanished upon entering his mouth. In its place, spiritual energy surged throughout his body. He merely needed to circulate his energy, and the spiritual energy flowed within him like a returning wanderer. 3 hours later, the limit of cultivation arrived. Li Xuanhuan opened his eyes, his pupils dilating in astonishment. Which cultivator has not consumed elixirs? No cultivator has ever fully absorbed the effects of an elixir in a single day. This was not mere indulgence. It was an accumulation of values. Yet, the chi replenishing powder achieved just that. What could this be called? Mom no longer needs to worry about my cultivation progress. The reputation of the celestial technology world was indeed well-deserved. According to Li Xuanhuan's estimation, he would only need about 20 days to break through to the 5th layer of chi refinement. The speed from the 2nd to the 3rd layer was not much different. Now he was at the 4th layer of chi refinement. How could this be? Absurd. Without wasting time, Li Xuanhuan continued his seclusion. If all went well, in 20 days, he would advance to the 5th layer of chi refinement. 2 months later, he reached the 6th layer. 4 months later, Li Xuanhuan entered the late stage of chi refinement, achieving the 7th layer. This year, he turned 18. Since arriving at Sanxia Mountain and dedicating himself to cultivation, only 10 months had passed. With 2.5 years remaining to reach his goal of the 13th layer of chi refinement, the target no longer seemed distant. Above Shinshou Valley, the sun and moon alternated, and the seasons turned. Another year had passed unknowingly. On this day, at Xiushui Peak, a waterfall cascaded down into a pool. Above the intertwining of the pool and the shore, a corridor led to a pavilion. A young man with a single strand of hair sat upright on a mat beneath the pavilion. It was Li Xuanhuan, who had just broken through to the 10th layer of chi refinement. In profound stillness, he moved to practice martial arts beneath Xiushui Peak. As he circulated his technique, his fists turned frost-colored, striking through the air to freeze the waterfall in an instant. First-tier martial art, Heavenly Frost Fist. Following the Wind God Leg, he exchanged for the Heavenly Frost Fist, the Cloud-Pushing Palm, and the second-tier secret technique, 3 parts returning vital energy. Suddenly, his gaze shifted, and he punched toward a certain spot on the shore, startling a fellow cultivator. The person exclaimed, "Friend, misunderstandings abound." Chapter 16. At Guanjingku, Yangjian beneath Xiushui Peak. With Li Xuanhuan's strike, a burly man with a square face jumped out. He exclaimed, "Friend, we're on the same side." Seeing that Li Xuanhuan did not continue to attack, the man burst into hearty laughter, showing no signs of defense as he walked into the corridor. Raising his arms, he respectfully folded his fingers, saying, "Friend, please. I am Yifeng from Feiyuan Mountain in Jingzhou." Li Xuanhuan assessed the burly man, who seemed to be around 30. Standing over 8 feet tall, with thick brows and large eyes, his hair unkempt, exuding the aura of a rugged hero that instantly elicited goodwill. Yifeng, Xiaofeng. The world of cultivation is not solely about battles. Perhaps he is indeed a good person. Li Xuanhuan returned the greeting and introduced himself. Yangjian from Guanjingku in Lanzhou. The Yang family of Guanjingku? Yifeng paused, having never heard of it. However, the cultivation world changed rapidly, so it was not surprising. He remained unconcerned, laughing heartily while praising Li Xuanhuan's recent spell. "Friend, your water-based technique is truly remarkable," mistakenly interpreting Li Xuanhuan's martial attack as a water spell. This was not unexpected. Li Xuanhuan himself thought so. The Heavenly Frost Fist could not summon celestial phenomena, yet there were indeed changes within the water's spiritual power. One could only say, the wisdom of mortals is boundless. However, now it was all his wisdom. Regarding the burly man's praise, Li Xuanhuan humbly accepted. You flatter me, friend. I appreciate your straightforwardness. The man's face brightened further, and he took out his own table and chairs, setting them up in the corridor. Mimicking Li Xuanhuan, he sat cross-legged without pretense, saying, Friend, may I trouble you for a cup of wine? I happen to have some fine wine from Lanzhou. As Li Xuanhuan poured the wine, he pondered how this man did not fear poisoning. Truly a Qiao Feng, so bold as to have no defenses at all, who said mortals are the dark side of the cultivation world. He seemed to encounter nothing but good people. In this splendid moment, the two of them began to drink together. The conversation soon turned to recent significant events in the cultivation world of Yue Country. The burly man spoke, and Li Xuanhuan listened. To discuss recent events, the topic centered on the grand ceremony of the 7 major sects recruiting disciples from a year ago, where the Yue sect received a genius with an extraordinary spiritual root. A genius with an extraordinary spiritual root? Li Xuanhuan inquired. Indeed, Yifeng said, unable to conceal his yearning as he spoke enviously. Extraordinary spiritual roots appear once in 10 or 20 years. Is that not a genius? He possesses an ice spiritual root and is also a genius? Li Xuanhuan eagerly poured more wine and asked, the sect recruits thousands of disciples each year, with the lowest being 3 spiritual roots. Logically, the extraordinary spiritual roots should not be scarce. Not scarce. They are quite rare. Yifeng glanced at Li Xuanhuan, thinking that if it were not for his young age and the 10th layer of qi refinement, he would have thought him a loose cultivator. At that moment, he felt that this young Master Yang lacked experience, and began to educate him. Friend Yang, you only know one side and not the other. Among the thousands of disciples recruited by the sect, the minimum is 3 spiritual roots, but the maximum is merely dual spiritual roots. Spiritual roots are predestined. Even within cultivation families, through generations, they can only ensure that most offspring possess spiritual roots. As for the quality of spiritual roots, it is not up to anyone. If 3 spiritual roots are 1 in 10,000, then dual spiritual roots are 1 in 100 million. In the realm of new disciples, those possessing dual spiritual roots are notably absent, largely due to the preponderance of individuals hailing from established golden core families. The concept of extraordinary spiritual roots? Such a treasure indeed. Li Xuanhuan felt a surge of joy, almost as if he were being praised. However, a sudden thought of senior brother Lu, the talented wind spiritual root who was slain by the old demon Han, cast a shadow of doubt over him. The rarity of extraordinary spiritual roots made the silent demise of such a talent perplexing. Friend Yi, could it be possible that the extraordinary spiritual root was killed without the sect reacting? It is conceivable, Yifeng replied, his hand trembling slightly as he raised his cup. Either you are of the golden core stage, or your family is a golden core family. A genius who has perished, after all, cannot be considered a genius. It is widely acknowledged that the probability of achieving the golden core with extraordinary spiritual roots is quite high, yet it remains merely a probability. The golden core stage is a tangible reality, and the distinction is not particularly challenging to discern. Li Xuanhuan sighed, recognizing the mortal realm as a tale of second-generation cultivators, akin to an alternate version of the journey to the west. The fallen might be geniuses, but they could not be mere pawns of influential backgrounds. The horror of Chen Xiaoqian weighed heavily on him. Li Xuanhuan's appetite waned, uncertain if he could partake of this meal. If all else fails, he could always endure. And Dong Xin'er would suffice. Friend, Yang is it? Ah, I beg your pardon for my abruptness. Please do not take offense. Li Xuanhuan feigned admiration, expressing, extraordinary spiritual roots are indeed wonderful. Yifeng concurred. Indeed, who wouldn't desire extraordinary spiritual roots? He shook his head, shifting the topic. Are you aware of the Ascension Conference in 2 years? This, I truly do not know. Haha, it is quite normal for you to be unaware. Seeing Li Xuanhuan concede, Yifeng felt it was only natural. Friend Yang, as members of a cultivation family, upon reaching the 10th level of Qi training, we can enter the sect unconditionally. I presume your family has already made arrangements. However, the scattered cultivators face a different reality, as they must strive for a slim chance to enter the sect. He did not specify what that chance entailed, but Li Xuanhuan understood it was the opportunity for foundation building. What do you imply, friend? The cultivation world of the Yue Kingdom appears vast, yet it is quite small, unable to accommodate too many cultivators. Today, this scattered cultivator gains a little, and tomorrow, another scattered cultivator gains a little. What then is left for our cultivation families? Thus, the Ascension Conference is merely a fade, in truth. It is also a hunting ground where we aim to restore a semblance of purity to the cultivation realm of the Yue Kingdom. Yifeng spoke with conviction, causing Li Xuanhuan's heart to chill. The decade-long Ascension Conference is indeed the foundation upon which scattered cultivators aspire to ascend. How grim it is that they are not spared even in such dire circumstances. Li Xuanhuan hesitated. He was but an 18-year-old child. Friend, this seems rather inappropriate. Yi Feng's gaze sharpened, devoid of the earlier camaraderie, and he spoke with a chilling tone. Your youth is understandable, but scattered cultivators are deserving of their fate. Scattered cultivators? More like bandits. Our cultivation families cultivate spirit fields and raise spirit beasts, while scattered cultivators do not engage in productive pursuits, only seeking to plunder. We are the ones doing good. While there was merit to his argument, Li Xuanhuan chose not to listen to one side alone. The two parties were at odds. Scattered cultivators accused cultivation families of tyranny, leveraging their backgrounds to extort. Li Xuanhuan waved his hand. Friend, I merely sought to escape the troubles at home and see the world. I will not participate in this hunting conference. In the mortal realm, dark schemes abound. And he felt vulnerable with his still low cultivation. Upon hearing Li Xuanhuan's refusal, Yi Feng frowned, then relaxed, exclaiming, Your kind heart is commendable. He took a sip of his drink, then suddenly inquired, Friend, may I ask which sect you wish to join? Naturally, it is the Spirit Beast Mountain. What? Spirit Beast Mountain? Yi Feng abruptly stood, drawing a high-quality long sword from his storage bag, his fury palpable. The Spirit Beast Mountain is the sworn enemy of my Yi family. Any of my kin who encounters it must be slain. Li Xuanhuan dodged the sword and leaped from the corridor, alarmed, hastily explaining, Friend, I was just jesting. In truth, I wish to join the Hidden Moon sect. What? The Hidden Moon sect? I have always despised those men and women of ill repute. Li Xuanhuan fell silent, sensing that Yi Feng was genuinely intent on his death. Even if he named 7 sects, Yi Feng would surely find 7 reasons to justify his animosity. In that case, friend, may your journey be swift. Chapter 17, A Decadal Cataclysm. This is the Ascension Conference, Yang Jian. If you possess any skill, do not flee. If you have the ability, do not pursue. At the foot of Shoshui Peak, Yi Feng wielded a high-quality long sword to launch a ranged assault on Li Xuanhuan. His strikes were precise, yet the sword seemed to lack focus. I cannot land a hit. Li Xuanhuan stood upon the surface of the pond, seemingly suspended in midair, gazing at Yi Feng. His body motionless, until suddenly, one leg kicked upward. The long sword narrowly missed. This was not a matter of martial arts, but rather an application of personal agility. As the saying goes, one comprehends the meaning after reading a book 100 times, and martial arts is not vastly different. Through years of cultivation, Li Xuanhuan discovered his unique combat style. Cultivating relies on spiritual awareness, while martial arts depend on sight and intuition. Thus, in battle, he discarded the flamboyant, keeping his gaze fixed on the opponent. When facing a cultivator, these 3 elements combined. Once he discerned the opponent's attack methods, evasion became a simple matter, mastering spatial awareness with finesse. If the opponent's attack range was small, he merely needed a slight shift or to subtly redirect the opponent's weapon. A wider attack range. He had not yet encountered such a challenge. Given his ability to fly and his wind godleg technique, he was more than capable. Other cultivators, unless exceedingly confident, would either utilize wind techniques or evasive maneuvers or rely on defensive artifacts to withstand the blows. In short, Li Xuanhuan's approach was one of elegance. However, this also resulted in a consequence that some could not endure, such as the current Yi Feng. Older than Li Xuanhuan by many years, and having practiced qi training for an extended period, he prided himself on his experience, yet found himself unable to subdue the youth. Frustrated to see his opponent maintain such grace, he declared, Yang Jian, you must die today. He retracted his long sword, replacing it with a flying dagger, an exquisite artifact. Li Xuanhuan blinked, eyes gleaming at the sight of this treasure. The dagger bore the familiar shape of a willow leaf, its wooden handle adorned with a tassel of yellow and red threads. Yet, one thing puzzled him. Friend Yi, why pursue my life when Yang Jian merely declined your hunting invitation? Humph, do not feign ignorance, Yi Feng scoffed. Moments ago, we drank together. Your outward kindness belied a readiness to defend yourself. Surely, you harbored intentions against me as well. Li Xuanhuan's heart sank. His posture was a reflex from years of martial training, not a conscious defense. Furthermore, you intended to kill me while drinking? How devious. Perhaps sensing Li Xuanhuan's thoughts, Yi Feng smirked and admitted, Indeed, I came here with the intention of ending your life. Why? Because despite your youth, your cultivation is profound, and your spells are formidable. Friend, do not play coy. Our objectives align. Yi Feng licked his lips, resembling a bloodthirsty predator eyeing Li Xuanhuan. This hunting conference is not solely for hunting scattered cultivators. It It also targets the geniuses of other clans, and you happen to be one of them. Though Yi Feng did not complete his thought, Li Xuanhuan grasped the underlying implication, causing him further trepidation at the weight of the words spoken. The Ascension Conference is not merely a hunt for rogue cultivators, but also for prodigies such as themselves. It is crucial to recognize that the identity he previously constructed was that of a scion from a renowned cultivation family. Thus, it follows that the Ascension Conference serves as a trial for these families, where a single misstep could sever their lineage and heritage. This notion seems quite plausible. In the realm of mortal cultivators, without such a battle, would not the cultivation families be destined to have endless generations, spanning millennia? The 7 major sects send forth their disciples every 5 years, with a cohort of 1,000 each time. With such a considerable number of disciples, it is implausible for them to all pass away quietly. Most will inevitably return to their roots or establish new families. Consequently, while the kingdom of Yue is vast, it is also constrained. Without an ample supply of spiritual veins, competition becomes inevitable, leading to conflict and bloodshed. Survival of the fittest prevails. Every decade, turmoil erupts, and the heavens unleash their wrath. It is no wonder that this dark world of cultivation is so treacherous. It appears he has chosen wisely in seeking to join a sect. Today, he takes pride in his affiliation. Cultivators possess profound insight and swift thoughts. In an instant, Li Xuanhua comprehended the circumstances and chose to refrain from further words. The conflict between the two parties is an irreconcilable clash of principles, leaving no alternative but to engage in battle. Yi Feng, unaware that Li Xuanhua is merely a rogue cultivator, seized the moment when he sensed his distraction, immediately summoning his flying dagger to attack. Losing focus in battle can lead to one's demise, Yang Daoyu. The exceptional artifact is indeed extraordinary, its speed multiplying exponentially as it hurtled towards Li Xuanhua's face. With a flicker of thought, Li Xuanhua conjured a 5-layered ice shield that took form instantaneously, standing between him and the dagger. The dagger pierced the first layer, then the second. Despite the artifact's power, it afforded him a fleeting moment. With a swift motion, he shaped his hand into a palm and struck forth, conjuring a dense fog in an instant. Yi Feng, witnessing this, smirked, deeming it futile. However, in the very next moment, his eyes widened in shock. Where had the man gone? Why could his divine sense not penetrate the fog? In the next heartbeat, a figure emerged from the mist, spinning midair and launching a lightning-fast kick. Yi Feng attempted to evade, but instinct warned him that escape was impossible. He could only conjure a superior artifact shield to place before him. The next instant, a tremendous force surged through the shield. He was compelled to retreat, dissipating the force, and soared to the top of a pavilion. As he turned to face Li Xuanhua, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. What kind of spell was this? Which sect did this person belong to, exhibiting such ferocity? Seizing the opportunity, Li Xuanhua refrained from verbosity, executing a slow yet incisive foot technique. Yi Feng could only struggle to withstand the onslaught. Viewed from a distance, one would perceive Li Xuanhua's speed reaching its zenith, launching a barrage of kicks from all directions, creating an illusion of countless white phantoms. Fellow cultivator, please, there has been a misunderstanding, Yi Feng implored, gritting his teeth as he retrieved a talisman from his storage bag. The next moment, a golden bell enveloped him in protection. He was the leader of the Yi family, tasked with hunting down disciples from other families during this slaughter conference. Given the scarcity of resources in the realm, he had only brought this protective talisman from his family, an intermediate-level talisman, the Golden Bell Talisman. Only cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage could breach its defenses. Li Xuanhua recognized this limitation. Fellow cultivator, you cannot harm me. Why not call it a day? Yi Feng regained some courage, yet secretly resolved to summon the Foundation establishment patriarch upon his return to annihilate Yang Jian. Cease? Li Xuanhua was no fool and would not acquiesce. Very well, as long as you can withstand my next move. Yi Feng sighed in relief, thinking the opponent was merely backing down. In an instant, Yang Jian swung his arms, summoning countless droplets from a nearby pool, which surged toward him as if responding to his command, swiftly forming a water sphere. In a flash, the water sphere was upon him. He instinctively glanced at the Golden Bell Talisman, only to find it shattered. What sorcery is this? Then, a flash of white light crossed his vision. He was dead. Chapter 18. Talisman? No, it's a magical artifact. Yi Feng clutched his neck, blood seeping between his fingers. In the next heartbeat, his pupils dilated, and his body crumpled to the ground. The culprit, a mid-grade flying dagger. Dead. A 10th-layer chi refinement cultivator perished so abruptly? Li Xuanhua could hardly believe it. He decisively summoned a low-grade artifact, the Qingfeng sword, gently prodding the body. No response. It seemed he was truly deceased. In truth, the opponent's demise was not unjust. The cloud-piercing palm had disrupted his divine sense, followed by the wind god leg's surprise attack. As a standout technique among first-tier martial arts, any ordinary chi refinement cultivator would have succumbed long ago. Yi Feng's strong combat awareness, coupled with the life-saving second-tier talisman, had afforded him a narrow escape. Though the second-tier talisman possessed some of the might of a nascent foundation establishment cultivator, Li Xuanhua had his own methods. Second-tier secret technique, 3 points of returning essence. How fortuitous. Once the talisman was breached, the rest would be straightforward. The heavenly frost fist would bind and delay his movements, culminating in a lethal strike from the little leaf flying dagger. This series of attacks would falter against a genuine foundation establishment cultivator, yet against a chi refinement cultivator. It was a matter of life and death. With the battle concluded, it was time to reap the rewards. That exceptional flying dagger was a prized possession and now belonged to him. Li Xuanhua stepped forward, appearing to teleport to a corridor several meters away. He would refrain from retrieving the dagger for the moment, as doing so would be excessively costly and messy. Storage bag, come to me. With a flicker of thought, the storage bag flew into his grasp. Weighing heavily and bulging, it undoubtedly contained significant treasures. He could not help but glance at Yi Feng's lifeless form. Good man. My fellow cultivator. Let us ensure you leave no remains. Fireball technique. Just as he was about to unleash it, an idea struck him. He peeled back the collar of Yi Feng's clothing. Upon inspection, he could hardly suppress a grin. Goodness, everyone seems to be a treasure hoarder. Yi Feng was no exception, adorned with 4 storage bags on his chest, 2 above and 2 below, along with a bulging bag at his waist. It appeared that Yi Feng, too, had committed murder before, reaping substantial rewards. His death was indeed not in vain. He was merely following the path of righteousness. The fireball technique was unleashed, and in the blink of an eye, all traces of him vanished. No remains, not even ashes. No need for thanks. Satisfaction radiated from Li Xuanhua as he turned to return to the cave of divine hands. The exceptional flying dagger and mid-grade flying dagger obediently nestled into his storage bag. The spoils of murder and arson had certainly yielded fruitful results this time. Within the cave, 9 storage bags lay before him, and Li Xuanhua felt a thrill akin to unboxing a surprise. Tension and excitement filled the air. When in doubt, he chose the one in the middle. As expected, this method bore fruit. Superior artifact, longsword. A standard artifact, its design and function quite ordinary. Exceptional artifact, Lingfeng sword, speed enhancement. Its elongated form measured 2 fingers wide. It seemed that only exceptional artifacts were of high quality and custom-made. After carefully examining each item, akin to weighing goods on a scale, he found a total of 4 exceptional artifacts and 17 superior artifacts. There were none among the low and mid-grade artifacts. He surmised that the disciples of the immortal cultivation families hunted by Yi Feng must possess extraordinary worth, as even mid-grade magical tools would be beneath them. Quite satisfactory indeed. Yi Feng himself likely harbored a compulsive nature, as his storage bags brimmed with magical artifacts. Within the next 3 bags he opened, he discovered spiritual herbs, materials for refining, and spiritual mines, along with martial arts secrets and spells, but alas, no cultivation techniques. This was something that the seasoned immortal cultivator, Li Xuanhua, understood well. Who would dare to practice another's techniques, especially those scavenged from someone else's storage bag? The law does not allow for 6 ears. Cultivation techniques have always been passed down through oral tradition. The adage, a true transmission in a single phrase, a family legacy in 1,000 volumes, is a genuine reflection of the immortal cultivation realm. Not all cultivators are normal individuals. According to Li Xuanhua's knowledge, there once existed a perverse figure in the state of Yu who forged ancient cultivation caves, luring treasure seekers with the promise of techniques. The outcome was predictable. Those who believed they had acquired divine skills either ended up as fools or were easily tracked down and exterminated. In comparison, the Emperor of Yu and the Black Sha sect could be considered rare exemplars of virtue. Had the Emperor of Yu possessed a hint of that perversion, printing 100,000 copies of the Xianyin scripture for the Qi refinement stage, the results would have been twofold. Either bloodthirsty cultivators would come knocking, or they would become part of the Black Sha sect. There was no third option. Of course, there were genuine, good-hearted individuals. For instance, in the original narrative, the infamous Han Laoma often ventured out with techniques in hand, as did Lin Shixiao, the young master of the Qian Bamboo sect. Yet, their cases were incomparable. Both lacked a sense of security or harbored secrets, always prepared for a hasty retreat. The remaining storage bags, which Li Xuanhuan anticipated might hold some surprises, proved to be a miscalculation. They contained low to mid-grade magical tools, worthless refining scraps, and even discarded pills. This Yifeng was meticulous, sparing not a single trifle, gathering everything from those he had slain. Well, after all, for a mortal cultivator, resources are scarce. Nevertheless, all of it now belonged to him. To prosper, to amass wealth. These were stolen goods, and Li Xuanhuan could not directly use them, such as that exquisite flying dagger. Anyone familiar would recognize it at a glance. This would invite enmity, attracting both the weak and the strong. Li Xuanhuan considered himself a scholar who favored prudence and stability. Thus, the magical tools needed to be cleansed of their taint. While other cultivators would have to seek out a master craftsman for this process, praying that the functionality would not diminish upon transformation, his situation was different. The balance was set in motion. First up was the exquisite flying dagger. Second-tier exquisite magical tool, the dragon-slaying flying dagger. Crafted primarily from the sharpest spikes of the foundational stage demon beast, a weapon of unparalleled sharpness. Li Xuanhuan, with his expansive vision, understood that each exquisite magical tool possessed its unique advantages. The dragon-slaying flying dagger? Mediocre. To acquire the pinnacle among exquisite magical tools, he resolved to bet everything. He relinquished a plethora of refining materials, spiritual herbs, high-grade magical tools, and most mid to low-grade magical tools, along with techniques. In an instant, his inventory was depleted. Yet, the outcome did not disappoint him. Second-tier exquisite magical tool, the nameless flying dagger, a failed creation by a certain core formation individual, possessing a hint of core formation capability. A hint of core formation capability? What a description. A talismanic treasure? Li Xuanhuan rejoiced. Talismanic treasures are rare and cannot be purchased. In the original story, Han Laoma obtained a talismanic treasure thanks to his millennium-old spiritual herbs, which even Yuan Ing cultivators coveted. Trading was the norm, while Han Laoma thrived through reckless endeavors. Others might not be so fortunate. Li Xuanhuan certainly would not sell his millennium-old spiritual herbs, lest he be dissected immediately. The value of talismanic treasures is evident. This flying dagger was even more formidable, an unrestricted talismanic treasure. It was settled. In the next moment, the flying dagger appeared in his hand. Its exterior remained unchanged, yet its aura was entirely different. Even if Yifeng himself were present, he would not recognize it as his own. The nameless flying dagger? Li Xuanhuan bestowed upon it a melodious name, Little Li Flying Dagger. It is well known that foundational cultivators also wield exquisite magical tools. Thus, one can imagine that until he reached the core formation stage, this flying dagger would serve as his hidden ace. Counting the magical tools on his person, the Qingguang soft sword served as his martial arts trump card, while the Little Li Flying Dagger was his secret weapon. And the only one he could display was the low-grade Qingfeng sword. He was no longer a mere fourth-layer Qi refinement rookie. He could wield superior offensive magical tools. Therefore, the balance was set in motion once more. Chapter 19. The Handsome Man, Second. Who dares claim first? Chapter 19. The Handsome Man, I am second. Who dares claim first? On the other end of the balance, countless phantoms of magical tools flickered by. Li Xuanhuan pondered what sort of magical tool he should choose. The words of his companion, Yifeng, echoed in his mind. A year prior, the 7 major sects opened their doors wide, eagerly recruiting disciples. Following the 5-year recruitment pattern, the next disciple recruitment ceremony would take place in 4 years. Coincidentally, the Ascension Conference was set to occur in 2 years. Hence, a question arose. Should he join a sect through the recruitment ceremony in 4 years, or through the Ascension Conference? First and foremost, it must be clarified that regardless of which path he chooses, he cannot escape the calamity of the Ascension Conference, since he must confront the decadal cycle of catastrophe. Why not participate in the Ascension Conference? Otherwise, wouldn't that be a futile endeavor? Moreover, there is a crucial point. In cultivation, time is of the essence. If he joins a sect normally 4 years from now, the sect promises that those with extraordinary spiritual roots will be prioritized for foundational cultivation. A play on words, understood by those in the know. Prioritized for foundational cultivation, this priority carries significant weight. Above it, there may even be first in foundational cultivation, qualified foundational cultivation. Yet that is not all. After joining a sect, normal cultivators undergo a probationary period of 2 to 3 years. For example, in the original narrative, Yanjia's heavenly spiritual root had joined the sect from a young age, yet the sect delayed his foundational cultivation time and again. Talents are fine, but they must be confirmed as their own. They have no desire to dress another's bride. If Li Xuanhuan chooses the Ascension Conference, he would not face such issues. He could join the sect 2 years in advance and immediately obtain a foundational elixir. The genuine time difference between the two paths is far from 2 years. Having reached the 10th layer of chi refinement, he did not wish to squander years before reaching foundational cultivation. Thus, Li Xuanhuan decided to participate in the Ascension Conference, subsequently joining a sect. To prepare for the stage battles at the Ascension Conference and to face the impending calamity, he resolved to arm himself thoroughly. Offensive magical tools, defensive magical tools, or a combination of both. With a thought, an array of magical tools appeared on one end of the balance. Second-tier exquisite magical tool. The oil paper umbrella, excellent for both offense and defense. Its design was reminiscent of a traditional oil paper umbrella, exuding an antique charm. Imagine a peerless beauty wielding an umbrella in the rain, defending against ambushes, concealed behind the umbrella while launching peculiar attacks. It could also be collapsed and used as a staff. Handsome, yet merely handsome. High emotional intelligence, capable in both defense and offense. Low emotional intelligence, lacking in both aspects. In summary, it was mediocre. Pass. Second-tier exquisite magical tool, the JNGJDO, the foremost wicked weapon of Fusong, boasting extreme offensive power. Li Xuanhuan recognized it instantly, knowing it was from Fengyun. Its appearance met the standards. However, its flaw was ominous. This dagger was most infamous for severing hair. Next, the second-tier exquisite magical artifact, the Cloud Water Banner, significantly enhances the power of water-based spells. It allows for long-range attacks, mimicking objects to engage the enemy, and possesses a certain degree of defensive capability. Its appearance bears some resemblance to the bewildering banner wielded by Brother Liu in the original work. Yet this is a spear, a short spear, measuring just over 2 meters, suitable for close combat from horseback. It presents an aesthetically pleasing effect, as is well known. While spears excel in offense, they often lack in defense. Brother Liu fell victim to this flaw, succumbing to a single thrust from the old Demon Han. Additionally, given that Li Xuanhuan is more adept with the sword, this choice suits him perfectly. Why concern oneself with defense? A weapon for offense, why seek protection? Is this not an undue burden on the honest man? In a flash of brilliance, a gilded silver spear materialized in Li Xuanhuan's hand. He thrust the spear with one hand, and the air seemed to roar in response, transforming the spear into a water dragon that leapt forth with ferocity. In an instant, the water dragon reached the pool beneath Xiushui Peak, reverting back to its spear form. Under the sunlight, the spear tip sparkled with radiant brilliance. The spear's end was gripped firmly by Li Xuanhuan. A fine spear, a commendable skill and lightness. A perfect match. Li Xuanhuan regarded the spear with satisfaction. Suddenly, with a twist of his hand, a flag materialized from beneath the spearhead. The flag was adorned with intricate water cloud patterns, revealing the full visage of the Cloud Water Banner. With a flick of the banner, it unleashed a swift ice spell towards the waterfall, the speed of which was astonishing. The waterfall was instantaneously frozen, remaining so for 3 seconds before shattering. Simultaneously, Li Xuanhuan returned to his cave dwelling to select a defensive artifact. In the mundane world, creativity is often lacking, and defensive artifacts are typically limited to bells or shields. However, he was different. After careful consideration, he acquired something unique. The second-tier exquisite magical artifact. The Frostfox hairpin boasts exceptional defensive capabilities. Soon after, Li Xuanhuan stood before a mirror, lifting his gaze. In the reflection, a hair accessory resembling fox ears appeared behind his head. The edges were silver, with sheer fabric in the center, each side adorned with dual fox ears. It was the perfect accessory for his hairstyle. He had already envisioned wearing the Sanshan Fei Feng crown during his coming-of-age ceremony at 20. Though the Frostfox hairpin may seem inconspicuous, its protective power is formidable and highly convenient. By merely channeling his energy into it, the hairpin automatically radiates light, safeguarding his entire body. As it does not require conscious manipulation, it functions as if he were wielding a magical artifact directly. In other words, Li Xuanhuan is able to command another magical artifact simultaneously. In the chi refining stage, this advantage is significant. As long as his opponent cannot breach the exquisite magical artifact, he can attack with confidence. Naturally, where evasion is possible, he will avoid confrontation. He has no desire to personally test the artifact's defensive capabilities. After exchanging for these 2 exquisite magical artifacts, the remaining 4 artifacts and spoils dissipated, and he even supplemented them with some medicinal pills. However, the exchange was worth it. High-end items are increasingly valuable, and the more one possesses, the more they are appreciated. Were it in the hands of the old Demon Han, it would require a millennium's worth of spiritual herbs to acquire, and even spirit stones would not suffice. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he adorned himself with all the magical artifacts. The exquisite frost fox hairpin styled his hair, the exquisite Xunyan soft sword was secured around his waist. With the little flying dagger hanging below, he stood upon a cloud, wielding the exquisite cloud water banner. His visage was striking, with a demeanor of elegance. Li Xuanhuan surveyed his appearance and could not help but bow to his reflection in the mirror. At the mouth of the Jianjiang, Li Xuanhuan greets you, fellow Taoist. Truly handsome, among the finest of the 4 top-tier magical artifacts. With such a stature, even the affluent disciples of sects would look up to him in admiration. Yet, on the surface, Li Xuanhuan remained an unremarkable minor cultivator, wielding a low-tier Qingfeng sword and a mid-tier flying dagger. To be honest, this was excessively modest. At that moment, he found himself anticipating the impending catastrophe before the Ascension Conference. All he desired was to acquire some magical artifacts. What fault was there in that? A single superior artifact and an exquisite artifact would perfectly align with his identity as a rogue cultivator. Once he joined a sect, revealing his trump card of exquisite artifacts would not be surprising. The Ascension Conference was still 2 years away and was currently in its preparatory phase. Meanwhile, Li Xuanhuan's cultivation was slightly lagging, having just broken through to the 10th level. His goal was to reach the 12th level within a year and a half, coinciding with his originally scheduled retreat in Shunshou Valley. In the days that followed, he continued his secluded cultivation without unforeseen disturbances. The disappearance of Yi Feng did not cause significant repercussions as chaos reigned. With the Ascension Conference approaching, the entire kingdom of Yu was in disarray. In Lanzhou, Jia Mountain, and beyond, Yu Zitong, constrained by his aptitude, progressed slowly in his cultivation, being compelled to engage in battle to obtain resources. Unbeknownst to him, a mortal martial artist had set his sights on him, Mo Jiren. Chapter 20. The mighty body cultivator weighing 1,000 jin? Not even a layer in body refinement, just trash. Li Xuanhuan's achievements in cultivation were not as anticipated. After 10 months, his cultivation remained at the 12th level of qi refining. There was no notion of being in the early stages of the 12th level, nor was he at the peak of perfection. Rather, he was somewhere in between. While he feigned dissatisfaction, it was, in truth, quite beyond his expectations. It had been precisely 2.5 years since he arrived at Shunshou Valley for secluded cultivation, progressing from the 4th level of qi refining to the 12th. And he had done so as a rogue, essentially starting from zero. This pace of cultivation, when compared to the mortal realm, was indeed explosive. Even Taoist Qingwen would be left astonished. Different fates for similar individuals. It is as simple as that when one is blessed. The accelerated cultivation speed due to his extraordinary spiritual roots, combined with an uninterrupted supply of medicinal pills, energy tonics, spiritual rice, and spiritual fruits, made this speed less surprising. The mortal world is one that values resources. While Li Xuanhuan appears to be a rogue cultivator, he is actually afforded better treatment than those with heavenly spiritual roots in sects that prioritize cultivation. In the original text, Zhong Wenyang established her foundation at 16. While he was already 19 and only at the 12th level of qi refining, it seemed reasonable, did it not? Li Xuanhuan left the cultivation chamber and stepped into the courtyard. It must be said that the air at the 12th level of qi refining was distinctly sweeter. Having reached this stage, further advancement in cultivation would require a certain amount of time. The awkwardness lay in the fact that the Ascension Conference was set to occur in 6 months. Although the effects of the energy tonic persisted, they no longer met his needs. It was time to seek out stronger medicinal pills. Li Xuanhuan pondered why no gift-bearing boy had come to bestow treasures upon him. Each acquisition had always marked the beginning of his rapid progress. He gambled that there might be someone who would deliver goods to him on his upcoming journey. To avoid delaying his entry into a sect, Li Xuanhuan decided to depart. His destination was Jianzhou. The Ascension Conference is hosted in rotation by the 7 major sects, with this occasion being organized by Huangfeng Valley. While he was unaware of the specific marketplace or arena, heading towards populated areas would surely yield results. Before embarking, he first tidied up Shunshou Valley. With a single step, he exited the cave and silently recited the command to retract. He witnessed the courtyard, which had seamlessly blended into its surroundings, suddenly break free, transforming as if shifting from 3 dimensions to 2, and in the next moment, it re-wrapped itself into the shape of a pill. The pill floated towards him, vanishing abruptly when it neared his hand. Silent and unseen, it was indeed a spatial ring. The 2 truly deserve their reputation as essential items for home and travel. They are exceedingly convenient. Lastly, he possessed 3 acres of fertile land, pouring the celestial transformation dew from the celestial bottle into a water bucket. He silently recited the sweet rain technique. The water surged skyward, enveloping the spirit rice before cascading down. Before long, the spirit rice ripened, yielding another 1,200 pounds. Nearby, the spirit herbs were not yet 30 years old. Anticipating the passage of time, he had deliberately nurtured the spirit rice to mature first, for it could not be left unfinished. As for the herbs, they had yet to reach the optimal age for alchemy. But crafting some foundational elixirs to sell to wandering cultivators was indeed feasible. While he held little regard for them, the wandering cultivators cherished them dearly, given their precious nature. It was not unreasonable for him to exchange a few for treasures. Thus, he profited once more, collecting everything into his spatial ring. He placed the Qingfeng sword and the mid-grade flying knife into his storage bag, pondering for a moment before adding some spirit stones. Although the spatial ring was splendid, akin to a magical artifact, responsive to his thoughts, and effortlessly summoned his tools, he outwardly appeared to be an unremarkable small cultivator. In a world where every cultivator utilized storage bags, could he afford to be exceptional? Perhaps, but caution demanded a disguise. Having completed his harvest, Li Xuanhuan employed the object manipulation technique to command various mundane weeds, invoking the sweet rain technique once more. Though the spiritual energy was nearly depleted to the weeds, it was akin to a miraculous elixir, causing them to flourish wildly. Soon, the 3 acres of fertile land regained their former glory. Li Xuanhuan nodded. Protecting the natural environment was a shared responsibility. It was hard work, and it fell to him to undertake it. With this, his secluded practice on Caishiao Mountain concluded, and he set forth. In Jingzhou, along a desolate official road, a horse-drawn carriage appeared around the corner, gradually approaching. The horse was remarkably majestic. Strangely, no one drove the carriage, yet it deftly avoided stones and other obstacles. Mundane goods, a fine steed, truly an old horse knows its way, capable only of executing simple commands. Inside the carriage, Li Xuanhuan set aside his book and rubbed his nose, not due to the horse, but because someone lurked beyond the heavens. In the woods beside the official road, hidden from the naked eye, 2 brothers trailed the carriage. They stood over 9 feet tall, their bare chests revealing a physique of explosive muscle. "Brother, what pretense of a scholar is this? Let me tear him apart." "Patience. I am contemplating," the elder brother replied, wielding a wolf-tooth club as if it were a mere chopstick. Both brothers, limited by their aptitude and resources, were at the 9th layer of qi cultivation, yet this was merely surface level. Secretly, they were body cultivators, boasting immense strength of around 800 pounds. The elder brother, due to his unique constitution, could even muster 1,000 pounds. What would happen when a body cultivator faced a 12th layer qi practitioner? The elder brother was confident of victory. They had slain countless 12th layer qi practitioners, even members of esteemed alchemical families. Among wandering cultivators in Jingzhou, they were notorious. The elder brother hesitated, while the younger seethed with indignation. Why should that genius be accepted into a sect while we must endure the elements and resort to robbery for survival? It is unjust. The elder brother nodded vigorously, gradually solidifying his resolve. The younger quickly added, "Brother, it has been 5 days without a haul. This man is at the 12th layer of qi cultivation and wields a mid-grade magical artifact. He undoubtedly possesses great treasures. That horse is extraordinary, almost a demonic beast. Surely worth considerable spirit stones." Hearing the prospect of profit, the elder brother applauded enthusiastically. He swung his wolf-tooth club with bravado, declaring, "Let us have some fun with him and show him how far he still has to go." Entering a sect? At over 50 years of age, they lacked the qualifications to participate in the Ascension Conference, and witnessing others gain entry only breeds resentment. Let us drag them down with us. As they sprinted towards the carriage, their steps covered 10 meters effortlessly, leaving no trace, indicative of a mundane martial technique. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, Li Xuanhuan felt a tinge of helplessness. Why must they provoke one another so hastily? Their techniques were mediocre, and their magical artifacts hardly worth noting. They were merely wasting his time. He sought out the scions of alchemical families, those of worth. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the carriage curtains to flutter, and in broad daylight, a flash akin to a shooting star pierced through. The brothers' throats were punctured in succession, blood spraying forth, revealing a flying knife. The elder brother, with exceptional resilience, lasted half a second longer, thoughts racing through his mind. How is this possible? We are body cultivators. Body cultivators? What a farce. Li Xuanhuan scoffed at their claim. In the mortal realm, especially within the human world, one could not cultivate body techniques without substantial spiritual power. Even the first layer of body refinement was unattainable. 800 pounds of strength? Who among body cultivators was so weak? Thus, while the brothers believed they were engaged in a battle of body cultivators against a 12th-layer Qi practitioner. Li Xuanhuan saw it as a contest between a 12th-layer and two 9th-layer cultivators. Instantaneous annihilation, killing and arson unfolded in seamless succession. He reclaimed the storage bag and the wolf-tooth club, barely deserving of the title of a magical artifact. Even the flesh of a mosquito is still flesh. Having completed his task, he addressed the empty space nearby. Come forth, I see you. Chapter 21. What a spectacle to stir my blood. Friend, if you do not reveal yourself, I shall take my leave. Caw, caw, caw. A flock of birds took flight from the forest. No one materialized. Li Xuanhuan smiled faintly, unwilling to linger, as he still needed to inquire about the precise location of the Ascension Conference. The carriage resumed its journey towards Jianzhou. Inside, Li Xuanhuan remained undisturbed, engrossed in reading and drinking, thoroughly enjoying himself. Outside the carriage, unbeknownst to him, a young boy appeared. The boy was petite, with a delicate face, his lips smeared with oil, resembling a child who had suffered great injustice. His presence was not jarring, nor did he attempt to conceal himself. He had followed from the front for a considerable time, yet the owner of the carriage had not inquired. This left him feeling fidgety, unsure of how to proceed. He merely sought a lift. Ultimately, he could not contain himself and knocked on the carriage's exterior, asking, "Big brother, why do you not inquire further?" His voice dwindled to a whisper, "If you ask again, I will appear." Inside, Li Xuanhuan remained focused on his reading, his posture and gaze unwavering as he replied with divided attention, "Those who wish to appear will naturally do so, those who do not. Even if I shout until my throat is hoarse, will not emerge. Hee, what you say makes sense, big brother. My mother taught me that one cannot force matters. I do not quite understand. Young brother, do you have something to say?" "Indeed, I have a small matter. Could you take me along?" The carriage fell silent. Just as the boy thought he had been rejected, he added, "The carriage lacks a driver. Could it be possible?" Upon hearing this, the boy instantly donned a satisfied, innocent smile, repeatedly responding, "Thank you, big brother." With that, he leaped to the front of the carriage, taking the position of the driver. His cultivation level was noticeably at the 10th layer of Qi. Inside, Li Xuanhuan's eyes flickered with reminiscence. They say one should not engage with women or children in the wild. I wonder if this wisdom holds true in the realm of cultivation. To the left of the carriage, the boy, intrigued by the carriage's autonomous movement without the need for reins, examined it closely, eager to inquire but hesitant to speak. He fidgeted restlessly and, unable to resist, struck up a conversation with Li Xuanhuan inside. "My name is Yi Pingan. What do you call yourself, big brother?" "Yang Jian." Regarding the name, Yi Pingan was indifferent, viewing it merely as a conversational opener. "Brother Yang, you are also attending the Ascension Conference, correct?" Before Li Xuanhuan could respond, he continued to speak to himself. "Of course, in 6 months, the Ascension Conference will be held at Xunyan Mountain. Prior to that, there will be a trading fair at the nearby Xunyan Market, a significant event in the cultivation world of the entire Yue Kingdom, known by all." In the carriage, Li Xuanhuan silently labeled this loquacious youth. Yet, he found gratitude for this unknown boy, as he had previously been unaware of such details. Now he was informed. Jianzhou, located in the northern region of the Yue Kingdom, is traversed by the Grand Canal running from north to south. 100 miles west of the central segment of the canal lies Xunyan Mountain, which, like the Tianwu platform in Lanzhou, serves as the venue for the Ascension Conference hosted by Huangfeng Valley. Approximately 1,000 miles northwest of Xunyan Mountain is Xunyan Market, which, due to its proximity to Huangfeng Valley, the Yue Kingdom, and Xunyan Mountain, has gradually evolved into a market for loose cultivators, surpassing even the renowned Tainan Valley in Lanzhou. As the boy elaborated, Li Xuanhuan's objectives became increasingly clear. First, to visit Xunyan Market to gather intelligence. Then to proceed directly to Xunyan Mountain to participate in the Ascension Conference. Halfway through reading, Li Xuanhuan initiated a conversation. "Yi Pingan, a fine name." Outside the carriage, Yi Pingan was taken aback and responded bashfully, "It's all right, my mother gave it to me," signifying that I should live in peace. Just as the two were conversing, an abrupt voice rang out ahead. "This tree was planted by me, this road was opened by me. If you wish to pass, leave behind some toll." 5 brothers, identical in appearance, stood in a row, each taking turns to speak, with one in the middle adding, "Me too." Yi Pingan trembled, for he was still but a child, unskilled in combat. His small face displayed hesitation as he stammered, "Brothers, could you perhaps let me pass?" The 5 before him included 1 at the 10th level of Qi training and 4 at the 9th level. Yi Pingan was merely at the 10th level of Qi training himself and knew he could not prevail. His mother had advised him that in such situations, it was best to flee. The The leading brother frowned. Why is it a child? Moreover, I have a question. Why do you only ask to pass? Disregarding the carriage and its occupant, he gritted his teeth and turned to Li Xuanhuan inside the carriage, saying, Brother, I am sorry, but I fear I cannot accompany you. My mother said, when in doubt, it is best to slip away. Just then, the carriage curtain lifted, revealing a pair of slender, fair hands resting on his shoulder. Giving it a gentle pat, the owner of the carriage, Yang Jian, emerged, bowing slightly and standing at the center of the carriage's yoke, dressed in flowing white. He unfurled a large folding fan and addressed the five. Might I ask for your indulgence? How handsome! Yi Pingyan could hardly contain his admiration. The five brothers, however, huddled together, readying their defensive artifacts. They were facing a practitioner at the 12th level of Qi training, a formidable opponent, necessitating their caution. What should we do, big brother? We will follow your lead. In the midst of the crowd, the eldest brother wore a serious expression as he scrutinized Li Xuanhuan, only to suddenly burst into laughter. Brothers, we have a big catch. This person has yet to reveal his artifacts, which could mean one of two things. Either he is poor, or he possesses treasures. A great treasure? The eyes of the four brothers flickered as they exchanged glances, speaking in unison. Big brother, let us make our move. On the yoke of the carriage, Li Xuanhuan regarded the five men with a peculiar expression. He was a master at the 12th level of Qi training, while the five before him were at most at the 10th level. The disparity was vast. Could they possess some unique skills? With thoughts of various underhanded techniques from the mortal realm swirling in his mind, he could not help but feel a sense of anticipation. Was he finally about to encounter an opponent of equal stature? The five burly men suddenly soared into the air, surrounding their leader in a formation reminiscent of a spell. As if confirming his suspicions, golden halos expanded from small to large, culminating in the appearance of the tip of a massive sword. Yi Pingyan gasped, an intermediate spell? The giant sword technique. Li Xuanhuan abruptly closed his fan. The giant sword technique was an intermediate spell that could only be wielded by those at the foundation stage. Its power formidable even at that level. Thus, he resolved to flee. Surveying the surroundings, Li Xuanhuan memorized possible escape routes. Foundation spells? What nonsense. Yet, he was perplexed as to how these five could achieve such a feat. He decided to watch a bit longer. Upon doing so, he was stunned. Where had the enormous sword gone? It was merely a small rusty sword, its shiny appearance masquerading as the giant sword technique, a nameless low-level gold spell dressed in finery. And he failed to recognize it? This ignited his fervor. Deception comes at a price. In the blink of an eye, Li Xuanhuan brandished his 3-foot green sword, and in an instant covered 100 meters, severing the head of the leading brother. The flying knives followed swiftly, eliminating the other four one by one. It was that effortless. However, it was not yet time to wind down. Li Xuanhuan turned to the youth, Yi Pingyan, and inquired, Young hero, why do you not make your move? Chapter 22. The prodigal heir on the yoke of the carriage. Yi Pingyan stared blankly at Li Xuanhuan's graceful annihilation of the five men, murmuring, Brother Yang is so dashing. Upon hearing Li Xuanhuan's question about why he did not act, he lowered his head, concealing his thoughts. His gaze cast downwards, his two index fingers poking each other. He spoke with a tone of confusion, Brother Yang, why do you say such a thing? Coupled with his still unbound youthful appearance, he appeared as a child in distress. He continued to mutter to himself, Brother Yang, are you like the five fiends, seeking to seize my treasures? It must be so. My mother advised me to be cautious when out in the world, but I have no treasures. I am still just a child. Brother Yang, please spare me. I want to go home. Li Xuanhuan smiled, first collecting the storage bags and artifacts from the five fiends. A fireball spell helped him conceal the bodies to prevent them from being left to rot in the wilderness. Once everything was in order, he turned to watch Yi Pingyan's performance. Yi Pingyan took a cautious step back, testing the waters. Brother Yang, you wouldn't kill a child, would you? To an ordinary person, this might seem akin to the cunning and survivalist tactics of a rogue cultivator like Han Laoma. Yet, how could there be a 60-year-old child? What 60 years? I am not yet 16. Do you know, friend, that sects recruit disciples using a low-level spell called bone observation technique, which can discern a person's bone age? How fortuitous. Li Xuanhuan could not afford authentic spells, only exchanging for various peculiar auxiliary spells. In terms of spell precision, he could not match the diligent practitioners, yet in breadth of spells, none could rival him. Call it an encyclopedia. Well, the version below the Qi training stage. Bone observation technique. Yi Pingyan halted his retreat, suddenly raising his head. So, from the moment I boarded, you were watching me laugh? The innocent, youthful voice transformed into the gruff tone of a burly man, a stark contrast to his appearance. But what of it? Yang Jian, you shall still meet your end today. The incessant chatter persisted, as if nothing had changed. Li Xuanhuan found it peculiar. What had transpired in the realm of mortals cultivating immortality? Shouldn't low-ranking cultivators display humility and flee upon encountering those of higher rank? Previously, the 5 demons had displayed some prowess, yet they still met their demise. Yi Pingyan, merely at the 10th level of Qi training, should have been fearful as well. Such audacity. Did he possess a hidden card? Once more, Yi Pingyan perched himself on the side of the cart, stretching his limbs and lazily leaning against the carriage. Daoist Yang, you are a loose cultivator, are you not? Facing the 5 demons, you merely brandished a low-grade magical artifact? TSK, how impoverished you are. I am almost disinclined to kill you, he taunted. Did you summon the 5 demons? Without waiting for Li Xuanhuan's reply, Yi Pingyan rummaged through his storage bag, producing a stack of talismans. Very well, Daoist. Let us commence our journey. As he spoke, the talismans soared forth, hurtling toward Li Xuanhuan. There were dozens in total. In a narrow confrontation, the brave shall prevail. Cultivating immortality requires the courage to face crises head-on. Damn it, you prodigal. Li Xuanhuan immediately employed wind manipulation and wind god-leg techniques to flee. Retreat, and retreat again. The delightful sound of exploding talismans echoed behind him, reminiscent of individuals suffering from a fear of insufficient firepower. Bad news, that's someone else's. Was there truly a cultivator who fought in such a manner? A lavish expenditure? The corner of Li Xuanhuan's mouth curled down in envy. Daoist, I think your earlier suggestion was excellent. How about we part ways here? Ah, how amusing, Yi Pingyan exclaimed, his voice regaining a youthful lilt as he danced about. Exclaiming his delight, he then casually tossed another talisman, and upon seeing Li Xuanhuan evade, he threw another. Cheers accompanied his calls for Li Xuanhuan's demise. The childish tone alternated with that of a burly man. Perhaps out of sheer boredom, Li Xuanhuan even produced a string of candied hawthorns from his storage bag, tilting his head as he began to eat. How bizarre, Li Xuanhuan suddenly realized. The ancients were indeed correct. One should not provoke children and women in the wild. Previously, when the other wanted to leave, why had he obstructed and unmasked him? Truly, it was splendid. Mine, all mine. As he stumbled, his body halted erratically, the inertia of wind manipulation seemingly absent from him. Predictive talismans exploded ahead. Li Xuanhuan retreated, brandishing the Qingfeng sword, employing wind godleg as he charged toward Yi Pingyan. The dragon-swimming sword technique. Yi Pingyan, the mischievous child, exhibited immense firepower in ranged attacks, but what of close combat? As he approached, there was no hint of tension in Yi Pingyan's eyes. Instead, a teasing glimmer shone through. The next moment, a golden bell appeared, encasing him securely. The Qingfeng sword made contact, producing bursts of fiery sparks. Li Xuanhuan hastily sheathed the Qingfeng sword, his most cherished artifact, having accompanied him the longest. And he cherished it too much to let it shatter. Golden bell talisman? How did you know? Yi Pingyan exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. You killed my brother. Yi Feng. The golden bell talisman was a mid-tier talisman, exceptionally precious. Only the Yi family in the entire realm possessed it. Connecting the absence of his brother for a year with Li Xuanhuan's recognition of the talisman, he instantaneously pieced together the truth. His face contorted in exasperation. He gritted his teeth, stating, I shall no longer play with you. I want you dead immediately. As he spoke, he retrieved a talisman from his storage bag. This time, it was one of undeniable worth, a talisman artifact. Given the extent of the opponent's lavish expenditure, possessing a talisman artifact was entirely plausible, likely a powerful one, for otherwise it would be less expedient than a simple talisman. Stop, it's his treasure. Every use diminishes its quantity. Coincidentally, when confronting members of the Yi family, Li Xuanhuan resorted to his tried and true methods. 3 points returning vitality to break shields, Heavenly Frost Fist to delay spellcasting speed, and Little Leaf Flying Daggers for a lethal strike. As the talisman artifact in Yi Pingyan's hand began to radiate a golden glow, it quickly reverted to its ordinary appearance. The fury etched on his face was palpable. His throat emitted ominous sounds, yet he could utter not a single word. He recalled his late mother's words. One must remain low-key. Tranquility is better than anything. He vowed to heed his mother's advice in his next life. As his body fell, his right hand reached for his left wrist, where a simple, mundane bracelet rested, an heirloom from his mother. The next moment, darkness enveloped him, and he knew nothing more. The sorrows and joys between individuals do not resonate. Li Xuanhuan, a scholar of virtue and refinement, never engaged in senseless slaughter or robbery. As Yi Pingyan's storage bag flew into his grasp, Li Xuanhuan weighed it, nodding to himself. Its heft suggested a significant bounty. This was not a theft. It was a fortunate find. He set the place ablaze, ensuring that it became one with the ashes of his companion, Yi Feng. Finally, he turned the carriage around, resuming his journey toward Xunyan Square. Inside the carriage, he stowed away the Analects, retrieved the storage bag, and anticipated the delightful moment of surprise. 8 of them. Chapter 23. Celestial Steed, Extraordinary Horse. Heavenly Blessings. The next moment, a curse escaped him. The mortal realm was exceedingly barren for loose cultivators. The first blind box he opened contained offerings from 2 brothers renowned for their physical cultivation. Spirit stones, less than 100 in total. The duo had maximized their combat prowess by opting not to purchase high-grade artifacts, instead choosing to increase the weight of their weapons. In other words, they could only serve as recycled materials. Without external aids, how could one claim to be a physical cultivator? Was the mortal realm truly suitable for the cultivation of physical practitioners? A sleeping mat. Notably, there was an abundance of spirit rice in their storage bag, presumably their source of sustenance. My apologies, he had misjudged. It wasn't a sleeping mat, it was a food container. The second batch of blind boxes came from the 5 demon storage bag. Spirit stones totaled 800. One exquisite artifact, the long sword wielded by the eldest, utilized for executing the giant sword technique. The other 4 possessed high-grade artifacts, 5 in total. No elixirs, nothing else of note. To be precise, there were a dozen mundane items, including a map marked with the location of an ancient cultivator's cave, concealing their secret techniques. Li Xuanhuan suddenly comprehended. They were the infamous forgers of ancient caves, luring others into traps. He would not fall for it. Their counterfeit giant sword technique, while formidable, clearly required the combined effort of 5 to utilize. Even if it were the authentic giant sword technique, he would naturally learn it upon joining a sect. This opportunity was better left for those more fated. As the saying goes, miracles emerge from 10 attempts. Thus, the next should yield gold. Li Xuanhuan's thoughts drifted to Yi Pingin's extravagant, reckless expenditure. His heart surged with excitement. If not for the constraints of poverty, who would willingly engage in close combat, martial skirmishes, or magical dueling? Opening the next blind box, the first surprise materialized, an artifact with 100-fold storage capacity. It is worth noting that while 10-fold storage bags are common, those with 100-fold are rare indeed. Typically, one can only obtain such items after reaching a foundational level. In the original work, the 10-fold storage bag is a novice gift package distributed by the sect, while the 100-fold version is hardly even mentioned, indicating a stark disparity in value. The larger, the better. Li Xuanhuan has a penchant for grandeur. Next comes a certain magical artifact. Second-tier special talisman, golden arrow talisman. 9-layer, new magical artifact. The balance of judgment is often simplistic, yet the essence of things is often complex. Much like the Thunder Child, which is inherently a 4th-tier item, but, due to its materials sourced from heavenly thunder, holds trade value at the level of the foundation establishment stage. Though talismans may not rival the Thunder Child, as a diluted replica of a foundation establishment treasure, they can still be exchanged for some lesser foundation establishment items. It can only be said that there exists a discernible difference even among 4th-tier items. Some are merely slightly superior to top-grade magical artifacts, while others are even more precious than items used in the foundation establishment stage. The storage bag and magical artifact were revealed during Yi Pingin's battle, leading one to ponder whether there are comparable items that remain concealed. Talismans? Countless. Based on weight, Li Xuanhuan estimates approximately 200 talismans, combining those discarded by the opponent. Could there be 400? Truly affluent. These now belong to him. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, 3 medium-grade spirit stones, 3 top-grade magical artifacts, 1 offensive, 1 defensive, and 1 versatile artifact, the Golden Bell. The Golden Bell bears a resemblance to the opponent's mid-tier talismans. It is evident that this exquisite artifact was crafted based on the family's treasures. 18 top-grade magical artifacts, 6 bundles of mid to low-grade artifacts, with traces of blood still present. Li Xuanhuan speculates that Yi Pingin, much like Yi Feng, has gone out to hunt fellow disciples of his clan. Judging by the opponent's haul, his success rate appears to surpass that of Yi Feng. Li Xuanhuan recalls the innocent visage of his rival and cannot help but nod repeatedly. It is only reasonable that one with such a high success rate deserves admiration. Old silver coins. Unlike Yi Feng, whose rugged features are solely suited for reckless frontal assaults with high risks and low rewards. Besides this, Yi Pingin's storage bag contains only 3 boxes. Externally, the contents of these boxes seem exceedingly precious. This raises a question for Li Xuanhuan. In the impoverished realm of Jingzhou, although the opponent hails from a family of cultivators and is not particularly young, such a fortune amassed through spending seems rather peculiar. Where does his wealth originate? Li Xuanhuan's gaze shifts beyond the remaining 3 boxes. First tier mid-grade peculiar item, explosion box, surprises upon opening. Well. Is there truly no trust left in this cultivation world? He stows it away. He already possesses 2. He wonders when he might find the opportunity to use them. Upon inspection by the balance, the remaining 2 appear normal. Upon opening the first box, he discovers what resembles a mundane tome. Second tier Talisman Master Talisman Legacy, the truth is unveiled. On the surface, it seems to follow a monetary grind, but in reality, it demands hard work. No wonder his character leans towards playfulness. It was born from perseverance. After all, some have dedicated 20 to 30 years to mastering the art of talismans, emerging at 60 to savor the fruits of their labor. The tome is as soft and warm as jade, crafted from special materials that remain unchanged for centuries. Second tier Greatsword Technique, Stone Spike Technique, Ice Rain Technique. Brief first tier spells. Li Xuanhuan is elated. In the myriad realms, alchemical tools, formation symbols, each legacy is exceedingly valuable. The inheritance of talismans in the Qi refining stage holds the worth of the foundation establishment stage, with the foundation establishment equating to the value of the core formation stage, and so forth. The principle behind this is straightforward. One's cultivation is the prerequisite for engaging in secondary occupations. Taking talismans as an example, in the original narrative, Han Li attempted to draw talismans at the Qi refining stage and failed, but succeeded after reaching the foundation establishment stage. Coincidentally, at the foundation establishment stage, he can swiftly cast beginner spells, while at the core formation stage, he can effortlessly unleash intermediate spells. The conclusion is evident. It is downward compatible. Only a true grind master can achieve success at the same tier. Upon reflection, Yi Pingyan becomes even more remarkable. A true grind master indeed. In fact, if Yi Pingyan were aware of this, he would likely scoff at the title of grind master. He too aspires to progress in cultivation, yet without foundation establishment pills. Such aspirations remain unattainable. He can only strive in other pursuits to scrape by. One can only hope to acquire a foundation establishment pill someday. Everything is for the sake of establishing a foundation. While Li Xuanhuan continues to open blind boxes, the next box contains several failed second-tier talismans. He can see that Yi Pingyan is attempting to advance to second tier, yet due to limitations in spiritual energy, he cannot complete the task in one go, only managing part of it. However, the more Li Xuanhuan observes, the more familiar it feels. Is this not the counterfeit greatsword technique of the 5 fiends? No wonder Yi Pingyan immediately recognized it. It turns out these 6 are in cahoots. Yi Pingyan is truly adept at feigning naivety. Thus, the blind box lottery concludes, and Li Xuanhuan emerges with a bountiful haul. After this battle, Li Xuanhuan realizes that many of his magical artifacts are best kept hidden, as revealing them would invite robbery. In other words, he requires some outwardly top-grade magical artifacts, or at least high-quality ones. After much deliberation, Li Xuanhuan exchanges his old for new. The Azure Edge sword finally retires. Second-tier combined top-grade magical artifact, a sword concealed within an umbrella frame, boasting exceptional defensive capabilities. Externally, it resembles an ancient oiled paper umbrella. The concealed sword, 2 fingers wide, matches the length of an ordinary long sword. The sword's grade is that of a standard top-grade magical artifact, and with his swordsmanship, there is no need to worry about assassination effectiveness. Coupled with the umbrella's superb defensive properties, the offense and defense are perfectly complementary. Second-tier upper-grade magical artifact, unnamed folding fan, noted for its hardness. How could Yang Jian of Guanjiang be without a fan? He takes it up. Before setting forth on a new journey, there is one more matter. The horse before him appears majestic and powerful, yet ultimately, it is merely an ordinary steed. Should he lend it a hand? A celestial horse, perhaps it could fly? Chapter 24, Xunyan Market. In the realms, there is no shortage of elixirs for nurturing spiritual beasts. First tier, barrier-breaking pill, a miraculous elixir for the advancement of ordinary beasts. This elixir hails from a certain grand world of immortal cultivation, specifically from a beast-taming sect, where beasts are often crossbred, resulting in hybrids that are predominantly ordinary. While many ordinary beasts possess unique talents, they often cannot advance. This pill is tailored for the promotion of unranked beasts to spiritual beasts. Li Xuanhuan gazes upon the blood-red pill within the jade box he holds, marveling at the wonders of the vast world. The spirited steed, a chestnut-colored horse, seems to comprehend his intentions, or perhaps it is attracted by the fragrant pill, as it snorts and lightly kicks the air with its hind hooves, fidgeting restlessly. Li Xuanhuan diverts his gaze and pats the noble steed before him. Brother horse, whether you can seize this fortuitous wealth depends solely on you. He offers the elixir into the horse's mouth. Initially, there is no change, but after a cup of tea's time, the horse suddenly kneels, blood inexplicably oozing from its body. After another cup of tea, the horse rises, galloping like the wind. Li Xuanhuan's eyes brighten. It appears to have gained some extraordinary essence. In the next moment, the horse breaks free from its reins and begins to gallop away. In his mind, he perceives a horse-shaped first-tier beginner-level spiritual beast, racing at a speed of 120 towards a large tree, then tracing a circular path before returning. Upon its return, its body is free of bloodstains, still retaining its chestnut hue with black highlights. Upon advancing to the first tier of spiritual beasts, the changes seemed negligible, save for an enhancement in speed. The noble steed lowered its head, nuzzling against his hand. Li Xuanhuan reciprocated with a gentle caress, noting its silky texture. Indeed, there had been a transformation. Its spirit had intensified, fostering a deeper connection. Henceforth, it would be known as Little Red. Yet, at the end of the day, it remained a horse, destined for labor. The reins were secured once more, and Little Red pulled the carriage onward toward their destination, Xunyan City, in Jianzhou. Li Xuanhuan's journey ahead was fraught with challenges. Big brother, may I impose upon you for a ride? A young man inquired. Little brother, we seem to have a rapport. Why not bestow this fine horse upon me? Another voice chimed in. Whoever steps into Jianzhou first is courting death. Brother, that fellow is quite ostentatious, flaunting a folding fan, someone remarked. What shall we do about it? Allow me to be ostentatious as well. There were a myriad of justifications for robbery, yet many instances involved unprovoked assaults. After once again aiding a fellow cultivator to return to the earth, Li Xuanhuan shook his head. Dispatching such bandits proved to be all too effortless. As they drew closer to Xunyan City, skirmishes became increasingly frequent. An ambush every 3 days, a slaughter every 5. Li Xuanhuan categorized these bandits into 3 distinct types. The first category comprised professional bandits who thrived on robbery. With the decadal revelry at hand, they eagerly joined the fray, risking life and limb to elevate their cultivation, yearning for a chance to break through to foundational establishment before aging overtook them. These bandits often possessed unique skills, persuasive eloquence, poison crafting, and arcane arts, anything unrelated to cultivation or spiritual stones. The second category included guest elders from cultivation families, characterized by formidable combat prowess. They relied on spiritual stones to resolve conflicts, excelling in brute force over finesse, particularly effective against rogue cultivators. The third category was the most peculiar, disciples from sections. Much like Li Xuanhuan, they specialized in retaliatory strikes. However, they were bolder, driven by the interests of their cultivation families. Often, they would conspire to dismantle rival families after engaging in baiting tactics, subsequently establishing new lineages. Li Xuanhuan's encounters with the first 2 categories were firsthand. While he had only heard tales of the third, their commonality was wealth, with figures like 100 or 200 spiritual stones. Observing Li Xuanhuan's plight, they collectively contributed 2,000 low-grade spiritual stones and 12 medium-grade stones. Occasionally, there would be high-grade artifacts, predominantly of superior quality. This valuation was entirely reasonable. On the surface, they appeared as individuals, yet they represented the survivors of brutal conflicts. The stronger they became, the more ruthless they often were. Now, with all these resources amassed, Li Xuanhuan felt increasingly confident about the impending bloodshed at the Ascension Conference. However, everything changed as Li Xuanhuan neared Xunyan City. Many individuals transformed into genuine cultivators. This transformation was attributed to the permanent presence of foundational cultivators in Xunyan City. It was rumored that during the Ascension Conference, a core formation cultivator would oversee the event. The sects were well aware of the circumstances within the realm, yet the more cognizant they were, the more they felt compelled to maintain a facade of order. At least within 100 miles of Xunyan City, no bloodshed was permitted. This was quite satisfactory. Li Xuanhuan's gaze swept over the myriad of cultivators utilizing wind-walking techniques, a smile gracing his lips. With a flick of the reins, the noble steed galloped forth toward Xunyan City, leaving a cloud of dust and commotion in its wake. What a show! It's merely a first-tier low-grade spiritual beast, only twice as swift as I am. This pretty boy, aside from his looks, is utterly devoid of merit. Which cultivation family does he belong to, attempting to seize foundational elixir slots from us rogue cultivators? Truly infuriating. No matter their words, the envy and disdain in their tone were unmistakable. Meanwhile, Li Xuanhuan had arrived at the outskirts of Xunyan City. True to its name, a mountain towered before him, piercing the clouds under a blue sky. Just as he pondered this sight, a passing rogue cultivator, propelled by wind walking, collided with the mountainside. A ripple flashed across the rock face, and the individual vanished without a trace. Remarkable, Li Xuanhuan mused, recognizing that this was no portal to a magical realm. With the aid of his heavenly eye technique, he discerned a glimmer of a communication talisman on the cultivator's chest. Evidently, this was the true key. Any inexperienced cultivator attempting the same maneuver would undoubtedly find themselves ensnared in a formation. With fortunate luck, they might be ejected elsewhere. With ill fortune, they could be mercilessly crushed within the array. Indeed, life was fraught with peril. As Li Xuanhuan reflected on the cunning nature of cultivators, he infused the communication talisman with spiritual energy. It emitted a bright light, and a portal materialized before him. He stepped through and vanished from sight, reappearing in a vast square. The square was expansive, akin to 100 football fields, paved with azure stones. In the center stood a towering green mountain, adorned with pavilions and shrouded in mist. In the distance, an archway made of green stone bore the inscription, Xunyan. Was there truly a Xunyan in Qingyanfang City? The outer formation was Xunyan, and the inner landmark bore the same name. One might say they had not lost sight of their original intentions. Li Xuanhuan shook his head, circumventing the small Xunyan mountain and entering the marketplace. Finding a bargain was secondary. With the Ascension Conference imminent, he needed to gather intelligence. As he passed beneath the archway and stepped into the marketplace, a young cultivator of the second layer of Qi refining hurriedly approached him. Fellow cultivator, is this your first time in Qingyanfang City? Are you Feng Xingzi? Ah, no, the youth hastily denied, waving his hands to indicate otherwise. He then turned to reveal large characters on his attire. Gambling House. Chapter 25. The Ascension Conference appears to be manageable Qingyanfang City. The marketplace was far more expansive than a single street in Tainan Valley, with 4 long streets intersecting in a grid pattern. The most opulent area was undoubtedly the central square. At that moment, Li Xuanhuan followed the young man to the western side of the square, arriving at the Hongyun Gambling House. Unlike mundane gambling establishments, they offered a game of blind boxes with storage bags. In light of the Ascension Conference's arrival at Xunyan Mountain, the gambling house had launched a new project, betting. Who could ascend to Xunyan and join a sect? Those who guessed correctly would share 30% of the prize pool's spiritual stones. According to the youth, a single spiritual stone could yield a return of hundreds. Though the odds were slim, who wouldn't want to try their luck? In the past, there had indeed been true commoners who had acquired spiritual stones and subsequently advanced in cultivation. However, Li Xuanhuan looked at the youth and questioned, why only 30%? The youth glanced around to ensure no one was listening, then sighed in relief as he explained, fellow cultivator, do not jest. To earn 30% in such a venture is already a stroke of fortune. 7% is naturally reserved for the foundational elders who are permanent fixtures. Following this, the youth promptly shifted the conversation, leading Li Xuanhuan to the exterior of the gambling house, encircling a grand tree with a randomly formed circular jade wall. Fellow cultivator, please observe, the names of the cultivators participating in this Ascension Conference are inscribed upon it. As long as one meets the requirements, anyone can enter the list. At the forefront was the name Chen Xiaotian. Li Xuanhuan was perplexed. Did the Chen family still need to participate in the Ascension Conference? The youth spoke hesitantly, suggesting that it was not entirely impossible. Members of the immortal cultivation families sometimes participated in the Ascension Conference for the sake of foundational elixirs. Li Xuanhuan suddenly realized that the gambling house merely collected bets. Whether the participants would actually attend was uncertain. He even entertained a sinister thought. If someone truly fortunate placed a bet, the gambling house might send assassins to eliminate the cultivator, which was not beyond the realm of possibility. Upon reviewing the list, Li Xuanhuan recognized many familiar names, overlapping with those chosen for the blood-red forbidden grounds from Qin Laoma's cohort, such as Feng Yu. This was quite normal, as the majority of those participating in the blood-red forbidden grounds were rogue cultivators. For them, obtaining a foundational elixir at the Ascension Conference was nearly impossible without extraordinary luck. The blood-red forbidden grounds represented the sole opportunity for rogue cultivators to acquire foundational elixirs, with only a handful being the desperate offspring of cultivation families. Naturally, figures like Nangong Wan, a core formation cultivator leading a team, were not included in this classification. After a thorough survey, Li Xuanhuan formed a general assessment of the upcoming Ascension Conference. Harrowing? No. He found it rather mediocre. There were no cultivators at the pinnacle of Qi refinement. Not a single one at the 13th level. The majority were at the 10th level, with a small fraction at the 11th. The number of those at the 12th level was scant, comparable to the fresh novices below the 10th level. It is essential to understand that in the mortal realm, Cultivation level is fundamental. Each level represents a significant disparity in combat capability. Therefore, he had inadvertently positioned himself at the apex of the Ascension Conference. How foolish he had been to worry about encountering a cluster of 13th level Qi refinement cultivators. If the locals were aware of his thoughts, they would surely scold him. 13th level of Qi refinement. Without a foundational elixir, what rogue cultivator could possibly break through to the 13th level before the age of 40? The Ascension Conference superficially required only age and combat prowess. However, it also demanded exceptional spiritual roots and resources. Only with a combination of these factors could one rapidly advance in cultivation. Otherwise, even reaching the 11th level would be considered miraculous. Li Xuanhuan was oblivious to their intentions, merely feeling that the 12th level was still not sufficiently stable. After all, the novice Qin Laoma had warned him that witnessing the bloody chaos on the Ascension Conference arena could be intimidating. If 13th level cultivators seemed conspicuous, then surely his breakthrough to the perfected 12th level was not unreasonable. Once he joined a sect, he would immediately break through to the 13th level and swiftly attain foundational cultivation, an assured and prudent plan. As he solidified his training objectives before the Ascension Conference, he did not forget the youth's guidance and bestowed upon him a storage bag containing 12 low-grade spirit stones. 10 were to secure his place on the list, and 2 were given as a token of gratitude. The 10 stones were merely a means to purchase entry. Once he returned after achieving foundational cultivation, he would seek them out to claim the spirit stones, undoubtedly securing at least 1,000 spirit stones for himself. After all, he was a powerful foundational cultivator. Who would dare deny him? The youth's spirit probed the storage bag, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Raising his gaze and seeing Li Xuanhuan walking away, he called out, "What is your name, friend?" Li Xuanhuan, came the reply. Li Xuanhuan. The youth mumbled, "What a splendid name. It sounds like one destined for greatness." Turning, he entered the gambling house, boldly seated himself, and raised his voice. "Old man, pour me some tea. I've just struck a profitable deal." Xunyan Market proved to be a step above the markets in Tainan Valley, with its inns reflecting this distinction. In one such inn, within an independent courtyard, a servant respectfully introduced, "Esteemed guest, this is the A-type room you have rented." The servant then presented a token, explaining, "This is the key to your room. Valid for 3 months. It will automatically expire thereafter, so please keep it safe." Li Xuanhuan gracefully accepted the token, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you kindly." The servant quickly returned the gesture, maintaining his posture, and retreated 7 steps before departing. Once the courtyard door closed, Li Xuanhuan infused energy into the token, activating a formation that enveloped the courtyard in protective barriers, providing vigilance, soundproofing, mental shielding, and defense. Excellent. Wealth truly is a marvelous thing. Settling down, Li Xuanhuan entered a phase of deep cultivation. Apart from occasional excursions to the market in hopes of finding treasures, he hardly ventured beyond his door. Meanwhile, his actions provoked frustration among a certain group. In the dilapidated sector of Xunyan Market, due to scarce spiritual energy, it was dubbed the Shanty Town, though its exterior was deceptive. Inside, it was barren, occupied solely by a gathering of individuals seated on the ground. In the center burned a fire fueled by spiritual wood, casting shadows of envy and malice upon their faces. 2 individuals, one tall and one short, began to quarrel. What is wrong with this person? He is far too cautious. As the Ascension Conference approached, he dared to compete on the stage with only a superior quality artifact fan. The middle-aged scholar seated between them furrowed his brow and inquired, "Did you expose yourselves?" "Impossible. Besides, what could setting up a stall expose?" One replied, "Indeed, this is an ancient cultivation cave. There are top-tier artifacts within. Would the opponent not be tempted?" The middle-aged scholar nodded, recognizing that this was not their first endeavor and they were quite skilled. Could it be that the opponent has no interest in artifacts and desires only to cultivate diligently? That is also a possibility. With this thought, he instructed the 2. "Switch roles. Fathead, set up the stall, and you keep watch. This time, use spiritual herbs." After a pause, he added, "Genuine century-old spiritual herbs." Excited, the 2 nodded and rubbed their hands together, confident they would secure the prize. They must have spiritual beasts by now. Their worth must be considerable. The middle-aged scholar inquired once more, "Have you gathered the information? What is the name of that cultivator?" "Seems to be Li Xuanhuan." Li Xuanhuan. "Boss, do you know him?" The middle-aged scholar shook his head, contemplating that this cultivation level was likely not the same individual from Lanzhou, merely a coincidence of names. They belonged to the Black Shaman cult. Chapter 26. Cultivation begins as the son-in-law of the Qin family. In an inn, at the A-type cave dwelling number 66. Li Xuanhuan thought of the emaciated friend who set up stalls and couldn't he help but chuckle. The Black Shaman cult? Their operational scope was indeed vast. They were worthy of being a national organization, albeit somewhat naive. Their intent was all too transparent. An ancient cultivation cave, with top-tier artifacts inside. His storage bag contained a map of ancient cultivation caves that could piece together 66 regions of the Yue Kingdom. One might wonder if this colleague would attempt to tempt him with spiritual herbs next time. It was no surprise he was overthinking. This was essential knowledge for joining the Black Shaman cult. What is this? A peculiar expression crossed Li Xuanhuan's face. As a scholar, he had always excelled. Imagining the next time he would not fall for their tricks and the disarray that would ensue, he resolved to remain indoors. It would give them a chance to save face. In truth, he had another reason for not going out. The Xunyan market appeared vast, but offered little opportunity for treasure hunting. Unfamiliar remnants of artifacts, and such were often left to gather dust in the storage bags of rogue cultivators, who would rather endure their own blindness than allow others to profit. Thus, he found no need to venture out, and would simply await the commencement of the Ascension Conference. Within his spatial ring, he had ample chi replenishing elixirs and spirit rice. He shut himself in, fully immersing himself in deep cultivation. At this moment, he came to understand that the reason cultivators could retreat for several months at a time was precisely this. The following day, in the bustling market district of Xunyan, the stout monk patiently awaited the arrival of Li Xuanhuan. Yet, he did not come. On the third day, the monk continued to wait, reassuring himself that the previous day's absence was merely a fluke. Still, no sign of him. On the fourth day, he remained patient. No arrival. On the fifth day, he continued to be patient. By the 21st day, his patience began to wane. Meanwhile, the lean monk was cursing vehemently. Surveillance? What kind of surveillance? The road in front of Li Xuanhuan's residence, he passed by it every day without once encountering him. Even the stone at the corner where he peered toward the courtyard was almost polished smooth from time. Days flowed like water. 3 months slipped by in a blink. Within the confines of Cave 66, Li Xuanhuan practiced his fan techniques. The fan seemed to be imbued with life, dancing gracefully in accordance with his movements. At times, it was as sharp as a sword, slicing through the air, while at others, it transformed into a soft silk ribbon, twirling and spiraling. With light-footed steps, he occasionally leaped into the air, the fan tracing beautiful arcs like a shooting star, while at other times, it darted low, moving with ghostly grace. After a long while, he came to a standstill, slowly retracting the fan. First tier, flowing cloud fan technique, a unique skill of the chi refining stage, balancing martial and celestial paths. Its power surpassed that of the dragon soaring sword technique. Most importantly, it looked magnificent. Li Xuanhuan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. After 3 months of seclusion, his cultivation had reached an unprecedented realm, achieving the pinnacle of the 12th layer of chi refinement. He had not neglected his path of protection either. Utilizing the fishing law enforcement along this journey, he had amassed a substantial reserve, which he employed not only for study, but also to practice various skills and elementary spells. The flowing cloud fan technique was merely one among many. He could even wield it like an umbrella with flair. Suddenly, the key to his cave flickered, reminding him that his lodging fees were due. Li Xuanhuan chuckled, surprised to find such prompt service in the celestial realm. He promptly gathered his belongings and departed, making his way toward the outskirts of the market, with Xunyan Mountain as his destination. Shortly after his departure, the stout monk returned to report. Soon after, the middle-aged scholar and the stout monk arrived outside the market, but found no trace of Li Xuanhuan, leading to a quarrel. Useless. Is this how you conduct surveillance? And what about you? What have you sold at your stall? The middle-aged scholar coldly regarded them, urging, pursue him. But he has a horse. We can't catch up. He has one, but others do too. This world is not lacking in fools. Oh, Xunyan Mountain, which lay a full 1,000 miles from Xunyan. For cultivators in the chi refinement stage, traveling with the wind manipulation technique would take 6 to 10 hours of continuous running. For Li Xuanhuan, it would only be 2 or 3 hours. He stowed his steed in his spirit beast pouch for a rest and blended into the crowd, taking in the sight of Xunyan Mountain. Just as he had observed upon first arriving at Xunyan, the mountain loomed majestically, its peaks piercing the clouds. The difference now was that this was not an illusion but a genuine mountain, and colliding with it would certainly leave one with a headache. As he reached the foot of the mountain and turned a corner, a sudden change unfolded before him. A flag stood tall, with numerous wandering cultivators congregating beneath it, creating a lively scene. The flag bore no insignia of the 7 great sects, but was inscribed with the names of Chun, Dong, Nye, and Lu. As Li Xuanhuan casually passed by, the voices around him grew clearer. Fellow Taoists, my Chun family is currently recruiting 20 sons-in-law, offering spiritual veins, blessed lands, cultivation methods, and a certain quota of cultivation resources. Are any of you interested? What are the conditions? Haha, the conditions are not stringent. You only need to promise to bear 50 offspring within 20 years or produce one child with 3 spiritual roots. Either fulfills the requirement. What about those with 4 or 5 spiritual roots? Sons-in-law? Breeding stock? Li Xuanhuan was taken aback. It seemed even the mortal realm had its own form of celestial seedlings. In a cultivation family, it was no wonder they were called families. Without a thriving population, how could one maintain a lineage? That fellow Taoist behind, are you interested? With your cultivation, you might even gain a direct lineage, the daughter of the family head. As the crowd parted, Li Xuanhuan stepped forward. Cultivation? Does becoming a son-in-law of the Chen family mark the beginning of my path? He bowed politely. Fellow Taoist, I am here solely to establish my foundation. Matters of affection are beyond my consideration. With that, he swiftly departed. Please wait. The fellow Taoist called after him, but he quickened his pace. Among the onlookers, someone questioned, why does the Chun family invite this fellow Taoist while imposing harsh conditions on us? Another scoffed, he is ugly and thinks too highly of himself. When the first speaker attempted to retort, he quickly added, that fellow Taoist is at the 12th layer of chi refinement. He appears quite young. What about you? Hey, who are you to look down on others? Although I hail from a peasant background, I can still produce. Li Xuanhuan had already tuned out their bickering as he ascended the mountain, arriving at the summit. The space at the top was vast, even larger than Xunyan Fang, and served as the venue for the upcoming Ascension Conference. Before him stood 7 stone archways, inscribed with the names of the various sects, Hidden Moon Sect, Spirit Beast Mountain, and Huangfeng Valley, among others. It was time for him to make a choice. Which sect would he join? The Blade Forge, Heavenly Cliff Fortress, and the Giant Sword Sect were all dismissed without a second thought. Though the Pure Void Sect was a Taoist sect, it held no particular appeal. So he rejected it outright. Coming from Lanzhou, he ought to join Spirit Beast Mountain, but that too was declined. Li Xuanhuan could be poisoned by a woman, but he could not be put off by mere ugliness. The Hidden Moon Sect, however, was quite suitable for him. Among the 7 sects, it was the most powerful. If given a choice, who would refuse the strongest sect as their backing? Moreover, it was a subsidiary of the Harmony Sect. How delightful. Hence, he chose Huangfeng Valley. Harmony Sect? A sect ruled by women. What would a man do there? Merely fetch water. Perhaps Nangong one would truly offer him a bowl. Huangfeng Valley was far more agreeable. Filled with familiar faces, Li Xuanhuan stepped forward, passing through the archway of Huangfeng Valley and entering the square of the Ascension Conference. What to do next? Should he engage directly or follow the established procedures? The original text did not specify. Chapter 27. How could he be Li Xuanhuan? 12th layer of Qi refinement. Age 20. What? At the registration desk, a middle-aged cultivator employing divine sight and bone observation cast a glance at Li Xuanhuan, rising in shock. His words, barely spoken, inevitably sparked a commotion. The Ascension Conference was a monumental event held once every decade in the state of Yue, ostensibly a foundation for wandering cultivators to ascend, naturally drawing their attention. Even those who had no hopes for themselves found solace in witnessing others gain entry into sects, seeking a glimmer of opportunity for foundation building. The square buzzed with activity, and upon hearing the middle-aged cultivator's words, it erupted with fervor. Goodness! A 21-year-old at the 12th layer of Qi refinement. Surely he started cultivating as an infant. Among wandering cultivators, the disparity between individuals was staggering. He is a role model for our generation. Some, however, were begrudging, unable to bear the sight of another's success, muttering that perhaps it was merely resources that elevated his cultivation, rendering his combat prowess mediocre. You, a mere 10th layer cultivator, dare to look down on him? Go home and suck your thumb. The envy and resentment echoed in Li Xuanhuan's ears, but he remained unfazed. His cultivation would not deceive him. Talent could not be hidden. Moreover, he was indeed a natural genius, unlike the old demon Han, who claimed to be low-key and cautious while his rate of cultivation growth shone far brighter than a firefly in the dark. If this person bore the mark of 4 spiritual roots on his forehead, it would surely be a moon in the darkness, making even the nascent soul curious to pry open his skull and uncover his secrets. In the latter stages of his time in the mortal realm, the old demon Han transformed entirely into a calamity cultivator, scouring the world for opportunities to ascend. After a century, he would no longer be so reckless. If he refrains from recklessness now, does it not mean he avoids 100 years of detours? His gaze swept across the myriad expressions of beings present. and he respectfully saluted the friend at the registration desk, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you very much, my friend." The middle-aged cultivator returned the courtesy promptly. Shedding any previous airs of superiority, he gestured towards a large pavilion behind him, indicating, "Please, my friend, this way. There is still some time before the Ascension Conference begins. You may rest here." Li Xuanhuan glanced in the direction indicated. There were only 8 individuals present, all cultivators at the 11th level of Qi refinement. None had reached the 12th level. Indeed, while they disparaged the demonic path with their words, their feet led them to support the Hahuan sect. This was quite advantageous for him, as it allowed him to exert pressure based on his cultivation level. Contemplating this, he took note of the other Zichs, all between 30 and 40, with no elderly cultivators present. This was reassuring. If they had been there, he would have immediately turned left to seek refuge at the Xunyan sect. With the Ascension Conference yet to commence, Li Xuanhuan found a spot, laid down his mat, and closed his eyes to cultivate his spirit. Observing this, the other 8 cultivators, feigning meditation, secretly breathed a sigh of relief, grateful not to be forced to yield their seats. The scattered cultivators varied in quality, and some were prone to covet others' positions. They were not particularly concerned about Li Xuanhuan's cultivation level. The Ascension Conference, while ostensibly featuring random pairings for combat, was actually orchestrated by organizers who preferred to match higher-level cultivators against those of lower levels. Consequently, the greatest number of participants were those of intermediate cultivation, leading to the fiercest battles. After all, among equals, no one would concede, and life and death were viewed with indifference, each aspiring to emerge victorious. This was the brutal reality of the Ascension Conference. As time passed and the registration deadline approached, more participants emerged, not due to tardiness, but rather to take advantage of the situation. So what if I'm 40 years old with 500 days? Rounded up, I'm still 40. Don't be fooled by my aging appearance and brittle bones. I'm actually just 18. I entered the cultivation realm at 32, endured a decade of arduous training to reach the 10th level of Qi refinement, and now you tell me I can't register? The middle-aged cultivator observed coldly, noting the presence of fools each year. Do they not realize where they are, daring to cause a scene? Suddenly, 2 powerful auras of Foundation establishment emanated from an unknown location, rendering the venue silent with the threat of imminent death. The previous troublemakers instantly coughed up blood, not only refraining from resistance, but also bowing deeply to express gratitude for the seniors' leniency. The gap between Qi refinement and Foundation establishment was as vast as that between 2 different species. Once the Foundation establishment auras faded, it was as if they had never existed. Yet the scattered cultivators understood that 2 Foundation establishment cultivators were stationed at the Huangfeng Valley for the Ascension Conference, rendering them increasingly timid. Thus, 5 days later, the registration period concluded and the Ascension Conference commenced. Fellow cultivators, please vacate the square within 10 breaths. Consequences shall be borne by those who remain. Before the scattered cultivators could react, the middle-aged cultivator bowed and requested the senior to arrange the formation. In the vast square, the sensible scattered cultivators had already departed, leaving it empty. Suddenly, thunder rumbled as 40 green stone pillars rose from the ground, each standing a modest 9 meters tall. The pillars radiated a green light, which quickly vanished. Only cultivators could perceive that 4 of the pillars formed the framework of a celestial array arena. Within the arena, the seasons, day and night, and torrential rain and drought constantly shifted. Those who had heard of it gasped in astonishment. It's the minor 5-element restriction. When cultivators enter, celestial phenomena and geographic changes will randomly manifest, but isn't this space rather limited? Ah, my friend, you are mistaken. The internal space of this restriction is immense. A Qi refinement cultivator flying in one direction would not reach the boundaries. It is said that only those of Foundation establishment can break the barrier and exit the formation. I see, came the murmurs of enlightenment. At this time, the voice of a Foundation establishment cultivator emerged again, and the crowd fell silent, listening intently as the elder declared, "Let us begin." As the words resonated, 10 disciples clad in the yellow silk robes of Huangfeng Valley took to the skies above the arena. In a commanding tone, one announced, "When I call your name, the cultivator must enter the arena within 30 breaths for a one-on-one combat, concluding when one surrenders or perishes. Latecomers will be automatically disqualified." The first group, Li Xuanhuan. Chao Jun Li Xuanhuan had already risen, joining the other scattered cultivators to observe the entirety of the Xunyan Mountain Ascension Conference. The accumulation of useless knowledge had begun. Upon hearing his name called by the official cultivator, he soared into the air. Just as he entered the formation, he chanced to glance at the sect disciple, who nodded in acknowledgement. It seemed he had misjudged the situation. He had not yet entered the sect, yet the disciple was already favoring him due to his talent. What kind of treatment would he receive once he actually joined the sect? The thought was almost too grand to contemplate. Meanwhile, a middle-aged Confucian from the Blackshaw sect in Xunyan Square, flanked by a portly monk, happened to witness the fleeting figure of Li Xuanhuan. That poor child is in trouble. Facing Li Xuanhuan, a master at the 12th level of Qi refinement, will likely be a walk in the park for him. Where did this Li Xuanhuan come from? What do you mean where? When he registered, he mentioned he was from Jiayuan City, having fortuitously acquired foundational skills during his studies. He abandoned his official position to seek the Tao and unexpectedly gained opportunities, cultivating to this point. The word struck the middle-aged Confucian with shock. How could he possibly be Li Xuanhuan? Chapter 28. Almost there. Why is it always almost? As Li Xuanhuan entered the formation, he was astonished to find himself in a small square of white jade. The sky loomed close, with mist swirling beyond the white jade railing. It resembled a celestial palace rather than an arena. The formation was indeed remarkable. What a melodious dragon's chant, he thought. I, Li Xuanhuan, shall undoubtedly make my mark. However, the Ascension Conference took precedence. While claiming the first place was uncertain, securing a spot in the top 10 was imperative. Thus began the first match. It is common knowledge among cultivators to be vigilant of their surroundings. As he stepped into the formation, his exquisite artifact, the frosted fox hairpin, was poised for action. Yet, he sensed something was amiss with his opponent. Information flashed in his mind. Chao Jun, at the 9th level of Qi refinement. The opponent sported a youthful visage and, rather than immediately preparing for battle, exclaimed, "Wow, this formation is impressive." He reached out to touch the barrier. In the next moment, he was hurled backward at an astonishing speed, colliding with the ground and rolling 3 times. The square was small, and Li Xuanhuan graciously made way for him. In the midst of this, he keenly noticed the inner lining of Chao Jun's attire bore the emblem of the Feng family, one of the 3 prominent foundational families of Huangfeng Valley. If he was not mistaken, the disciple had already prepared to intervene at any moment. Such a brat? Then it's time for a proper lesson. The pain. The formation was entirely different from what he was accustomed to at home. Young brother, this is a second-tier formation. As previously stated, one must either surrender or perish to exit. Almost there. Chao Jun finally recalled that he was here to compete. He rose, stood firm, and politely greeted, "Chao Jun, I humbly ask for your guidance." Li Xuanhuan. In the next moment, an exquisite magical artifact, a small axe, appeared in his opponent's hand. Hurtling toward him, Li Xuanhuan, wielding a folding fan like an ordinary mortal, approached with poise. The magical artifacts clashed in the air as he moved to his opponent's side, preparing to counter the next strike, only to find his adversary still adjusting their weapon. Li Xuanhuan refrained from seizing the opportunity to strike. Upon landing, he elegantly twirled his fan, fearing that a mere slap might incapacitate his opponent. Chao Jun, unable to discern his own shortcomings, continued to manipulate his magical artifact, first attempting a horizontal strike at his waist, narrowly missing. Then, he swept at Li Xuanhuan's legs, still just short. Unconsciously, he muttered, "So close?" He lifted his gaze, losing sight of Li Xuanhuan, and felt a presence behind him. Holding his breath, he rolled over, bringing his weapon down in a vertical slice. Li Xuanhuan placed his left hand on his waist, fan in his right, sidestepping the downward blow, lifting a leg to evade the sweep, and standing firm against the thrust. Precise and graceful. In the next moment, he deftly tapped the axe handle with his fan. Seizing the moment of his opponent's rigidity, he closed in with a swift kick, the fan spinning 720 degrees as he pushed forward with one hand. Chao Jun could only struggle to resist with his small axe. Gritting his teeth, he retreated forcefully to gain space, executing a horizontal slash. Li Xuanhuan naturally respected the nature of the duel, stepping back half a pace. Chao Jun gazed at his small axe, questioning his existence, exclaiming, "Why is it always just a tad short?" Observing this, Li Xuanhuan understood that this match was drawing to a close. Cultivating immortality intertwines with human sentiment. He had given his opponent sufficient face in this elimination. It was timely to offer a small gift, expanding their horizons. Cultivation is not a simple endeavor. Ordinary item, unnamed axe technique. Li Xuanhuan employed the mundane axe technique with his fan, pressing forward relentlessly. It was evident that during practice, he often fell just short. Hence the crucial moments always resulted in near misses. Even a simple method, when executed with such sophistication, appeared extraordinary. Chao Jun could only hold his artifact, struggling to maintain his stance, but ultimately was disarmed. Just as Li Xuanhuan was about to touch his opponent with the fan, the formation dissipated. and the voice of the disciples from Huangfeng Valley rang out, declaring Li Xuanhuan the victor, advancing to the next round. Li Xuanhuan smoothly concluded the match, expressing gratitude to the law enforcement disciple before soaring away, awaiting the next bout. He mused that he had truly guessed correctly. Had it been a rogue cultivator, which disciple would intervene to halt the conflict and prevent casualties? Meanwhile, a middle-aged scholar had forgiven Li Xuanhuan, choosing not to report him for heresy. His motives were not noble. He had two reasons. The Immortal Ascension Conference is brutal. Even a cultivator at the 12th level of Qi refinement could encounter unforeseen dangers. If Li Xuanhuan were to perish, all would be lost. Reporting would serve no purpose. Conversely, if Li Xuanhuan were to triumph and enter the top 10, joining Huangfeng Valley, he would have even less reason to report him. Should Li Xuanhuan fortuitously succeed in Foundation establishment, he would become a figure of great prominence, akin to the sect leader. What right did he have to interfere in such matters? Even if Li Xuanhuan failed, he would still ascend to the 13th level of Qi refinement. A master of the Qi refinement stage. Should he extend a helping hand, he would reap significant rewards. In summary, reporting was out of the question. This secret would be buried with him. With this thought, he cast a sidelong glance at the two monks beside him. It seemed they would have to endure some hardships. Somewhere, there existed an ancient cultivation cave, housing exquisite magical artifacts and century-old spiritual herbs, perfect for exploration. What? Not going? Then he would lend them a hand. Li Xuanhuan remained unaware, as the Immortal Ascension Conference was a bustling affair, necessitating a swift pace. In the second round, Li Xuanhuan emerged victorious. In the third round, Li Xuanhuan triumphed. In the ninth match, Li Xuanhuan prevailed. One victory after another, all achieved effortlessly. His realm overshadowed others, his techniques exquisite, and naturally, his reputation spread far and wide. This young man was indeed formidable. Did you notice that throughout, Li Xuanhuan fought with a high-quality magical artifact fan? Can martial arts be wielded in such a manner? Useless knowledge has accumulated. As time passed, another of Li Xuanhuan's attributes gained notoriety, his striking handsomeness. With a mere flick of his folding fan, opponents would fall, utterly defeated. It is well known that beauty breeds jealousy. What does it matter if one possesses overwhelming power? What does it signify to wield a folding fan? It would be better to use an umbrella. Such ostentation is ridiculous. I vow to kill you. Among the onlookers, there was an extraordinarily ugly middle-aged cultivator, grinding his teeth in silent fury. He was not merely an unattractive man. He was one who understood the anguish of being grotesque, especially to such an extreme. From birth, he was doomed. His parents perceived him as a monster and abandoned him. As a child, he wandered through the mountains, fortuitously obtaining the legacy of an ancient cultivator. With his tri-spirit root aptitude, he entered the world of cultivation, but greater suffering awaited him. Others, judging him by his appearance, not only rejected him as a friend, but also suspected him of malevolence. Even those righteous cultivators, who despise evil, could not help but seek to eradicate him upon sight. What wrong had he committed? He merely wished to live openly and honestly under the sun. Oh, the heavens! Why have you dealt me such a blow? Even now, at the 11th level of Qi refinement, he remains unable to find peace. Thus, he became exceedingly sensitive to matters of appearance. The greater Li Xuanhuan's handsomeness, the more he loathed him. Along with his resentment towards the injustice of the heavens, he also directed his fury at Li Xuanhuan. The Immortal Ascension Conference continued, and as time progressed, the unworthy, those of average cultivation and combat prowess, were eliminated or slain. Among the remaining rogue cultivators, it was a gathering of elites, each possessing unique abilities. In this round, Li Xuanhuan encountered a formidable adversary. In the midst of a frozen expanse, where the world was devoid of color, Li Xuanhuan stood alone at the center. So, where's the opponent? Fellow cultivator? Might I request a glimpse? No response. A hawk's patience? The current cultivators display a shocking lack of courtesy. I see you. If you do not reveal yourself, I shall take action. Li Xuanhuan's ears perked at a faint surge of spiritual energy emanating from a storage bag nearby. Found you. He unleashed a wave of spiritual energy, forming an ice arrow that shot toward the blank snowfield. A white phantom leapt from the snow, evading the attack. The true threat did not lie there. Li Xuanhuan's attention was fixated below. In the next moment, a commotion arose from the ground, and another white figure burst forth from the snow. A white-clad cultivator wielding a long sword, lunging toward him. Simultaneously, white phantoms appeared from all directions. Luoyan step? Li Xuanhuan had no time to ponder and leaped into the air. Just then, an excited voice rang in his ear. You've been tricked. The real white-clad cultivator, armed with a superior magical artifact, lunged forward. With old strength fading and new strength rising, this was a lethal strike. Li Xuanhuan, this slot is mine. The long sword pierced the void, yet it was merely an illusion. The white-clad scholar's pupils constricted. A fake. In the next instant, darkness enveloped him, and he perished. There. Li Xuanhuan revealed himself, as if he had never moved. My dear friend, can you guess the rank of the wind godleg technique? Is it stronger than mundane martial arts? If you cannot articulate your thoughts, then it matters not. The outcome of this battle was predetermined the moment the opponent revealed himself. Li Xuanhuan emerged victorious. The finesse of his footwork caught the attention of the disciples from the sect. After collecting his spoils, Li Xuanhuan graciously expressed his gratitude to his adversary before departing. He harbored a burgeoning sense that his subsequent opponents would become increasingly formidable. Meanwhile, above Xunyan Mountain, a colossal flying vessel hovered in the void, proudly displaying the banner of Huangfeng Valley. On board, a middle-aged man and a young man were engaged in conversation, their minds attuned to the happenings below. It appears the first disciple to join Huangfeng Valley has been confirmed, remarked the elder, known as Brother Wang. Li Xuanhuan, merely 21 years of age, has already attained the 12th level of qi refinement. One can surmise he possesses at least dual spiritual roots, even in defeat. Huangfeng Valley would gladly accept him. Brother Wang, a stern figure with a bushy beard and piercing eyes, nodded in agreement, recognizing their shared thoughts on spiritual roots. Suddenly, he inquired, Li Xuanhuan's martial arts are quite exquisite. Would you care to study them, Junior Brother Wu? No, I prefer spellcasting, replied the youthful cultivator, Wu, with a fair complexion and no facial hair, shaking his head in refusal. Yet, despite his words, he resolved to observe all of Li Xuanhuan's future encounters. There was an undeniable sense that this individual possessed deeper abilities. Brother Wang remained silent. Both were foundation establishment cultivators, possessing discerning eyes. During the qi refinement stage, martial arts could significantly enhance combat prowess, but upon reaching foundation establishment, their efficacy waned. Only spells represented the true path. Martial arts were but a lesser pursuit. The Ascension Conference continued, with Li Xuanhuan encountering an array of peculiar and diverse friends. I, a descendant of Huangfeng Valley's nascent soul family, demand your immediate surrender. Brother, would you be interested in discussing the Tao together? Friend, may I ask for your assistance in the next round? There shall be ample rewards afterward. If I call you Li Xuanhuan, will you dare to respond? At the Ascension Conference, cultivation level was merely the most apparent aspect. Lineage, verbal prowess, poison, charm, and various other factors coalesced into what one might call combat strength. Fortunately, Li Xuanhuan possessed formidable combat prowess. Just when he thought the Ascension Conference was merely mundane, he encountered a true adversary. Under a dim sky, the wind rustled the willows, and a torrential downpour ensued. Li Xuanhuan raised an umbrella for himself. Before him lay a river, its waves turbulent. An arched bridge spanned the two banks. Li Xuanhuan was somewhat surprised. Previous opponents had always concealed themselves, but this one was different. Through his spiritual sense, he discerned the opponent on the opposite side of the bridge, at the 11th level of qi refinement. Without hesitation, he ambled leisurely across the bridge, appearing slow yet actually swift. As he strolled, the opponent gradually came into view. His appearance was unremarkable, drenched by the downpour. Yet his eyes were sharp, fixed intently upon Li Xuanhuan. Clad in inexpensive garb, resembling a mundane martial artist, he wielded a long sword as his magical artifact. Throughout the encounter, he made no effort to hide his presence. Such confidence. A fierce opponent battling against adversity? Zhang Chou, the opponent, perceived no disdain in Li Xuanhuan's gaze. You do not find me repugnant? He asked. Dear friend, do not jest. It concerns me not. Why should I be disdainful? A smile crept across Zhang Chou's lips, eventually expanding into full-blown laughter. How many years have passed? You are the first, Li Xuanhuan, who does not mind my appearance. Suddenly, he glared fiercely at Li Xuanhuan, enunciating each word. In that case, I shall make your departure rather swift. He raised his sword with one hand, and the sheath automatically receded, revealing a glimmering blade of exceptional quality. Accompanied by the sound of the sword's cry, the sheath completely detached and shot towards a nearby willow tree at an unfathomable speed. Meanwhile, a yellowish sword light, shaped like a crescent moon, hurtled toward Li Xuanhuan. Behind this sword light, Zhang Chou followed closely, employing a peculiar movement technique, a glint of mockery flashing in his eyes. This was sword light. To ensure a decisive strike, he personally charged forward. Li Xuanhuan, what will you use to defend yourself? Li Xuanhuan stood upon the bridge, one hand holding the umbrella, calmly observing the show. Sword light. In the vastness of the heavens, It was merely a basic lesson for sword cultivators in the chi refinement stage. The dragon soaring sword technique could easily accomplish such a feat, however. This was the mortal realm. The renowned Qingyuan sword technique, wielded by the infamous old demon Han, was a divine ability of the chi refinement stage. A divine ability, indeed. How frightful. Out of respect. He soared into the air to evade its edge. With a focused thought, he unleashed a kick of the wind god leg, producing a blast of chi. The chi clashed with the sword light on the bridge, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. From Li Xuanhuan's perspective, the chi severed the sword light with ease, truly a mere flicker of light. Afterward, he gracefully retreated, landing atop the river's surface, standing upon the waves. It was not an act of bravado. It was widely known that during the chi refinement stage, one could only wield a single magical artifact. If, hypothetically, he were to confront a chi refinement practitioner on the river, would that opponent not be limited to ranged attacks? Or would they wield a flying sword? Grappling with him on the water? Would they not worry about falling into the river and engaging in aquatic combat? This question was soon answered. Zhang Chou felt as though he were blind. How could the sword light be severed? Moreover, why was this individual not wielding a magical artifact, standing effortlessly upon the water? Did handsome individuals disregard the fundamental principles of cultivation? Tentatively, he unleashed several more sword lights, only to witness Li Xuanhuan gliding gracefully upon the water, evading each one with ease. Concealed sword lights collided with the oiled paper umbrella, sparking fiery flares that ricocheted along its surface. Truly infuriating. This was the Ascension Conference, not a beauty pageant. Would someone perish from a little rain? Even the umbrella was a top-tier magical artifact. Thankfully, Zhang Chou had one too. Chapter 30. Can you withstand this 40-meter giant sword? Outside the arena, the battle between Li Xuanhuan and Zhang Chou drew considerable attention. While Li Xuanhuan was unfamiliar to many, Zhang Chou was well known among the scattered cultivators of Jianzhou. Do you think Li Xuanhuan will lose? Surely not. He is a superlative expert at the 12th level of chi refinement. Zhang Chou, no matter how formidable, is merely at the 11th level. There lies the disparity. Humph. Such childish talk. One must understand that cultivation is one matter, while combat prowess is another. Magical artifacts, techniques, and spells are all vital components. What shortcomings does Li Xuanhuan possess? It is not that he is lacking, it is Zhang Chou's abnormality. When discussing Zhang Chou, a flicker of dread crossed the speaker's eyes. Seeing that the inquirer wished to press further, he coldly warned, "Keep your eyes wide open. Just be careful not to venture out at noon." Within the arena, as the day wore on, the winds calmed and the rain lessened. On the bridge, the two continued their standoff across the expanse. Zhang Chou spoke in a calm tone, yet his visage was nothing short of menacing. "Li Xuanhuan, if you possess the courage, come forth and engage me in a battle to the death. Perhaps you might consider descending, friend?" Li Xuanhuan, ever astute, recognized that wise individuals create or select the most advantageous terrain for themselves. If not, surrendering outright would be a viable option. This is his heartfelt truth. Violence and bloodshed are not the pursuits of an educated man. Yet, on the bridge, Zhang Chou harbored a different sentiment. Based on his experiences, the most venomous individuals are often those who are learned. Thus, he speculated, "Are you afraid of getting your hands dirty, my friend?" After a brief pause, he feigned enlightenment, glaring at Li Xuanhuan with a gaze filled with hatred. "You deserve to die." With that, he disregarded the finesse of water combat, retrieving a superior quality long sword from his storage bag, ascending with it. He wielded a top-tier magical sword. Who among mortals could claim mastery of swordsmanship? Not Li Xuanhuan. He was a master of swordsmanship in the chi refinement stage, proficient in leg techniques, fist techniques, body techniques, and all manner of weaponry. In response to his adversary's assault, he either dodged, parried, or pushed back. Though he stood in the river, not a drop of rain touched him. This demeanor only fueled Zhang Chou's animosity further. No one could outshine him in his presence. The long sword lunged towards Li Xuanhuan, while Zhang Chou's other hand seemingly casually brushed past his storage bag, releasing 3 unknown black needles that glided just 20 centimeters above the river's surface. Concealed beneath the rain and river, the black needles were silent and swift, even faster than the top-tier magical sword. At the same time, Zhang Chou struggled to maintain control over his sword, gritting his teeth as blood trickled down, only to be washed away by the rain, as if it had never existed. This was his greatest secret. His innate spiritual sense was remarkably strong. While a chi refinement stage practitioner could control one magical tool, he could wield 1.5, and with desperation, even 2. It was precisely this ability that had allowed him to escape peril on multiple occasions. On the other side, Li Xuanhuan felt a pulse at his brow. Danger? Almost instinctively, he positioned his umbrella beneath him. In the next moment, 3 shadowy threads collided with the spiritual energy outside the umbrella, continuing their relentless advance, breaking through the magical defenses, and threatening the magical artifact itself. Li Xuanhuan retracted the umbrella and soared into the sky to evade. What was this? Shadowy golden needles. Outside the arena, a foreseeing cultivator gritted his teeth and remarked, "Friend, what is so special about this magical artifact?" Special? It is a shadowy weapon, crafted from the skulls of 360 living children, designed to sever a cultivator's spiritual energy with boundless power. Oh, does that mean Li Xuanhuan is doomed? At this moment, as Li Xuanhuan fled across the river, he discerned the lingering malevolent aura on the black needles. Meanwhile, Zhang Chou, steadying himself on the water's surface, stood with his hands clasped behind him, exuding the demeanor of a master, though his expression grew increasingly twisted. He licked his lips, cruelly stating, "Why are you running? My friend, fear not. I only wish to paint a picture upon your face, and it will soon be painless. You wield a shadowy weapon, made from living beings?" Li Xuanhuan had ceased to listen to Zhang Chou's lengthy discourse, having initially regarded him with pity, but now found him equally contemptible. His thoughts shifted rapidly. He took 7 steps in midair, reversing his form, with the sword hidden within the umbrella now in hand. "My friend, prepare to meet your demise." With the prideful cold 6 techniques, he unleashed a sweeping strike. The sword was slender, 2 fingers wide, of normal length, but at that moment, it bore 2 layers of icy crystalline sword shadows. One was larger than the other, reaching a formidable 10 meters. The 10-meter sword shadow descended, astonishingly growing even larger and longer, extending to a staggering 40 meters, its color becoming ethereal. Zhang Chou's eyes widened in disbelief. What was this? A colossal sword technique? But wasn't that a spell reserved for the Foundation establishment stage? Sword radiance? How could there be a 40-meter sword radiance? He attempted to cleave through a ray of sword radiance, only to produce a crescent moon that shattered upon contact. Run! He leapt backward, curling his legs onto the bridge. As the sword shadows fell, they carved a slender fissure into the river below. The waters surged violently, cascading upwards, splashing directly onto Zhang Chou. A chilling sensation enveloped him. With this strike, Li Xuanhuan naturally allowed no time for his opponent to react, seizing the opportunity for a genuine sweeping assault. The sword shadows severed the surging river water, advancing towards Zhang Chou. At this moment, silence reigned outside the Ascension Conference, the previously boisterous figure now rendered speechless. Above, Brother Wang and Brother Wu could no longer remain seated. Though they possessed spiritual senses and could perceive the unfolding events, they were akin to mortals, leaning over the railings of the massive ship, gazing downward. 40 meters sword radiance? They were at a loss. As Foundation establishment cultivators, they could feel that this was indeed sword radiance. Although it bore resemblance to a colossal sword technique, its power was several times that of a regular sword radiance. Yet it still fell short of the Foundation establishment level. Brother Wang turned to Brother Wu, inquiring, "What do you think, brother?" Brother Wu, well-versed in spells and texts, reflected on the Qingyuan sword technique, a widely circulated practice within Huangfeng Valley, practiced by many Qi refinement cultivators to attain this minor divine ability of sword radiance. But compared to the 40-meter sword radiance wielded by Li Xuanhuan at the Ascension Conference, he pondered before shaking his head. "I cannot comprehend it, but I am profoundly shaken. Since the 2 disciples from Huangfeng Valley cannot grasp it, why not let this individual belong to our Hidden Moon sect?" As the words fell, 12 Foundation establishment cultivators emerged from the great ship, representatives from the 7 factions of the Ascension Conference. The speaker was Sister Zhao Jing of the Hidden Moon sect, whose cultivation had already reached the late Foundation establishment stage. Brother Wang and Brother Wu dared not show any negligence, politely returning the greeting, but Brother Wang declined, saying, "Sister Zhao, you jest. The Ascension Conference allows free choices for independent cultivators. How could we impose upon others?" Sister Zhao, with her exquisite beauty, showcased her elegant figure in her palace attire. Stifling a giggle as she coyly remarked, "You jest, brother. I am quite serious. I have taken a liking to this young man, Li Xuanhuan." Though the other sect cultivators remained silent, they too fixed their gazes upon Brother Wang, desiring to claim Li Xuanhuan for themselves. A mere fade of martial mastery? A 40-meter sword radiance? Such notions were trivial. He was a 21-year-old genius, having attained the 12th layer of Qi refinement with formidable combat prowess. The Ascension Conference was filled with cultivators of varying caliber, yet occasionally true geniuses emerged. Li Xuanhuan was one such prodigy. Brother Wang clenched his jaw, remaining silent. With the rules of the Ascension Conference in place, as long as he did not acquiesce, no one could take him away. Everyone, the battle has yet to conclude. Oh, then let us await Li Xuanhuan's own decision. Chapter 31. The Ascension Conference concludes in the dim sky. The rain continued unabated. A 40-meter icy crystalline sword shadow, like a bolt of lightning, sliced through the void. The speed was astonishing, as if it could sever water itself. There was no evading it. Zhang Chou trusted his judgment and retrieved his third top-tier magical artifact from his storage bag, the Xian Iron Shield. Almost as soon as he grasped it, the sword's shadow approached, and he could only rely on the shield to withstand its onslaught. To his astonishment, the power of the sword's shadow was relentless. Above the river, Li Xuanhuan's gaze sharpened, feeling the resistance from the concealed sword. In the following instant, he gripped the sword's hilt with both hands, withdrawing and then pivoting to strike back along the same trajectory. Simultaneously, Zhang Chou felt a sudden weight on his shoulder. The Xian Iron Shield nearly slipped from his grasp. Before he could react, another sword shadow struck. In his horrified gaze, the shield's spiritual light flickered and vanished, the sword shadow maintaining its speed, vanishing from sight in an instant. One hand brushed against his waist, yet there was not a trace of blood. A gust of wind surged, and his body separated, the upper half sliding across the bridge's surface. With a thunderous crash, he collapsed, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes bulging, blood pouring from the corners of his mouth. Li Xuanhuan landed on the bridge and cast a glance at the dimmed shield, its impact negligible. He had not yet reached the level of damaging a supreme artifact. His gaze shifted to Zhang Chou. The chi refining stage cultivator, brimming with vitality, perhaps could not react swiftly enough to the approaching blade, still clinging to a final breath. The sounds of struggle escaped his lips, but only resulted in a greater flow of blood. Li Xuanhuan understood and furrowed his brow, retorting, "Are you implying that the Yin artifact was obtained through your treasure-seeking endeavors, not crafted by you?" Zhang Chou, summoning the last vestiges of his strength, nodded slightly, his eyes reflecting a final glimmer of hope directed at Li Xuanhuan. For the first time in his life, he experienced a sense of equality, a feeling he did not wish to see dissipate. In the face of death, one's words can carry profound sincerity. Li Xuanhuan nodded in acknowledgement. Upon seeing this, Zhang Chou's eyes shimmered with relief, only to suddenly widen in realization. A phantom? An illusion? His quest for understanding faded from view. Simultaneously, the Yin Rain golden needle slipped from the cultivator's control, driven by inertia to embed itself deep within the stone. The opponent was irrevocably dead. In that moment, Li Xuanhuan reappeared, stating, "My friend, I do not even trust good people. How can I place my faith in one who does not appear virtuous?" The storage pouch, Yin Rain golden needle, Xian Iron Shield, and supreme artifact long sword flew towards him. Fireball technique to collect the remains. The sky darkened further as the downpour intensified, swiftly washing away the bloodstains on the ground. Li Xuanhuan emerged victorious. He expressed his gratitude with a formal bow, to which the other party responded with an equally solemn gesture. Did this signify his acceptance into Huangfeng Valley? Just as he leapt from the arena, the sounds from outside reached his ears. "Did you see that 40-meter sword shadow? My goodness, I feel like I've aged into a dog. How can we continue fighting? I might as well return to farming." Li Xuanhuan paid no heed. He had known from the moment he stepped into the realm of cultivation that his talent could not remain concealed. Thus, he resolved to let his reputation spread. A genius to the extent of being protective of Huangfeng Valley. Of course, he had already decided not to step beyond Huangfeng Valley until he reached the foundation establishment stage. Once he attained that, would he be invincible among his peers? The mortal realm was not lacking in such cultivators, nor were the myriad heavens. He resolved to become a body cultivator, bringing surprise to the mortal world. Exciting. As time passed, the Immortal Ascension Conference gradually approached its conclusion. The battles within the arena grew increasingly brutal. Perhaps this was the true scene witnessed by the old demon Han. For a moment, even Li Xuanhuan felt a surge of emotion. "If I must perish, I wish to do so at the Immortal Ascension Conference. I have surpassed 38 years. If I do not fight desperately, I shall lose my chance at foundation establishment. My friend, grant me a swift end. Why should the disciples of sects roam the heavens while we scattered cultivators remain mere frogs at the bottom of a well? The path of immortality must hold many scenic vistas. I implore you to take me along." The brutality was mirrored on other arenas as well. Those who perished together, those fighting to the last limb, were all engaged in fierce contests. In that moment, countless scattered cultivators found themselves contemplating retreat, while many others aspired to become the next Li Xuanhuan. Scattered cultivators were abundant. The realm of cultivation was never short of people. Truly, This is the essence of mortal cultivation. Thus, half a month later, Uncle Master, please retract the formation. Very well. 40 azure stone pillars descended into the earth, restoring the square. Scattered cultivators surged forth once more, a veritable sea of humanity. I am a chi refining level 11 cultivator. I merely missed the timing. May I be granted another opportunity? I possess hundreds of spirit stones. I only seek a position as a servant disciple. I am a woman of exceptional beauty. Can I serve as your attendant? Leave. The pleas and various tactics of the scattered cultivators were silenced by a single commanding shout. Above, Brother Wang and Junior Brother Wu descended. Brother Wang surveyed the crowd, and no one dared to meet his gaze before he spoke. Those whose names I call, step forward. Li Xuanhuan, Wang Erniu. He recited a total of 10 names, and with each name, a figure appeared behind the two. Having completed the recitation, Brother Wang disregarded the reactions of the numerous scattered cultivators and led the 10 individuals to ascend the Xunyan. The Immortal Ascension Conference concluded, and the surrounding sounds gradually faded. Li Xuanhuan followed Brother Wang into the void. He witnessed a token shimmer in the other's hand, conjuring a massive ship adorned with the Huangfeng Valley banner. Brother Wang coldly remarked, Junior Brother Wu, these individuals are now your responsibility. You shall impart some basic knowledge to them. Junior Brother Wu nodded in agreement and addressed the scattered cultivators, follow me. Just as Li Xuanhuan intended to join them, he suddenly heard Brother Wang's voice, Li Xuanhuan. Stay behind. He could only watch as the others vanished. What needs to be known will eventually be known, Li Xuanhuan thought, refraining from inquiry. Brother Wang stroked his beard, a smile reflecting his satisfaction. Li Xuanhuan's demeanor is indeed commendable. However, good things must be contended for. Follow me. Shortly after, Brother Wang led Li Xuanhuan to the 3rd level of the giant ship, where a pavilion awaited. Inside the pavilion sat 6 individuals. Among them, a woman in palace attire brightened upon seeing Li Xuanhuan, exclaiming, Is this the esteemed Li Xuanhuan? Truly a fine-looking youth. Tell me, why not choose to join the Moonveil sect? Perhaps while there is still time, you might consider becoming one of our disciples. Enchantment. Li Xuanhuan attempted to resist, but, as expected, failed. Brother Wang intervened to dispel the enchantment, suppressing his anger as he addressed her. Sister Zhao, is this action not a bit inappropriate? Hee, Xuanhuan. Seeking joy, would it not be perfect for you to join our sect? What is inappropriate about it? The disparity in their cultivation levels rendered Brother Wang speechless. At that moment, Sister Zhao once again inquired of Li Xuanhuan. I assure you, Huangfeng Valley will not trouble you. Do you wish to join? Noticing Brother Wang's darkening expression, Li Xuanhuan respectfully bowed. Uncle Master Liao, Xuanhuan is a scholar. Having already participated in Huangfeng Valley, he is naturally one of its members. This matter of changing allegiance cannot be entertained. Sister Zhao rose to leave, her voice lingering in the air. If that is the case, I must have overstepped my bounds. Following her departure, the others quickly followed suit, leaving only Brother Wang and Li Xuanhuan behind. Brother Wang exhaled with relief, then gazed at Li Xuanhuan with evident satisfaction. Nephew, as you are new to the sect, go listen to Uncle Master Wu's teachings for now. We shall discuss this matter later. Yes, Li Xuanhuan stepped back 3 paces and turned towards the deck of the giant ship. A thought flashed through his mind. Without foundation establishment, one is but an ant. Foundation establishment. Chapter 32, The Statistical Realm of Cultivation. Regarding the words of the Foundation Establishment Elder from the Moonveil sect, they are best taken with a grain of salt. The mortal realm is one where strength reigns supreme. The upper echelons of martial prowess dictate the conduct of sections. In the Moonveil sect, the elder is traditionally a woman, establishing a hierarchy that venerates femininity. A man joining would be akin to a spring flowing into the ocean, creating nary a ripple. If one truly seeks pleasure, they might find themselves swiftly silenced by a single slap, experiencing the iron fist of femininity. For this sole reason, the Moonveil sect is not an option. The crucial factor is that this foundation establishment cultivator offers nothing in return. Not even a single foundation establishment pill merits respect. To take without giving? An unrealistic notion. Huangfeng Valley, however, is altogether different. On the deck, Uncle Wu was explaining the personnel of Huangfeng Valley to the crowd. The Venerable Liu was the only elder of the valley, rarely emerging unless the sect faced a dire crisis. The sect boasted 10 golden core cultivators, referred to as elders, who dedicated themselves to their cultivation and did not concern themselves with mundane matters. The sect leader, Brother Zhongling, was responsible for all affairs, great and small. Several foundation establishment cultivators assisted him in daily management, known as foundation supervisors, overseeing areas such as the spiritual herb garden, spirit beast pavilion, and 100 Mechanisms Hall. A wandering cultivator, puzzled, inquired, "Uncle, what of the Qi refining disciples?" "A good question," Uncle Wu replied with a welcoming smile. But his words plunged them into an icy abyss. Only Foundation establishment cultivators could focus solely on their cultivation. Qi refining disciples were burdened with various chores within the valley. Chores? Aren't those just menial tasks? The 9 wandering cultivators were shocked. After fighting their way into the sect, they were merely reduced to laborers? One skeptic retorted, "Uncle, I've heard that Huangfeng Valley has 3 prominent golden core families. Do their Qi refining disciples suffer the same fate?" Even the affable Wu Feng was taken aback, nodding after a moment. Theoretically, yes. He had spoken, yet it felt as if he had said nothing at all. The atmosphere grew quiet as the wandering cultivators once again grasped the disparity of the world. They had thought entering the sect was the pinnacle, only to realize it was merely the beginning. Li Xuanhuan had anticipated this and found it unremarkable. His curiosity lay elsewhere. "Uncle, how many Qi refining disciples does the sect have, and how many Foundation establishment cultivators?" "Over 10,000 Qi refining disciples, approximately 300 Foundation disciples." "Is that all?" Li Xuanhuan was perplexed. Huangfeng Valley's strength seemed only to rival that of Yinyue's sect and was considered part of the second tier of the Yue Kingdom. One could speculate that the 7 sects had around 3,000 Foundation establishment cultivators and fewer than 70 golden core cultivators. This led to the question, was the strife between the 7 sects merely an internal struggle among 3,000 individuals? And how could such numbers contest against the demonic path? Wu Feng discerned his confusion. "Indeed. However, what I mentioned pertains solely to the registered cultivators of our sect. You must understand that within the Taiyue mountain range, where Huangfeng Valley resides, there are hundreds of small cultivation families and dozens of markets, from Foundation establishment to spiritual farmers. These cultivators are wandering cultivators." Li Xuanhuan understood. It was akin to statistical demographics in the realm of cultivation. Take, for instance, the infamous battle at the Jingu Yuan flesh mill, where the old demon Han single-handedly slew over a dozen Foundation establishment cultivators, alongside Qin Xiaoqian and others. It was evident that the casualties among the demonic path's Foundation cultivators were significant. The weak became weaker. The Yue Kingdom would undoubtedly suffer greater losses. If the Yue Kingdom had only 3,000 Foundation cultivators, it would face annihilation within 7 days. The reasoning was simple. Foundation establishment cultivators also had their youth, novices, and elders. After accounting for the hidden talents of various families, even 500 suitable Foundation cultivators for battle would be an overestimation on Li Xuanhuan's part. The question arose, how long could 500 Foundation cultivators last in a fight? "Now, everyone," Wu Feng continued, "you are all outstanding among wandering cultivators. The first priority upon entering the sect is to obtain Foundation establishment pills and begin your own journey. If fortune favors you and you achieve Foundation establishment, it wouldn't be inappropriate to call each other fellow cultivators." As his words fell, the crowd instinctively quickened their breaths. Indeed, what if, upon reaching the late stage of Qi refinement, at the 7th layer, one could consume the Foundation establishment pill? They were at the 11th layer of Qi refinement, thus their chances were even greater. At that moment, a figure at the 10th layer of Qi refinement had unknowingly retreated to the back of the crowd, nearly obstructing Li Xuanhuan. Hearing this, he timidly asked, "Can we trade our Foundation establishment pills?" Noticing the gazes from others, he quickly added, "My cultivation is still weak. Can I wait until I improve before using the pills?" Li Xuanhuan couldn't help but scrutinize the cautious cultivator. This fellow's inquiry was not genuinely about trading, but rather a concern about being compelled to do so. Indeed, there were quite a few individuals with personalities akin to the old demon Han. Wu Feng understood and responded solemnly, "This matter is not to be taken lightly. Foundation establishment pills are exceedingly precious. Each one is recorded within the sect. The pills obtained at the Ascension Conference are personal possessions and cannot be traded. Within 3 years, they must be consumed within the sect. Any private transactions will result in severe consequences." His voice bore an ominous tone, instilling fear of any ulterior motives. Li Xuanhuan nodded in agreement, deciding to maintain his own course of action. Wu Feng's demeanor softened, and with a flick of his sleeve, he produced 9 storage bags before the wandering cultivators. These are the items provided by the sect for new disciples. 10-fold storage bags, basic techniques, a set of formation arrays, the Liang sword, the Lungyue blade, the Qingye flying artifact, and 2 sets of Huang silk robes. The others were naturally overjoyed. They now had backing. Li Xuanhuan was momentarily stunned. What about him? Just then, a mental transmission from Wu Feng reached him. "Nephew, follow me." Ascending to the 3rd level of the great ship with his unique Foundation establishment technique, Li Xuanhuan, though not yet a foundation establishment cultivator, could manage the distance. The 9 wandering cultivators, seemingly engrossed in the sect's benefits, failed to notice the two's disappearance, though envy flickered in their eyes. Comparisons were inevitable. Here was a 21-year-old at the 12th layer of chi refinement. By the next meeting, he might indeed be addressing them as uncle. On the 3rd level of the great ship, beneath a small pavilion, Wu Feng spoke warmly. Nephew, the sect's benefits are merely trifles. I believe you do not place much value on them. Uncle, I remain quite curious. Li Xuanhuan replied. Wu Feng paused, shook his head, and personally handed him a storage bag, chuckling. Nephew, you are quite amusing. Upon receiving the storage bag, Li Xuanhuan discovered familiar items within, low-key attire from Han Li, Huangfeng Valley's uniform, and tools for cutting wood and stone. Unable to restrain himself, he asked, Uncle, must one wear the Huang silk robe daily? Not necessarily. The Huang silk robe is only required for important occasions to signify one's identity. Moreover, Wu Feng paused, teasingly adding, I trust you will soon become one of us, and before you even don the Huang silk robe, you might already be preparing for foundation establishment. He specifically reminded Li Xuanhuan that once he reached foundation establishment, as long as he did not represent Huangfeng Valley, he could dress freely. Li Xuanhuan was taken aback. It seemed indeed true. He was on the verge of foundation establishment. Suddenly, Brother Wang's hearty laughter interrupted. Indeed, we shall call each other nephew from now on, and perhaps in the future, we will address each other as fellow cultivators or seniors. I wouldn't dare. Li Xuanhuan remained composed, though he understood the special treatment stemmed from his talent or spiritual roots. Reflecting on how the old demon Han had been bullied by foundation establishment cultivators, it was rather comforting to be regarded as an equal by them. Nephew, would you like to test your spiritual roots? Certainly. The next moment, beneath the pavilion on the 3rd level of the great ship, as the spirit-testing orb revealed enchanting snowflakes, both Brother Wang and Wu Feng could not suppress their exclamations. Ice spiritual root. Indeed, Li Xuanhuan is a prodigy. This was an extraordinary spiritual root, said to appear once every 10 or 20 years, though in reality, it might take 30 or 40 years for one to manifest. Once it did, it was a treasure. It was well known that the heavenly spiritual root had no bottlenecks, allowing direct progression to golden core. The extraordinary spiritual root was not to be underestimated either. The probability of foundation establishment was exceptionally high, and the chances of achieving golden core were considerable. In Huangfeng Valley, heavenly spiritual roots were rare and highly coveted, with even the roots of the golden core elders often being extraordinary. Brother Wang sighed in amazement, never having expected to encounter an extraordinary spiritual root at the Ascension Conference. Indeed, it is splendid. The sect shall undoubtedly reward him handsomely. More importantly, there lies the prospect of gaining guidance from a prodigious talent with an extraordinary spiritual root. With this thought in mind, he hastily retrieved a command talisman from his storage pouch, infused it with spiritual energy, and addressed it, Senior Brother. Please inform the elders of our sect about the remarkable appearance of a 21-year-old genius with an ice spiritual root, who has reached the 12th layer of chi refinement during the Ascension Conference. Upon finishing his words, the talisman darted away, surpassing the speed of a colossal ship by many folds. After completing this task, he warmly introduced to Li Xuanhuan, Disciple, this is the sound transmission talisman. Once you enter the sect, you shall be informed. Thank you, Master Uncle, for your guidance, Li Xuanhuan replied, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Feeling the warmth of Senior Brother Wang's enthusiasm, he could not help but marvel at how this was indeed the proper way to engage with a genius possessing an extraordinary spiritual root. The foundation-building cultivator maintained a humble demeanor, treating others with kindness and respect. Senior Brother Liu, your demise was indeed tragic, he mused. Nevertheless, he understood that such treatment was crucially linked to his own cultivation at the 12th layer of chi refinement, a mere step away from foundation building. When considering the foundational elixir he was about to acquire, that step would soon be surmountable. In other words, in Senior Brother Wang's eyes, he had already attained the status of a foundation-building companion. He gestured with one hand, inviting Li Xuanhuan to take a seat at the pavilion, while also remembering Wu Feng. Disciple, please be seated. Xunyan Mountain is not far from Huangfeng Valley. Let us rest for a moment. Li Xuanhuan had no objections. He was merely adapting to the status of a foundation-building cultivator. The three took their seats, and Senior Brother Wang took the opportunity to impart knowledge to Li Xuanhuan. As he paused, Wu Feng could not contain himself and interjected, Disciple Li, may I pose a question, if it is not too much? What could I possibly say? Li Xuanhuan replied, the sword shadow you displayed at the Ascension Conference, that 40-meter-long sword light, what was it? He had always believed that cultivators should value spells. But after witnessing Li Xuanhuan strike, he found himself questioning his beliefs. I cannot remain silent on this matter. A hint of amusement flickered in Li Xuanhuan's eyes. He had initially thought they looked down upon him. He feigned confusion and asked, "Was that sword light particularly difficult? It seemed quite effortless for me. Was it innate?" The two responded in unison, "Not at all." Li Xuanhuan shook his head, producing a neatly packaged booklet inscribed with the blinking sword technique. With an air of mystery and seriousness, he explained, "In truth, I inadvertently cultivated it while practicing this technique." The two could hardly contain their eagerness and seized the booklet. Foundation-building cultivators possessed far greater spiritual awareness than those at the chi refinement stage, and they quickly read through it. Both simultaneously adopted a sweeping posture, but the next moment, nothing occurred. They turned to Li Xuanhuan, their expressions conveying that this was not what he had described. "Impossible," Li Xuanhuan exclaimed. "How could the two of you, foundation-building seniors, not master it?" With that, he demonstrated the sweeping motion himself, executing it perfectly, albeit with a strikingly different effect. A 10-meter sword shadow manifested. He muttered softly, "Indeed. It was just like that. How could it be difficult?" Senior Brother Wang and Wu Feng exchanged glances. After a moment, Wu Feng sensed the icy, watery fluctuations of spiritual energy in the air and speculated it might be due to the innate qualities of the ice spiritual root. They say that once an extraordinary spiritual root finds the right technique, their combat prowess becomes unparalleled. It seems to be the case. There was a moment of silence, the pain of the spiritual root lingering forever. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of Huangfeng Valley, an argument ensued. The usually imposing sect leader, Zhong Lingdao, appeared as a child wronged, standing to the side hesitantly. "The ice spiritual root genius should join our ranks. Many senior brothers, why not let me have this chance?" "Let? On what grounds? Just because your cultivation is the weakest?" Senior Brother Lei retorted. "What you say is true. You should stick to your forging." Li Huayuan, incensed by Lei Wankai and Yao Ming's remarks, felt the fury boiling within him. Should he suffer simply because he is weaker? Lei Wankai seized the moment. "Adding insult to injury, with your three-yang body facing an ice spiritual root, is that appropriate? You will undoubtedly be the first to be rejected." Yao Ming chimed in. "What my brother says is right. All right, are you all ganging up on me?" Li Huayuan turned to the silent Hong Fu, his anger boiling as he asked, "Sister, you are the first to achieve foundation building in Huangfeng Valley. How should we allocate this?" Hong Fu remained silent. Suddenly, Lei Wankai grew anxious. Being of the lightning spiritual root himself, he could discern Hong Fu's inclination to take on a disciple. Thus, he preemptively asserted, "Sister, this individual does not meet your standards. He is lacking in both reputation and appearance." He then turned to Zhong Lingdao, instructing him brusquely, "Tell us about that ice spiritual root genius." Zhong Lingdao respectfully bowed and replied, "Li Xuanhuan, 21 years old, ice spiritual root, 12th layer of chi refinement, hailing from Jiayuan City in Lianzhou, renowned as the most handsome man." "Stop there," Lei Wankai interrupted, gesturing towards Hong Fu. "Sister, did you hear that? Xuanhuan is a handsome man, and he is also impressive in combat." As he spoke, Lei Wankai expressed his astonishment. "It is splendid to be handsome in battle. I particularly admire that." Hong Fu furrowed her brow, having made a decision. She turned to face Li Huayuan. His eyes lit up with joy as he hastily bowed in respect. Hong Fu's words were decisive. "Junior brother, your talent is exceptional. Do not trouble yourself with trivial matters. Focus on advancing your cultivation." Li Huayuan thought of his silver-horned giant python and the iron essence he had promised to the elder of the Qingshu sect. He opened his mouth to argue, but ultimately bowed his head in silence. Hong Fu nodded and stated plainly, "This time, the extraordinary spiritual root genius shall be entrusted to junior brother Lei Wankai." Lei Wankai grinned widely, bowing in acceptance. "It is my honor." He shot a triumphant glance at his two junior brothers, who, knowing his character all too well, feigned ignorance. With the matter settled, the elders began to depart. Zhong Lingdao exhaled in relief. As Lei Wankai reached the door, he suddenly turned back, furrowing his brow and firmly inquiring, "Sect leader Zhong, I recall that extraordinary spiritual roots are prioritized for foundation building. Is that correct?" Zhong Lingdao quickly bowed and affirmed, "Indeed, that is the case." A gleam sparkled in Lei Wankai's eyes. "Then my disciple, Li Xuanhuan, being an ice spiritual root and newly admitted to the sect, should the sect not provide him with a foundation building elixir?" "Ah, there should be one, yes. This can certainly be arranged." Chapter 34, Huangfeng Valley Look. We've arrived at Huangfeng Valley. As the voice echoed across the deck, Li Xuanhuan instinctively turned his gaze toward the outside of the colossal ship. Two wisps of mist parted, revealing a breathtaking vista. The setting sun lingered on the horizon, accompanied by fiery clouds, presenting a mesmerizing array of mountains of various shapes and sizes, obscured below by swirling mist. It was a scene of exquisite beauty, reminiscent of a celestial realm. "Ah, it is truly magnificent," exclaimed another wandering cultivator. Li Xuanhuan could not help but chuckle. Such naivety was typical of the unlettered. However, he too felt a sense of wonder. He had finally arrived at Huangfeng Valley. Senior brother Wang and Wu Feng exchanged knowing smiles, realizing that Li Xuanhuan was indeed a typical wandering cultivator. Wu Feng adjusted his expression and addressed Li Xuanhuan. But his voice inexplicably carried across the deck. "This place is the periphery of the Taiyue mountain range, a refuge for the affiliated families of Huangfeng Valley. It is not the sect's main location. Please wait a moment." The colossal ship sped swiftly, soaring through the clouds in pursuit of the setting sun. And in the blink of an eye, it passed by the towering peaks of the Tianqing Mountains. As they journeyed, Brother Wang, much like Wu Feng, exhibited great enthusiasm, eagerly engaging in conversation with Li Xuanhuan. He was acutely aware that Li Xuanhuan possessed an extraordinary spiritual root, destined to be taken under the wing of an elder, with foundational cultivation assured and a significant chance of advancing to the golden core stage. By fostering this bond, he sought to deepen their connection, anticipating that should future troubles arise, invoking Li Xuanhuan's name might afford him some leniency. After a brief while, the colossal vessel arrived before a grand formation, its expanse obscuring the sky and rendering its boundaries invisible. Li Xuanhuan focused intently, discerning the flickering yellow maple leaves upon it, symbolizing birth, growth, maturity, decay, and the ceaseless potential for peril. This was the renowned protective formation of Huangfeng Valley, famed throughout the nation of Yue. Even a Yuaning ancestor could meet their demise within its confines. Unbeknownst to him, all had gathered on the deck, where Brother Wang resumed a serious demeanor, while Wu Feng animatedly introduced the scattered cultivators. Li Xuanhuan, like the others, bore an expression of awe mixed with confusion. No wonder the spirit-eye spring of the old demon Han had gone unnoticed, still besieged by the disciples of Qianzhu sect. As it lay outside the realm of the sect's protective formation, the giant vessel, adorned with the flag of Huangfeng Valley, emitted a beam of light, and a portal to the formation materialized, allowing the ship to glide onward without losing speed. Upon entering, Li Xuanhuan felt a dense aura of spiritual energy surging toward him, far more potent than that found in Xunyan market. In the realm of mortals, this was referred to as a large spiritual vein. Drawing upon his extensive knowledge of the multiverse, he deduced this to be a third-tier spiritual vein, classified solely by major realms, corresponding to the golden core stage, and thereafter recognized as golden core spiritual veins. This vein could barely support the cultivation of those in the foundation establishment stage, proving insufficient to expedite the training of golden core cultivators. Well versed in the nuances of cultivation, he conceived a bold idea, the Spirit Beast Mountain. However, upon glancing back at the formation, he shook his head, aware that the protective formation of Spirit Beast Mountain, being one of the 7 sects of Yue, was likely formidable as well. He pondered whether there existed a corresponding array-breaking talisman in the multiverse. The colossal ship remained oblivious to his thoughts as it continued its journey. Within the sect, mountains, lakes, and various terrains flourished. Swords flew gracefully, akin to shooting stars, while spirit beasts occasionally darted through the air. This was the essence of cultivation. This was Huangfeng Valley, one of the 7 great sects of the nation of Yue. The magnitude of the sect dwarfed the ship, which felt like a mere bird flitting through its vastness. As they passed various locations, Wu Feng provided introductions, a mountain housing the transmission hall, where newly admitted disciples could learn fundamental techniques and spells, a lake and plain designated for the cultivation of spiritual herbs, with countless plantations within the valley, and the central hall of the sect, the law enforcement hall. Li Xuanhuan listened with rapt attention, realizing this was the true essence of a sect. As for the old demon Han, or more accurately, Han Pao Pao, he merely skimmed the surface of each place. Although it was said to be a sect of cultivation, aside from possessing a spiritual vein, it bore no distinction from mundane sections. Shortly thereafter, the colossal ship came to a halt mid-air at the mountainside, where an imposing palace complex awaited. A stone archway bore the inscription, Baiji Hall. Please proceed to Baiji Hall to register. Upon registration, you will receive accommodation assignments, after which you may familiarize yourself with your surroundings. Concerning the foundation establishment pills, feel free to visit the main hall of the sect to seek the sect leader for them. The scattered cultivators expressed their gratitude and made their way to the main hall. As for paying respects to the ancestors, They were told to return after establishing their foundations. Li Xuanhuan silently guided many forward, refraining from surveying his surroundings for a potential escape route. Junior disciple, shall we go together to pay respects to the sect leader? Li Xuanhuan lowered his gaze and consented. Unlike the other scattered cultivators, he had received an invitation from the sect leader. The colossal ship set off once more, swiftly arriving above a small hill, where, guided by a radiant light, it descended. As Li Xuanhuan disembarked, he discovered 9 identical colossal ships, evidently a docking port. Junior disciple, why not look behind you? Li Xuanhuan abruptly turned, his eyes reflecting a broad peak, upon which stood a magnificent plaza. Beyond the plaza, exquisite palaces were artfully arranged, with a grand hall at the center that soared into the clouds, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. It was a sight of opulence. That grand hall is the main hall of the sect, where sect leader Zhongling Dao awaits you. My companion and I cannot accompany you. You may proceed alone. Li Xuanhuan, upon hearing this, solemnly bowed in gratitude, promising, I shall repay the kindness of both uncles in the future. The principle of returning even a drop of water with a fountain of grace was that of a scholar. Brother Wang and Brother Wu nodded with smiles, departing on their swords. Watching them leave, Li Xuanhuan passed through several portals and entered the grand hall. Disciple Li Xuanhuan pays respects to the sect leader. You are Li Xuanhuan? Upon raising his eyes, he beheld 2 individuals. The one speaking, though portly, emanated a robust presence. Coupled with the speculation of an elder taking on disciples, could this be Lei Wankai? Just then, the amiable Zhongling Dao beside him gently reminded, you should pay your respects to Master Lei. Indeed, it was he. Greetings, Master Lei. Lei Wankai nodded with a smile, proclaiming, indeed, you bear a resemblance to me. The other 2 remained impassive, reassuring themselves that he was a golden core cultivator, and whatever he said must be true. Suddenly, Lei Wankai's expression turned serious, and he intoned, Li Xuanhuan, do you wish to enter my sect and take me as your master? I do. Li Xuanhuan reacted swiftly, raising his arms, fingers interlaced, bowing deeply. Li Xuanhuan pays respects to master. His sincerity was palpable. With an extraordinary spiritual root, not a mere pseudo-spiritual root, he could not be left to roam freely. Lei Wankai, a master of lightning arts, was a formidable combatant, ranking among the second tier of golden core cultivators in Huangfeng Valley, far superior to Li Huayuan. Accepting Lei Wankai as his master was undoubtedly the best choice for him. Years later, as Huangfeng Valley came under the stewardship of Lei Wankai, this would be known as the direct lineage of the sect leader. In summary, scattered cultivators could not remain scattered. They had to rely on connections to navigate their existence. Sensing Li Xuanhuan's earnestness, Lei Wankai rejoiced at this 21st extraordinary spiritual root, a scholar who revered the principles of heaven, earth, sovereign, kin, and teacher. Excellent. You shall henceforth be my eldest disciple. Li Xuanhuan harbored a question, eldest disciple? Chapter 35. The joy of having a master. You cannot imagine, old Demon Han. Li Xuanhuan held 2 hands. One palm cradled a foundation establishment pill, while the other held another. To his knowledge, the first was a prize from the Ascending Immortal Conference. What, then, was the second? He glanced at Zhongling Dao, who smiled and nodded encouragingly, although the hand stroking his beard was slightly stiff. With furtive glances directed at the foundation establishment pill. Reluctant? That was unacceptable. One cannot retract what has been given. Li Xuanhuan turned his hands, placing the foundation establishment pill into his storage pouch. He solemnly bowed to the esteemed Master Lei, expressing, I am grateful for your kindness, Master. Lei Wankai raised one hand in front, the other resting behind him, embodying the uncompromising demeanor of a venerable elder. Upon hearing this, he shook his head, humbly correcting, let us not speak foolishly. This is a foundation establishment pill allocated according to the principle of prioritizing those with extraordinary spiritual roots. Realization dawned upon Li Xuanhuan, and he replied, understood, Master. Thank you. Indeed, the promising disciple is worthy of guidance. Lei Wan found himself increasingly satisfied with Li Xuanhuan, a scholar who, while learned, was unashamedly so. Nearby, the overlooked Zhongling Dao observed the profound bond between the master and his disciple, unable to restrain a nod of approval, though internally he cried out, that is the foundation establishment pill, which I provided. Just as he lamented this thought, he heard Lei Wan chuckle. He quickly composed his expression, gazing at Lei Wan's face, which bore an air of anticipation, yearning for the elder's commendation. This would greatly benefit his position as sect leader, potentially yielding further rewards. Zhongshitzi, why are you still dawdling? Do you not see that my eldest disciple has yet to be assigned a cave dwelling? Hurry, present the sect's geomantic map. Oh, indeed, indeed. Apologies, Master Uncle, my mind slipped. Zhong Lingdao responded, genuinely unperturbed. He slapped his forehead in realization, expressing remorse. At that moment, a painting on the wall of the grand hall fluttered without wind, floating gracefully into his hands. Appropriately, he introduced it to Li Xuanhuan, Shitsi. This is the geomantic map of Huangfeng Valley, depicting mountains and lakes. If a cave dwelling has an owner, it will be indicated thereon. Li Xuanhuan blinked, extending his hands, and the map flew from Zhong Lingdao's grasp. His consciousness scanned the map. Hearing the elder's hint, he internally mused, who does he look down upon? Who is ignorant of this? Yet, he found himself genuinely perplexed, as it struck a blind spot in his knowledge. In the myriad realms, the immortal utilized various worlds, while mortals remained voiceless in their ignorance. His consciousness hovered over the map, and a radiant light appeared above, illuminating the geographical features of Huangfeng Valley. The sect's Grand Hall, the Transmission Hall, the 100 Mechanisms Hall, everything he observed was included. Yet the cave dwellings of the 10 Great Foundation Establishment Cultivators and the Scripture Repository were conspicuously absent. It bore a resemblance to the real estate models of his previous life, differing only in focus. Where the past emphasized location and floor, this realm prioritized spiritual veins. The sect's inner sanctum possessed a third-tier spiritual vein, yet, akin to the slum districts of Xunyan Square, there existed disparities within. Superior cave dwellings, like those in Hongya Valley, featured spiritual eye stones with a remarkably high concentration of spiritual energy, claimed by the sect's foremost foundation establishment cultivator, Hong Fu. In contrast, the inferior locations, such as Qilan Pavilion, seldom utilized spiritual energy. Nevertheless, even the least desirable locations surpassed second-tier spiritual veins in quality. Huangfeng Valley housed approximately 300 foundation establishment cultivators, each capable of occupying a cave dwelling, a figure that seemed diminutive within the valley, with ample vacant spaces. Instinctively, he glanced at Lei Wan, contemplating choosing a location near his master. Master Uncle, I would like to select this one. Zhong Lingdao glanced over and instantly showered him with praise. Shitsi Xuanhuan possesses excellent judgment. This mountain brims with spiritual energy, truly a fine cave dwelling. Li Xuanhuan lowered his gaze in response, not taking it to heart. The mountains and lakes within Huangfeng Valley had all been surveyed, so there were no surprises. This was merely a commonplace site rich in spiritual energy. The only distinguishing feature lay at the mountain's summit, where a spiritual spring emerged, the locus of the highest density of spiritual energy. Master Uncle, shall the cave dwelling be given a name? The spring is as fine as jade, thus it shall be called Yichuan Mountain. A splendid name. Henceforth, Yichuan Mountain shall be your cave dwelling, Shitsi. Thank you, Master Uncle. Suddenly, Lei Wan coughed, gently reminding Zhong Lingdao with a kind gaze. Zhong Shitsi. Does this place possess any formations? Zhong Lingdao's eyelids twitched imperceptibly as he stammered in reply. It should have, right? No, you are the sect leader. What do you say? There is a first tier, no, rather a second tier formation for protection. I have heard that atop Yichuan Mountain lies a grand hall of considerable expanse, with jade pavilions halfway up the mountain and a medicinal herb garden at the foot. Is this true? Indeed, most certainly true. It was rare for Lei Wan to smile at Zhong Lingdao, patting his shoulder and saying, I see you are doing well as sect leader. Keep up the good work. Witnessing this scene, a thought flickered in Li Xuanhuan's mind. So this is how the foundation establishment pill is acquired. The sect leader's task is indeed arduous. Unlike him, who upon joining the sect, had taken the foundation establishment elder as his master and received a complete cave dwelling. How blissful. One might wonder, why did old Demon Han possess nothing in the beginning? Li Huayuan met an untimely end. Moments later, at the entrance of the grand hall, Zhong Lingdao graciously bid farewell to the master and disciple. Once they were out of sight, he could no longer maintain his smile, his heart heavy with unwept tears. His foundation establishment pill, his second-tier protective mountain formation. The sorrows and joys of humanity are not shared. Li Xuanhuan remained oblivious to Zhong Shitsi's melancholy, as his own initiation into the sect had yet to conclude. Law Enforcement Hall. After leaving the sect's grand hall, Lei Wan escorted him here. Upon entering, Lei Wan addressed a foundation establishment cultivator directly. This is my personal disciple, Li Xuanhuan. Please assist him in securing the position of Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. Understood, Master Uncle Lei. In a manner akin to the sect leader, this foundation establishment cultivator was equally cooperative. Within a tea break, he presented the token with both hands. As they departed, Li Xuanhuan followed Lei Wan through the skies on his sword, his heart brimming with curiosity. Lei Wan conveyed telepathically, Xunyan, there is no need for doubt. As my greatest disciple, I shall naturally take full responsibility for you. Greatest disciple? Chuckling, Li Xunyan was unaware that Lei Wan had previously dedicated himself to solitary cultivation, refraining from taking disciples. Now, with over 200 years of age, he was the youngest Foundation establishment cultivator in the valley, nearing the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. Lei Wan reflected on how Li Huayuan had advanced to Foundation establishment earlier, yet had been delayed by various matters, allowing him to surpass his progress, bringing him joy. Li Xunyan's face reflected surprise, simultaneously unraveling a mystery. No wonder Lei Wan possessed ample lifespan, having lived until Han Li returned from the chaotic Star Sea. It turned out he had advanced in cultivation and became a senior brother. Hearing Lei Wan continue, your master has a partner, surnamed Nye, whom you will meet in due time. For now, your primary task is to establish your foundation. We have arrived. As his words fell, the two landed at a mountain villa named Dengxian Pavilion. This location was specially established by the sect for disciples to cultivate their foundations, abundant in spiritual energy. You may establish your foundation here. Afterward, come to my cave dwelling, and I will allow you to peruse my private collection of spells and techniques. Is this the joy of having a master? Yes, master, Li Xunyan replied earnestly, bowing in gratitude before turning to stroll into the villa alone. No foundation establishment, no exit. Chapter 36, Foundation Establishment. Dengxian Pavilion. Another location not mentioned in the original text. Although called a pavilion, it is, in truth, a villa, comprising numerous independent cave dwellings spaced far apart, each protected by unknown formations, unseen and unheard, safe and abundant in spiritual energy. It has always been the first choice for disciples of Huangfeng Valley to establish their foundations. Excellent. The only flaw with such good fortune is its expense. Brother, are you about to establish your foundation? Li Xunyan nodded lightly. The attending disciple immediately displayed a look of immense envy. 30 low-grade spirit stones for 3 months. So there is a fee. No wonder old Demon Han did not come. With a thought, a medium-grade spirit stone flew from his storage bag into the attending disciple's hand, saying, adjust as necessary. Thankfully, he was affluent. More wonderfully, if he successfully emerged after 3 months, he would still receive a change of 100 low-grade spirit stones. A zero-sum game. This medium-grade spirit stone could be returned. In and out, no gain, no loss. Colloquially known as whitewashing. Do they wish to profit from this scholar? Let them drink bathwater instead. This way, brother. At the behest of Li Xunyan, the attendant disciple guided him to the 6th cave dwelling, known as the Star-Picking Pavilion. In the celestial realm of the White Jade capital, Li Xunyan was not deceiving. He chose such a place for his foundational cultivation. The key in his hand shimmered as the formation slowly closed. Outside the formation, the attendant disciple bowed respectfully, offering congratulations, wishing his senior brother a long-lasting path in immortality and success in establishing his foundation. As the formation fully materialized, hidden within the void, this place transformed into a bamboo grove, utterly unrecognizable from its former state. The attendant disciple slowly rose, unfazed by the scene before him, having served here for 30 years. The cave dwelling remained a cave dwelling, and he continued to be a mere chi refinement practitioner. Establishing a foundation is no small feat, he lamented as he departed. His cultivation level having reached the 7th layer of chi refinement. Let alone establishing a foundation, he had only just entered the late stage. Before the star-picking pavilion, Li Xunyan stepped forth, soaring into the sky, heading straight for the pavilion's peak. The summit featured a broad platform, and perhaps due to the formation's influence, he experienced an illusion of being able to reach the starry sky with merely an outstretched hand. Indeed, the sole flaw of precious things is their cost. Soon, he settled cross-legged upon the central mat of the platform, with several storage bags laid out before him. These were the spoils from the Ascension Conference. It must be said that the loose cultivators who could attend the conference were all prodigies, which brought about a significant advantage, yielding rich rewards. Just Zhangqiu alone had provided Li Xunyan with 3 top-grade magical instruments. Ultimately, there were a total of 13 top-grade magical instruments, nearly 100 high-grade ones. While the middle and low-grade instruments were scarce, likely exchanged by loose cultivators for enhancements to their combat prowess. Unsurprisingly, there were no talismans or elixirs, and the spirit stones barely reached 100. There were regrets, but they were few. What the Ascension Conference imparted to Li Xunyan was not merely these superficial gains, but far more profound insights. Lei Wankai's foremost disciple, Li Xunyan, a practitioner from Yuling Mountain, the deputy head of the law enforcement hall in Huangfeng Valley. Of course, Li Xunyan had bestowed upon him a special name, the judicial hall. With his cultivation progress, he could also be the judicial minister of the kingdom of Yue, the southern judicial minister, and even a celestial judicial deity of the mortal realm. Naturally, this depended on his strength. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. For now, he remained a humble practitioner at the 12th layer of chi refinement. The path to becoming a celestial judicial deity began with establishing a solid foundation. The spatial ring on his hand glimmered as he stored away the spoils, replacing them with a chi replenishing elixir. Following the customary preparation, Li Xuanhuan consumed it. The spiritual water melted upon entry, and the spiritual energy rapidly dispersed throughout his body. He then commenced his cultivation practice, converting the spiritual power. Thus, after 3 days, his cultivation advanced to the 13th layer of chi refinement. Before the Ascension Conference, he had already reached what was referred to as the pinnacle of the 12th layer, with no further advancement possible. Now, a gentle push allowed him to smoothly break through this barrier. In the realm of mortal cultivation, the 13th layer of chi refinement signifies a level of achievement, marking the summit. In other words, as of today, Li Xuanhuan had reached a point of stagnation in his chi refinement practice. At the age of 21, he found himself at a similar age as the notorious Han Laoma, who was also stuck at the 11th layer of chi refinement. The goal set by the Divine Hand Valley had quietly been achieved. The difference lay in Han Laoma's struggle in the blood-forbidden zone to obtain a foundation-building pill, followed by spending over 2 years refining the pill, ultimately reaching the foundation establishment at the age of 25. As for him, Li Xuanhuan produced 2 jade boxes, each containing a gem radiating a blue glow, which was indeed a foundation-building pill. Without hesitation, he consumed one. As the elixir entered his mouth, the Qianhuan Ice Heart art activated. Almost instantaneously, the foundation-building pill erupted with a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy within the cave seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, gradually enveloping him and forming a halo. The halo shimmered with an icy hue, intermittently flashing with shades of green, gold, yellow, blue, and red, representing the attributes of the Qianhuan Ice Heart art, ice and the 5 elements. Establishing a foundation is no trifling matter. Li Xuanhuan remained wholly focused on his cultivation technique. Time passed without determination, as the star-picking pavilion transcended day and night, with only the stars and moon cycling. At a certain moment, a sound akin to a drop of water entering a lake echoed in his ears. Drip. With the emergence of the first sound, it quickened, ultimately converging into a collective chorus. Little by little, droplets formed a river. The river flowed downstream at times, while at others, it seemed to flow against the current, ultimately intertwining. Suddenly, this river radiated an icy brilliance, illuminating Li Xuanhuan. Moments later, the light faded, and Li Xuanhuan opened his eyes, a spark of brilliance flashing within them. Establishing a foundation was accomplished. One foundation-building pill had sufficed. The extraordinary spiritual root was indeed a blessing. Li Xuanhuan rose and stretched his body, noticing the changes following his foundation establishment. Firstly, his spiritual consciousness had a precise exploration range of 3 miles, which was a 10-fold increase compared to the 13th layer of chi refinement. Notably, his blurred exploration range extended to 45 miles. In other words, the combat range in the early stages of foundation establishment exceeded that of the chi refinement stage by 9 times. Coupled with the strength of his spiritual consciousness, he could genuinely sever a foe's head from a kilometer away. Secondly, there was a transformation in his spiritual power, approximately 33 times that of the 13th layer of chi refinement. While this may seem a modest difference, it was profound, as the state of spiritual power shifted from gas to liquid, with a significant difference in density. Those who understand the implications realize that the disparity at this magnitude is exponentially explosive. These 2 aspects alone render the foundation establishment practitioner's combat prowess overwhelmingly superior to that of a chi refinement practitioner. Moreover, the strategy of overwhelming numbers becomes ineffective. Although he had yet to experiment in other areas, he was aware of many. For instance, the speed of movement. The enhanced efficacy of high-grade and top-grade magical instruments in the hands of foundation establishment practitioners, and the application of spells. In summary, the might of a foundation establishment expert is truly formidable. For Li Xuanhuan, this was a double joy. The Qianhuan Ice Heart art has the effect of solidifying one's foundation. In other words, upon entering the foundation establishment phase, he possessed 3 times the total spiritual power of his peers. Were it not for the fact that with each breakthrough in the foundation establishment phase, the quality of spiritual power also improved, he might have claimed that entering the foundation establishment phase meant reaching the pinnacle. Li Xuanhuan smacked his lips. regrettably acknowledging that it was indeed not so. With a single hand, he grasped the void as if holding a sword, and the unbelievable occurred. He witnessed the icy, crystal-like water swirling, gradually forming the hilt of a sword, followed by the blade, until a long sword, reminiscent of the Frost's Lament, materialized out of thin air. With a twist, Frost's Lament transformed into the appearance of an ancient long sword. This was the second special effect of Jiayuan, transformation. Unlike before, when he could only alter small magical artifacts, he now possessed the ability to shapeshift into short weapons like long swords. Its strength had risen to that of a medium-grade magical instrument. To conjure an object from thin air and produce magical artifacts? With a single thought, the long sword transformed into countless sparkling icicles, cascading down and vanishing into the void. While this technique was remarkable, the true determinants of combat power during the Foundation establishment phase were far more significant. He needed to prepare for how he would engage in battles during the Foundation establishment phase and even the Dan formation phase. Chapter 37. The three flowers gather at the crown, known as the path of immortality. In the realm of cultivation, the notion of being invincible among peers is a fallacy. Yet, there are always those who can stand out prominently in an era. Take Han Laoma, for instance. In the original text, the protagonist, during the Foundation establishment period, relies on formations, spiritual awareness, and the counterattack of the false alchemical realm of the Overlord in the Golden Core stage. He utilizes the golden devouring insect and the Qingzhu cloud sword to wreak havoc among peers in the nascent soul stage. He employs the Brahmin's sacred true demon technique to strip away external protective means, channeling immense power into his very being. It is evident that the true secret lies in the triad of spiritual awareness, physical form, and spiritual energy cultivation. Coincidentally, Li Xuanhuan, having perused the myriad realms, also encountered similar assertions. In the foundational texts of a prominent sect from a celestial realm, it is stated, 3 flowers gather at the crown. 5 energies converge at the origin. This marks the commencement of the immortal path. The 3 flowers represent the essence, energy, and spirit of the cultivator. The essence is likened to the jade flower, the energy to the golden flower, and the spirit to the 9 flowers, when gathered at the crown. One can remain unscathed through countless tribulations. The 5 energies converging at the origin pertain to the methods of cultivation. To cultivate, one must encompass the 5 elements. Lacking one renders the attainment of enlightenment impossible. Notably, the foundational text of this sect is applicable to Golden Core practitioners and below. By glimpsing a corner, one can perceive the entirety. The simultaneous cultivation of essence, energy, and spirit is indeed the proper approach to the immortal path. The original text also mentions that aspiring to ascend to true immortality requires high standards for both the physical body and spiritual awareness. Different paths lead to the same destination. Li Xuanhuan cannot help but ponder whether the perfect intersection of these 3 elements results in the magical power of an immortal. Of course, this realm remains out of reach for him. He is still a mere neophyte in the Foundation establishment phase. Confronted with reality, his primary task is the cultivation that lies ahead. Whether for future ascension to immortality or to maintain invincibility during the Foundation establishment and Golden Core phases, he must diligently work on these 3 aspects. In terms of energy, the 1000 Illusion Ice Heart technique serves as a powerful foundation, allowing him to proceed methodically. As for the essence and spirit, preparations must commence forthwith. The methods of preparation are simple: the Celestial Bottle and the Celestial Balance. One provides valuable spiritual plants, while the other exchanges for equivalent techniques and resources, creating a perfect synergy. As for the Great Transformation technique, the young Master Lin only possesses Golden Core techniques, and further efforts are required to seek out the ancient recluse at the Western Bamboo sect, which would be time-consuming and laborious. It is better to have an advantage. The path of cultivation is not devoid of challenges. The transition from Foundation establishment to Golden Core is a lengthy journey, and methods of protection must be updated. Firstly, in the realm of human immortal martial arts, first-tier techniques such as the Wandering Dragon Sword technique, Skyward Wave Treading, and Wind God Leg have ceased to be decisive against opponents of the same tier. Fortunately, he possesses foresight. He did not exchange for many techniques, most of which serve as supportive mobility methods. Similarly, the old Devil Han utilizes the Luo Yen steps acquired from the mortal realm. Thus, his first-tier techniques remain valid, right? They may be updated, but not necessarily replaced. With the advancement of cultivation, techniques such as the Proud Cold 6 techniques and the Divine Sword Controlling Thunder technique are now poised to unleash their true might. Previously, the sword's shadow extended 10 meters. Now, it stretches to 40 meters, potentially up to 100. Although Foundation establishment practitioners have increased their speed of evasion, it has not yet reached 100 meters per second. In other words, this technique is not only aesthetically pleasing but also practical. Consequently, regarding human immortal martial arts, Li Xuanhuan intends to acquire as many techniques as possible. What he values most are the authentic sword cultivation techniques, more precisely, the weapon cultivation techniques. If the sword techniques of the Qi refining stage represent the pinnacle of mortal swordsmanship, then the sword techniques of the Foundation establishment stage herald a true qualitative transformation. Techniques such as sword Qi transforming into threads and splitting light sword shadows exhibit an intricacy far beyond ordinary imagination. Next, in the realm of spells within this world, once a practitioner enters the Foundation establishment stage, they can proficiently cast elementary spells and master a portion of intermediate spells, such as the Great Sword Technique and Ice Spike Technique. These are among the most commonly employed methods for Foundation establishment practitioners in the mortal realm. In the myriad realms, spells abound. Li Xuanhuan is not foolish. He will not solely focus on human immortal martial arts. Additionally, alchemy, weaponry, talismans, and array techniques must also be prepared. Having an advantage does not mean resting easy. Resources will eventually be depleted, and the ability to create one's own resources is the path to sustainable development. Perhaps one day in the future, he might casually create a world to trade away. However, for now, he still requires a bit of assistance from the outside world. Unlike the ordinary rogue cultivator, the old devil Han, who must toil to cultivate using the celestial bottle and exchange spiritual herbs, he is different. He has a golden core master. What belongs to the master rightfully belongs to the disciple. In summary, if there are shortcuts to be taken in the initial stages, why rely solely on oneself? Walking with two legs is certainly more stable. Having resolved to take action, Li Xuanhuan stepped forward. Appearing in the air outside the star-picking pavilion, descending gracefully, a unique ability of the Foundation establishment stage. The key to the star-picking pavilion flashed, and the formation was dismantled. He did not pause his steps, passing by the registration desk, where the key fell into the hands of the law enforcement disciple, maintaining his speed as he departed. The law enforcement disciple had already bowed respectfully, congratulating him. Congratulations, Master Uncle, on successfully establishing your foundation. How long have I been in seclusion? He inquired. Replying to Master Uncle, it has been precisely 100 days. 100 days of Foundation establishment? Li Xuanhuan was taken aback as he returned the 100 spiritual stones he had casually received to his storage bag, shaking his head, thinking it merely a coincidence. He then made his way towards Han Li's discreet abode, heading directly to the cave dwelling of Lei Wanhou, leaving behind the bowing figure of the law enforcement disciple. The Foundation establishment phase is merely a thin line separating it from the Qi refining phase, yet they belong to entirely different worlds. In Huangfeng Valley, there exists a peculiar peak, perpetually shrouded in a thick, roiling layer of dark clouds, beneath which flashes of lightning and rumblings of thunder abound. This is the location of Lei Wanhou's cave dwelling, the Thunder Sound Cave. Upon arriving, Li Xuanhuan had yet to marvel at how practitioners could sleep in such an environment when a portal appeared before him. A voice reached his ears, belonging to his master. Lei Wanhou, Xuanhuan, come in. Yes, master. Li Xuanhuan stepped through the portal, his figure vanishing, and in the next instant, he found himself in a fragrant valley filled with birdsong and blossoms. So this is how it is. The Thunder Sound Cave is not solely a place for his master to cultivate thunder techniques, but rather a space to share thunder sounds with others. Old 6. Before Li Xuanhuan stood two figures, one of whom was the burly Lei Wanhou. Upon seeing Li Xuanhuan's reaction, a proud smile appeared on his lips as he laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, Xuanhuan, what do you think of this cave dwelling? Beside Lei Wanhou stood an elegant, dignified middle-aged woman. At that moment, her gaze sharpened, and she gently admonished, Wanhou, this is your direct disciple, do not act recklessly. Hearing this, Lei Wanhou quickly sought to appease her, chuckling to assure her not to take offense. The middle-aged woman, seeing this, explained, Xuanhuan, do not mind, just look up at the sky. Li Xuanhuan looked up and beheld a floating island above, where thunder and lightning were firmly locked within. That was the Thunder Sound Cave. This place serves as the daily residence. I call it the 100 Flowers Valley. Li Xuanhuan understood immediately and began to praise. Amidst the flowers, butterflies dance gracefully, and beneath the leaves, orioles sing melodiously. Such a scene could only exist in the heavens. A rare encounter in the mortal realm. Master, this 100 Flowers Valley is truly remarkable. As the saying goes, the county magistrate is not as good as the current manager. Seeing that this household is led by his master, he swiftly altered his approach, showering her with compliments. His 5-year experience in the officialdom had taught him much, particularly the art of emphasizing key points. The master's eyes sparkled with delight, recognizing the cultured nature of Li Xunyan, and she regarded him with newfound approval. With a smile that concealed her amusement, she said, "You are quite clever. Follow me, for your master has prepared many treasures for you." After walking a few steps without seeing Lei Wanhua follow, she furrowed her brow and called out to him, "Are you not coming?" Chapter 38. What belongs to the master is also the disciple's Sun Huan. What you see before you is a personal collection amassed by your master over the years. Nie Shenyang explained as she introduced Li Xunyan to the 3-story pavilion of Baiwa Valley. Following her gesture, Li Xunyan looked in the direction she indicated and found that the loft contained no physical partitions. The towering bookshelves were adorned with countless tomes, elixirs, and magical artifacts. The shelves, arranged in a semicircular layout around the center, created a sense of organized chaos. In the very heart of the room, a magical formation radiated light, with dozens of beams of energy darting about erratically. "Those are the most precious treasures of my master. Even the Yuaning ancestors would covet them," Lei Wanhua remarked, pride gleaming in his eyes. This was the foundation of his Huangfeng Valley's accomplishments in becoming a second-tier Jiayuan sect. Li Xunyan's gaze swept across the bookshelves, each item emanating an alluring glow. This was indeed a ladder to his advancement. Turning to Lei Wanhua, admiration filled his eyes as he said, "Master, you are truly remarkable." Indeed, Lei Wanhua muttered under his breath. Noticing the teasing look from his companion, he chuckled awkwardly, attempting to regain the dignity befitting a Jiayuan ancestor. "Sun Huan, you are my eldest disciple. I shall guide you in selecting some magical artifacts, techniques, and other items. We cannot afford to let this reflect poorly on your master." He strolled deeper into the room, and beams of light burst forth from the shelves. First and foremost are the techniques. You have been practicing ice magic. After laying your foundation, it is best to continue with it. Unfortunately, I have only managed to cultivate ice magic to the Yuaning stage. If only you had a lightning spiritual root, I could pass on my late-stage Yuan-ing legacy. "Master," Li Xunyan interjected earnestly, "though I practice ice magic, I can also supplement it with lightning techniques. I cannot let your reputation suffer." This was indeed a late-stage Yuan-ing technique, equivalent to a millennium-old spiritual herb. Even cultivating spiritual herbs in a Tianping bottle would take over 2 months. Lei Wanhua paused, realizing the truth in his words, though he still felt something was amiss. "Very well, you may take this technique as a reference," he said, as a beam of light descended into his hand, transforming into a jade slip. Originally, it was impossible to give Li Xunyan such a treasure directly, but Lei Wanhua had made a copy. Li Xunyan felt gratified, his anticipation for the upcoming master-apprentice gift growing. The result did not disappoint him. The Xianbing technique can elevate you to the Jiebing stage, but beyond that, you must find your own way. Of course, you may never need it. Lei Wanhua implied that it was exceedingly difficult for Li Xunyan to reach the Jiebing stage. In the vast Huangfeng Valley, only senior sister Hongfu had achieved mid-stage Jiayuan, a far cry from late stage and even further from Jiebing. "Ah, yes. Li Xunyan nodded vigorously. Indeed, he might not find it useful. Transactions were necessary. Subsequently, Lei Wanhua solemnly handed him another jade slip. "This is the lightning technique I have cultivated, the Jiutian Huanglei method, which can be practiced up to late-stage Yuaning. Take it to supplement your studies. The power of lightning is formidable, and you must not tarnish your master's name." "Master, is there no transformation inheritance?" "What? Do you think I am merely a vessel for transformation inheritance? It has been ages since anyone in Tianan has achieved that." Oh, perhaps Li Xunyan's words had struck a nerve, for Lei Wanhua lost interest in providing detailed instructions and hastily handed over the items to Li Xunyan. He received a top-tier magical artifact, the Ice Crystal Sword, a defensive artifact, the Ice Soul Pearl, capable of forming a protective barrier of spiritual energy around him, a top-tier flying artifact, the Divine Wind Boat, and various spells including the Great Sword Technique, Thousand Blade Technique, Ice Spike Technique, and Ice Rain Technique. Additionally, there were foundation-building elixirs such as the Heqi Pill, Gathering Spirit Pill, True Essence Pill, and Qi Training Pill, along with a top-tier alchemical furnace suitable for foundation building with True Fire for Alchemy. "That will be all for now, Master." Lei Wanhua looked up, avoiding Li Xunyan's expression, perhaps expecting his disciple to express gratitude for the profound gifts. "Master, this must be the map of the Blood Forbidden Zone." He had mistakenly taken a piece of brocade for a foundation-building technique and handed it to Li Xunyan. However, the master was not entirely wrong. "Oh, This is indeed the map of the blood-forbidden zone. My intention is to remind you to remain vigilant. Although you have successfully laid your foundation, do not forget your past experiences as a loose cultivator. Do not think that with my support, you can act recklessly. Li Xunyan understood the underlying message and quickly bowed in respect, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for the treasures, master. A hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. This master was rather endearing. Upon leaving the scripture pavilion, Li Xunyan felt a twinge of reluctance. Xunyan chuckled, if you enjoy these treasures, feel free to visit the cave more often. It would be a waste to let them sit here. Lei Wanhua nodded in agreement, but cautioned. For someone with your ice spiritual root, it is crucial to focus on enhancing your cultivation in the early stages. While these external items are valuable, they remain secondary. You must discern your priorities. Hearing the words of his master and mistress, Li Xunyan recalled the impending demonic invasion. Given sufficient time and a tranquil cultivation environment, he would certainly adhere to Lei Wanhua's guidance. However, the reality was far from ideal. Yes, master. At that moment, he was merely a novice in the realm of cultivation, unaware of the vast complexities that lay ahead. Unreasonable, best left unspoken. As the portal to the formation materialized before him, Li Xunyan suddenly realized a pressing question. Master, regarding my position as the deputy head of the law enforcement hall, will I need to undertake any tasks? Tasks? What tasks? As my direct disciple, do you require tasks? Simply cultivate diligently. In the next breath, a voice echoed in his mind. Unless you happen to encounter a sect war, though you need not worry, at that time. Just float along, and I will certainly protect you during your early foundation stage. Upon hearing this, Li Xunyan had already exited the portal and promptly bowed to the formation. Thank you, master. His gratitude was sincere. Having a protective master and a nurturing sect was indeed a great fortune. Meanwhile, within Baiwa Valley, Xunyan observed this scene through the formation and praised Li Xunyan profusely. Wanhua, this child is truly exceptional. He is grateful and considerate, showing no signs of a loose cultivator. Indeed, Lei Wanhua replied, I am not foolish in taking on disciples. I have verified the information gathered by Zhong Ling several times. He is a genuine prodigy. Seeing her partner's robust, yet boastful demeanor, Xunyan felt an inexplicable fondness and teased him with a smile. You usually cherish your collection. Yet you are so generous to Xunyan now. Do you not feel it as a loss? A loss. Lei Wanhua smirked mysteriously, remaining silent. It was impossible for him to incur a loss. In fact, he would likely gain from it. After all, when his fellow disciples took on apprentices, they had received a congratulatory gift from his uncle. Thus, when he accepted a disciple, was it not expected for others to reciprocate? This was an extraordinary spiritual root. A seed of Jidan from Huangfeng Valley. Outside Yuling Mountain, after leaving his master's cave, Li Xunyan made his way directly to his own. Due to the 100 days of foundation building, he had yet to visit it in person. However, a thought lingered in his mind. The spring on Yuling Mountain, rich in spiritual energy, could be utilized for cultivating spiritual herbs. The goal was to procure 1,000-year spiritual herb. He aimed to exchange 5 months of time for a body cultivation technique of the transformation stage. Any further delays would hinder his progress in the foundation stage. As he arrived at the foot of Yuchuan Mountain, an alarming realization struck him. He had forgotten the key and found himself stranded outside his own abode. Chapter 39. The small 9 palaces Bagua array thus. I extend my gratitude to Brother Wang for making this journey, he expressed. It was no trouble at all. Brother Wang replied with a wave of his hand and a hearty laugh. Li Xunyan's gaze fell upon the rugged visage adorned with a thick beard, yet at that moment, the other man wore an expression of innocent warmth. He couldn't help but silently reflect on the abundance of good souls in the world. The sect leader, aware of his foundational breakthrough, had sent Brother Wang personally to deliver the key to the Yuchuan Mountain formation. Perhaps sensing his lack of restraint, Brother Wang quickly stifled his laughter and, after appraising Li Xunyan, nodded in admiration. In just 100 days, my junior brother has indeed become a remarkable peer among us. Brother, you jest, Li Xunyan replied modestly. I have merely been fortunate, acquiring an unremarkable external aid. Brother Wang assumed Li Xunyan was referring to the quality of his spiritual roots and did not contest the statement. For one's innate roots were immutable. Noticing the silence from his companion, Li Xunyan extended an invitation. Brother, would you care to visit my cave dwelling? Brother Wang's smile brightened considerably. It was evident that Li Xunyan did not regard him as an outsider. However, he was not one to overstay his welcome. It is evident that my junior brother is busy with his new abode, so I shall not intrude. Farewell. After seeing Brother Wang depart, the key to the cave dwelling shimmered, and a portal materialized before him, through which he vanished. In truth, he was quite curious about the cave. The notion of settling down and establishing a home resonated with him deeply. In the next moment, he found himself atop Yuchuan Mountain. Just as he had seen in the geomantic chart at Huangfeng Valley, the summit was expansive, dominated by a colossal jade spring. To call it a spring was a misnomer, for it was larger than a lake. At this moment, this body of water was encircled by an even grander complex of palaces. Clearly, this was the magnificent hall that his master had requested from the sect leader on his behalf. According to the key, the palace complex was equipped with all manner of functional edifices for alchemy, artifact forging, a spirit beast garden, a spiritual herb garden, and cultivation facilities. The western side of Yuchuan Mountain was a sheer cliff, while the remaining two sides were adorned with cascading waterfalls. Midway up the eastern slope, a magnificent array of palatial structures was built into the mountainside, featuring a grand training ground at its most spacious point. At the mountain's base lay an expansive spiritual herb garden, stretching over 1,000 acres. Quite impressive. Li Xuanhuan was not surprised by the scale of the construction. Within Huangfeng Valley, foundational cultivators were also capable of accepting disciples and recruiting attendants. The cave dwellings of foundational cultivators did not conflict with the sect's communal spiritual herb garden. In the original narrative, the old demon Han tended to his fields within the cave of a foundational cultivator surnamed Ma. After surveying his cave dwelling, Li Xuanhuan's mind began to formulate plans. Externally, he would need to engage in the same agricultural pursuits as any ordinary foundational cultivator to sustain the operations of Yuchuan Mountain. Internally, he would seek to enhance his capabilities. As is commonly known, mere farming does not lead to prosperity. However, in the vast expanse of Yuchuan Mountain, he was presently alone. The buildings on the mountainside and the herb garden at the foot of the mountain would remain dormant for the time being. Li Xuanhuan alighted before the grand hall at the mountain's peak and gazed upward. The hall bore no name. Upon stepping through the entrance, it acquired a designation, Li Garden. Of course, the hall also had an alternative title, the Hall of the Judicial Celestial Deity. He first made his way to the Spirit Beast Garden, where he released his steed, Little Red. Upon emerging from the Spirit Beast pouch, Little Red appeared exuberant, nuzzling against him before galloping joyfully around the garden. Indeed, no spirit beast wished to remain confined within a pouch. The Spirit Beast Garden was vast, and Little Red seemed rather solitary. It appeared he would need to acquire additional spirit beasts. Among mortals, spirit beasts came in myriad forms, albeit often unappealing in appearance. Fortunately, he possessed barrier-breaking pills that could assist mundane creatures in their evolution. Perhaps he could acquire a celestial crane? A celestial being caresses my crown, riding a crane to Yangzhou. In the realm of authentic cultivation, who would ride a centipede? It would be fitting to gather a group of 8, each mounted on a crane, thereby enhancing the prestige of Yuchuan Mountain. 8 individuals are foolish and inauspicious. Instead, what about the 4 seasons? Plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum. Chun Xiaoqian adored the white chrysanthemum of Mount Bai, earning her the moniker Little Chrysanthemum, which seems quite reasonable, does it not? Li Xuanhuan tucked this thought away in his mind before proceeding to the back courtyard, beneath the pavilion. Surveying his surroundings, he noted that compared to Li Garden in Jiayuan City, he was greeted by an additional lake, yet fewer plum trees. How fortuitous. He had been contemplating trading for a small-scale array to protect Li Garden, utilizing plum blossoms as the foundation. The mountain-protecting formation of Yuchuan Mountain was a second-tier array, corresponding to the foundational stage. While this formation was precious among mortals, it was rather commonplace among the heavens. With the presence of the old ancestor Linghu and the number of core formation cultivators in Huangfeng Valley, it would be exceedingly simple for them to spy upon him. Moreover, he had certain secrets that required concealment. The mountain-protecting array was prohibitively expensive, but he believed he could manage to exchange for an array the size of a palace. In truth, he harbored another aspiration, Guanjingku, which is in the southern valley of Lanzhou. This location was splendid, ideally suited to become his personal retreat. There, he could exchange for Yuan Ing and Huashan arrays, cultivate spiritual herbs, and rear spirit beasts. However, this was a sect. He must remain discreet. Secrets could be kept, but they must not be monumental. Thus, he activated the celestial balance. 4th-tier inferior technique, Xin Bingju, capable of breaking through to Yuan Ing. The balance remained aloof, offering a rather unremarkable appraisal. Would Master Lei Wanhai be incensed if he were to discover that the so-called supreme technique he mentioned was met with such a mundane evaluation? After reaching the core formation stage, the trading value of various tiered items differed drastically, making it challenging to achieve a straightforward exchange. Consequently, Li Xuanhuan gradually discarded the notion of all-in gambles. Regarding the handling of this technique, He intended to trade it for an array in a one-to-one exchange. The corresponding body cultivation technique was insufficiently refined, his target being at least the Huashan tier, thus he relinquished it. Fortunately, he possessed the celestial balance. Otherwise, even with the advantage of an equivalent celestial balance, he would need to venture forth and risk himself in pursuit of various treasures. Third-tier exceptional movable array, waterlight rippling array. Outwardly beautiful, yet inwardly a perilous killing formation. Halfway through, Li Xuanhuan dismissed this option. He employed arrays for concealment, not for combat. Third-tier exceptional movable array. Star barrier array, simulating the trajectories of celestial bodies, constructing layers of protective barriers with exceptional defensive capabilities, able to withstand the weakest Yuaning strike. One must admit, this was indeed impressive. Yet, Li Xuanhuan still chose not to proceed. If the day came when this array was activated, it would surely be in the event of a breach at Huangfeng Valley. As a legitimate cultivator within Huangfeng Valley, and with the only Yuaning, the old ancestor Linghu present, how could he deny entry? It would be unnecessary. Ultimately, after much deliberation, he selected what he deemed suitable. Third-tier exceptional array. Small 9 palaces Bagua array, a phantasmagoric formation. Should a Yuan Ying's consciousness sweep through hazily, it would not detect any anomalies. The celestial balance shimmered in golden light, and a wealth of information flooded Li Xuanhuan's mind. This array primarily targeted consciousness. Once a cultivator entered, they would become ensnared in illusions based on their own mental constructs. When not physically present, one could only perceive the array's interior as completely normal through their senses. In other words, it was dark beneath the lamp. Even more splendidly, as Li Xuanhuan's spatial ring flashed, several plum tree shadows emerged. These would serve as the foundation of the array. This was splendid. The plum blossoms of Li Garden may arrive tardily, but they would undoubtedly be present. The array was movable, requiring no manipulation from the cultivator, as the foundation would autonomously seek an appropriate location. Before long, a ripple traversed the void, signaling the completion of the formation. Although no one dared to test its might, it was best that such an endeavor never occurred. Once the formation was set, a wave of inexplicable ease washed over Li Xuanhuan. Thus, the grand trading festival commenced. The spatial rings piled high like mountains. Chapter 40. The Ice Spirit Cold Light Sword second-tier low-grade spell, essence capture, designed for spirit planters. Capable of extracting the essence of flora. Second-tier low-grade spell, year cycle technique, exclusive to spirit planters, enhances the age of spiritual plants when supplemented with their essence. The former extracts the essence of a 100-year-old spirit herb, while the latter, when combined, can accelerate a tender sprout's growth by 50 years or even more. The art of taking and giving is intricate beyond expression. In the myriad realms, agriculture is a profound discipline. Hence the existence of the profession of spirit planters and the aforementioned techniques. If a second-tier spirit planter possesses such methods, what might be possible for third- or fourth-tier practitioners? Surely grafting and cuttings are within reach. Indeed, the myriad skills of cultivation reveal wisdom in every field. In the spirit plantation, Li Xuanhuan was visibly taken aback. He shook his head shortly after. Alas, these spirit planter spells were of no use to him. The year cycle technique's description stated that the essence of a 100-year-old spirit plant could not be replicated one-to-one onto another. There would be losses in the process. Moreover, the higher the age of the target plant, the less effective the outcome, potentially even extending the efficacy by half a month. It was not that the effect was poor. It was that he possessed the celestial bottle, which allowed a single drop of its miraculous essence to unconditionally extend a plant's life by 100 years. Regardless of whether it was a year old or 9,900 years old, it was simply unreasonable. What? This magical aid belonged to him, so it was of no concern. Li Xuanhuan surveyed the spirit plantation before him, where the spiritual spring flowed from the northeast, inundating 3 acres of fertile land. This was a water field, specifically designed for cultivating aquatic spiritual plants. Additionally, the mountain divided into shady and sunny slopes, each suitable for different spiritual plants under varying conditions. Upon closer inspection, the cultivable area spanned a remarkable 30 acres, encompassing water fields, dry fields, sandy soil, and conditions of light and shadow alike. Clearly, Master Zhongling had not only fulfilled his promise to Lei Wanjun, but had also demonstrated sincere dedication in every aspect. How delightful! This greatly facilitated his endeavors. The cultivation during the foundation establishment stage vastly differed from that of the Qi refinement stage, with diminished requirements for spiritual roots, but heightened demands for spiritual energy. In other words, consuming medicinal herbs was a highly effective means to accelerate cultivation speed, even for those with heavenly spiritual roots. Thus, upon the formation's completion, he prioritized the cultivation of spiritual plants in the foundation establishment phase, determined to initiate a positive cycle of advancement. Initially, he planned to acquire some spirit planter techniques through trade, much like he had during the chi refinement stage. After all, the cultivation of spiritual plants in this realm was efficient and yielded remarkable results. However, he found the second-tier spirit planter techniques disappointing. The methods became increasingly sophisticated, yet also more complex. In short, they paled in comparison to his extraordinary advantages. Conversely, the unique offerings from the myriad realms surprised him. Firstly, there were the elixir formulas. From his master, he had received 4 formulas, and after trading, he obtained 8. He felt a tinge of regret that the 4 formulas were modified versions tailored to the current era. His master, of course, had good intentions. However, the ancient formulas retained their value and might even be worth more. He resolved to take advantage of such opportunities in the future. With these 8 formulas, he need not worry about developing a resistance for the time being. They were sufficient to elevate him to the mid or even late foundation establishment stage. The seeds of spiritual herbs from this world were sent by the kind-hearted brother Wang and the key. The seeds from other realms held little trading value. He could exchange a bundle of low-grade magical artifacts for an acre of land. His farming process mirrored that of the Divine Hand Valley, employing spells such as object manipulation and sweet rain to successfully cultivate spiritual herbs. As a supplement to the spiritual plants, he did not forget about spiritual rice. Second-tier mid-grade spiritual rice seeds, water spirit rice, edible during the foundation establishment stage. Consumption increases cultivation speed, but planting is challenging. Li Xuanhuan disregarded the scale's evaluation. With his advantages, he was unconcerned about the difficulty. Finally, he also remembered to plant a Huangjing fungus, which he had selected to trade for body cultivation techniques. He indeed wished to grow spiritual plants from other realms, but in the myriad realms, spiritual plants had stringent requirements for spiritual veins. Any deficiency in spiritual energy could lead to immediate death. The celestial bottle dispensed 1 drop every 7 days, and during that time, the plants would have perished. Thus, the farming concluded. Li Xuanhuan returned to the plum garden, a place filled with plum blossoms and a lake he cherished. The feng shui was particularly favorable, aiding him in his quest for practical resources across the myriad realms. Upholding the principle of tackling the simple before the complex, he chose to commence trading for magical artifacts. Although the artifacts bestowed by his master were of the highest caliber, there existed even greater treasures beyond them, such as the unrestricted use of the little leaf flying dagger, akin to a talisman. Previously, as a mere chi refinement rogue cultivator, he would not have dared to employ such artifacts. Now, however, he was the foremost disciple of Lei Wanjun from Huangfeng Valley. With such a background, he could wield them without fear. Should anyone object, they could seek clarification from Lei Wanjun. As for whether employing such artifacts would offend his master's affection, that was a misguided concern. After all, he was a core formation cultivator. Top-tier artifacts? They utilized divine treasures. If Lei Wanjun were to learn that Li Xuanhuan had the opportunity to use superior artifacts yet opted for lesser ones, he would surely be moved and then vehemently berate his disciple for his lack of sense. Of course, out of respect for his master, Li Xuanhuan made certain concessions, opting to retain the artifact's original design while altering its essence to align with the little leaf flying dagger. Second-tier top-grade artifact, Ice Spirit Cold Light Sword, forged from millennia-old ice crystals, enhances ice-based techniques. The scale shimmered, and the sword materialized in his grasp. Its appearance was ancient, measuring 3 feet and 7 inches in length and 3 fingers in width. The grip's pommel darkened in hue, while the handle was slightly pale, and the blade radiated a crystalline blue. A fine sword indeed. Moreover, it bore an almost identical form to the ice crystal sword gifted by his master, alleviating his concerns about differing auras. Divine objects conceal their nature, just as the ice crystal sword did, remaining discreet. By this day, he could be considered quite experienced with magical artifacts, no longer needing to experiment with his hands to discern their power. He understood their capabilities well. If, hypothetically, Li Xuanhuan were to wield this sword to execute the true Sword of Thunder control, what would transpire? Would he slay a core formation cultivator? He shook his head, indicating it was impossible. The chasm between foundation and core formation was unfathomable. Unless the core formation cultivator lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, allowing him to strike at will. Who in the world would be such a foolish core formation cultivator? Following the acquisition of the Ice Spirit Cold Light Sword, he exchanged the Ice Spirit Pearl for a truly top-tier artifact. His handling of the Ice Spirit Pearl was quite straightforward. This year, at the age of 22, he was due for the crowning ceremony, thus transitioning his hairstyle to one adorned with a crown. Naturally, a single pearl could not serve as a crown, so he traded for a common headpiece. The combination of the two resulted in a genuine coronet. At this point, Li Xuanhuan felt invigorated, eager to fully arm himself. Second-tier exquisite magical artifacts, such as the Wishful Robe, offer transformations at will, providing a certain degree of protection while possessing an innate formation that ensures warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Other second-tier exquisite artifacts include cloaks that enhance speed and cloud-treading boots, as well as the flowing cloud-folding fan. Unlike the mundane world, in the myriad realms, cultivators have mastered the art of utilizing magical artifacts to their fullest, indulging in pleasures that have always existed. However, enjoyment has always been a luxury, with high cost as its sole characteristic. Correspondingly, Li Xuanhuan's inventory is depleted, leaving him with only a thunder seed and the crucial late-stage yuaning technique, the Nine Heavens Thunder Summoning Method. His aspiration lies in mastering a sword cultivation technique. Chapter 41. Tai-Bai Sword Technique in the Plum Garden. Li Xuanhuan practiced his swordplay, wielding the sword of a foundation establishment cultivator. He silently recited the incantation to draw his sword. Instantly, the ice soul cold light sword soared from its sheath, and the sound of sword cries resonated in the air 7 times. 7 long swords spiraled around him, resembling 7 colossal ice dragons, ultimately aligning perfectly above his head. 6 of these were mere phantoms without physical form. As he directed his sword forward, the 7 long swords flew forth in succession, piercing the void, sometimes converging, sometimes dispersing. This was the introductory skill of a foundation establishment sword cultivator, the splitting light sword shadow. In the original narrative, only core formation cultivators could wield such finesse, yet he, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, had accomplished it. Naturally, the power wielded was incomparable. Retracting his sword, the 7 long swords returned, striking towards the opposite side. Li Xuanhuan's figure shifted, his wind god leg technique in perfect synchrony, matching his speed precisely. He grasped the ice soul cold light sword and soared into the air, his feet landing on the other 6 swords in succession, creating a continuous cycle that allowed him to ascend to a height of 18 zhang without pause. He stood suspended, with the sword's tip pointing downward, while the other 6 swords executed peak stage chi refining sword techniques, as if engaged in close combat. The contrast between stillness and movement created a powerful visual impact. This was the unique sword control technique of sword cultivators across the realms, significantly distinct from the straightforward approach of mortals. At this moment, Li Xuanhuan was inexplicably reminded of another tale. In Journey to the West, did Sun Wukong not singularly command 100,000 heavenly soldiers? In that moment, with his golden staff, he watched the battle unfold as weapons autonomously engaged the enemy. It felt strikingly similar. A nascent form of divine power? The Tai-Bai sword technique, a high-tier 4th-level sword cultivation method, could be mastered as a primary or secondary discipline, characterized by its opulence and an aura of lethal intent. Opulent, indeed, exceedingly opulent. This was merely the special effect of the foundation establishment stage. According to the technique's information, the hallmark of a core formation sword cultivator is the manifestation of sword chi, while the yuaning stage signifies the emergence of a 3-foot sword domain. This sword domain, akin to the protective divine light of a core formation cultivator, is distinct in that it possesses offensive capabilities. Li Xuanhuan had even bestowed upon it a melodious name, the 10,000 swords returning to the origin. This sword cultivation method perfectly aligned with his style. Grateful to his master, the Nine Heavens illusory thunder technique indeed proved extraordinary. Since his departure from Jiayuan City to his current apprenticeship, the valuable items he acquired had been transformed into his foundation. The subsequent task is to gradually develop this foundation. Li Xuanhuan's caution is not unwarranted. It is well known that wherever the protagonist appears, tumult ensues. The mortal realm is presently engulfed in chaos. In the southern heaven continent, the forces of righteousness and evil are infiltrating, and the state of Yu is on the brink of becoming a battlefield. Li Xuanhuan calculated the time. Following the Xunyan Mountain Ascension Conference, the next renowned event would be the Tianwu Platform Ascension Conference, the same one old Demon Han encountered. The 18-year-old old Demon Han entered Huangfeng Valley concurrently with the victors of the Ascension Conference, establishing his foundation at the age of 25 and participating in the Yin Family Fortress Treasure Contest at 29. This marks a pivotal incident of the demonic invasion. In other words, barring unforeseen circumstances, in 21 years, the demonic forces will invade the state of Yu. Thus, will he reach core formation in 21 years? Old Demon Han, A fellow possessor of the Tian bottle serves as a prime example. Setting aside the setbacks and returning to the normal trajectory after the conclusion of the soul knot, Han Li spent 30 years transitioning from early to peak foundation establishment during his second round of the heavy Yuan technique. His counterpart, practicing the De Yin method, squandered over 20 years, leaving merely 5 years dedicated to breaking through to core formation. In essence, it took 35 years to reach core formation. To be frank, this duration is even more terrifying than that of the heavenly spirit root, considering that geniuses like Nangong only achieve core formation at a century's mark. Li Xuanhuan, possessing an otherworldly spirit root and the means to exchange for superior elixirs, must still contend with the intricacies of cultivation, as even force-feeding spiritual energy into his body necessitates conversion and absorption. A span of 20 to 30 years is inevitable. In summary, achieving core formation amidst the demonic invasion in 21 years presents a formidable challenge. The only feasible path is to cultivate to the peak of foundation establishment, allowing him to flee before core formation cultivators. The truth remains, confrontation is not an option. He lacks the qualifications to withstand the residual force of their spells. Evasion is the only means of self-preservation. Yet, this course of action renders him no different from old Demon Han, save for a higher cultivation level and a more handsome visage. Having embarked on this journey, remaining stagnant would be akin to squandering the opportunity. The plot of the demonic invasion presents a chance to alter history, as the forces of righteousness and evil clash. The three prominent Yuan Ying cultivators of the Southern Heaven do not intervene. In the battlefield, mid-stage Yuan Ying cultivators serve as the pinnacle of strength, merely overseeing the conflict. Only those at core formation truly engage. Should they secure victory over the battles involving core formation and lower, they can safeguard the state of Yu. This seems unreasonable, yet offers an opportunity, particularly because he possesses an advantage. When pressed, he could subtly set up the 10 absolute formation at the Golden Drum Plain to slay the demonic elder Yunlu for illustrative purposes, thereby decimating the demonic forces before retreating into the Chaos Star Sea. The Chaos Star Sea is accessible, but he must take the initiative. He cannot be forced into distant lands. The specifics of execution will hinge on his cultivation level, as employing certain techniques necessitates a foundation of strength. An infant wielding nuclear weapons is an impossibility in the realm of immortality. The demonic invasion remains 21 years away. Adhering to the principle of securing internal peace before confronting external threats, Spirit Beast Mountain emerges as the foremost hidden danger to the state of Yu. Thus it shall be. He has long set his sights on this third-tier spiritual vein. Of course, targeting a third-tier vein is ambitious. He merely requires a second-tier vein to develop his estate at Guanjin Mouth in the Tainan Valley, which is his ancestral home. With the target established, the next step is cultivation. Primarily, this entails the cultivation of spiritual energy, physical refinement, and spiritual awareness, an integrated approach. The title of Invincible during the foundation establishment phase is one he can keep concealed from outsiders, but it must be his reality. With physical cultivation techniques still in their infancy and spiritual awareness techniques yet unseen, he shall first practice the 1,000 Illusions Ice Heart technique. His foundation establishment cultivation remains too low. The mid-stage is barely presentable. On the other hand, he must also hone his protective methods, sword cultivation, human celestial martial arts, and spells. 7 days swiftly passed. In the spirit garden, Li Xuanhuan employed the rain of sweet dew technique to evenly distribute the diluted spiritual water from the towering creation dew across 10 acres of spiritual plants. The enhancement was visibly significant, equivalent to 6 months to a year's growth, even for the Huangjing mushroom, which symbolizes physical cultivation. While physical cultivation is beneficial, one must reinforce the strongest foundation. He cannot neglect the cultivation of spiritual energy. Thus, 7 days turned into another 7, as Li Xuanhuan plunged into a simple yet unadorned farming life. During the 6 days of agricultural downtime, he immersed himself in the sect's scripture pavilion, reading, trading knowledge in his cave dwelling, practicing martial arts, and refining spells. The sect's scripture repository is vast, yet lacks refinement. Its offerings pale in comparison to the treasures held by core formation cultivators. However, even a dilapidated vessel holds 3 nails, not to mention the Huangfeng Valley. Second-tier superior technique. Qingyuan sword art, second-tier medium-grade recipe, foundation establishment pill, non-tier special elixir formula, youth-preserving pill, which allows the user to maintain eternal youth. Eternally effective? Such exaggeration, yet it is indeed true. The moment Li Xuanhuan laid eyes upon this, he knew he had struck gold. Chapter 42, Lei Wankai, Do not ponder over body cultivation. You wouldn't wish to become a rotund figure like me, would you? Beauty is the universal passport across the myriad realms, even in the celestial expanse. The youth-preserving pill is an elixir of extraordinary transactional value. Typically, its worth varies based on the duration of its effects, be it 10 years or 100. However, in the realm of mortals, the youth-preserving pill is distinctly different. Its primary ingredient, the Millennium Spirit Herb, though precious, offers the extraordinary ability to preserve youth indefinitely, a phenomenon exceedingly contrary to the principles of cultivation. But what does that matter? It now belongs to him. Third-tier medium-grade inheritance, water method alchemy. A unique technique that yields pills with water-like effects, allowing for remarkably high conversion and absorption efficiency. Previously, Li Xuanhuan had tested the transactional value of the 100 Arts inheritance, finding it to surpass its actual rank by 1 tier. In other words, the youth-preserving pill holds a transactional value equivalent to a 4th-tier medium-grade elixir, placing it at the core formation mid-stage level. He suspects that had he ascended to higher realms, the function of youth preservation would become an inherent ability of his cultivation, rendering the actual value of a youth-preserving pill capable of lasting for 10,000 years even more terrifying. He was once again faced with a new opportunity. The next time he concocts the youth-preserving pill, he shall sell it once more, a win-win situation. Following the acquisition of the youth-preserving pill, Li Xuanhuan grew increasingly diligent in his studies, eagerly anticipating further surprises. Cultivation does not adhere to a strict timeline. Li Xuanhuan merely recalls that he had hastened the growth of spiritual plants over 60 times using the heavenly bottle. The water spirit rice, a foundation establishment-grade spiritual grain, matures every 3 years, and he had consumed several harvests. Now he feasts upon fresh rice at every meal, with the remainder piling into a mountain within his spatial ring. The foundation establishment pills require 50 years, while century-old spiritual herbs had already been harvested. Through the water method alchemy, he produced pills of even greater efficacy. With the abundance of resources at his disposal, his cultivation sped along the fast track. To this day, he remains at the early stage of foundation establishment. The journey through this phase, measured in years, is not easily surmountable. At this rate, he estimates that he could break through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment in about 3.5 years, far less than the 6 years taken by the Elder Han. In the spiritual herb garden, the seed of the body cultivation technique, Huangjingji, has already matured into a century-old spiritual herb, yet it still falls short of the 2,000-year mark by 1,900 years. 19 times, or over 4 months, have passed. With ample spiritual rice and sufficient pills for the time being, he decided to reserve the celestial creation due exclusively for Huangjingji. One day, within the scripture repository of the 100-Flower Valley, a jade slip of a technique pressed against Li Xuanhuan's forehead, sparking a flicker of curiosity. Body cultivation technique? Third-tier inferior body refinement technique. Spiritual herb transformation art, which absorbs and transforms the essence of spiritual herbs into physical strength, gradually enhancing body cultivation but is prone to indigestion. This was the evaluation from Tianping. Indigestion? Lei Wankai's corpulence? Li Xuanhuan blinked, as if uncovering a remarkable secret. In the 100-Flower Valley, there exists a waterfall of celestial proportions, and not far from it, a pavilion. Underneath the pavilion, Madame Nye, resembling a mortal, poured the wine from a white jade flask into a wine cup, which then floated to Li Xuanhuan's side. With a warm smile and glimmering anticipation in her eyes, she said, "Xuanhuan, this is my newly brewed 100-flower wine. Do come and taste its flavor. A gift from the elder, I cannot refuse." Li Xuanhuan respectfully accepted the cup, bringing it to his lips. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, as if to engrave the essence of the 100 flowers within him. Slowly, he sipped the wine, which danced upon his tongue, initially sweet, then unfolding into layers of rich floral essence, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Even Li Xuanhuan found himself astonished. First-tier medium-grade wine recipe, 100-flower wine. With exquisite flavor and a slight enhancement effect for qi refinement stage cultivators, the transactional value may not be high, merely a foundation establishment technique, of which his master possesses many. This was a legacy he had fortuitously acquired during his wandering years and gifted to Madame Nye. He never anticipated the resulting flavor would be so extraordinary. "Madam, this wine is truly exceptional, sweet yet not cloying, as if the essence of 100 flowers intertwines within it. Only you could craft such a masterpiece." Upon hearing this, Madame Nye's face blossomed with a satisfied smile. "You child, your words are always so pleasant." As those words fell, her gaze shifted to Lei Wankai, who was voraciously consuming the wine gifted by his disciple, akin to a bovine. Such a breach of decorum. She averted her gaze. Increasingly pleased with Li Xuanhuan, who displayed filial piety by sharing his unique legacy. Thus, a thought of familial closeness solidified in her heart. She had a niece. The two were remarkably well matched in appearance. Just as Madame Nie became lost in thought, Lei Wankai set down the wine pouch, closed his eyes to savor, and exclaimed, "What a delightful experience! In this state of euphoria, I feel compelled to guide my good disciple in cultivation. Do you have any doubts regarding the Xianbing technique?" I awaited such words from my master. The Xianbing technique is absent, but it exists elsewhere. Master, have you ever heard of body cultivation? Suddenly, Lei Wankai's eyes shot open, turning to scrutinize Li Xuanhuan, declaring, "You've seen that foundational body cultivation technique for core formation, haven't you?" Without allowing Li Xuanhuan to probe further, he directly advised, "I suggest you prioritize the cultivation of spiritual energy at the foundation establishment stage. Do not take body cultivation too seriously." "Why?" Lei Wankai paused, then spoke with a profound tone. "Let me put it this way. Your master was once a charming and handsome young man." "Ha!" Li Xuanhuan quickly clarified, "Master. It's not that I find it amusing." Both turned their gazes toward Madame Nie, who covered her mouth, attempting to explain, "It's not me." Yet her shoulders quivering and the laughter in her eyes betrayed her. Lei Wankai dared not say more, softly asserting, "What does beauty matter? Strength is paramount. Although I have lost my looks, I have become the second core formation in Huangfeng Valley, creating a jovial atmosphere." After a long while, he disregarded the lady's expression and earnestly explained to Li Xuanhuan, "Your master only realized after practice that this technique experiences a notably slow transformation of the essence of spiritual herbs. Hence, you need not ponder body cultivation. I trust you do not wish to become a corpulent figure like me." Indeed, Li Xuanhuan nodded in agreement, as if truly comprehending the technique's drawbacks for the first time. The next moment, he continued to inquire, "But master, if this is merely a drawback, Huangfeng Valley should have no shortage of such individuals, right?" His implication was simple. In the realm of cultivation, power reigns supreme. Possessing strength allows one to act freely, and such a flaw would not deter others. Yet, to his surprise, as his words fell, Lei Wankai rebuked him fiercely. "What do you mean? Do you think this technique is simple?" Isn't it? From a woman's perspective, this technique is quite challenging. Only cultivators like your master possess the energy and capability to practice it." After a brief pause, Lei Wankai provided an example. "The initiation of this technique requires the assistance of spiritual herbs that are hundreds of years old. What do you think? It is not entirely accurate to say that some cultivators can rapidly advance in places lacking spiritual energy, such as the colorful cloud mountain, akin to ordinary chi practitioners. You must be contemplating a change in your cultivation method, correct? I assure you, it would be futile unless this individual is cast into the depths of the valley's spiritual veins for training. For the spiritual energy here is insufficient for even a nascent start. In summary, do not dwell on the matters of physical cultivation any longer." "Very well, master." Li Xuanhuan nodded his head like a chick pecking at grains, yet secretly calculated that if his physical cultivation had not commenced, would he not fall flat on the ground? Chapter 43, Dragon God Technique Master. I take my leave. Lei Wankai stroked his beard and nodded in response. Suddenly, he remembered something and spoke up. "A year from now, Huangfeng Valley will host a grand ceremony to accept disciples for both you and me. Do not forget." Xuanhuan would never dare to forget. "That is good." As Li Xuanhuan's figure vanished from the cave, Mrs. Nie could hardly suppress her curiosity and began to inquire, "Why do you not insist on physical cultivation? It is a time-consuming and laborious endeavor with little reward. Does my mere word hold any weight?" Lei Wankai retorted, adopting the demeanor of an experienced elder. Seeing her furrowed brow, he hastily clarified, "Do not rush, my dear. The outcome is ultimately the same whether one is coerced or not. Though the Yuling Cave is splendid, it is utterly incapable of fostering physical cultivation at its inception. This was no mere fabrication. The mortal realm is not devoid of intelligent individuals who could be unaware of the advantages of physical cultivation. Ancient texts record that, solely in terms of combat abilities, physical cultivators far surpass others, with ancient beings primarily focusing on physical cultivation, thereby transcending to the divine. However, the current cultivation realm suffers from dwindling spiritual energy, and the environment for cultivation declines day by day. Physical cultivation? It is akin to playing football. Even as a golden core cultivator, I have yet to establish a foundation in physical cultivation, indicating the formidable challenges it presents. How could a novice like Li Xuanhuan accomplish this? Virtue, Mrs. Nie remarked, immediately discerning that Lei Wankai was boasting. Unable to restrain herself, she added, "By the way, Wang Kai, what do you think of my niece Niang being paired with Xunyan? Speak, I am pondering." After a moment of contemplation, Lei Wang Kai inquired, "What is your niece's root affinity? Dual spiritual roots. That may be somewhat lacking in compatibility." "Huh, I mean to say that you are correct, my dear. Niang is both talented and intelligent, a perfect match for Xunyan. Then it is settled. After the disciple acceptance ceremony, let your niece come to the valley to cultivate and become acquainted with Xunyan. Much better." Within the 100 Flowers Valley, tranquility gradually resumed. Meanwhile, after departing from his master's cave, Li Xunyan promptly returned to Yuling Mountain. In the spirit garden, a solitary century-old Huangjing mushroom stood tall. Is it truly unattainable? This is not absolute. At the very least, in the chaotic Star Sea, the barbaric, bearded man demonstrated that physical cultivation is feasible, expanding this notion to the myriad heavens. Seeking a physical cultivation method less reliant on environmental factors does not seem impossible. Therefore, Huangjing, you must strive onward. Time flowed like water, and 4 months swiftly passed. With Li Xunyan's modest assistance, the celestial vessel matured the 2,000-year Huangjing mushroom for the 19th time. 5th grade supreme spiritual herb, 2,000-year Huangjing mushroom, excellent. Celestial balance, activate. Let me witness your limits. 5th grade supreme physical cultivation technique, Taiyin refining body technique, which absorbs the essence of the Taiyin moonlight to refine the physical form and purify the source. If the opportunity is abundant, there exists a faint possibility of advancing to the void refinement stage. Hiss. Upon seeing this, Li Xunyan gasped in astonishment. Taiyin moonlight, an unprecedented and innovative version. However, one question arises. Does the Taiyin star, known as the moon in the mortal realm, possess such capabilities? In this vast expanse of stars, including the sun, Taiyin, and Ziwei, do they belong to the world or exist beyond it? This question lingered in Li Xunyan's mind. Awaiting the day he ascends to the heavens and gazes at the moon. This technique lacks assurance. Should it prove untrainable, all efforts would be in vain. Next, 5th grade supreme physical cultivation technique, yellow turban strength technique, a method that is standard and unexceptional, requiring no specific qualifications or spiritual environment, only sufficient resources to advance. Once mastered, it grants immense strength, capable of moving mountains and filling seas. This is commendable. It does not heavily rely on the environment. And with the resources from the celestial vessel, it aligns perfectly with Li Xunyan's original aspirations. Therefore, the next one. The reasoning is unfortunate. Who among the immortal beings wishes to become a background figure for others? In many divine legends, the yellow turban strongman serves as a subservient assistant, executing various menial tasks such as guarding and transporting. Furthermore, numerous tales depict the yellow turban soldiers who could summon warriors from beings. To become an immortal is to relinquish one's humanity, yet to serve as a mere dog to others? Let us set this aside for now. It shall be noted for future consideration. Conversely, if the yellow turban strongman serves him as a dog, then that is indeed acceptable. 5th grade supreme physical cultivation technique, dragon god technique, a remarkable method that allows one to transform into a true dragon upon its completion, possessing various talents and divine abilities of the dragon. However, without special resources to assist, one cannot attain full completion, void refinement stage. No need for further inspection. It shall be this one. He does not aspire to be human, but desires to be a dragon. No heir of the dragon could resist such an enticing temptation. Everything is arranged in the best possible way. The golden celestial balance shone with radiant brilliance, and he was instantly inundated with a multitude of information. Taking a full 3 breaths before regaining composure, a flicker of shock danced in his eyes. The information revealed that this technique was created by a formidable being seeking to study divine abilities, inspired by the growth changes of a true dragon before its birth. In other words, the transformed true dragon is yet to emerge from its shell. A dimensional strike. What is the heavenly demon technique but a method to cultivate the physical shell, merely facilitating possession of another's body? What of the true demon technique? Neither human nor demon. True physical cultivation requires the myriad heavens. According to the heritage of the technique, the dragon god technique's chi and foundation stages are merely foundational work. During the golden core stage, one can barely manifest a dragon's phantom. At the infant formation stage, one can transform into a dragon, phantom, for physical combat. Only at the god transformation stage can one genuinely embody a true dragon. This corresponds perfectly with practitioners of the same realm. Notably, the transformation into a dragon is merely a means. The true form remains that of a human. One word, extraordinarily handsome. Thus, From this day forth, he shall embark on the path of dragon transformation. Cultivation. In the next moment, as Li Xuanhuan had just closed his eyes, he opened them once more. Must it be supplemented with elixirs? He consumed a jade blossom pill and continued his attempts at cultivation. Some effects were evident, yet scarce. The spiritual energy, akin to mud sinking into the ocean, stirred not a single ripple. Before long, he paced back and forth in the spirit garden with his hands clasped behind his back, a troubled frown adorning his face. Who says that one can cultivate physical techniques in the mortal realm? The foremost physical cultivator of the southern heavens. A charlatan. He had just exerted effort in cultivation, only to be informed that, regrettably, the spiritual energy is not substantial enough. Just as Lei Wankai had said, without a deluge of spiritual energy, physical cultivation is nearly impossible to commence. The dragon god technique is no exception. It too must adhere to the fundamental principles of cultivation. Giving up is not an option. Thus, the only choice before him is to cultivate another 2,000-year spiritual herb, utilizing the spiritual energy beneficial for the god transformation stage to aid his progress in physical cultivation. After which he can gradually absorb the spiritual energy and consume elixirs, thereby striving to cultivate diligently. 4 months again, and 4 months again, this is untenable. It would hinder his cultivation of spiritual power. Damn it. The celestial bottle produces a drop of heavenly elixir every 7 days. And just one drop only increases the age of a medicinal herb by a century. Averaging this across 100 spiritual pills translates to merely 1 year of growth. Foundation building period elixirs primarily rely on century-old spiritual herbs. At this rate, when would he ever achieve the legendary state of consuming elixirs like candy? Celestial bottle, you are insufficient. Thus, celestial balance, let me see your capabilities. In assessing the trading value of spiritual herbs, one must consider the lifespan of the corresponding cultivators in the mortal realm. In other words, a 500-year spiritual herb corresponds to the value of a golden core stage, while a 2,000-year spiritual herb aligns with the core transformation stage. Beyond that, the lifespan of the void refinement stage is boundless. Thus, the intrinsic worth of mere spiritual herbs diminishes, necessitating the evaluation of their value when refined into elixirs. Should anyone possess superior standards, suggestions are welcome. Chapter 44. Earth Immortal Law, but Fortunate Cultivation. Within the cosmos, there exist 5 immortals, embodying the essence of heaven, earth, humanity, deities, and spirits. Spirits, not mere phantoms. The primordial spirit abandons the corporeal form, transforming the body into essence to absorb, continuing cultivation in the future to ultimately cultivate the yang spirit. Deities, the immortals. The primordial spirit, under divine commands, wields the authority of heaven and earth, receiving offerings from myriad beings and cultivating the power of incense and vows. Humanity, the martial path of human immortals. The primordial spirit disperses into the physical body, endowing it with spiritual sensitivity, thereafter relying solely on the corporeal form for cultivation. Those within this path, though lacking in comprehension of heavenly mechanisms and adeptness in cultivation methods, exhibit astonishing powers and combat prowess. Earth, the immortals of the earth. The primordial spirit absorbs the energies of the earth veins, merging as one. Thereafter mastering the cycles of the sun and moon, harmonizing the earth's veins, and comprehending the great principles. The cultivation of earth immortals is intricately linked with the Taoist temple. As the temple advances, so too does one's cultivation. Heaven, seizing the celestial transformations to nourish oneself, can obtain great fortunes, thus becoming a celestial immortal. The primordial spirit resides in the purple palace, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, drawing from the quintessence of the sun and moon, cultivating both life and spirit in tandem. Beautifully articulated. To hear the Tao in the morning is to avoid death by evening. The title of the work is Manual for Disciples of the Sect. The value lies in a foundational golden core technique. In the plum garden, Li Xuanhuan set aside his book and gazed towards the horizon. He was no stranger to the concept of the primordial spirit. Within the cultivation system of the mortal realm, the stages progress from fragmented core to infant, then from infant to transformation, and finally from transformation to void refinement, culminating in the realm of the primordial spirit. The next stage following void refinement is the combined body stage, defined as the fusion of the transformed infant and the physical form. Thus, it is evident that all beings tread the path of the celestial immortal. Li Xuanhuan too resolved to pursue this celestial path. This choice is not unique. The path of the celestial immortal encompasses myriad methods of the spirit and the various protective powers of humanity, with boundless possibilities ahead. What could be wrong with that? However, The celestial balance has presented him with an alternative choice to cultivate other paths, such as the Earth Immortal path. The Earth Immortal path demands less stringent qualifications than the Celestial Immortal path, thus aligning with the Earth and mountains, seeking longevity first, and then utilizing the temple to comprehend the great principles, aspiring for transcendence. The notion of a divine abode of longevity, lasting as long as the heavens, sounds enticing, yet remains elusive. The diverse paths of the heavens converge towards the same goal. Before achieving the primordial spirit, there is no room for choice. Earth Immortal? Theoretically, it is not permissible. Cultivators must progress step by step from chi cultivation, foundation building, golden core, infant, transformation, and void refinement to the pinnacle before gaining the right to choose. Yet, in reality, great powers have established unique methods for lower realm sections. The Manual for Sect Knowledge mentions a special vocation, fortunate cultivation. If the Earth Immortal path represents the broad spectrum of immortality, then fortunate cultivation is a narrower interpretation of the Earth Immortal path. Fortunate cultivation, through a contract with the spiritual energies of the Earth, becomes the master of a domain. Through secret methods, fortunate cultivators, requiring an Earth spiritual root, can extend their lifespan to tenfold that of their peers, regulate the Earth veins, cultivate spiritual plants, and elevate their domains, enhancing their own cultivation in tandem. The drawback is the lifelong inability to leave their domain, and their cultivation speed is often 100 times slower than that of cultivators of the same tier, essentially a significantly diminished version of the Earth Immortal. One must admit, this is indeed an ideal haven for those seeking a slow-paced life, perfectly aligning with the notion of farming until the end of time. The domain is self-sufficient, not only producing and consuming within itself, but also claiming to be a domain of its own. Without relevant means of breaking the boundary, one cannot even enter, ensuring utmost safety. However, fortunate cultivation also has its minor hurdles. The manual notes that a peak foundation building cultivator, upon merging with the earth vein, can form a golden core of the earth. Alternatively, a golden core cultivator can utilize earth-based treasures, hint, such as the mountain god seal, to contract with the domain. As for the golden core of the earth, Li Xuanhuan holds little regard. And earth-based treasures? With the celestial balance in play, such feats are certainly attainable. It is well known that despite his charm, Li Xuanhuan is a prudent individual. Regarding the domain, he harbors an audacious idea, the Guanjianku. This location is home to a micro-spiritual vein and serves as his secondary residence, making it ideally suited to become his domain. In the future, it could surpass Huangfengu to become a 4th or 5th tier spiritual vein, or even transcend and establish itself as a realm of cultivation, which is not out of the question. Yet, returning to reality, he lacks the foundational requirements for fortunate cultivation. The domain lies in the future. Distant waters cannot quench present thirst. The challenges of initiating the dragon god technique remain unresolved. Thus, he must rely on these 2,000-year spiritual herbs. However, with the opening of his thoughts, he sees two paths before him regarding the spiritual herbs. He could cease the cultivation of spiritual plants and consume elixirs, establishing a positive cycle by utilizing the small green liquid from the celestial bottle to nurture the spiritual herbs. Alternatively, he could consider the blood-colored Forbidden Land. The blood-colored Forbidden Land is undoubtedly a treasure trove, rich in spiritual grasses and valuable herbs. Legends state that it has sustained the 7 sects of the Yue Kingdom for a millennium. Though it seems improbable, it indicates the presence of 1,000-year spiritual herbs within. While those in the chi cultivation stage may not dare to seek it, foundation-building cultivators need not shy away. In the original text, the golden core cultivator, Nangong Wan, entered. Why should he be unable to? Now it is his for the taking. The initiation of the dragon god technique is just one of the incentives. His spiritual consciousness technique has yet to show its potential. The essence of cultivation lies in time, leaving no room for negligence. Since the celestial bottle has limitations, he must expedite its use. 2,000-year spiritual herbs? Looking down upon the blood-colored Forbidden Land? Let us set a modest goal. The spiritual consciousness technique at the void refinement level, spiritual herbs over 3,000 years. As the saying goes, preparation leads to success. Lack of preparation leads to failure. The blood-colored Forbidden Land opens once every 5 years. The original text also mentions that after 2 years of arduous cultivation, the old demon Han learned from Wu Feng that the blood-colored Forbidden Land would open in half a year. Thus, it can be inferred that 2.5 years after the Ascension Assembly is precisely when the blood-colored Forbidden Land will open. Since the Ascension Assembly, he has entered Huangfeng Valley, first spending 100 days in foundation building, and then utilizing the celestial bottle without pause for 79 times, equating to a year and a half. It has been nearly 2 years since he joined Huangfeng Valley, with only 2 months remaining. In other words, 8 months from now will mark the opening day of the blood-colored Forbidden Land. The blood-colored Forbidden Land is a significant site for the 7 sects, and as it approaches its opening, Li Xuanhuan suspects that the 7 sects have already dispatched individuals to keep watch, preventing foreign cultivators from approaching. To be cautious, he decided to enter after the 7 sects have explored the Forbidden Land. Thus, he shall remain unnoticed. Otherwise, he genuinely fears that he might lose control, absconding with all the century-old spiritual herbs, thus depleting the resources. Should the 7 sects fail to find the century-old spiritual herbs, the consequences would be dire. Without foundation-building elixirs, there exists the risk of the sect facing a generational gap, which could lead to desperate measures. Moreover, the timing is opportune, occurring after the grand ceremony of apprenticeship. By then, as he traverses the realm of Yue, he shall hold the esteemed title of the second direct disciple of the Huangfeng Valley's alchemy division, and the cultivators within Yue shall be compelled to accord him a modicum of respect. It ensures his safety. Scholars are not inclined towards violence. Leveraging one's influence suits them just fine. With the timeline established, the next step involves how to gain entry. The blood-colored Forbidden Land presents 2 formidable barriers, the first being the external formation encircling the Forbidden Zone. His solution involves trading for a 4th tier, corresponding to the nascent soul stage, a ray-breaking talisman from the myriad realms. The original text indicates that after her own ascension, Nangong Wan was able to breach the formation, thus the talisman should suffice. The second barrier pertains to the cultivation level restrictions of the Qi refinement stage. Among mortals, medicinal pills tend to focus on enhancing cultivation, while offering little in other aspects, rendering it quite challenging. However, within the myriad realms, it is a straightforward endeavor. A single pill capable of suppressing one's cultivation will suffice. Other minor obstacles, such as the center's mist, can easily be navigated with functional magical tools. It stands to reason that if the Hidden Moon sect can accomplish this, so too can the myriad realms. When one counts the costs, including millennium herbs, various pills, and functional magical artifacts, the trivial blood-colored Forbidden Land demands such a price that it is only fitting to recoup the investment. In this regard, Li Xuanhuan places his hopes on the upcoming apprenticeship ceremony. It is said that the master has a vast network of acquaintances, and representatives from 7 sects will also attend. Gifts will undoubtedly pour in abundantly. Chapter 45. I too desire that bowl. Seeking continued reading. In Huangfeng Valley, to the south of the protective formation, a towering portal, hundreds of meters high, stands ajar. Beneath the portal lies a mountain peak, serving as the reception platform for incoming visitors to the sect. There are a total of 8 such platforms. Any cultivator attempting to circumvent these platforms with the intent to infiltrate the sect shall be deemed a challenger to Huangfeng Valley. Due to the formidable reputation of the protective formation, no such cultivators have emerged in a millennium. On this day, 3 foundation-building overseers, accompanied by 18 Qi refinement period disciples, stand guard. The atmosphere is more solemn and elevated than before. The quintennial apprenticeship ceremony of Huangfeng Valley is imminent, and other sects will be present to observe, leaving no room for negligence. Of course, this is merely a fade. Privately, they communicate without concern. Look, the 3-headed serpent. Where is it? I can't see it. A newly appointed disciple, Qi refinement stage 7, scans the surroundings like a mortal, cautious not to move recklessly or to misuse his spiritual sense to intrude upon the arrivals. Yet, there is nothing to be found. He transmits a message to the earlier speaker. You're deceiving me. It's simply not there. A newcomer, I presume? The speed of a nascent soul cultivator's spirit beast is unparalleled. By the time you look, it will be too late. Brother, are you referring to the nascent soul cultivator? Although the transmission of spiritual sense is merely a means of communication, it betrays a sense of trepidation. Naturally, one must recognize that this is the 3-headed serpent, a creature with the potential to ascend to the nascent soul stage, possessed only by the direct disciples from the spirit beast mountain. Nascent soul. After an extended silence without a response from the spiritual sense, just as he assumes the newcomer is trembling in fear, he hears, is our sect truly this formidable? The quintennial apprenticeship ceremony, and even spirit beast mountain is coming to observe? You know nothing. This time is different. The nascent soul patriarch within the sect is taking on disciples, and there is an extraordinary spiritual root involved. But never mind, just keep guarding the gate. The conversation returns to silence. Meanwhile, the 3-headed serpent, having passed through the southern heavenly gate under the guidance of a command talisman, continues onward. ultimately arriving at a peak where thunder echoes resonantly. Upon the three-headed serpent, a cultivator clad in garments made from the hide of a demonic beast exudes a formidable presence. Brother Lei, why do you not open the doors to your abode? Are you afraid of me? Humph, merely posturing. Zhong Cheng, unfazed by Lei Wankai's words, laughs heartily as he rides the three-headed serpent into the dwelling. In the next instant, his figure appears on a floating island. The thunderous sound still reverberates in his ears. He steps forward, retracting his spirit beast into his pouch, while deftly avoiding a bolt of lightning. Brother Lei, your mastery of the thunder arts grows ever more exquisite. Yet you fail to recognize a good person. Zhong Cheng of Spirit Beast Mountain is indeed a kind soul. Before Zhong Cheng, figures gather in clusters, reacting variably to the scene. Our 7 sects of you are united. Brother Lei, you have gone too far. Brother, you are indeed in the wrong. Humph. Lei Wankai glares at Li Huayuan, who is attempting to seize an opportunity for revenge, before turning his attention back to Zhong Cheng. Old Ghost Zhong, have you brought any treasures this time? Do not let me down. Zhong Cheng thumps his chest in assurance. You shall be utterly astonished. After a pause, he looks around at the gathered companions, noting that aside from several nascent soul cultivators from Huangfeng Valley, there are also practitioners from the Qingshu sect and the Huadao workshop. And then he inquires, where are the friends from the Hidden Moon sect? Right here. As Li Xuanhuan steps into his masteress abode, he sees Mistress Nia waving at him, flanked by several female cultivators. Without hesitation, he approaches and pays his respects. I have met Mistress Nia, met Master Hongfu, and greeted several uncles. Finally, he gazes at the last tall female cultivator, remaining silent. She, garbed in the attire of a chi refinement disciple from the Hidden Moon sect, wears a veil that obscures her features, yet evokes the image of an ethereal maiden. Could it be? I am also your uncle. Nangong Wan, well aware of Li Xuanhuan's intentions, understands that in the realm of cultivation, a higher level corresponds to a far superior status. And thus she is prompting him to pay his respects first. Youngster, how dare you? She had always relished in her seniority to bully others, reveling in such a feeling. Now, however, she is compelled to let a prodigy, who has attained the golden core stage after a century, pay respects to a mere foundation establishment cultivator. If it were not for the peculiarities of the pure maiden reincarnation technique, placing her in the reincarnation phase, she would have certainly made the other party regret it. The control exhibited by nascent soul cultivators is formidable. She maintains her composure and, with lowered brows, offers her greeting. Nangong respectfully greets my uncle. Li Xuanhuan nods gently in response. The martial practitioner's control is equally remarkable. There is not a flicker of extraneous thought upon his countenance. It truly is her. Nangong Wan, a perfect partner oscillating between youthful exuberance and mature elegance. Yet, Li Xuanhuan is left with one lingering question. Where is the red daughter, the ink dragon? Where are they? They are conspicuously absent. Truly vexing. You have already charted a path to your demise. Among those present, only the Hidden Moon sects in I Chong knows of Nangong Wan's identity, but refrains from intervening. Her junior sister's rapid cultivation speed, combined with limited worldly experience, bodes ill. Yet, for reasons unknown, a flicker of amusement crosses her mind, finding rare delight in witnessing her junior sister's misfortune. In the gathering, 5 individuals harbor their own divergent thoughts. Mistress Nia surveys Li Xuanhuan from head to toe. He remains unadorned, with a single strand of hair at the back of his head, draped in an unsightly yellow silk robe that fails to conceal his natural grace. She chuckles, boasting to the others, Behold, how does my disciple fare? Such beauty, placed within the Hidden Moon sect, would find no equal. It is a pity he did not join. Indeed, even Master Hongfu, rarely one to offer praise, nods in approval, acknowledging the talent. Having only 2 years of foundation establishment training, he is already nearing the mid-stage, showcasing exceptional aptitude. Yet, she finds his appearance lacking in her eyes. Nangong Wan longs to interject, harshly deriding the junior for his shortcomings. Yet she, a mere chi refinement novice, lacks the authority to speak. In truth, Mistress Nia has no intention of heeding her opinion. After showcasing her disciple, she turns to Li Xuanhuan, expressing her disdain. Xuanhuan, why are you still clad in that yellow silk robe? Li Xuanhuan is taken aback. Mistress, is it not a sect rule to wear the yellow silk robe on important occasions? What door is this that does not conform to rules? You are the direct disciple of Lei Wanha, which naturally sets you apart. Madame Nia, observing Li Xuanhuan's adherence to convention, felt both amused and embarrassed. With a glance, she said somewhat impatiently, Fortunately, I have prepared something for you. As her voice fell, she brushed her hand over a storage bag, and when she lifted it, she presented a set of garments. The collar was black with red trim, and the rest of the attire was elusive in detail. Li Xuanhuan felt a flicker of familiarity, which deepened when he donned the ensemble. It was a black ceremonial robe, adorned with a wide-sleeved long robe, embellished with white accents resembling a starry sky. The inner layer, aside from the collar, also featured a red-trimmed belt at the waist, and a knee-length drape fell to the hem. Was this not the black formal attire of Erling Shin? Madam, is it truly appropriate to attend the sect's disciple recruitment ceremony dressed like this? Madame Nie's gaze remained fixed, and she nodded emphatically, expressing satisfaction. It is essential for others to recognize that you are different. Chapter 46. The most handsome man in Huangfeng Valley. Please continue reading. Li Xuanhuan was aware of his own genius. Thus, he accepted Huangfeng Valley's recognition of him as a prodigy and the next candidate for the core formation stage with a sense of affirmation. No thanks were necessary. This achievement was the fruit of his 2.5 years of diligent cultivation. It is well known that Li Xuanhuan is a modest and steady individual, one who typically avoids drawing attention to himself. If circumstances render avoidance impossible, he would instead embrace a contrary approach, crafting a backdrop for his identity. This is what it means to act in accordance with one's station. Initially, he sought to legitimately establish his foundation and to rightfully present a top-notch magical artifact, choosing to become a disciple of Huangfeng Valley. Then, an unexpected twist unfolded. The core formation elder, Lei Wanhe, personally took him as a disciple, intending to hold a ceremony. Even more unexpectedly, the timing coincided closely with the sect's quinquennial disciple recruitment event. Consequently, the sect decided to postpone the recruitment of ordinary disciples to coincide with this smaller ceremony for core formation disciples. Thus, this disciple recruitment celebration was extraordinary, with 6 sects core formation cultivators also attending as spectators. While high-profile attention was not his desire, he understood the necessity of acceptance if change was unattainable. Li Xuanhuan quickly prepared himself mentally. In truth, this arrangement was fortuitous. The status of a direct disciple of a core formation cultivator was far more esteemed than that of an ordinary sect disciple, allowing him to advance rapidly in his foundational cultivation without eliciting undue scrutiny. The first genius of the Yue Kingdom, Nangong Wan, took a century to reach core formation. He feared he might achieve it by the age of 50. Would the path to nascent soul not challenge his very essence if he were to reach core formation by 40? It was exasperating. Junior brother Li, there is no need to be anxious. It will come swiftly. The great ship docked atop a small mountain, and after Brother Wang informed Li Xuanhuan of the ceremony's proceedings, he observed his calm demeanor, devoid of any tension, and comforted him with a hearty smile. Normalcy is the greatest abnormality. The scale of this ceremony was indeed rare among the 7 sections. Junior brother Li is surely feigning composure. Li Xuanhuan snapped back to reality at the sound of his voice, his gaze fixed curiously on Brother Wang. Who is nervous? Brother, you jest. Xuanhuan is a top scholar. He has experienced such grandeur at the age of 12 in Yuejing. Apart from the changes in cultivation, who can truly determine the scale of attendance? Brother Wang fell silent, shaking his head, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes. Huangfeng Valley is a grand sect of cultivation. Such ceremonies are not to be compared with those of mortals. Before he could elaborate, a wave of energy resonated through the air. No sound accompanied it, nor was it mere consciousness. Yet both men received the same message in their minds. The Huangfeng Valley disciple recruitment ceremony had commenced. In a vast square, Zhong Lingdao stood at the center, his expression grave, facing the main hall of the sect. Behind him stood over 30 foundational managers, followed by 1,000 disciples. This was indeed the bounty of Huangfeng Valley's recruitment. As the same wave of energy surged, Zhong Lingdao understood the moment had arrived. He bowed respectfully, his palms facing upward, cradling the Huangfeng Valley's geomantic diagram. A gentle breeze lifted the scroll, unfurling it as if a celestial manuscript was soaring into the clouds. Suddenly, the sect's main hall radiated a dazzling brilliance, transforming into a towering Huangfeng tree. A single yellow maple leaf fluttered down from the tree, gracefully landing on the square before vanishing from sight. At that moment, a dramatic change unfolded. From the ground on either side of the square, towering white jade statues emerged, and a voice resonated through the void. Evil spirits and heretics shall be eradicated. Huangfeng Valley's disciples remain unwavering. How could the ancestor of transformation be any different? The voice echoed forth, and from the left and right, more white jade statues ascended, each accompanied by the same resonant call. Some had perished in the fight against demons, while others had sacrificed themselves for the sect's legacy. The narratives were countless. The voice possessed a mesmerizing allure. igniting a sense of aspiration and fervor among the 1,000 individuals led by Zhong Lingdao. As the white jade statues approached the palace gates, they ceased to materialize, and the yellow leaves that had vanished from the square reformed, ascending into the air. Accompanying them was an even larger white jade statue rising from the ground. When both sides halted, the yellow maple leaf landed delicately between the fingers of the white jade statue, and a voice resonated throughout the heavens and earth. From this day forth, the sect shall be named Huangfeng Valley. Bow to the ancestor. Zhong Lingdao bowed deeply, leading the foundational managers and the newly initiated disciples in homage to the ancestor. After 3 breaths, a voice echoed from the void. Good. Simultaneously, outside the sect's main hall, within Huangfeng Valley's protective formation, a surge of spiritual energy arose. The elder disciples, well prepared, seized the opportunity to immerse themselves in cultivation, foregoing the foundational elixirs in their quest for breakthroughs. Failure was not an option. It was a matter of the old passing and the new arising. On the other hand, a look of profound confusion crossed Li Xuanhuan's small eyes. This Huangfeng Valley. It was not mentioned by Wang Yu. No wonder Mo Juran once remarked on the abundance of beautiful sights in this world. Mortals are indeed but frogs at the bottom of a well. Lost in thought, he heard Brother Wang's voice. Junior Brother Li, it is your turn to present yourself before the ancestor. As the words fell, a portal appeared before Li Xuanhuan. If he was not mistaken, it was a portal fashioned from a yellow maple leaf. The protective formation of Huangfeng Valley was indeed formidable. In a flash, he knew he could not dishonor the title of direct disciple. He nodded in response and stepped through the passage. In the next instant, he found himself amidst the throng of disciples, and at the opportune moment, a path opened before him, leading directly to the ancestor. As Li Xuanhuan took his first step, the ground beneath him rose with yellow maple leaves in correspondence. With each subsequent step, he left a trail of yellow leaves in his wake. Under the watchful eyes of thousands of Qi practitioners, over 20 foundational managers, the sect master, and distant core formation cultivators, he walked with unwavering composure, holding his head high. The ground beneath him pulsed with energy, and as a gentle breeze swept by, the wide sleeves of his robe fluttered gracefully, resembling a celestial being. In the distance, Nangong Wan trailed behind Enai Chong, and upon witnessing this, she clicked her tongue in disdain, muttering about this junior's ostentation. Yet her beautiful eyes were firmly fixed on Li Xuanhuan, unable to look away. In truth, she was not alone in this sentiment. Nie Shenyang beamed with pride, while Lei Wanhe cast a triumphant glance over the others, signifying that this was his disciple. Though the onlookers feigned disdain, they understood Lei Wanhe's intention. This apprentice shone like a celestial being from the heavens, and thus, it was only fitting to showcase him to the kingdom of Yu. Enveloped in the formidable reputation of a Dan formation cultivator, his striking appearance was a royal flush, yet he could not stand alone. The kingdom of Yu was not comprised of righteous individuals, and with the presence of the Moon Concealing Sect, a subsidiary of the Hahuan sect, the risk of abduction loomed large, which would surely lead to chaos. Satisfied with his objective, Lei Wanhe chuckled and vanished into thin air. A direct disciple of the Dan formation was not a trivial matter. He was backed by the Yuaning ancestor. Coincidentally, he had just acquired a special treasure for his disciple from the esteemed Linghu ancestor. Chapter 47. Others take on masters. I ascend with a crown? In the square, thousands of new disciples stood quietly, their eyes fixed on Li Xuanhuan as he passed by, all sharing a singular thought, the most enchanting beauty of Huangfeng Valley. No man had ever reached such heights of physical allure. Not only the female cultivators, but even the male cultivators found themselves in rare agreement, devoid of any repulsion, as if he were destined to embody such grace. The passage was not particularly short, nor was Li Xuanhuan walking slowly. Upon reaching the statue of the founding ancestor, Bai Yu, of Huangfeng Valley, he bowed like the other disciples, proclaiming, "Disciple Li Xuanhuan pays respects to the ancestor." Well done. In previous times, if this were a typical sect initiation ceremony, it would be nearing its conclusion. However, this was not the case. The small ceremony for accepting disciples into the Dan formation was just beginning. Lei Wanhe appeared in the square, his face adorned with solemnity, and his voluminous robe billowing in the wind, exuding the aura of a venerable elder in the Dan formation. He first paid homage to the ancestor before turning to face Li Xuanhuan. At that moment, the sect leader, Zhong Lingdao, approached the statue of the ancestor, holding a scroll in both hands and bowing. "Today, I present Li Xuanhuan from Lanzhou, whose demeanor is warm and respectful, and whose talent is extraordinary. Today, our esteemed elder, Lei Wanhe, takes him as his disciple. May the ancestor witness this." The echoes of his words lingered in the air. Before long, a beam of light shot from the hands of the Baiyu statue, striking the scroll before vanishing. Zhong Lingdao then rose, unfurling the scroll, his gaze sweeping across it repeatedly before pausing for a few seconds, nodding solemnly. He closed the scroll, clasping his fists in salute to the ancestor. Then addressing Lei Wanhe and Li Xuanhuan, declared loudly, "I request the ancestor of Huangfeng Valley to grant your bond as master and disciple, with the register as evidence." "Thank you, ancestor," Lei Wanhe and Li Xuanhuan chorused in unison. "Heaven and earth, ruler, kin, and teacher, this is the name of the master." The formalities concluded. Zhong Lingdao stroked his beard, pondering that it was time to conclude. Just as he prepared to take action, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A Huangfeng leaf appeared out of thin air, landing before Li Xuanhuan. A voice emanated from it, proclaiming, "Li Xuanhuan possesses exceptional qualifications. He can elevate the name of Huangfeng Valley. Today, I bestow upon you a rare treasure, hoping you will achieve the Dan formation soon." As the voice faded, the Huangfeng leaf shimmered and transformed into a silver crown, adorned with layers of feathers, resembling a blossoming lotus and a phoenix poised to take flight. At the forefront was a single Zen, the Three Mountains Flying Phoenix Crown. However, its rank? It was an ancient treasure passed down from antiquity, possessing lesser power than the treasures of the Dan formation, yet perfectly suited for you. Hence, I sought it from the esteemed Linghu ancestor on your behalf. What are your thoughts? Surprised? Lei Wanhe's voice echoed in his mind, filled with warmth. Surprise? Li Xuanhuan was at a loss for words. A swan among geese. He was Li Xuanhuan. Yang Jian was merely a jest. How could he aspire to such a divine stature? Given the secrecy surrounding this matter, only Lei Wanhe was privy to it, and Zhong Lingdao remained unaware. Nevertheless, he had some insight. Seeing this crown piece, he recalled that mortals donned a crown at 20. Li Xuanhuan, at 22, having just established his foundation, was therefore fitting to don a crown in the realm of the immortal way. Thus, he interjected, requesting Lei Shizu to crown Li Xuanhuan. As Li Xuanhuan remained in a daze, Lei Wanhe cast Zhong Lingdao an appreciative glance. He then stepped forward, releasing Li Xuanhuan's hair and taking the Three Mountains Flying Phoenix crown. The process unfolded at a speed far surpassing that of mortals. Yet, in this sect ceremony, with thousands observing and 6 sects in attendance, the weight of the occasion multiplied manifold. Soon, the celestial version of the crowning ceremony was completed. Li Xuanhuan's new form emerged before all. His figure was impeccably handsome, with ears that brushed his shoulders, radiating brilliance. The ears were not merely ears, but the silvery tassels of the Three Mountains Flying Phoenix crown. Lei Wanhe's voice resonated again, laced with teasing, "With your appearance. This crown is a perfect match." "Thank you, master," Li Xuanhuan conveyed through his mind, laced with joy. It was not merely the acquisition of an ancient treasure that thrilled him, but the identity of the one who gifted it, Linghu Shizu. He realized he had previously underestimated the situation. What of being a direct disciple of the Dan formation? Now, he was to be referred to as a disciple of the Yuanying. Do you comprehend what it means to be of Yuanying? As long as he refrained from offending Linghu and Huangfeng Valley, Li Xuanhuan, adorned with the Three Mountains Flying Phoenix crown, could navigate the kingdom of Yu with ease. Even the demonic sects would hesitate before making a move, weighing the value of confronting him. On the surface, he appeared as Lei Wanhe's disciple, yet in reality, he was a prized successor favored by the Linghu ancestor, a prime candidate for the Dan formation. Otherwise, why would others lack ancient treasures or be crowned in the sect's grand hall? Splendid. This initiation into the sect had proven immensely rewarding. Many shared similar insights, such as the 6 sect cultivators who attended the ceremony. They etched Li Xuanhuan's visage into their memories, instructing their own disciples to be vigilant and not to offend him carelessly. Naturally, they were also concerned that their direct disciples might not measure up, for even a lesser treasure was still a treasure. In the square, Zhong Lingdao's voice rang out. The ceremony is complete. Everything returned to its original state, and Zhong Lingdao felt destined to be the sect leader. Although there was a minor crowning surprise during the disciple initiation ceremony, he ultimately guided it back on track. In the next moment, an unforeseen event unfolded. The thousands of disciples before him misinterpreted his statement as an indication that the small ceremony for accepting disciples into the Dan formation was complete, rather than the grand initiation ceremony. Consequently, the new disciples bowed deeply, arms raised in front, hands stacked upon one another, all exclaiming in unison, "Congratulations, Master! Congratulations, Uncle Master!" Zhong Lingdao, grinning through gritted teeth, found it difficult to articulate his feelings, merely reassuring himself that this cohort of disciples was exceptionally polite. Thus, he continued to declare, The ceremony is complete. Following this, time seemed to rewind. The statues of the ancestors and predecessors of Huangfeng Valley returned to their places, and the great Huangfeng tree reverted to the main hall of the sect as the geomantic map was retracted. As Zhong Lingdao regained control of the geomantic map at the center of the square, a sense of calm washed over him, marking the end of the disciple initiation ceremony. Meanwhile, 10 massive ships appeared outside the square. Zhong Lingdao nodded in acknowledgement and gestured for the Foundation establishment caretakers present to proceed, instructing, "Please escort the new disciples back to Xunyan." Over 20 Foundation establishment caretakers stepped forward, responding, "We obey the sect leader's command." As the ordinary disciples returned to Xunyan, Lei Wanhe and Li Xuanhuan took their leave as well. At the Thunder Sound Cave, on the floating island, Zhongcheng circled around Lei Wan, a peculiar expression adorning his face as he incessantly clicked his tongue. Lei Wan, unable to withstand the other's demeanor, coldly snorted, "Old ghost Zhong, what are you staring at? Are you hoping to partake in a certain episode of lightning spells?" "Hee, my friend Lei, you jest," Zhongcheng replied, adjusting his expression before suddenly reverting to his odd demeanor. "Jesting, I never expected you, Lei Wan, with your robust build, to have acquired such a handsome disciple. Truly, what a stroke of luck." Li Huayuan interjected before Zhongcheng could continue, feeling irked. After all, Li Xuanhuan should have been his disciple. "You too." Lei Wan initially aimed to feign indignation, but for some inexplicable reason, he could not muster the anger. After all, they were praising him for having taken on a fine apprentice. Thus, he dropped the pretense and laid it all bare. "Regardless of anything, he is now my disciple." Noticing Li Huayuan's stunned expression, he continued to needle. "Huayuan, don't forget the disciple's gift. I have contributed quite a bit previously." "Understood. By the way, where is Li Xuanhuan?" "In the 100 Flowers Valley, the friends from the Yinhua sect should be presenting their gifts." Chapter 48. Nephew Nangong, you must return this bowl. In the 100 Flowers Valley, Mistress Nia welcomed Hong Fu and Enai Chong with a beaming smile, radiating warmth. "Come, taste the 100 Flowers wine I brewed." Hong Fu and Enai Chong exchanged glances, puzzled. What was so special about wine? As cultivators, they hardly pursued mere gustatory pleasures. "Well, then I shall savor it thoroughly." In the next moment, Enai Chang's eyes widened in delight, exclaiming that the flavors of myriad flowers danced upon her tongue. Indeed, the name of the 100 Flowers wine was well-deserved. Hong Fu succinctly echoed, "Indeed." Mistress Nia waved her hand, covering her mouth with a smile. "Well, this wine recipe was gifted to me by Xuanhuan." Nearby, Li Xuanhuan, reduced to mere background like Nangong Wan, could not help but chuckle. Not a family, not entering the same door. Though Mistress Nia appeared dignified, she too reveled in a bit of Lei Wan's boastfulness. Of course, her actions were not without purpose. She was subtly reminding the two Golden Core cultivators that their forthcoming congratulatory gifts must carry weight. After all, with Li Xuanhuan possessing a recipe typically reserved for foundational cultivators, ordinary gifts would hardly suffice. Li Xuanhuan understood this, and so did the two Golden Core cultivators. Self-aware of her outsider status compared to Hong Fu, Enai Chong anticipated that her gift would be more precious. Thus, she was the first to present her offering, a storage bag. This item hovered before Li Xuanhuan, accompanied by Enai Chang's introduction, a 1,000-fold storage bag, capable of reducing items to 1,000th of their size. Unlike 10-fold or 100-fold bags, this one can recognize its master. Hence its considerable value. She emphasized the word considerable, casting a sidelong glance at Mistress Nia, adding sweetly, "This item is not something every Golden Core cultivator possesses. It is only for the disciple of my friend Lei. I would not part with it for anyone else." Mistress Nia gasped in surprise, as did Li Xuanhuan, who breathed rapidly, unable to restrain himself as he exclaimed, "Really? Master Aunt?" Enai Chong, witnessing their expressions, felt a twinge of pride, convinced her meticulous preparation had paid off. Mistress Nia, observing Li Xuanhuan's exclamation, scolded with a frown, "What do you mean, really? Hurry and put it away." "Oh." Li Xuanhuan quickly accepted the storage bag with both hands, securing it prominently at his waist, moving cautiously as if afraid of damaging it. Only he could see a glimmer of light pass over the ring on his finger. At the same time, the nascent Qi cultivator Nangong Wan gazed longingly at the 1,000-fold storage bag at his waist, seemingly envious. Indeed, ha 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 ha. The younger generation is truly naive. How can they be so exhilarated over a mere 1,000-fold storage bag? If she wished, she could casually produce 9. Nangong Wan, still unsatisfied, sought to witness Li Xuanhuan's embarrassment. Casting a hopeful glance towards Hong Fu, Li Xuanhuan mirrored her action. Their unspoken camaraderie was evident. Hong Fu remained expressionless, seemingly oblivious. When when in the next instant, a transparent object flew from her. It landed before Li Xuanhuan, revealing its true form, a half-mask. This item was a unique magical tool capable of altering one's appearance. Undetectable by the divine sense of golden core cultivators, in face-to-face encounters, only half a face would be visible. Xuanhuan, in any case, remember to take this with you when you venture out for training. Yes, thank you, Master Ant Hong Fu. I shall not forget, Li Xuanhuan replied earnestly. Sincerity evident in his tone. Master Ant Hong Fu was truly a person of genuine character. The gift she presented aligned perfectly with her own persona. A handsome man. Li Xuanhuan found himself troubled. In the realm of cultivation, the most crucial aspect was to possess a pseudonym. Old Demon Han, without disguise, could deceive the world merely with the name of Li Feiyu. Yet he could not. It was not an exaggeration to say that with the news of the disciple recruitment ceremony at Huangfeng Valley spreading, his appearance would inevitably become renowned. In other words, the path of Old Demon Han was no longer viable. Since changing names was not an option, he would resort to changing his face. Henceforth, his pseudonym would be Yanghua. Hong Fu sensed his earnestness and lightly nodded, for the first time acknowledging Li Xuanhuan's identity as her nephew. However, with this acknowledgement came a sense of guilt. This mask was merely an auxiliary gift, seemingly fulfilling her personal inclinations. Thus, she retrieved another item from her storage bag, which expanded with the wind, transforming into a black armor. This is a top-tier defensive magical artifact I acquired in the past, among the finest of its kind, and I bestow it upon you. The armor appeared unremarkable, resembling that of a mortal general. Yet, Li Xuanhuan felt an oddity in his heart. Wasn't this the black armor of Erlang Shun from the journey to the west? Goodness, what was this? Master Zhu Linghu gifted the 3-mountain phoenix crown. Master Ant Hong Fu bestowed the Xian iron battle armor, and Mistress Nia presented the crown of mystical laws. Was he now in a journey to the west? Not that it was impossible, but where was his Rui Jingu Bang or the two-edged saber? Amidst the whirlwind of thoughts, he did not forget to express his gratitude. Many thanks to Master Ant Hong Fu for your precious gifts. Hong Fu nodded lightly, reverting to her previous cold demeanor, saying nothing further. Mistress Nia, understanding that Hong Fu had once again succumbed to her disdain for handsome men, swiftly changed the subject. Xuanhuan, I am here. This is your new disciple, Nangong Ping, who is under the tutelage of your master Antonai Chong. As she has not yet formally entered the sect, you may represent your master and present her with some foundational cultivation wine. Mistress, some individuals may appear to be chi cultivators, but in truth, they are golden core practitioners. There is no need for such formality. All right, mistress, no problem, Li Xuanhuan thought to himself, yet he nodded in agreement. As a mere foundational cultivator, having just entered the realm of cultivation in the Yue Kingdom, how could he know of the hidden golden core talents within the Yinhua sect? He turned to Nangong Wan, adopting the demeanor of a senior uncle in the foundational stage, his heart brimming with joy. All day long, being pecked by the wild goose while pretending to be one. A blood-colored forbidden ground masquerading as chi cultivators, bullying the weak? Was that you? All returned to him. In response, Nangong Wan had her own retorts. Li, master uncle. It's unnecessary. I am not lacking in items. How infuriating. She had never encountered someone who bullied her so brazenly. Inside, Anai-Chong couldn't help but chuckle at Nangong Wan, subtly supporting her words. Yes, she certainly won't lack for these. However, before Mistress Nia could speak, Li Xuanhuan took the initiative to expose their false politeness. Uncle sure is joking. Things that strengthen the foundation and enhance vitality are never excessive. He then produced a bowl of wine from his storage bag, boldly declaring, Nangong Shirji, I possess a unique bowl. Although it appears to hold only a small amount of wine, it is actually capable of containing 500 pounds. A bowl. Surely it must be a coincidence. Nangong Wan managed to maintain her composure, accepting it with a hint of a gritted teeth tone. Thank you, Uncle Li. This bowl is indeed remarkable. I will certainly return it to you in the future. Return it? Li Xuanhuan nodded slightly, fully agreeing with her sentiment. The bowl belonged to him and must be returned. Chapter 49. The Three-Headed Shin Snake? You already possess the means to meet your demise at Spirit Beast Mountain. The sun shone brightly overhead as Li Xuanhuan traversed the path to the heavens, his ice-soul-cold light sword carving a character into the ground, signifying his excellent mood. After vowing a lifelong friendship with Nangong Wan, he bid farewell to Mistress Nia and the others, hurrying to receive gifts. With the status of a Yuaning disciple, he expected the congratulatory presents to be impressive. His target was set, an item of equal value to the three-edged double-bladed knife. Obsessive-compulsive disorder is indeed a malady, but he was deeply entrenched in it. Having already acquired the Xian iron battle armor, and the 3-mountain flying phoenix crown in combat form. He could not afford to miss the final weapon. At that moment, a portal appeared before him, leading to the floating island. Eagerly, he lifted his left foot, and as his heel touched the ground, the world around him transformed. Dark clouds loomed, and lightning flashed, yet there was no thunderous roar. Commonly referred to as lightning without rain. Xuanhuan Shiji, come here. Uncle Shi has a grand treasure to show you. Grand treasure? Who is so impolite? Following the voice, Li Xuanhuan saw a gathering of familiar and unfamiliar uncles ahead. Among the familiar faces were his master, Yao Ming, and Li Huayuan. The unfamiliar ones, based on their uniforms, could only be identified by one towering figure belonging to Spirit Beast Mountain. After all, the uniform was quite distinctive. Zhongcheng noticed Li Xuanhuan's gaze and grinned, signaling that the previous words were his. So it is you, the peculiar uncle from Spirit Beast Mountain. That's a relief. Just be sure not to venture out at noon. The traitor must perish. Li Xuanhuan obediently stepped forward, greeting each one. I have met master and all esteemed uncles. The demeanor of a scholar could hardly be faulted. Especially Zhongcheng from Spirit Beast Mountain, who laughed heartily and said, Shiji, behold the treasure. With a flick of his sleeve, a black light surged forth, taking on an increasingly indistinct form, its edges twisting and extending until it completed its transformation. 3 independent heads emerged, each gaping with wide, blood-filled mouths, revealing sharp fangs. Their eyes glimmering with an eerie green light. The body twisted and coiled, covered in pitch-black scales. 3 heads, yet sharing a single body. It was none other than a massive and fearsome 3-headed serpent. What a delightful surprise. The 3-headed serpent has emerged. How far can the 3-headed Jia be? Li Xuanhuan understood Zhongcheng's intentions, feigning a shocked expression as if the child had been petrified. 3 heads. Zhongcheng stood quietly beside him, a subtle smile gracing his face, as if Li Xuanhuan's reaction was entirely anticipated. Indeed, the 3-headed Xian snake is a treasured possession of our Zhong family from Spirit Beast Mountain. Do you have any thoughts? What? Li Xuanhuan gasped, his face a picture of shock. Uncle, are you suggesting you wish to gift me this 3-headed Xian snake? Of course, Zhongcheng nodded, then shook his head playfully, saying, that would be impossible. As his words fell, the 3-headed Xian snake was retracted. Ah, so this is how you play, young master. This Zhong fellow had already sealed his fate. My disciple suffers, and master comes forth, snorted Lei Wanhong, immediately casting a feigned thunder-calling technique. Under the bright sky, a bolt of lightning descended, striking a person, vaguely revealing the shadow of bones. As the lightning dissipated, Zhongcheng's hair stood on end, yet his attire remained intact. In the next instant, as he spoke in anger, a puff of white mist escaped from his mouth. You, Lei, you bully others. If you have the ability, come fight outside the formation. Are you asking me to step outside the formation just like that? What am I face then? Zhongcheng had no choice but to laugh off this subtle humiliation. Well done, master. Li Xuanhuan silently applauded. At the same time, he learned a valuable lesson. Never casually enter another's dwelling. Otherwise, one might end up struck by lightning or worse. Regrettably, the 3-headed Xian snake had swiftly slipped away from view. According to Zhongcheng's assertion, this spiritual pet was a cherished treasure of his family, indicating that the 3-headed Xian snake was indeed a rare species at Spirit Beast Mountain. In other words, if he failed to obtain it this time, the next opportunity might not present itself. Though Li Xuanhuan still bore the previous shock on his face, his mind was racing with thoughts of whether to ask master to close the door and seize it for himself. Treasures belong to those worthy of them, and he deemed Zhongcheng unworthy. Yet, it remained merely a thought. With approximately 18 years until Spirit Beast Mountain betrays the kingdom of Yue and returns to the demonic path of the Spirit Beast sect, the 7 factions, despite having private disagreements, could not openly exhibit such a situation. This will not do, that will not do. Was he to commence trading from the levels of supreme magical artifacts, gradually progressing to the Xiantian treasures? When would his 3-edged, double-bladed knife be returned? However, surprises often arrive unexpectedly. Lei Wanhong delivered a heavy blow to Zhongcheng, still feeling unsatisfied, and questioned his seemingly amicable companion, Zhong Daoyu. You previously boasted of possessing fine treasures. Surely you weren't merely boasting? Pausing, he even taunted, if you don't have anything, it matters not. Simply admit that you, Zhong Laogui, are unsightly, and I shall let this matter pass for Xuanhuan. Upon hearing this, Li Xuanhuan had already forgiven Zhongcheng. Master, this is not mere nonsense. It is widely known that the disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain named Zhong possess rather unique appearances. Lies do not harm. It is the truth that does. If it was expected that Zhongcheng would be punished for previously teasing Li Xuanhuan, this time, he truly felt his blood pressure rising. How can you insult someone? Is speaking the truth a form of insult? Li Xuanhuan managed to control himself, desperately trying to think of sorrowful thoughts, pondering how Master Lei Wanhong had struck a painful blow. After giving Zhong Cheng 1,000 metaphorical daggers with his gaze, he snorted coldly and produced an object from his spirit beast bag, which transformed into a meter-high white egg upon landing. His pupils reflected a mix of 3 parts heartache and 7 parts reluctance as he turned to Li Xuanhuan, advising, "This is the egg of the 3-headed Xian snake. You must take care in nurturing it." "Thank you, Uncle," Li Xuanhuan replied, swiftly accepting the spirit beast egg, bowing deeply in gratitude, and finishing in one breath, leaving no opportunity for the other party to reconsider. The 3-headed Xian snake? No, it is a 3-headed Jia. In the heavenly realms, there are countless methods through which snakes transform into dragons. Gratitude is essential, indeed. What the other party has lost is merely an egg, yet what they have gained is the future treasure of Xiantian, the 3-edged blade. At this moment, a wave of shame washed over him. Previously, he had misunderstood Uncle Zhong. What a peculiar figure he was, yet fundamentally a good person. If possible, he wished to leave the other in one piece. The fate of the spirit beast mountain remains unchanged. No one can resist the charm of Li Xuanhuan's smile and the sincerity in his gaze. Zhong Cheng felt the authenticity of Li Xuanhuan's heart and lamented that he was indeed a good person. Alas, how did the people of Lanzhou end up in Huangfeng Valley, and why did they choose to take the shameless Lei Wankai as their master? Contemplating this, he responded to Lei Wankai's earlier provocations with a hint of sarcasm, asserting, "I, Zhong, am a man of my word. With your good intentions, could there be a hidden flaw?" After a moment's pause, a bolt of lightning struck nearby, warning him to speak truthfully, lest the next invocation of the thunder technique be all too genuine. Zhong Cheng's lips twitched, wishing to argue but dared not, awkwardly admitting, "A little bit." "Which bit?" Chapter 50. Li Shitzi, do you not desire a companion? Dark, truly dark. Upon hearing Uncle Zhong's words from Spirit Beast Mountain, Li Xuanhuan found it hard to contain his emotions. Where is the trust between individuals? Wasn't it agreed that the 7 sects would stand united? Now, they present counterfeit goods as gifts. Do they look down upon the venerable Linghu? Very well, this provides yet another reason for the demise of Spirit Beast Mountain. Nevertheless, concerning the 3-headed Xian snake, he wished to hear the other's justifications. What if it was merely a minor flaw? Old Ghost Zhong, clarify your words. Which flaw? In truth, it was not a grave matter. The massive egg was inherently flawed, incapable of developing sentience. Do you think me a fool? Lacking intellect. How could a spirit beast be deemed a spirit beast? It would merely be a puppet, obeying simple commands. How is that different from a magical artifact? Friend Lei, do not act hastily. Although it lacks sentience, its body is remarkably resilient, capable of withstanding magical artifacts. Withstand? Who would use a spirit beast as a weapon? Actually, I might just be able to. A complex expression crossed Li Xuanhuan's face. Resilient? A puppet? The more he listened, the more it resembled the innate protective weapon of the 3-headed Jiao. There exists a tradition in the mystical sect where spirit beasts and weapons can transform into one another, and weapons can advance alongside the spirit beasts. In other words, he might very well acquire a weapon with limitless potential for growth. Growth? Those who understand know its significance. The Xiantian treasure is not the limit. The only concern is that the method of transformation and the resources for growth may possess a high trading value. But expensive, certainly, is not a fault of his. It is a flaw of Li Xuanhuan. Regaining his composure, Li Xuanhuan's gaze towards Uncle Zhong was filled with gratitude. A good man indeed. Then, I must trouble you, Uncle Zhong, to see this through. The 3-headed Xian snake is still but an egg, yet to be born. Should it not be given some dowry? That would be rather inappropriate, wouldn't it? Friend Lei, this 3-headed Xian snake is a treasure of the Zhong family. Ordinary individuals would not even obtain a scale. Do not fail to recognize a good heart. Setting aside the facts, are you truly in the wrong? Lei Wankai's face showed anger, yet inwardly he was delighted, fully aware that what Zhong Cheng said was true. Acquiring an egg was already a tremendous gain. But so what? He was merely a sycophant, wishing to bully others. He had long viewed the people of Spirit Beast Mountain with disdain. The two were engaged in a lively exchange, while others on the ground watched the spectacle and even cheered. Brother, you are not capable. Oh, Zhong Daoist, how did you create the thunder technique again? Spirit beasts and spells were not as efficient as a sword. Among mortals, those who do not cultivate their hearts are like this. On the surface, they are golden core cultivators, pursuing clarity of thought, yet in reality, they are liberating their natures, privately less restrained than mortals. Li Xuanhuan could understand their actions, but amidst the brawl, he realized this would delay his acquisition of the dowry. He needed to devise a plan. Before long, he noticed Master Yao Ming stirring, seemingly eager to join in. Li Xuanhuan could no longer attend to anything else. Master Yao Ming, why do we not see Daoist Qin Xiaodian? The specifics mattered little. What was important was to speak. Qin Xiaodian, Master Yao Ming, fidgeting with anticipation, suddenly felt as if cold water had been thrown over him. His heart chilled. Clearly, he had entered Huangfeng Valley at the same time. Yet how could the disparity be so vast? They practiced qi at the 12th level, achieving foundation establishment in 100 days, while Qin Xiaodian, he could not compare to Xuanhuan. He had yet to break through into foundation establishment. In an instant, Qin Yaoming's enthusiasm waned. Everything appeared unsatisfactory, including the two who were currently fighting. You two, stop fighting, it's utterly annoying. In the air, Lei Wankai and Zhong Cheng returned to their senses, realizing that the younger Li Xuanhuan was present, feeling embarrassed. They exchanged glances, snorted in unison, and landed on the ground. Yao Ming, still unsatisfied, looked at his senior brother Lei Wankai, confirming with a glance that he was not someone to be trifled with. Thus, he furrowed his brow and reprimanded Zhong Cheng. Zhong Daoist, I am not saying this out of malice, but how could you deceive? Deceive? How am I deceiving? Are you trying to argue? You used a spirit beast lacking intellect to mislead my disciple, and you think there is justification? No, it is not that. Think it through. The treasures delivered by our venerable Linghu are ancient artifacts. And what about you? Zhong Cheng was at a loss for words, left speechless. They had invoked the name of the venerable Linghu, clearly asserting their strength over him. What could he say? What are you staring at? Why not compensate my disciple Xuanhuan? At this moment, the modest Li Xuanhuan, hearing his name, was momentarily taken aback, quickly bowing and expressing his difficulties. Masters, you jest. Just receiving the egg of the three-headed Xian snake is already a heavenly blessing. I dare not hope for more. In truth, he was inwardly exulting. Master Yao Ming, speak more. You are quite articulate. Seeing Li Xuanhuan, Zhong Cheng felt that this person was exceptionally distinguished and intellectual, noble. With this thought, his earlier reluctance to offer gifts diminished significantly. This is the formula for the spirit-feeding pill, a high-grade elixir, the best for advancing demonic beasts. This is the top-tier magical artifact, the armored shield, crafted from the hardest shell, providing exceptional defensive capabilities. After hastily handing these to Li Xuanhuan, Uncle Zhong swiftly departed with the three-headed Xian snake. Zhong Daoist, why not stay for a while longer? This time, I truly will not fight. As Lei Wankai's voice trailed off, the speed of the three-headed Xian snake increased. When he saw the others vanish into the cave, Lei Wankai finally withdrew his gaze. He smacked his lips, appearing somewhat unsatisfied, and then turned his attention to the Qingshu sect, the Great Sword sect, the Blade Transformation Workshop, and the Heavenly Tower allies. I suddenly remember. There is a spiritual herb in the sect that has yet to be harvested. It will wither after the allotted time. Daoist Fuyun of the Qingshu sect suddenly exclaimed. And while ascending, he produced items from his storage bag for Li Xuanhuan. This is a mid-tier talisman, an Earth Escape talisman. Within the spirit beast bag are low-tier spirit beasts, 8 cloud cranes, for the disciples of my uncle's cave. Subsequently, similar gestures came from the Great Sword sect, the Blade Transformation Workshop, and the Heavenly Tower. A top-tier magical artifact, the Great Sword, a talisman, the Snow Singing Blade, and a top-tier magical artifact, the Heavenly Tower. Under the watchful eyes of Lei Wankai, Yao Ming, and Li Huayuan, Li Xuanhuan was inundated with gifts. He had once pondered the joy of Golden Core disciples, but he had never imagined it could be this delightful. Xuanhuan thanks all esteemed masters. An intellectual must not forget their manners. No wonder among mortals. It is the unconnected who find themselves at demise. With a formidable background and impressive equipment, one would find it challenging to meet their demise. This is merely the initiation of the foundation establishment stage. What if it were the nascent soul? Hiss. Calm down. Restrain yourself. Robbery is out of the question. In the future, when encountering such individuals, it is best to keep a safe distance. Before long, only the 3 brothers from Huangfeng Valley remained. To be frank, Li Xuanhuan felt quite eager. Among his own, surely such trivial items would not be presented? As expected, Master Li Huayuan presented a tome, an ordinary foundation establishment technique, the extreme cold ice and snow art, along with several mid-tier ice and gold spells. Known for his frugality, the fact that he offered such a valuable item brought Li Xuanhuan great joy, intensifying his anticipation for Master Yao Ming. It is worth noting that Master Yao Ming is an established foundation establishment practitioner of considerable wealth. Just as Li Xuanhuan pondered whether there might be items of nascent soul caliber, He witnessed Master Chen Yaoming's enigmatic smile as he inquired, Li Shiji, do you desire a partner? Chapter 51. The only flaw of valuable items is a partner? My heart is set on the Tao, destined to become an immortal ancestor. How could I be distracted by romantic entanglements? Yet, as a mere foundation establishment practitioner, how could I resist if my master were to insist? Do not ask further. Hearing Chun Yaoming's words, Lei Wanhe could no longer remain composed. If he continued to watch, Li Xuanhuan's future partner would be settled. How would he explain this to his wife? What would Nie Shiji think of him? Would he disregard the dignity of a foundation establishment elder? Absolutely not. Why? My wife has already made arrangements regarding Xuanhuan's partner, so I shall not trouble you with it. Yao Ming frowned. This was a thought he had pondered for a long time, unwilling to concede. Really? Of course, I, Lei Wanhe, never speak falsehoods. Then your bottom line can be somewhat flexible. One partner is a partner. Two can also suffice. Chen Yaoming, I reckon you are in need of some discipline. Wait. We are merely discussing. Why resort to violence? As this matter pertained to himself, Li Xuanhuan paid close attention to the dispute. If he was not mistaken, the third party, Li Huayuan, seemed eager to intervene. Before he could observe further, he was thrust out of the cave and found himself outside the formation. He heard Master Lei Wanhe's voice resonating in his mind. Xuanhuan, you are still young. Do not rush into matters of partnership. I have already made arrangements. As for the gifts received today, you may take one or two for your use. Remember, these are external possessions. Your cultivation is paramount. Do not confuse the primary with the secondary. Upon hearing his master's teachings, Li Xuanhuan straightened his expression, bowed respectfully through the formation, and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, master. I shall remember it well. Having spoken, he stepped back into the cave with a low profile. As for his master's advice, he would amend what was necessary and encourage what was beneficial. The aspect needing encouragement was the partner. With 3,000 maidens, one must ascend. The more, the better. The aspect needing amendment was the gifts he had just received. There exists a peculiar happiness in having too many items. He could not possibly retain them all, and they would inevitably become resources for his growth. Moments later, Li Xuanhuan returned to Yuling Mountain, sitting beneath the pavilion in the plum garden. The gifts were spread out before him, a dazzling array, more varied than a casual cultivator's market. He began the process of sorting through them. The first item was the Three Mountains Flying Phoenix Crown. Previously, when he received a gift from the venerable Linghu in the main hall, he was utterly astonished. The identity of a foundation establishment disciple, or rather, Lei Wanhe's eldest disciple, was more significant than he had anticipated. However, recalling the original story, Huangfeng Valley's defeat in Yue Country, the first foundation establishment practitioner, Hong Fu, was abandoned, while the second, Lei Wanhe, later rose to become the sect leader. Thus, it was evident that Lei Wanhe's standing was already considerable. What surprised him further was the ancient treasure itself. A special ancient artifact? Could there be hidden mysteries? Fortuitous encounters? Balance, what do you think? Third tier special ancient artifact, Three Mountains Flying Phoenix Crown, a crown of a romantic cultivator from ancient times. With defensive effects at the weakest magical artifact level. Its uniqueness lies in its exceptionally hard material, capable of withstanding magical artifacts. A romantic cultivator? Who would be foolish enough to confront magical artifacts head-on? Surely, even body cultivators would not be so reckless. Aesthetically pleasing, yet functionally inadequate. Disappointed with his first ancient artifact, Li Xuanhuan decided to keep it. Whether it was handsome or not was secondary. This was a gift from a nascent soul ancestor, who would not show it due respect. Perhaps due to the influence of an unsuccessful blind box experience, subsequent openings were rather mundane, lacking in surprises. Even Li Huayuan's foundation establishment technique was similarly unremarkable. Where were the promised fortuitous encounters? Old Demon Han first acquired the giant sword from the blood-soaked Forbidden Land, then selected an ordinary technique from Li Huayuan's collection, only to obtain the human realm's top technique, the Qingyuan sword art, and soared from there. Why did he not possess such luck? Fortunately, he had his own advantages. After handling everything, only a giant egg remained on the stone table before him. This was a gift from Master Zhong of the Spirit Beast Mountain. The egg of a three-headed mysterious serpent. Li Xuanhuan nodded in satisfaction. This was more like it. In the absence of fortuitous encounters, he would create his own. Providing a foundation establishment technique, he selected keywords, spirit beasts, weapon transformation, and then, balance, activate. Third-tier high-quality secret technique, beast mastery. A unique approach to merge with spirit beasts for physical combat. Third-tier high-quality secret technique, puppet technique. Utilizing the body of a demon beast, controlled by divine consciousness, to achieve victories against stronger foes. Second-tier high-quality inheritance, nameless artifact refining method, employing special techniques to refine the blood and flesh of demon beasts, using them as materials for crafting artifacts, which will possess special effects from the demon beast's essence. Throughout the myriad worlds, an array of pathways opened Li Xuanhuan's eyes. Small demon beasts allowed humanity to innovate. Puppet techniques, beast mastery, artifact refining, and more. Yet, beast mastery does not cultivate oneself and is considered an auxiliary method. Puppet techniques are external objects. Artifact refining appears most aligned with his requirements. Yet this method is irreversible, meaning limitless advancement is impossible. Inappropriateness remains inappropriateness. Thus, the only conclusion is that this secret technique carries a hefty price tag. He was far too impoverished. It is hardly surprising. If acquiring an artifact for unrestricted growth were so easy, it would have already become commonplace. Thus, before him lay but one path, to cultivate the three-headed mysterious serpent and advance it to a three-headed flood dragon as soon as possible. In the future, if he cannot find suitable transformation methods, he shall sacrifice it to refine it into an ordinary artifact. Regardless of the course of action, it continually urged him to venture into the blood-soaked forbidden lands soon, seeking high-value spiritual herbs to trade for transformation methods and resources required for advancing spirit beasts. Cursed Spirit Beast Mountain. Without hope, despair cannot take root. How infuriating. Li Xuanhuan contemplated that one serpent was insufficient for security. He would procure several more from Spirit Beast Mountain in the future while initiating the hatching of the giant egg, a preliminary resource. This task was, indeed, quite simple. Special spiritual herb seeds and planting methods, dragon transformation herb, when consumed by water-type demon beasts, will gradually enhance the concentration of dragon blood within. Second-tier mid-quality pill formula. Small dragon pearl pill, suitable for chi refinement stage, after slow refining by demon beasts, will increase the bloodline within. It was time for cultivation. Li Xuanhuan cast the giant egg into the lake, allowing it to settle at a spiritual vein node. He planted the dragon transformation herb in the spiritual field, awaiting 7 days later when the heavenly bottle would irrigate it, yielding a century-old dragon transformation herb. By then, with the dragon transformation herb accompanying it, the giant egg might hatch sooner and grow. Do not disappoint me, three-edged dagger. After completing all these tasks, he returned to the training room to cultivate. There remained 2 months until the journey to the 7 sects' blood-soaked forbidden land. He would have to wait. More importantly, the matter of Li Xuanhuan receiving his crown at the sect's grand ceremony and the gifts from Linghu also requires time to ferment. If he were to venture out now and be captured by those unaware, it would only lead to trouble. In any case, one must proceed with caution. When outside, it is essential to consider power and background. Just as Li Xuanhuan was engaged in secluded cultivation, the news of his crowning in the sect's main hall began to circulate among the 7 factions. Hiss, the gifts from Ancestor Linghu, could it be? Indeed. The young master of Huangfeng Valley. Surely he is the primary contender. One should not provoke this individual, lest it brings calamity, and one cannot reveal their master's name. Master, I can. Disobedient disciple, are you planning to betray the sect? Good news rarely leaves the door, but bad news travels far and wide. Some things are destined to come. Thus, Li Xuanhuan's contemplation of his identity took a slight detour as he boldly surged forward. Not only did he have the background of a nascent soul behind him, but his appearance also became renowned across the nation. Gradually, he acquired an elegant and resounding title. The most beautiful person in the Yue Kingdom. Chapter 52. Better to be a horse slave than a rogue cultivator in Jiayuan City. Within a cavernous residence situated at the finest spiritual vein node, a cultivator in his 50s and a youth of about 10 bowed together, engaged in conversation. In the reception room, an elderly cultivator with white hair murmured, Li Xuanhuan, the most beautiful person in the Yue Kingdom? The young master of Huangfeng Valley? He shook his head and smiled freely, pondering what relevance this had to him. He was merely here in Jiayuan City to live out his days in peace. In the courtyard, Fang Zitao continued to inquire. Jiayuan Jinren, seniorly previously placed a bet of 10 spiritual stones at the Honyun gambling house on himself. According to the odds, he should receive 300 low-grade spiritual stones. How should the junior proceed? Naturally, follow the rules. The spiritual stones are on the wall. Take them as you wish, replied the elder. Yes, Jinren. Fang Zitao then stepped forward and soon discovered a storage bag. As customary, he retrieved 300 spiritual stones, preparing to deposit them into his own storage bag, only to hear Jiayuan Jinren remind him, 700. Ah, yes, Jinren. Fang Zitao dared not ask further. So he took out an additional 400 spiritual stones, making a total of 700. He then heard, I meant take out 700 more. Fang Zitao complied, emptying his storage bag to finally amass 1,000 spiritual stones. His eyes narrowed as he felt the weight of the name Li Xuanhuan. In the reception room, Qingyun Jinren savored the aroma of tea, reflecting that retirement was merely retirement. What use were spiritual stones? The focus of the nascent soul. The true transmission of the golden core, this identity was not something he could profit from. Naturally, it was the old custom, to return it in full. Jinren, I take my leave. No response. In the courtyard, after waiting for the duration of a tea break without hearing any instructions from the Jinren, Fang Zitao led the youth away. Upon reaching the outside of the cavern, he let out a long sigh. One must not disgrace the foundation establishment. Every time he faced Qingyun Jinren, a foundation establishment cultivator, he felt as if walking on thin ice, afraid of making a mistake and offending the elder. Suddenly, sensing the gaze of the youth beside him, he lowered his head with a smile. Is the foundation establishment elder imposing? The youth's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he vigorously nodded. Yes. Then let us strive diligently to establish our foundation early. Your father has high hopes for you. Hee. Sure. The youth shyly responded, then curiously asked, Father, why does Qingyun Jinren, also a foundation establishment cultivator, make an exception this time and asked for not even a single spiritual stone? Fang Zitao answered evasively, posing an unrelated question. What do you think is the most powerful thing in this world? The youth clenched his right fist, confidently declaring, I know, it is strength. Wrong, it is background. The world of cultivation emphasizes strength, but even more so, the intricacies of human relationships and background. Noticing the youth's bewildered expression, Fang Zitao chuckled softly. The youth was still so young. He himself had once been like this, but now, with his sword not yet properly equipped, he was already in the world of cultivation. Contemplating the youth's future, he placed his hands on the youth's shoulders and solemnly advised, Remember, better to be a horse slave than a rogue cultivator. Horse slave? I won't do that. He affectionately ruffled the youth's hair, mumbling quietly to himself, Silly boy, even if you wish to be someone's horse slave. It all depends on fate. On Yushuan Mountain, in the spiritual plantation of Liyuan, Li Xuanhuan harvested a new batch of spiritual rice and herbs. Obtaining the primary medicine for the foundation establishment pill for the second time, spiritual rice. A few days ago, the trials of the blood-colored forbidden land among the 7 factions had concluded. Thus, even when venturing out, his cultivation would not be affected. Ultimately, he harvested a herb aged 2,100 years. This herb had been planted after the transaction of the Dragon God technique, and it had been over a year. It was intended for trading for the Breaking Array Talisman. Low-grade 5th-tier talisman, Breaking Array Talisman, effective against divine transformation formations and restrictions. It is rumored that the blood-colored forbidden land is a wind attribute restriction set by a divine transformation expert, so he prepared a divine transformation breaking talisman, just to be safe. Low-grade 2nd-tier pill, spirit transforming pill, can suppress foundation establishment cultivation to chi refining stage, valid for a week, can be unsealed at will. A bottle contains 12 pills. For no other reason, he must scour the blood-colored forbidden land thoroughly. The central area is not included. Thus, all preparations before entering the blood-colored forbidden land were completed as Li Xuanhuan had envisioned. Just as he marveled at his smooth progress, a communication talisman in his embrace suddenly flickered, emitting a voice, Senior brother, I am outside the formation. After a pause, the talisman chimed again, Senior brother. Do you not wish to meet Nyang? Then, Junior sister, you just come in. At once, a portal appeared in the Lee Garden formation, and a woman in blue palace attire, ethereal and enchanting, stepped forth. Her skin was as smooth as cream, her beauty radiant, resembling a celestial being. Upon entering the Lee Garden and seeing Li Xuanhuan, she revealed a smile that dimmed all nearby existence, respectfully saying, Greetings, Senior brother. Junior sister, please. She was indeed the renowned beauty of Huangfeng Valley, as spoken of by the old devil Han, Nyang. However, what truly unsettled Li Xuanhuan was not Nyang, but the voice that followed, Senior brother, I am also outside the formation, I have arrived. One had come, and now 2 had come. Another portal appeared, and another young woman emerged, blooming like a flower, radiant as autumn chrysanthemums. This woman was the Dao companion mentioned by Uncle Chen Yaoming, the direct descendant of the Chen family, Chen Xiaoqian. After entering the formation, she caught sight of Nyang unharmed and said, Greetings, Senior brother. Li Xuanhuan nodded again, gesturing, Junior sister, please. If he were to adhere to his character, he should be embracing one and telling the other, No, your timing is impeccable. However, unbeknownst to the 2 behind him, Lei Wanhai and Chun Yaoming had given some instructions, resulting in the two women appearing amicable on the surface, jointly managing the affairs of Yushuan Mountain. Privately, however, they each remained wary, ensuring the other did not linger too long near him. Once one appeared by his side, the other would not take long to arrive. So be it, the two women were still quite young, merely in their teens. Dao companion, forget it. Let us just nurture it for now. His thoughts racing, he overlooked the oddity between the two women and inquired, Junior sister, do you have something to discuss? Senior brother, a middle-aged cultivator has come with a youth seeking an audience with you, claiming to be an old acquaintance from Xunyan Square City, hence I have come to inquire. Xunyan Square City? The cultivators have remarkable memory. Li Xuanhuan instantly thought of something splendid. His spiritual stones were on the way. In the depths of the cave, the operations of Yuling Mountain evidently require financial expenditure. Previously, after enduring the calamity of the Ascension Conference, he had amassed over 2,000 spirit stones. Initially, he believed spirit stones were plentiful, but upon entering the sect, he discovered the reality was quite different. Simply put, acquiring them through plunder was far more expedient. He wondered if his journey to the blood-forbidden land could yield further opportunities. With this thought, his heart ignited with fervor, although he lacked 1,000. Surely he possessed a few hundred. Sister Nya, lead me forth. Very well. Before long, at the mountainside of Yuling Mountain, within the side hall of a grand temple, Li Xuanhuan discreetly accepted a storage bag, without weighing it, yet already knowing it contained 1,200 spirit stones. Excellent. 10 low-grade spirit stones yield a profit of 1,200, truly lucrative. The master of the square is considerate, he expressed humbly. I dare not presume. Fang Zitao replied with greater reverence than he had shown at the Xunyan Square Market. Reflecting on his initial purpose for visiting, he boldly ventured. I have a somewhat inappropriate request. May I speak candidly? Feel free to speak your mind. I have heard that you possess a spiritual beast, a fine steed, yet lack a suitable groom. Might I inquire? However, Niang interrupted him sternly. What is your name, and from whence do you hail? Do you have any notable lineage? I am not of unknown origin. I am the son of the Fang family, named Han. Fang Han. A proposal was made concerning the classification of item grades, which should be well acknowledged. The tiers are as follows: first, second, third, and fourth, corresponding to Qi cultivation, foundation establishment, core formation, and nascent soul, respectively. The larger realms are categorized similarly, while within the smaller realms, distinctions are made between initial, intermediate, advanced, and peak grades. For instance, the Thousand Illusions Ice Heart technique has been revised to a 4th grade supreme technique, while the small 9 palaces 8 trigrams formation is categorized as a 4th grade supreme formation. In Chapter 53, The Crane Fairy, accompany me for a journey, Fang Han? No. Faced with Nie Ying's cold inquiries, Fang Zitao repeatedly denied it, suddenly pausing before agreeing. Actually, Fang Han is acceptable. It's merely a matter of family hierarchy. What is your true name then? Fang Minghan. And your age? 12. How many spirit roots do you possess? 3 spirit roots. After a thorough interrogation, and once it was confirmed he was not of dubious origin, Niang refrained from providing her own answer. Instead, she turned to Li Xuanhuan and asked, Brother, what do you think? What do I think? The thought of Fang Laoma brought him sorrow, as yet another opportunity to cling to powerful allies slipped away. Ultimately, he would have to venture into the blood-forbidden land to strive for foundational cultivation, seeking external assistance merely to sustain his existence. Li Xuanhuan had no further thoughts on the matter and replied, Sister Nya, you may arrange it as you see fit. Noticing Chun Xiaoqian's frequent glances in his direction, he added, Yes, discuss it together with Sister Chun. The aim was to ensure equitable distribution. Indeed, Chun Xiaoqian's face lit up with joy, and after exchanging a glance with Nya Ying, they both chimed, Yes, brother. As Li Xuanhuan exited the reception hall on the mountainside, he first made his way to Thunder Sound Cave to inform his master and mistress about his upcoming 3-month journey for cultivation, which proceeded smoothly. Though possessing an unusual spirit root rather than a heavenly one, he could advance directly to core formation without encountering bottlenecks, provided he devoted himself to diligent training within the sect. The sect and his master could not indefinitely supply resources for those with unusual spirit roots. Thus, he still needed to toil for his own progress. This realization alleviated much of his burden. As 2 months passed gradually, it had been 2 years and 8 months since Li Xuanhuan joined Huangfeng Valley. Within the Li Garden, he completed his acquisition of the final special artifact in preparation for the blood-forbidden land. 2nd grade supreme artifact, the Bright Moon Pearl, effective in dispersing fog over a wide area. Thus, the time had come to embark on his journey. He initially intended to depart discreetly, but suddenly recalled something and soared into the sky using the flying on waves technique, ascending high above Yue Mountain. As he paused in midair, he conveniently landed upon a crane. "Mother, crane fairy, accompany me for a journey." Initially, the cloud crane beneath him struggled, but after entering Yue Mountain and enjoying a blissful existence, no one had been so impudent save for the two fairies. Upon realizing it was the mountain lord, it calmed down. The entrance to the cave appeared, and the cloud crane bore Li Xuanhuan into the cave, followed by 7 others. In the next moment, a figure accompanied by 8 cranes emerged within Huangfeng Valley, soaring towards the valley's exterior. The sky was vast, and the 8 cranes grew exuberant, twirling in the air, occasionally shifting wings and tilting to the side, wild and unrestrained. Their cries echoed at sunset. As the newly admitted disciples concluded their daily training and the older disciples returned at dusk, they looked up to the sound of the crane calls. 1 person and 8 cranes belonged to Uncle Li of Yue Mountain. Ah, so beautiful. The setting sun and the solitary cranes soar together, as the immortal brushes my head. Riding the crane down to Yangzhou, Uncle Li, who began as a first-tier loose cultivator, fulfilled his promise. A true man should be like this. Many disciples of Huangfeng Valley gazed at Li Xuanhuan as he gradually receded into the distance. Meanwhile, atop Yue Mountain, Nia Ying and Qin Xiaoqian watched Li Xuanhuan's vanishing figure, murmuring, "Brother, you must return safely." Upon regaining their focus, both noticed the key to the Li garden in each other's hands and exchanged smiles. Realizing their brother was indeed fair-minded, in unison, they said, "Let us go together." Hand in hand, they entered the Li garden, arriving at the plum garden where Li Xuanhuan frequently lingered, beneath the pavilion. At that moment, the stone pillars illuminated, and Li Xuanhuan's gentle voice resonated, "Sisters, this journey will last at least 3 months, possibly 6. Yue Mountain is entrusted to you both." A wave of spiritual energy flickered, and 2 storage bags flew forth, landing in the hands of the 2 women. Prioritize your cultivation. Do not become preoccupied with trivial matters of the mountain. The storage bags contain resources left for your cultivation. Nia Ying and Qin Xiaoqian exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting astonishment, not due to their brother's exhortation, but because of the abundance of resources. 100 pills for qi cultivation. 1,000 pounds of spirit rice. Use sparingly. It is sufficient for us until we reach foundation establishment. After a long moment, the 2 women regained their composure. Qin Xiaoqian mused, "Is it possible that brother's fortuitous encounter is a relic of an ancient cultivation cave? Previously, it was the outer layer during qi cultivation, and now it may allow us to access the inner layer during foundation establishment." Niang furrowed her brow, increasingly concerned about another matter. Could that be even more perilous? Silence lingered. Qin Xiaoqian, resolute in her thoughts, declared, "Let us cultivate. We are still too weak." Indeed, at that moment, the rivalry between the 2 lessened significantly. Meanwhile, at the southern gate of Huangfeng Valley, Li Xuanhuan leapt off the crane, allowing it to return to Yue Mountain. Subsequently, he flew on his sword, soaring towards the clouds. Concealed beneath the night sky, he quickly vanished from sight. Reclining atop a cloud, Li Xuanhuan rested his hands beneath his head, feeling utterly comfortable. Danger? Such notions were unfounded. Though there may be audacious individuals from other sects wishing to eliminate him, they would only be core formation practitioners. The involvement of core formation masters would breach the established rules. In Tiannan, it is understood that higher-tier cultivators must not be insulted, yet they also refrain from indiscriminately targeting juniors, provided they have a background or connections. Regarding foundation establishment opponents, Li Xuanhuan held them in strategic disdain. Thus deciding to spare them, he intended to soar past them. The clouds were impervious to even the perceptions of core formation masters, let alone those of foundation establishment practitioners. In the future, when he emerged from the blood-forbidden land, having entered the realm of body cultivation and possessing a method for spiritual awareness, he would engage with them once more. Indeed, the Black Evil sect and the Emperor of Yu awaited. Long before he entered the sect, he had already prepared for such eventualities. In a remarkably short span, a cultivator with 3 spiritual roots reached the 12th level of qi refining and entered the 7 sects through the Ascension Conference. The Emperor of Yu may not have comprehended the inherent nature of spiritual root transformation, but he certainly indulged in fantasies about extraordinary encounters that would elevate him to the heavens. As a fellow loose cultivator, he understood the challenges they faced. Did the Emperor of Yu not desire to rise above? As for the advantages of being affiliated with a sect, those who had achieved the status of human sovereigns in cultivation hardly cared for such trivialities, did they? Furthermore, his spiritual roots would inevitably be revealed one day, when that time came. How would the Emperor of Yue react upon comparing the ice spiritual root with the 3 spiritual roots? While the Emperor might wish to exert control over him, should the truth emerge, would his secret techniques not pique the interest of Yuaning cultivators? It was likely that even those at the transformation stage would be keen to learn more. To be prudent, he decided to seal off the source beforehand. Additionally, there were the Xianyin Zhu, the remnants of the Void Sky map, and potentially dazzling treasure maps that might exist. The appearance of 9 transformations of the Swift Wind in Yuejing was surely not mere coincidence. All these factors made his journey to Yuejing utterly essential. The blood-red Forbidden Land lay to the northeast of Jianzhou, bordering the Yuanwu Kingdom, and was, in fact, farther from the Taishan mountain range where the Huangfeng Valley's gate was located. A cloud floated over the Grand Canal of Xianglu, never pausing. A day later, the cloud descended and vanished, revealing a figure. The figure gazed upon a desolate mountain, occasionally hearing the cries of vultures. He had arrived at the blood-red Forbidden Land. Chapter 54. The blood-red Forbidden Land in the Kingdom of Yue. The blood-red Forbidden Land was a unique place. The 3 main ingredients of the Foundation Establishment Pill, Jade Spirit Mushroom, Purple Monkey Flower, and Heavenly Spirit Fruit, were nearly extinct in the outside world, existing only within the confines of the Forbidden Land. The Foundation Establishment Pill was crucial to the inheritance of the 7 sects, compelling them to regard the blood-red Forbidden Land with the utmost seriousness. However, what set it apart was that the 7 sects did not strictly guard it against outsiders. According to his master, Lei Wangkong, the restrictions of the Forbidden Land only diminished once every 5 years, requiring the combined strength of 7 golden core cultivators to unlock it. At all other times, it was perilous for anyone below the Yuan Ying level to approach. Touching it would mean death. In other words, those capable of entering had no desire to do so, while those who wished to enter lacked the ability. This created a rather peculiar scenario. Yet, Li Xuanhuan was not one to be swayed by superstition. A Yuaning ancestor? Today, even he, a Foundation Establishment expert, intended to step inside and savor the experience. With a thought, he summoned an object from his spatial ring. A talisman inscribed with command. It was the array-breaking talisman. After spinning in the air, it seemed to select a position, drifting toward the mountain and settling in the void 100 meters away, motionless. A chaotic hue began to swirl around it, and immediately below, a portal of formation appeared. Stepping forward, Li Xuanhuan approached the threshold, swallowing a transformation pill just as he lifted his foot, causing his figure to vanish. In the next instant, he found himself suspended in midair, appearing as a mere novice in chi refining, clad in a ceremonial robe that was, in truth, an exquisite magical artifact, the Rui robe. It now shimmered with spiritual light, indicating that he was prepared to make a swift escape at any moment. 1 second, 2 seconds, an entire moment passed without any repulsion or formation attacks. Li Xuanhuan felt a wave of relief wash over him, retracting the array-breaking talisman as the portal vanished from sight. Success. Who could dare claim that Foundation Establishment was not a form of great power? The balance of fate is eternally divine. Next, he did not hasten to act nor rescind the protection of his robe, but instead took a moment to cautiously survey his surroundings. Others may have rushed in, but he walked alone. The sky was dim, tinged with a hint of blood. Beneath him lay a thicket of small shrubs, and ahead was a black lake with an island at its center. It was silent, devoid of any anomalies. Li Xuanhuan compared the terrain with the map stored in his mind, confirming his location, the nameless island. The map had been mistakenly given to him by his master during his first apprenticeship. The maps left by Golden Core cultivators far surpassed those of sects in completeness and detail. According to the map, the island in the lake seemed to harbor an unknown spiritual tree. When the novice cultivator Lei Wangkong had caught sight of it, he had been frightened away by the aura of the lake's demonic beasts. Its level was that of a peak first-grade demonic beast, comparable to the pinnacle of chi refining. Hiss. As a fellow possessor of spiritual roots, the combat prowess of the thunder spiritual root surpassed even that of the ice spiritual root. If his master had to flee, he would not. His motivation was solely to avenge a century-old grudge against his master. However, before he could act, Li Xuanhuan landed on the ground and executed a slicing technique, a method belonging to the spiritual herb cultivator. The weeds fell in response, without any struggle. He beckoned with his fingers, and a century-old spiritual herb soared from the underbrush into his grasp. Quite impressive. To reap rewards right at the entrance set a promising tone for his expedition into the Forbidden Land. More importantly, it validated the efficacy of the spiritual herb cultivator's methods for herb gathering, truly specialized. So, was the next target the spiritual tree on the island? Could it be a rare spiritual plant, or perhaps a millennium-old spiritual herb. Just as he was about to proceed, a green shadow erupted from the thicket. A first-grade high-tiered demonic beast, a transforming snake. Li Xuanhuan swiftly retreated, his flowing cloud-folding fan flashing through the air. In the next instant, the fan appeared beside the snake, its surface unfurling in a beautiful arc, cleaving the serpent in half. As he hovered half a meter above the ground, the fan returned to his hand. Instantaneous kill. The effects of a top-tier magical artifact were markedly different when wielded by a chi refining or foundation establishment cultivator. Coincidentally, he was a foundation establishment expert. Before he could blink, a very subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy approached. Glancing up, he saw a dark spot hurtling toward his brow, with no means of evasion. Emerging from the lake was a first-grade peak-tiered demonic beast, the water arrow frog, its head slowly surfacing. Under the light, its eyes resembled mirrors, reflecting Li Xuanhuan's every movement. In the mirrored images, Li Xuanhuan maintained a calm expression, his gaze unwavering as he suddenly raised his left hand, fist clenched, to seize a water arrow. As the apex predator of the blood-red forbidden land, the water arrow frog had grown accustomed to the desperate struggles of cultivators facing death. It was time for it to feast. However, in the next moment, the water arrow attempted to retract with greater speed back into the lake. Meanwhile, the arrow pierced Li Xuanhuan's brow, its momentum unyielding, while he transformed into a fleeting shadow, gradually disappearing. On the ground, as Li Xuanhuan turned upon landing, the folding fan vanished from his hand, replaced by a towering flag, 2 meters high. The flag fluttered in the wind, and in the next second, it transformed into a water arrow, larger and brighter than before, hurtling toward the water arrow frog. In the blink of an eye, the water arrow closed in, and sensing danger, the water arrow frog hastily retreated beneath the surface. Behind it, the water arrow collided with its demonic body, igniting sparks and penetrating deeply. You retreat. I pursue. Ultimately, the water arrow pinned the water arrow frog to the lake bed. Instant kill, yet again. With a thought, Li Xuanhuan summoned the water arrow from the lake bed, which transformed back into the flag, returning to his hand. The flag bore not a trace of water or blood. Quite impressive indeed. This was the inaugural battle of the Cloud Water Flag, and its real-world performance did not disappoint. As for the water arrow frog, was that all? Master, you are lacking. With the obstacle cleared, no other demonic beasts remained in the vicinity. He stored the serpent and water arrow frog's corpse in his spirit beast pouch, reserving them for feeding his 3-headed shin snake. As for refining magical artifacts, that could wait. Old Demon Han was in need. He was not. Now, the focus shifted to the spiritual tree on the island in the lake. To exercise prudence, Li Xuanhuan summoned the auspicious clouds to leap across the lake, arriving effortlessly at the heart of the island. As he drew near, the true visage of the spirit wood was unveiled, towering over 3 meters. The slender tree bore no lush foliage or fruit, resembling an ordinary tree that had stood for a century, devoid of value. Yet, he felt a surge of joy upon discovering a soft spirit plant entwined with the grand tree, its surface marred by a notch, evidently from the water arrow frog having consumed its fruit. 3rd-tier inferior spirit plant, 500-year-old purple jade grapevine. The fruit can be ingested directly, slightly enhancing water attribute cultivation speed, and boasts an exquisite flavor. An exquisite flavor? Could it be intended to tantalize the appetites of core formation cultivators? That would be fortunate indeed. This item could grant a marginal increase in cultivation speed to core formation practitioners, while he was merely at the foundation establishment stage, implying that the effects would be even more pronounced for him. However, the diminished trading value inevitably left him feeling disheartened. It appeared that the periphery of the blood-colored forbidden zone indeed harbored little of worth. Li Xuanhuan's gaze shifted towards the central area, contemplating the famed stone temple, which housed a multitude of millennium-old spirit herbs. As for the small box within the pavilion, it merely served as a key to the array, hardly garnering his interest. Yet, who could resist the temptation of a little thievery? If there were indeed a legacy hidden within, it would be a tremendous gain. Thus, Emojiao, it's time to receive clients. Chapter 55. The joy of dimensional strikes. After departing from the nameless island, Li Xuanhuan did not hasten directly to the central area, instead taking the opportunity to reap the autumn wind. With only 5 days remaining for the 7 sects, every moment counted. Armed with the spirit transformation pill, he possessed ample time. There was no rush. Although the outskirts had been plundered over the years, yielding exceedingly few century-old spirit herbs, some unique spirit plant varieties remained. For instance, the primary ingredients of the foundation establishment pill. Thanks to the existence of the scales, a greater variety of spirit plants was advantageous. After progressing for some time, Li Xuanhuan arrived at the base of a mountain. He raised his gaze upwards, but alas, nothing was visible. The clouds and mist enveloped everything, not just the mountain peak, but even the area before him was obscured by the fog. Consulting the map, Li Xuanhuan swiftly deduced that this was Misty Ridge, where the heavenly spirit fruit thrived. This was indeed the place. He would ascend the mountain. As Li Xuanhuan stepped into the mist, after just 2 paces, his brow furrowed, realizing that matters were not as simple as they appeared. This mist was not mere vapor. It was a peculiar fog capable of suppressing a cultivator's spiritual sense. It felt as though he were submerged in an invisible ocean, a non-swimmer on the brink of drowning. For an ordinary chi training cultivator, full armor and constant vigilance would be necessary. However, he was different. He was a true foundation establishment powerhouse. Upon entering the Forbidden Zone, his spiritual sense extended to the range of a 13th layer chi practitioner, without diminishing in strength. In other words, the mist could not suppress him. It was a definitive dimensional strike. Beneath his spiritual awareness, bizarre stones jutted from the mountainside, seemingly concealing no demonic beasts. Li Xuanhuan's ascent was unceasing, and inadvertently, he unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, transforming it into a flying dagger that shot towards a corner of the peculiar stone. Coincidentally, that corner was about to detach from the stone, seemingly destined to plummet to the ground. In the next moment, the icy dagger embedded itself deeply, preventing its fall. An astonishing event unfolded. The corner left behind a long trail of blood. A mid-tier first-level demonic beast had perished. A disguise? Not in this lifetime. Moments later, Li Xuanhuan stood at the edge of a celestial pit, probing within with his spiritual sense, suddenly widening his eyes. Heavenly spirit fruit. However, where there were treasures, guardians were sure to follow. A foul, putrid air surged continuously from the pit below. A top-tier first-level demonic beast, perhaps? Since entering the Forbidden Zone, a solemn expression finally crossed his face. This was unlike the blatant confrontations with the water arrow frogs prior. The celestial pit was vast, narrowing at the top and widening below, spanning 3 layers. Its undulating terrain was complex, far exceeding the range of a 13th layer chi practitioner's spiritual sense. In such advantageous terrain, the demonic beasts held the upper hand. Even he would not dare claim absolute certainty. No wonder Nangong had rushed directly to the central area upon entering the Forbidden Zone. It seemed the periphery was not as simple as it appeared. Then, Li Xuanhuan recklessly leaped inside. Preceding his body was a round orb. Supreme magical artifact, Mingyue Pearl. The orb resembled the moon, radiating light that illuminated the entire pit. On the first level of the pit, a few half-meter-tall ornamental trees grew sparsely, adorned with blue spirit fruits, precisely the heavenly spirit fruit trees. Li Xuanhuan landed from the air, calculating that this marked the limit of his chi training spiritual sense. Under the suppression of the mist, chi practitioners would scarcely have the opportunity to discover anything. No wonder the 7 sects blood-colored Forbidden Zone trials persisted even now. Now it all belonged to him. Li Xuanhuan crouched down to pluck the fruits, and at that moment, in the darkness beyond the reach of the Mingyue Pearl's illumination, the eyes of a green serpent slowly opened. Its serpentine body coiled, and its head shot forth with sudden ferocity, targeting Li Xuanhuan. It had been waiting for this moment. Li Xuanhuan smoothly pivoted, the Yunshui flag in hand, raised high, transforming into a green serpent that surged forward to meet it. In the air, the 2 green serpents collided. No sword light or blade shadows were present. The green serpent coalesced into a spear-like thrust, piercing through the other. The true demonic beast, the green serpent, faltered mid-air, plummeting downwards. It was dead. At this point, Li Xuanhuan had long since shifted his focus away from the green serpent, having anticipated the outcome before making his move. His attention was fixed upon the heavenly spirit fruit before him. Within the 7 sects, there existed a saying: the primary ingredients for the foundation establishment pill could not grow in the outside world and could only be obtained within the blood-colored Forbidden Zone. The truth of this matter was irrelevant. Li Xuanhuan merely sought to challenge the 7 sects' vulnerability. Seedlings? No, these were spirit seeds. He formed a sword-like gesture with his hands, performing a mysterious maneuver, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy towards the heavenly spirit fruit tree. Instantly, the fruit tree began to undergo a transformation. 3 heavenly spirit fruits fell, and then the tree emitted a sparkling glow, disappearing in the next moment, replaced by 12 seed-like items floating in the air. Seeing this, Li Xuanhuan's heart soared with joy. He had succeeded. During his time in the sect, he had meticulously studied the legacy of the spirit planters. Back then, he perceived the second-tier spirit planters' skills as ordinary. Their techniques and methods seemed rather simplistic. However, During the transaction of the transformation grass, he unexpectedly acquired the method of seed condensation, which broadened his horizons. In the realms above, one could condense seeds. What of mortals? The results proved his conjecture correct. He not only obtained the heavenly spirit fruit, but also successfully acquired the seeds. In the original narrative, Han Li could only rely on the celestial vessel to accelerate the growth of seedlings to obtain the heavenly spirit fruit. The older the heavenly spirit fruit tree, the more likely it was to perish due to external environmental factors. This indicated that the bulk of foundation establishment pills in the hands of the old demon Han were one-time use only. He was different. With the acquisition of seeds, planting and harvesting them, along with the process of seed condensation, constituted a perpetuating cycle, ensuring a continuous supply. What a concept! Wholesale foundation establishment pills. What does it mean to strike down at a lower dimension? To contend against a first-level demonic beast in the foundation establishment stage? Who is he looking down upon? Such methods did not exist in this world. Only I possess such an art. This was the true essence of a dimensional strike. Li Xuanhuan stowed away the seeds and the corpse of the green serpent, disregarding the remaining heavenly spirit fruit tree and its fruits, soaring away directly. Those would be left for the 7 sects. To this day, he would not bend down to collect even a century-old spirit herb. Having achieved his objective with the heavenly spirit fruit, Li Xuanhuan descended from the cloud mist ridge, hastening his steps to gather resources from the periphery. To the east lay the Wulong Pool, where he harvested the seeds of the frosty smoke herb. To the south, he obtained the purple monkey flower from the forest. In the west, he collected the jade saprophyte, and to the north, within the span of a single day, he traced a circle around the forbidden area, reaping a bountiful harvest. Not only did he acquire the primary ingredient for the foundation establishment pill, along with several auxiliary herbs, but he also procured a significant portion of the precious herbs needed for the youth elixir. Alas, he lamented that he had only found 3 specimens of the century-old upper spirit herb. The outer perimeter of the forbidden area had lost its value, and it was time to venture into the core zone. A wall separated the blood-red forbidden area from the core, with prohibitions in the air preventing aerial passage. The eastern gate consisted of 2 ancient wooden doors that opened apart, revealing a faintly visible array leading into the core area. Li Xuanhuan glanced around, pleased to find no one guarding the entrance. He stepped through the array and vanished from sight. On the other side of the eastern gate, Li Xuanhuan reappeared. The scene before him mirrored that of the cloud mist ridge, shrouded in clouds that suppressed the consciousness of cultivators. His method was straightforward. He summoned the exquisite artifact, the moonlight pearl, which ascended into the sky, casting its luminescent glow to dispel the fog. Before him lay a forest, with mountains looming in the distance. In due time, the sounds of demonic beasts echoed around him. He was in no rush. He would allow them to play for a while. With that thought, Li Xuanhuan tossed out a small projectile that, carried by the wind, transformed into a courtyard dwelling. It was nighttime, and the demonic beasts stirred restlessly. Although his spiritual consciousness was formidable, his spiritual power remained at the chi refinement stage. He could manage one-on-one encounters, but against many, he would be at a disadvantage. At dawn, he penned a chapter, and at noon, another. Chapter 56. The small hammer earns a profit in 7 days, while the large hammer takes 2 months to yield returns. In a certain location within the ring-shaped mountain range, an extraordinarily handsome youth, holding a folding fan, strolled leisurely along a mountain path. Not far away, a black-haired pig began to root at the ground and charged toward him. The black-haired pig, with its sharp tusks and excellent defensive bristles, was a first-level mid-tier demonic beast known as the tusk boar. With both offensive and defensive capabilities, it sounded formidable. Yet it could not withstand the youth's single strike. No one could discern how the strike was delivered. A flash of lightning illuminated the air, and the tusk boar fell lifeless. Its limbs went limp, skidding forward until it lay a meter from the youth. Li Xuanhuan effortlessly collected the beast's carcass, his steps unbroken, still holding his fan as he continued along the mountain path. His destination was the 21 medicinal herb cultivation sites located on the second tier of the ring-shaped mountain range. The map passed down from his master was remarkably detailed, akin to the one in the original text concerning the Shadow Moon sect. The core area of the blood-red forbidden zone was divided into 3 layers. The outer layer was adorned with observable spiritual plants, beautiful yet devoid of commercial value. The inner layer housed a towering stone pagoda, and the middle layer comprised the ring-shaped mountain range. Within the mountains, there existed not only randomly distributed medicinal herbs, but also naturally or artificially cultivated spiritual planting sites. The cave where the ink flood dragon resided was one such site. However, perhaps due to the brilliant moonlight the previous night, the demonic beasts were particularly agitated and active. upon entering the ring-shaped mountain range. It was scarcely long before he encountered one. Fortunately, most of the demonic beasts were first-level mid-tier, with only occasional high-tier beasts. A flying spiritual dagger sufficed to deal with them without much effort. Moments later, after slaying another beast, he arrived at an artificial valley, the White Snake Valley. According to the description by Lei Wankai on the map, the valley was teeming with white snakes, formidable to those at the chi refinement stage, who would retreat at the sight. The types and ages of the spiritual herbs within were unknown, yet there was a strong possibility of finding thousand-year-old herbs. This was promising. He relished the idea of venturing into the unknown. With a deft flick of his wrist, he replaced the fan with an ancient longsword that shimmered with icy hues. He stepped forward toward the entrance of the White Snake Valley. Meanwhile, deep within the valley lay several enormous serpents, unmistakably first-level upper-tier demonic beasts. Inside the valley, based on their size and rank, thousands of white snakes slithered, some coiling atop boulders, while others wove through the grass. They were so numerous that even a young cultivator like Lei Wankai would flee at the sight. After a brief moment, a figure appeared at the valley's entrance. Scholars placed great importance on etiquette. A chi refinement talisman was tossed into the valley, shattering its tranquility and inciting a frenzy among the white snakes. The snakes, as if deeply insulted, emitted piercing hisses and surged toward the entrance like a tidal wave. Rather than fleeing, Li Xuanhuan found amusement in the situation and, with a wicked sense of humor, declared, "All swords return to their origin." With that, he lifted the frosty radiant sword, sending a shadowy blade soaring forth, which split into 6 as it flew toward the swarm of snakes. The blade appeared to possess a sentience of its own, striking fiercely while automatically locking onto its targets, rendering the white snakes unable to evade. As it passed, the snakes were severed into pieces, blood spraying forth like a torrential downpour. Amidst the blood rain, 9 massive white serpents, though injured, remained undeterred and charged toward Li Xuanhuan. In quick succession, a 40-meter-long blade descended, cleaving the upper-tier beast in two. The air was thick with the scent of blood, yet Li Xuanhuan stood undisturbed at the valley's entrance, his attire untouched, exclaiming in astonishment, "How remarkable!" Suddenly, a beast of the same size as the white snake surged forth, exuding the aura of a top-tier, first-level demonic beast. A sneak attack. A thought flickered through Li Xuanhuan's mind. These white snakes were strategic, not reckless. With a deft twist of the frosty radiant sword, the beast was sliced cleanly in half as if made of paper. Though the Tai-Bai sword technique granted him the ability to produce shadowy blade images at the foundation establishment stage, it did not imply that his swordsmanship was inferior. Of course, the effectiveness of delivering a clean cut stemmed primarily from the sword's innate qualities. 3 minutes later, an irate voice echoed from within the valley, "Where are my thousand-year-old herbs?" After scanning the valley with his spiritual consciousness, Li Xuanhuan found no trace of the sought-after herbs, not even a shadow of the century-old variety. He felt not merely wronged, but incensed. Ultimately, beneath a stone at the valley's deepest point, he discovered 2 eggs alongside accompanying spiritual herbs. The eggs were evidently those of white snakes, and based on their positioning, they belonged to the highest-tier demonic beasts. As for the spiritual herb, it was a rare dual-spring herb that enhanced the reproductive capabilities of spiritual beasts and optimized their offspring's bloodlines. Very well. A focus on superior breeding in the realm of demonic beasts, he mused. They were now his to claim. With the 2 spiritual beast eggs in hand, Li Xuanhuan remarked, "You 2 had better be careful. If you're first tier, I shall stew you for soup." In the end, he did not forget to take the spiritual herb seeds with him, for one could never know when they might prove useful. It turned out that misfortune does not follow one indefinitely. Within a stone hall, 2 azure wolves frolicked while Li Xuanhuan bent down to collect the spiritual herbs. As he picked up a century-old herb, he murmured, "1 drop of celestial creation dew," taking 3 steps, and then gathered a 1,000-year herb, 10 drops. If 1 drop is equivalent to a century, then what of 1,000 years? 70 days? Over 2 months? How fortunate! Earning 7 days with each step and 2 months with the 1,000-year herb. What a lucrative endeavor this is. The heavenly control bottle was indeed commendable. He set off for his next destination. As he departed, a cerulean wolf, seemingly satiated from its play, struck its adversary unconscious with a swift blow, transforming into a grand banner before vanishing. Murder was out of the question. He remained to continue serving the 7 sects. Within a natural cavern, Li Xuanhuan was still engaged in the collection of spiritual herbs. Every 3 steps marked a century, 5 steps, 5 centuries. Yet, he found no millennium-old medicinal herbs. In unseen corners, a water dragon was engrossed in a game of whack-a-mole, pressing down any emerald crocodile that dared to surface from the dark river. Scaling cliffs and navigating caves, Li Xuanhuan resembled a diligent little bee, gathering spiritual herbs and seeds, executing his tasks seamlessly. As dusk fell once more, he finally paused to collect his thoughts, roughly tallying the quantity of herbs. Over 50 varieties of seeds, approximately 100 century-old herbs. 28 herbs aged between 2 and 5 centuries, 3 herbs aged between 5 centuries and 1 millennium, and 5 millennium-old herbs. In total, there were countless drops of the divine essence. Behind this bounty lay the exploration of 20 spiritual herb plantations, with only one left, the renowned Mo Jiao Stone Hall. The original text mentioned that it housed dozens of millennium-old herbs and hundreds of century-old ones, making it the focal point of this blood-soaked forbidden land. Inside the stone hall, the passage was dark and winding, making it difficult for one's consciousness to penetrate. Rarely, Li Xuanhuan produced the ice crystal pearl, a defensive artifact. Moments later, the surroundings brightened, revealing a plethora of century-old herbs, alongside an intriguing item. Chapter 57, the Yinyang Wan Shoudan. The interior of the stone hall was vast, with a dome soaring dozens of meters high and extending far beyond 1,000 meters in length and width. If not for the slight dimness, it resembled a cavernous abode. Yet, despite its grandeur, no sound resonated louder than a whisper. Silence. At the flower bed along the dark riverbank, a black-scaled python was startled, only to open its gaping maw to devour a 3,000-year-old herb. As it chewed, it regarded the intruder with a provocative tilt of its head, as if to say, "What can you do about it?" Meanwhile, Li Xuanhuan, with an outstretched hand, fingers splayed as if to intervene, found his arm growing limp upon witnessing the python's gluttony. He sought tranquility. For the sake of the herbs aged over 2 millennia, he had pressed on relentlessly, day and night. Consequently, at the perfect moment, he beheld this scene that left him disheartened. It devoured everything that belonged to me. The 3,000-year-old herb held immense transactional value, sufficient to procure a consciousness technique equivalent to the dragon god technique, aiding him effortlessly in mastering it. Now it was gone. Li Xuanhuan's eyes fixated on the black-scaled python, filled with a desire to tear it apart. "So you wish to advance to a second-tier beast? Very well, I shall facilitate your ascent." However, the body of this treasure-laden second-tier beast was already claimed by him. The original text indicated that a decade later, in the 7 sects blood-soaked forbidden land, the creature would undergo its advancement. Achieving that now would save it 10 years of detours. No need for thanks. Moments later, above the stone hall, 2 dragons played with a pearl, each gaining the upper hand in turns. Below, Li Xuanhuan nodded with a smile. The cloud water banner's tangible attacks proved exceedingly useful. Now, the black-scaled python simply needed to mature. This skin must shed today, he asserted. Amidst the chaos, he deftly manipulated his consciousness while gradually approaching the flower bed. The spiritual herbs clustered together yet remained orderly. The century-old herbs lay at the edges, the most abundant, roughly 100 surviving specimens. They could have thrived more had it not been for a snake's crushing weight, a waste of nature's bounty. There were 5 millennium-old herbs, now reduced to 4, among them. 1 aged 2,000 years and 3 aged a millennium. The more he collected, the greater his joy intertwined with pain. 3,000 years. Even the skyward bottle would require over half a year. Mo Jiao, you truly deserve your fate. After a brief respite, once he had gathered all the herbs, he eagerly turned his gaze to the heart of the stone hall. There, in the center, stood a small pavilion, with a jade box suspended in midair, pulsating with waves of spiritual energy. A great treasure. What was the source of Nan Gongwan's fortune that allowed her to soar so high? Where did she acquire it? Li Xuanhuan was intrigued. Yet, before delving into that mystery, he first needed to deal with the Mo Jiao. Boom. Following the sound, his gaze immediately fell upon the black-scaled python in the midst of shedding its skin. Due to the limitation of wielding only one artifact during the chi refinement phase, Li Xuanhuan stowed the cloud water banner and instead gripped a flying knife in his right hand, the true little Li flying dagger. From the moment he acquired this artifact resembling a talisman, he had envisioned its inaugural flight. The time had come. Mo Jiao, prepare to meet your end. Unlike the ice crystal sword, which unleashed various supernatural powers at will, the little Li flying dagger was a straightforward weapon requiring the infusion of spiritual energy. After a full 3 breaths, he cast the dagger as if he were an ordinary mortal. The little Li flying dagger spun gracefully in the air before darting towards the Mo Jiao, its tip directed forward, handle trailing behind. The Mo Jiao seemed to sense something, attempting to evade, but found it impossible to escape, letting out a series of anguished roars as it spewed forth green venom. A beam of light surged upward against the torrent of venom, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The next moment, the Mo Jiao collapsed to the ground, convulsing sporadically, lying alongside its discarded skin, forming two specimens. Mo Jiao dead. The process was not complex, merely a touch effortless. After all, one cannot generalize the capabilities of individuals. Some appeared as core formation cultivators, yet were merely chi refinement novices, merely possessing an artifact. Conversely, some looked like chi refinement novices, yet were half a step into foundation establishment, augmented by talismans, hardly surprising. Following a simple collection of the remains, Li Xuanhuan deliberately extracted a red spherical orb, placing it within the second-tier jade box. Let me reiterate, if there is an opportunity, dear disciple Nangong Ping, your master shall show you a grand treasure. No need to return it. Once everything was in order, Li Xuanhuan employed a cleansing technique to tidy his attire before approaching the central pavilion. Before opening the box, he felt the need for a sense of ritual. The pavilion was merely an ordinary stone structure, enhanced by formations. The true treasure lay within the floating small box. Second-tier exquisite item, jade box, without any special attributes, safe. Crack. Li Xuanhuan eagerly opened it to reveal 3 items, a command token, a scroll, and a jade slip. He examined them closely, unable to discern their significance. When in doubt, consult the heavens. Second-tier exquisite item, command token, composed of exceptionally durable material. Nearly indestructible. Could it be ceremonial items akin to the 3 mountains flying phoenix crown? Unable to comprehend its purpose, he moved on. Third-tier medium-grade item, a map? Li Xuanhuan was astonished. What map warranted the quality of a core formation artifact? Was there a mine? Or perhaps it served as a ticket to a place like the Void Heaven Palace. In any case, he could not decipher these 2 items and would set them aside for now. The final item, the jade slip, third-tier exquisite spell, ice sealing technique. Capable of freezing a range of 1,000 miles, or individually freezing a person, with the latter effect being superior. Capable of freezing one's consciousness and spiritual energy, was truly remarkable. In the mortal realm, the core formation stage was the arena for spellcasting. In the realm of cultivation, the stage of Jiayuan is indeed considered an exquisite and advanced spell, thus holding immense value. A fortuitous thought struck Li Xuanhuan. Could this be the very technique employed during the border war when Nangong Wan fell victim to the soul-sealing technique and encased herself in ice? The effects certainly bear a resemblance. Yet, one must ponder the peculiar encounters that Nangong Wan experienced. Must he also await the nascent soul stage to embark on a similar journey? How vexing. After retrieving the jade slips, he contemplated and transferred these 3 items from his spatial ring into a 1,000-fold storage bag. Should he encounter a fortuitous location, he would not let it slip by. Having completed his tasks, Li Xuanhuan chose not to depart. The dragon god art remained unexplored. He waved his hand through the void, summoning 9 millennium-old spiritual herbs, one of which was 2 millennia old. His gaze traversed each plant, ultimately resting upon the 2,000-year-old herb. The requirements for entering the body cultivation stage are not explicitly defined. Given that mortals cannot access this realm, and the spirit world distinctly demands a deluge of spiritual energy, it stands to reason that one must reach the level of divine transformation to be assured. After some deliberation, he identified several methods. Special 5th-tier secret technique. Reverse 5 elements cultivation technique. Practitioners can absorb the spiritual energy from the spiritual veins in a short period through this reverse cultivation method. Those with lower cultivation can utilize special treasures to achieve this technique. Li Xuanhuan sighed. Treasures. This was evidently a privilege reserved for Jiayuan cultivators. Moreover, he noted a subtle warning that this secret technique would cause irreversible damage to the spiritual veins. Goodness, it was more detrimental than the dark arts. The mortal realm is already impoverished. Must he exacerbate the situation? Unacceptable. The other methods possess their own flaws to varying degrees. Yet Li Xuanhuan placed the utmost importance on the final approach, external assistance through alchemy. Special 5th-tier elixir, 3 aperture golden pill. Special 5th-tier elixir, Xunyan longevity pill. How to choose? No arguments, but feel free to leave suggestions. The Xunyan longevity pill, derived from an animated version, promises to extend one's life by 60 years. Chapter 58. I am a dragon. There exists a form of punishment in the world known as the anguish of heart extraction. Li Xuanhuan, unafraid of pain, thus chose the Xunyan longevity pill. Pain-free, immediate effects. The most splendid aspect was the rumor that this elixir could extend a cultivator's lifespan by a century. Is not the pursuit of immortality the very essence of cultivation? Upon witnessing this, even the venerable ancestor Linghu might shed tears of envy. This is the one. With this decision, the scales emitted a brilliant light, and an unremarkable pill materialized within his spatial ring. Simultaneously, knowledge about the pill flooded his mind. This elixir originated from a certain mysterious world and had undergone adaptive changes due to differing rules. Upon consumption, it would grant the cultivator an additional 100 years of life. When ingested, it would unleash a torrent of spiritual energy to invigorate the body, enhancing its latent potential until the foundation of body cultivation completely dissipated. This process mirrored that of mortals entering body cultivation. During his time in the sect, his master, Jiayuan City, had once stated that external spiritual energy was insufficient for cultivators to begin body cultivation. What of internal sources? A dimensional strike. Xunyan sat cross-legged, contemplating the contents of the dragon god art. The technique comprises 13 tiers, refining the body, establishing the foundation, forming the Dan, nascent soul, and divine transformation. The refinement stage is akin to the cultivation of spiritual energy and can be further divided into 13 layers. Notably, the dragon god art has a melodious name for the first layer of body refinement, condensation of form. Upon successful initial cultivation, one would solidify the form of a dragon, subsequently transitioning from the illusion to reality, from small to large in the cultivation process. Simply put, the initiation would temporarily transform one into a dragon. Fantastic. He could hardly contain his excitement. As he undertook the cultivation, the Xunyan longevity pill began exhibiting some characteristics of spiritual essence. After consuming the pill, it melted upon entry, swiftly permeating his entire being. Bones and tendons, from within to without, felt an indescribable coolness. It was akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought, an unparalleled comfort. As time passed, a sudden thirst surged within him, akin to a torrential downpour saturating the parched earth. Ultimately, it felt as though he were immersed in an ocean of spiritual energy, an endless influx flowing toward him. Concurrently, the spiritual energy within the stone cave gradually converged upon Xunyan. His breaths grew longer, and a faint glow began to circulate beneath his skin. After 7 days, Xunyan vanished without a trace. In his stead, a 9-meter-long ethereal dragon took residence in the very spot he had occupied, with 2 horns, 4 limbs, and 3 claws. Its elongated body shimmered with a crystalline transparency, its scales arranged in exquisite order, a testament to divine craftsmanship. In an instant, the ice dragon opened its eyes, revealing a flicker of human-like confusion, soon followed by unrestrained joy. With a mere thought, the ice dragon darted out of the pavilion, winding through the stone hall. At times, it would gently tap the cave walls with its sharp claws, producing a resounding echo. At other moments, it would use its elongated snout to scent the air, capturing the faintest of aromas. For Xunyan, every moment was filled with novelty and delight. Is this what it means to be a dragon? What are auspicious clouds? A true immortal must command the winds, traversing freely through the skies. Riding the clouds? Innately learned. Taoist master, I have succeeded. Xunyan perched above the nursery, recalling the innate talent of a true dragon to summon water. Suddenly, he opened his mouth wide, intending to spout forth water. Yet, nothing emerged. Instead, the ice dragon seemed to gag. It turned out that he lacked divine abilities, merely an illusion of a dragon. However, it was more than that. It was but a shadow. Coupling this with the teachings of the dragon god art, he surmised that the form he had manifested was at most at the Jiayuan level, perhaps even weaker. Regrettably, if only the Mo Jiao were alive, he could have tested it. Suddenly, the ice dragon's gaze fixated on the pavilion, pondering whether it could use it for experimentation. With a leap, the ethereal dragon dove towards the pavilion. Upon collision, there was nothing, a flash of light, and the ice dragon vanished without a trace. The dragon's illusion descended from the heavens, transforming into a human form, landing gracefully upon the ground. It was none other than Xunyan, having surpassed the time limit of his dragon transformation. As he raised his eyes, the first sight that greeted him was a quaint pavilion, a dark river, and a nursery. The entire setting encompassed a vast space, with a ceiling high enough to reach several meters, almost identical to the previous stone hall's layout. The difference, however, lay in the bright sunlight and the fragrant songs of birds. This represented a true cave abode. A fleeting thought crossed Xunyan's mind, the Xunyan cave abode. To his disappointment, the pavilion lacked a jade box, and the nursery yielded no spiritual herbs. Such a pity. While he outwardly surveyed his surroundings, his inner attire and numerous magical artifacts were already prepared. Anyone suddenly transported would feel a surge of unease. The previous events must have been the work of a formation, a fortuitous encounter that could only be triggered at the Jiayuan stage. At that moment, A disturbance emanated from his storage bag. A spark of inspiration ignited within him as the order token he had previously acquired soared forth. The token circled the pavilion. And then a sudden transformation occurred. The pavilion birthed a jade box. The Xunyan cave abode lived up to its name. To ensure safety, he donned the frost fox hairpin, infused his attire with power, grasped the snail-foot armor shield in his left hand, and wielded the ice radiance sword in his right, fully armed before stepping inside. Second-tier exceptional item, Jade Box. Safe. Upon opening the Jade Box, he discovered 3 additional items within. 4th-tier upper-grade technique, Golden Skin Jade Bone Technique, Auxiliary Cultivation Technique. The act of self-transformation not only enhances one's allure, but also gradually strengthens the physique, allowing for cultivation to the late stage of the nascent soul. The 4th-tier mid-grade pill formula, 100 Flowers Pill, assists in the advancement of a particular unique cultivation technique. Additionally, the 4th-tier supreme grade 100 Arts Inheritance, the 100 Flowers Alchemy Method, features a distinctive alchemical technique that utilizes ornamental flowers to concoct elixirs, which also aids in cultivation. As for the inheritance of the transformation god, there has long been a saying regarding the blood-colored forbidden land, which is said to be the cave dwelling of a transformation god practitioner. Now, Li Xuanhuan can confirm that this is indeed true, and it belongs to a beauty-loving female cultivator. This is not mere hearsay. The 100 Arts is downwardly compatible, indicating that its creator must possess a higher level of mastery. Analyzing the 100 Flowers Alchemy Method reveals that the individual in question is evidently a skilled alchemist among transformation god practitioners. Furthermore, the blood-colored forbidden land is rich with spiritual herbs, which explains the abundant ornamental spiritual plants in the surrounding area, a true marvel. This realization prompts a question: did Nangongwan obtain any? In the original text, aside from gifting Han Li a 6-ding heavenly armor talisman, she did not mention anything else. However, considering her ability to ascend, it is highly likely. The pressure and turbulence of the ascension pathway make it exceedingly difficult for one without a physical cultivation base to navigate. Nonetheless, these are merely his musings. The most crucial point is that he seems to have struck an incredible fortune once more. Initially, he believed that his journey into the blood-colored forbidden land, acquiring 9 millennium spiritual herbs and hundreds of century-old spiritual herbs and seeds, was his greatest harvest. It is worth noting that merely the millennium spiritual herbs saved him 700 days of time with the celestial vessel, not to mention the century-old herbs and others. To his astonishment, further surprises awaited him. After successfully entering the realm of physical cultivation with the Dragon God technique, he unlocked a true cave dwelling and received a legacy, the 4th-tier supreme grade 100 Flowers Alchemy Method. Previously, it was stated that the trading value of the 100 Arts Inheritance automatically increases by 1 level. In other words, this is a 5th-tier supreme grade consciousness technique. Indeed, a consciousness technique. He need not invest over 2 months nurturing a millennium spiritual herb into a 2,000-year one. It is available at this moment. The balance is activated. The consciousness technique is now within reach. Chapter 59. The Heavenly Eye. Please continue reading. 5-tier supreme grade technique, Starpoint technique. Cultivators gather their spirit to align with the stars, drawing starry light to refine their essence, progressively accumulating starlight within their being, achieving great freedom. 5-tier supreme grade technique. Righteous Chi scripture. Cultivators nurture a heart of exquisite clarity and cultivate a body filled with righteous Chi, unafraid of ghosts and deities, their words manifesting their will. 5-tier supreme grade technique. Heavenly Eye. The heavenly eye is not merely an eye. It is the 6th sense, granting cultivators extraordinary insight, enabling them to gain the upper hand in battles. Within the Stone Palace cave, Li Xuanhuan remained silent, lost in contemplation. How should he make his choice? Unlike before, this time, after careful selection, each technique aligns with his requirements. The Starpoint technique is defined as a method for gathering starry light for cultivation. If he succeeds, it would imply the existence of such starry energy in the mortal realm. Instantly, he is reminded of a certain modern concept. If everyone contributed their unique ideas, wouldn't he be able to sit comfortably at home while treasures fell from the sky? The Righteous Chi technique is particularly suited for intellectuals, perfectly matching his own temperament. The Heavenly Eye, derived from the legacy of human celestial martial arts, is designed for cultivators to develop their 6th sense, thereby enhancing their combat capabilities. Setting aside the coincidental name, the mere notion of strengthening combat prowess is something Li Xuanhuan desires. Could he possess them all? Naturally, that is beyond reach. Ultimately, due to certain considerations, Li Xuanhuan chose the Heavenly Eye. Although the star point technique is appealing, validating the conjecture of star elemental power using a transformation god technique is excessively extravagant. He noted it down for future reference. Furthermore, given the relative scarcity of supernatural beings and phenomena in the mortal realm, the potency of the righteous chi technique is diminished, leading him to abandon it. In truth, he harbored some regret regarding the heavenly eye. He had long yearned for the heavenly eye of Erling Shun. Alas, it is not that. With his decision made, the balance reacted, and information about a technique appeared in his mind. It was more detailed than the previous descriptions, purportedly capable of unveiling traces of spells and evasion techniques, allowing cultivators to react preemptively. Thus, the heavenly eye is not merely an eye. It is an ability to discern weaknesses. Indeed, the practitioners of human celestial martial arts are a passionate bunch. This is rather fortuitous. The coming days in the Yue Kingdom may not be peaceful. Or rather, Li Xuanhuan does not wish it to be so. The looming threat of the demonic invasion casts a shadow overhead. Such significant matters cannot be faced alone. Based on his conjectures, the demonic forces are invading the Charioteer Kingdom, and the secrecy of the Jiang Kingdom must undoubtedly have a secondary reason, namely, the cooperation of the Spirit Beast Mountain and the Yin family. From the map, it is evident that the two families are located on the eastern and southern sides of the Yue Kingdom, directly adjacent to the demonic nation of Tianluo. The demonic borders are sealed, and two traitors resolve the loose ends. With a dual-pronged approach, they catch the Yue Kingdom off guard. As such, Li Xuanhuan intends to lend a hand to amplify the impact of this invasion. Of course, there is another significant reason. War begets true heroes. Without war, how could he explain his meteoric rise in cultivation? Only amidst chaos, where everyone progresses, including those striving for the core formation stage, does he become less conspicuous. The title of war god, though synonymous with danger, also signifies the legitimacy of cultivation advancement. Contemplating this, a peculiar expression crossed Li Xuanhuan's face. Initially, to establish a sound foundation in the Yue Kingdom, he joined a sect. Now, to rationalize his core formation in southern Tian, he incites a great war. Quite the little demon, the scion of the realm. It is no wonder that protagonists often emerge in tumultuous times. Without turmoil, they cannot conceal themselves. In fact, he looks forward to chaos for a third reason. War is advantageous. It is the most suitable time to profit from conflict. Wealth is not merely the spoils of murder. Those are but thin broths. What Li Xuanhuan cherishes are the hidden treasures of other sects, the private collections of core formation and nascent soul practitioners. The golden opportunity is a balance of exchanges. He is too impoverished. How to alleviate worries? Only through sudden wealth. When the time comes for both sides to clash, he can seize the opportunity to pilfer and engage in the refined activities of a gentleman, which is quite reasonable, is it not? Of course, this also imposes stringent requirements on his cultivation level. Setting aside all else, let us first achieve entry into the consciousness technique, the heavenly eye. Just as Li Xuanhuan prepared to cultivate, he discovered a passage on secret techniques regarding the method within the text. Once initiated, the technique operates automatically, requiring no deliberate effort. This is splendid. But what is even more critical is the subsequent detail. Those with less than optimal talent may utilize secret methods to dissolve the legacy crystal of divine consciousness into themselves, enabling rapid entry and significantly accelerating their cultivation. Who dares say his talent is lacking? Li Xuanhuan possesses a unique spiritual root, a genius. Moreover, a towering structure rises from the ground. Will this not destabilize his foundation? Then, he activated the balance. In the myriad realms, who can touch this domain and not be a genius? A unique spiritual root? Does that diminish others? As for a shaky foundation, geniuses typically establish their foundation in 3 years and achieve core formation in 5. There has never been a tale of an unstable foundation. Do not believe rumors. Do not spread rumors. After a series of pointed selections, such as the option for the consciousness technique of the heavenly eye to assist in cultivation, he swiftly acquired a legacy crystal suited to him. The pendant, crafted entirely of pure silver, features a central structure adorned with a round yellow gemstone. Named the Heavenly Eye Pendant, Li Xuanhuan cannot do without the Heavenly Eye, just as a dragon painting lacks its defining touch. Using the legacy crystal is straightforward. He sits cross-legged, the pendant suspended before his face in the void. As he executed a series of gestures with his hand, the circular yellow gem within the pendant soared forth, gently drifting towards his forehead, akin to water entering a lake, vanishing in an instant. A day later, as if painted by celestial beings, 2 flowing cloud patterns were etched upon Li Xuanhuan's brow. Neither gold, silver, nor jade, it emanated an uncanny mystery. Half a day later, Li Xuanhuan opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. The entire cave dwelling had transformed remarkably. Every flower, every tree, every dark river, and every small pavilion became vividly discernible, as if a veil had been lifted from the world within his consciousness. Suddenly, the little leaf-flying dagger floated beside him, moving freely like a fish in water at his will. So, this is the heavenly eye, the advancement of spiritual awareness? Quite extraordinary indeed. A device akin to a magical artifact, indistinguishable from a supreme one, it required no incantation prior to casting, responding effortlessly to his command. Could the Great Yin technique achieve such feats? Likely not. The Great Yin technique focuses on division and recombination, emphasizing quantity for easier manipulation of puppets. In contrast, the heavenly eye emphasizes quality, enhancing the strength of spiritual awareness, allowing practitioners to observe fluctuations in magical energy and react swiftly. To put it plainly, it is tailored for those skilled in combat. The distinction between high and low is difficult to assess, yet Li Xuanhuan preferred to master his own powers, which was quite satisfying. The cultivation method progressed smoothly, requiring only his diligence in the future. He could simply relish the fruits of his labor. The cave was now bright, and the dark river had transformed into a picturesque stream reminiscent of Xiao Qiao's abode. Li Xuanhuan gazed at his reflection in the flowing waters. Adorned with a frosty fox hairpin at the back of his head, the cloud patterns on his brow, dressed in a majestic robe of profound law, wearing cloud-treading boots, and wielding a flowing cloud-folding fan. He was truly a paragon of elegance, like the ethereal beauty of the famed Qingyuan Gong, commanding the forces of nature. The most exquisite beauty of the Yue Kingdom, indeed deserving of the title. Chapter 60. Deals and more deals. Armed to the teeth beauty? In the realm of cultivation, it has been said that the more beautiful and splendid something appears, the more likely it is to deceive. This applies not only to women, but also to the spiritual flora of heaven and earth, and to Li Xuanhuan himself. Dragon God technique, corresponding to essence. Thousand illusions, ice heart technique, corresponding to qi. Heavenly eye, corresponding to spirit. Cultivating essence, qi. And spirit simultaneously not only fulfilled the grand aspirations he established on the day of his foundation, but also fundamentally widened the gap between him and his peers at the same level. If we liken cultivation to a human life, the qi refinement stage is akin to a babbling infant, the foundation establishment at 5 years old, and at this moment, he is akin to an 8-year-old. Bang, 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 one punch for each 5-year-old child, unrivaled among his contemporaries. Now, with spiritual awareness and body cultivation merely at the threshold. Once he establishes both, he shall be invincible at his level. Excellent. Then the next step is to continue trading. Cultivating essence, qi, and spirit is intrinsic to the cultivator and represents a form of inner power. Crushing others with inner strength is undoubtedly exhilarating, but augmenting it with external prowess would be nothing short of soaring. An 8-year-old wielding a stick, sweeping away a multitude, is far more efficient than mere punches. Li Xuanhuan sat beneath the white jade pavilion, selecting his protective methods. He offered a millennium-old spiritual herb as a bid. The scales balanced, 4th-tier superior technique, wildfire spear technique. A rather unremarkable martial art of human and celestial origin. The 3-edged, double-bladed knife was merely an egg, yet preparation is essential. He continued to bid, offering another millennium-old spiritual herb. 4th-tier superior technique, divine yuan pagoda, a secret technique of spiritual awareness, excelling in both offense and defense. Refining spirit, establishing foundation, forming dan, and nurturing the nascent soul, all in 3 layers of celestial realms. Cultivators practicing this secret technique could construct a 12-layered pagoda within their sea of consciousness, primarily for defense. Secondarily for formation combat. It is well known that spiritual awareness is paramount for cultivators. Li Xuanhuan valued its defensive capabilities, opting not to employ its offensive formation unless faced with life and death situations. Wildfire spear technique, divine yuan pagoda, Tai-Bai sword technique. Li Xuanhuan had established protective methods in essence, qi, and spirit. Suddenly, a bold idea sparked in his mind. What if he combined the 3? Another millennium-old spiritual herb. 3rd-tier medium-grade composite technique. 3 flavors, true fire, merging essence, qi, and spirit into a conflagration of unimaginable power. A question mark slowly formed in Li Xuanhuan's mind. Could he trade for this? Upon seeing the detailed introduction, enlightenment struck him. 3 flavors true fire was not the legendary great power, it merely shared a name. In reality, during the foundation establishment stage, one could naturally generate Dan fire for alchemy and artifact forging. This technique integrates spiritual awareness and body cultivation energy as fuel. merging the three into the three flavors, true fire. Truth be told, it bears some resemblance to the three return chi. However, it is undeniably effective, without countermeasures. Those caught in its flames could only watch themselves be consumed. The only regret is that this spell's ultimate effect can only be realized during the Dan formation stage. At the foundation establishment level, one can only enhance their fire control abilities, wielding fiery hands or fiery blades, which are quite commendable. Among mortals, most spells at the foundation establishment level accumulate in quantity. For instance, a chi refinement stage fireball technique becomes a series of fireball techniques at the foundation establishment stage. After 3 consecutive trades, Li Xuanhuan was left with merely 5 beads of millennium-old spiritual herbs. He had no intention of retaining them. 4th tier, medium-grade technique, 5 elements escape technique. It is rumored that the elusive Elder Qiong vanishes without a trace, presumably by integrating other escape techniques into the 5 elements escape technique. 4th tier, medium-grade technique. Silver light armor, creating a passive shield around the body, adaptable in shape, whether as armor or an intangible spiritual shield. An upgraded version of the protective technique. 4th tier medium-grade technique, ice crystal transformation technique, allowing ice crystals to come to life like magical artifacts, controlling objects to vanquish foes. He had not forgotten the myriad illusions of the 1000 illusions ice heart technique. One provides ice tools, while the other transforms ice tools into controllable magical artifacts. His magical treasures and lifebound treasures had become fully realized. 4th tier medium-grade formation, 10,000 miles teleportation array, a bidirectional passage, enabling instantaneous travel over vast distances, limit. The 36 strategies suggest retreating as the best strategy. Li Xuanhuan aptly named this formation the rapid return to city technique. 4th tier special magical artifact, 1000 illusions mask, 1000 faces for 1000 people, altering everything from aura to appearance, undetectable by Dan formation practitioners. And even nascent soul cultivators cannot see through it if their cultivation is adequate. Previously, Li Xuanhuan had grappled with a persistent concern. Among mortals, one's cultivation cannot be concealed. Thus, he resolved to assume a different identity. This would ensure his safety while venturing outside. The 5 elements escape technique, silver light armor. An ice crystal transformation technique prepared 3 distinct sets. Using silver light armor as an example, it can be condensed even at the foundation establishment stage, albeit with diminished potency. The 10,000 miles teleportation array requires careful consideration for its application. The 1000 illusions mask has yet to reach its activation moment. With unrest brewing in the Yue Kingdom, there remains some time before chaos ensues. His current task is still cultivation. The training of the 1000 illusions ice heart technique can proceed methodically. The heavenly eye operates passively, automatically advancing over time. For Li Xuanhuan, the dragon god technique necessitates additional preparation. Body cultivation is challenging at the outset, but once initiated, it becomes manageable. Daily practice significantly reduces the demand for spiritual energy, making it feasible even among mortals. Yet, if one can take shortcuts, why not seize the opportunity? In the vast realm, countless medicinal elixirs suitable for body cultivation abound, such as blood chi pills and strengthening body pills. Quite commonplace, yet immensely useful. Therefore, Li Xuanhuan chose to trade for 1st tier medium-grade pill formula, essence pill, which nourishes the spirit and prolongs life. The primary ingredient of the essence pill is spiritual rice, supplemented by other spiritual herbs, facilitating the conversion of essence for cultivators. Its efficacy as a refining body elixir is exceptional. The 2nd tier foundation pill, known as the foundation pill in the extraordinary realm of the Xunyan world, bears the same name as the common foundation pill, yet serves a vastly different purpose. Much like the essence pill, it is intended for practitioners of the higher realms of body refinement. Li Xuanhuan has devised a plan, the essence pill for daily cultivation, while the foundation pill will aid in breaking through minor boundaries. He has already acquired the seeds of both the primary and auxiliary materials necessary for their concoction. The subsequent steps will mirror the process of cultivating the Qian Huan Bing Xinju, farming, refining pills, and practicing diligently. In this manner, the Long Shen Gong will also accelerate its cultivation. In other words, the methods of refining essence, energy, and spirit have all been initiated, with a well-structured training schedule in place. Whether focusing on body refinement or spiritual enhancement, the initial stages of cultivation promise rapid progress. Li Xuanhuan senses that the dual foundations will likely be established within 3 to 5 years. At that time, achieving the foundation of essence, energy, and spirit concurrently would not be an exaggeration to claim invincibility among peers. Indeed, it is plausible that others may owe him a measure of combat prowess. In retrospect, likening his earlier self to an 8-year-old child seems inappropriate. He is akin to a 10-year-old youth, capable of delivering a punch that is no mere boast. Thus far, all the Millennium spiritual herbs obtained from the blood-colored Forbidden Land have been traded. Li Xuanhuan has not only secured what he sought, such as the entry into body refinement and spiritual awareness, but he has also stumbled upon unexpected delights, abilities sufficient for use in the nascent soul realm. Truly, the transformation god Forbidden Land is remarkable. Though there is only one such location in the Yue Kingdom, it is a pity. However, that is of little consequence. While the neighbors stockpile grain, I will amass weapons. The Xianin Ju in the hands of the Yue Emperor is of secondary importance. After all, among the myriad realms, methods for creating counterfeit golden core practitioners are not uncommon. Moreover, judging by the fate of Zhang Tai in the original text, it is evident that this is a clandestine technique, with the Xiangu leaving a loophole. What truly matters is the formidable presence behind it. The nascent soul ancestors, did they not leave behind any other gifts? In any case, I shall seize the opportunity. Chapter 61. The Clock Family's Scheme in the Spirit Beast Mountain. A small bee flits among the blossoms. In the core area of the blood-colored Forbidden Land, on the third level known as the Spectacle of 10,000 Flowers, a figure busily gathers rare blooms, sometimes bending to pluck exquisite flowers, at other times casting spells to coalesce spiritual seeds. With one hand, he gathers millennium herbs, while the other collects century-old blooms. To the untrained eye, these rare flowers, despite their age, seem devoid of value. Yet to Li Xuanhuan, each one represents a precious 100-flower pill, capable of aiding in the advancement of the Jin Ji Yugu Gong. While 100-flower pills exist among mortals, they are not absent from the celestial realms. The sole regret is that, constrained by his current cultivation, he cannot refine 100-flower pills of the third tier or above. The rare flowers, traded separately, fail to hold equivalent value to their age. Indeed, everywhere is rife with capitalists. One cannot profit from raw materials alone. Thus, he must save them for the next opportunity. He has yet to explore the central area. Outside the blood-colored Forbidden Land, the sky grows dim, the sun obscured by clouds, heralding an impending downpour. A portal in the void materializes silently. Li Xuanhuan steps through the portal, and the moment his foot touches the ground, rain begins to pour torrentially. An ominous sign. Beneath the curtain of rain, Li Xuanhuan, holding an oiled paper umbrella, recalls the demonic invasion and the preceding maneuvers inviting the moon concealing sect and spirit beast mountain to return to their sect. This marks the opening act of the demonic invasion. The finale of this act will reveal the spirit beast mountain's collaboration with the Yuling sect, utilizing the assassination of Yuling sect's golden core practitioners to assert spirit beast mountain's autonomy. It is precisely for this reason that the 6 sects of the Yue Kingdom remain secure while remaining vigilant. So, when will this conflict transpire? Li Xuanhuan recalls the period of the demonic invasion when the Mid-Foundation Elder Han discovered the Yuling sect's practitioners seizing Zhang Tai. It is highly unlikely that this is the moment. Such anomalies surely carry ominous implications. By then, both parties were already engaged in open conflict. This moment is too sensitive, making it difficult to dismiss suspicions of orchestrated theatrics. More likely, it occurred earlier, during the secretive agreement between the righteous and demonic paths to jointly invade neighboring nations. A strategy of distant diplomacy while attacking nearby foes. Should both sects return, it would indeed be ideal. Capturing both the Yue Kingdom and the Cheqi Kingdom in one fell swoop would pose no challenge for the Jiang Kingdom. Even if they fail, it would not hinder their advance. They are well aware of their own strength. Of course, it is possible that other timings are in play. Shaking his head, he laments the absence of a timeline from Wang Yu, rendering verification impossible. Nevertheless, one thing is certain. The demonic faction has yet to make its move, at most only covertly strategizing against the Cheqi Kingdom and Jiang Kingdom. If only he could seize this opportunity to venture into the Cheqi Kingdom. However, does that not seem a tad reckless? He will temporarily store this thought away. Ultimately, proficiency in the arts surpasses all. He will take the opportunity to conquer the Yue Emperor and acquire the remnants of the Void Heaven map and the Xianin Ju, along with subsequent extraordinary treasures. In the original narrative, the Yue Emperor, a prominent leader of the Black Sha sect, possesses cultivation at the mid-foundation stage. It remains uncertain whether he can withstand a single blow from him. One of the first tier of the Long Shingong, he has other advantages. In the Lanjiao, the Spirit Beast Mountain, the Three-Serpent Valley is surrounded by lakes, with only a slender passage leading from the island to the outside world. At the valley's entrance, a figure bows at a 90-degree angle. Greeting, Master. Zhongcheng seeks an audience. As the words leave his lips, ripples disturb the lake's surface, and 3 colossal black serpents rise into the air, their crimson vertical pupils locking onto him. In an instant, one serpent dives towards Zhong Cheng, halting just a foot away. Looming over him, Zhong Cheng remains unperturbed. This is the ancestral spirit beast of his clan, the 3-headed Xian snake, which is nearing the nascent soul stage. After a prolonged silence, a voice, aged and resonant, echoes from within the valley. Come in. Yes, master. Zhong Cheng, trembling with trepidation, cautiously traverses the valley path. As he steps onto the island, the 3-headed Xian snake leaps into the air, following him into the valley, which then descends into the lake, vanishing from sight. Within the island, a cave houses a seemingly ordinary elderly man. The old man crushes a spirit stone and scatters it beside a spirit herb, murmuring, in another 10 years, this 800-year spirit herb will mature. At that time, my spirit beast will advance to the nascent soul stage, and I shall reach the mid-nascent soul stage. How wonderful. Zhong Cheng has awaited this moment for quite some time. Hearing this, he steals a covetous glance at the 800-year spirit fetus herb. If he could obtain it, his mid-foundation 3-headed serpent might also aspire to break through to the golden core stage. However, he merely steals a glance, fearing the repercussions of excessive desire. He retracts his gaze, forcing a smile. Congratulations, master. Wishing you a swift advancement to the mid-nascent soul stage. The old man, Zhongli, turns to regard him with a look of disdain, as if he has seen something unseemly, abruptly turning away while muttering, "Stop smiling, it's unsightly." The smile vanishes from Zhong Cheng's face, replaced by a desire to weep. And don't cry, that's even worse. Zhong Cheng, on the verge of tears, can only look helplessly at his ancestor. Family matters should not be spoken of in such a manner, yet here he is, facing disdain. Zhongli turns his back, continuing, I am aware of your purpose. Your cultivation has reached the mid-golden core stage, and it is permissible to share this matter with you. Under Zhong Cheng's eager gaze, Zhongli continues, the spirit beast mountain has resolved to return to the Yuling sect. At this, the old man expresses a hint of nostalgia. The resources promised by the Yuling sect are indeed substantial. With such promises, advancing to the mid-nascent soul stage is almost assured. If all goes well, he could traverse even further, perhaps even glimpse the threshold of the nascent soul. Excellent. Congratulations, master. Upon hearing this, Zhong Cheng could not contain his smile, revealing a look of sheer delight. In the realm of Yu, there can only be one pinnacle, that is the spirit beast mountain. Being overshadowed by the women of the Hidden Moon sect is quite unpalatable. Suddenly, the joy on his face faltered, and with concern, he inquired, I have heard that the Hidden Moon sect has also received a request from the Hahuan sect for a return. Zhongli sighed, saying, do not be deceived by their femininity. Their ambitions are grand. Having grown accustomed to being in charge, could they return to the Hahuan sect and serve as mere subordinates? They would refuse. That is splendid. Master, I think, enough. Just look at how your desires are manifesting. You are a nuisance. Do not disturb me unnecessarily. Zhongli dismissed Zhong Cheng. Yet, he recalled something. 3 years hence, there will be a Dan formation battle between Spirit Beast Mountain and the Yuling sect. You should participate. Me? Master, I cannot. What else besides coveting the beauty of the Hidden Moon sect can you do? Use your wits. Zhongli chastised his junior with exasperation. There is no danger. Just act when the time comes. The Yuling sect will send only those who are nearing their end, either in Dan formation or counterfeit practitioners. As long as you are not foolish, you will be fine. He, understood, master. Zhong Cheng rubbed his forehead, bowed, took 3 steps back, and turned to leave. Once outside the valley, he could no longer contain his laughter. Coveting beauty? He touched his face, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Everyone has an appreciation for beauty. I merely admire that which is aesthetically pleasing. Suddenly, he thought of an exquisite object, the most beautiful woman in Yu, Xunyan. How delightful. Alas, she is not his. Thus, he must send this good nephew on his way. He also pondered the master of Xunyan, Leiwanyi. The memory of being humiliated by his techniques ignited his anger. 3 years. I have awaited you for 3 years. Leiwanyi. Huangfeng Valley shall perish. A mixed message was conveyed. On the 1st of next month, a release is scheduled. The reason? Let me first report the results. Approximately 1,700 reads on the back end. Not only can it not reach Sanjiang, it is practically unattainable. Chapter 62. The Yu Emperor, do not draw your blade. We are allies. Yuejing, located at the heart of the Yu Kingdom, is the capital of countless mortals. Its significance is self-evident. The 7 sects of Yu do not dare to underestimate it, often dispatching practitioners to oversee it. These overseers are typically early-stage foundation establishment practitioners who have exhausted their potential and are not valued by their sections. However, in Yue, they are seen as the authority. On this day at the star-picking pavilion, 7 elderly overseers respectfully bowed to a handsome young man. Greetings, brotherly. Li Xuanhuan had grown accustomed to the hierarchy of the cultivation world based on cultivation level, nodding indifferently in response. The 7 exchanged glances, and one of them stepped forward, awkwardly asking, "May I inquire about the purpose of your visit to Yue?" Fearing that Li Xuanhuan might misunderstand, he quickly added, "Brother, you may not be aware, but the 7 sects have a decree forbidding practitioners from entering the royal palace of Yue." Li Xuanhuan cast a sidelong glance at the palace, considering it a meeting with an old acquaintance. Then there is no issue. As he finished speaking, the other 6 quickly echoed their agreement. Brother is a direct disciple of Huangfeng Valley's Dan formation. It is only natural that he has important matters to attend to. Indeed, privileges are consistent everywhere. So I am privileged now? Then all is well. A smile graced Li Xuanhuan's lips as he looked toward the one in charge, displaying a courteous demeanor of privilege. What shall I call you, junior brother? Brother, I am a practitioner of Huangfeng Valley, surname Jia. Which Jia? Not the false Jia, but the genuine one. Oh, the 7 exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was junior brother Jia who stepped forward. He removed a storage bag from his waist and placed it on the table. What is the meaning of this? There is a small spirit stone mine outside Yue. This is our congratulatory gift for brother's entry into the sect. A token of our respect. You all. Li Xuanhuan perceived their tension and understood that refusing would only heighten their anxiety. This shall be the last time. Indeed. The 7 collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Being an overseer is quite suitable for retirement. They did not wish to be reassigned for offending Li Xuanhuan. After a round of pleasantries, the 7 took their leave. Li Xuanhuan stood atop the star-picking pavilion, watching them depart. Weighing the contents of the storage bag, he found approximately 300 spirit stones, a pleasant surprise. After leaving the blood-colored forbidden land and arriving in Yue, he had caught the attention of the overseers, leading to the recent cordial exchange. Quite dedicated, indeed. Yet, he wondered why they had not discovered the affairs of the Blackshaw sect. At noon, Li Xuanhuan had no intention of waiting for the evening's auspicious hour. He made his way directly to the royal palace of Yue, eager to meet this old acquaintance. He walked through the streets as if he were a mortal, with the surrounding commoners instinctively parting to avoid him. As he walked, Li Xuanhuan contemplated the Yue Emperor's cultivation and combat prowess. Given the significance of spiritual roots, he desired a definitive resolution and prepared himself for a fierce battle. In the original narrative, the opponent reached late-stage foundation establishment after devouring his own brother, Li Poyan, advancing to the counterfeit Dan realm. Now, having gained 20 years, he likely had not yet reached the late stage. Nevertheless, one must use full strength even against a rabbit. He planned to take the initiative, denying the Yue Emperor any opportunity for devouring. He then recalled the peculiarities of the Xianyin technique and decided to add another layer of assurance. Second-tier top-grade magical artifact. The Thousand Souls Banner. It absorbs residual souls and transforms them into souls for combat. The value was not high, merely 230 years worth of spiritual herbs. He had plenty of those. This artifact is renowned for countering the devious methods of demonic paths. Additionally, its power knows no bounds, entirely dependent on the wielder's conscience. Li Xuanhuan possesses a conscience, yet the number of those willing to face death is abundant, making it inconsequential. At noon, outside the grand hall of the palace's chief steward, Li Xuanhuan stood in the void, ready for battle. In one hand, he held a snail-foot shield, and in the other, the ice soul glimmering sword, with the little leaf flying daggers poised for action. His enhanced consciousness extended outward. In an instant, his eyes narrowed. Found you. Prepare to meet your end. Immediately, the ice soul glimmering sword unleashed a 20-meter sword shadow. A larger phantom of the second layer was also on the verge of materialization. Just then, a panicked voice called out, "Wait. I have something to say. May I have a moment? I possess clues regarding the ancient nascent soul practitioner's cave." Bang! The hall split in two with a resounding crack. Two figures stood trembling in the center of the ruins. Li Poyan wiped non-existent sweat from his brow. That was a near miss. Is there truly an extraordinary cave? Li Xuanhuan sheathed his sword, his voice cold. "Master. Do you speak of the ancient practitioner's cave or the nascent soul?" Li Poyan, not daring to delay, quickly introduced the Yue Emperor to this former disciple, Xuanhuan. "There was a misunderstanding. I am not the leader of the Blackshaw sect. The Yue Emperor is." "How could that be?" Under the astonished gaze of Li Xuanhuan, the Yue Emperor soared into the sky. He scrutinized Li Xuanhuan from above, exclaiming, "Xuanhuan, I knew you were no ordinary person. It seems I was right. After a pause, he openly revealed, indeed, I am the true leader of the Black Sha sect. Li Poyan is merely an incarnation of mine. Li Xuanhuan was left in shock, seemingly taken aback by this revelation. Yu Huang nodded gently, indicating his understanding. The technique of external incarnation is beyond the imagination of ordinary people, so it is not surprising that Li Xuanhuan is curious. If you are interested, I shall impart this secret art to you later. But first, allow me to create a suspenseful moment. He smiled at Li Xuanhuan, then turned and called into the void, "Come forth." A figure clad in a blue robe emerged slowly from the side hall, respectfully bowing and greeting. "Greetings, Senior Li. Qingwen Taoist? Since you joined Huangfeng Valley, I have invited Taoist Qingwen to come and treat you well. He has now reached the 11th level of qi refinement. Is that so?" Yu Huang stroked his beard, pleased with Li Xuanhuan's astonishment, and instructed Qingwen, "Why haven't you brought out the items?" "Yes, master." Qingwen complied. In the process, he couldn't help but glance at Li Xuanhuan, his eyes fleetingly revealing a complex array of emotions: envy, jealousy, and an indescribable mixture. His hand reached to his waist, and 9 storage bags soared forth, landing before Li Xuanhuan. Li Xuanhuan looked at Qingwen, then at Yu Huang, puzzled yet affirming, "These treasures are what I collected while serving as the Lord of Jiayuan City?" Yu Huang nodded affirmatively. Smiling, "I have not touched a single one. All the treasures are here." A flicker of nostalgia crossed Li Xuanhuan's face as he murmured, "You are truly considerate, master." Yu Huang waved his hand dismissively, chuckling as he casually tossed an object before Li Xuanhuan. It was the transmission of the external incarnation secret art. It also contained numerous secret techniques, known as the Xianin formula. Third tier, mid-grade technique, the Xianin formula, a foundational compendium of demonic arts, with secret methods that have hidden paths. To this, Li Xuanhuan was not surprised. Everyone knew about Zhang Tai's demise. What mattered was that it was harmless. Thus, what intentions did the other party harbor? Seeing Li Xuanhuan meticulously perusing the Xianin formula, Yu Huang, understanding his curiosity, invited, "Xuanhuan, I know you have doubts in your heart. Why not come into the hall and discuss it openly? Is it related to the ancient cave of the nascent soul?" "Indeed." "What is its name?" "Ji Xian." Chapter 64. Upon finishing his words, who is in favor and who is opposed? Ji Xian's cave? If true, that would be splendid. Ji Xian, a ruthless person who betrays his master and ancestors. Surely, like the old demon Han, he carries all his possessions with him. As a disciple of Xiangu, being able to contest wits with the Ji-in old ghost and obtain a supplementing elixir is certainly no trivial matter. Yet, can Yu Huang's words be trusted? Just a little bit. In the face of Yu Huang's invitation to enter the hall, Li Xuanhuan shook his head, saying, "It is not feasible. Entering someone else's cave is out of the question. The lesson from Uncle Zhongcheng is still fresh in my mind. Even if the hall does not have any formations. What if it does?" He chose to be prudent. To Yu Huang's surprise, he pointed towards the palace's city wall. "Master, how about here?" Yu Huang paused, then burst into hearty laughter. "My apologies for my oversight. Let us proceed to the city wall." Moments later, atop the city wall, overlooking the entirety of Yuejing, Yu Huang and Li Xuanhuan sat opposite each other, their dialogue resonating in the air. "I have taken care of those in the Black Sha sect who are aware of your presence. Heaven knows, earth knows, and you need not worry, Xuanhuan." "Yu Huang, why this posture?" Li Xuanhuan chuckled. "You are a direct disciple of Huangfeng Valley. How could I, a mere loose cultivator, dare to spread rumors? Is that so?" Li Xuanhuan's meaning was simple. Even if all the sects violate the ban, the Emperor of Humanity has cultivated immortality, so why should he care about this? Little did he know, Yu Huang shook his head, self-deprecatingly saying, "Merely surviving. Perhaps the 7 sects already know, but they disregard me, a lowly foundation establishment cultivator, as an inconsequential insect." This too was true. Xuanhuan remains as refreshingly honest as ever. Yu Huang straightened his expression, addressing the serious matter. "What do you think of the Xianin formula? Remarkable beyond imagination." Li Xuanhuan's breath quickened, his eyes sparkling with astonishment. "Indeed," Yu Huang echoed, his expression mirroring the same shock as he lowered his voice. "In truth, I merely stumbled upon it outside that cave." "Outside the cave? You mean the Jixian cave?" "Precisely. The location is just outside Yuejing, beneath the Spirit Stone Mine." Instantly, Li Xuanhuan sprang to his feet. "What are we waiting for? Let us depart at once." "Is it that hasty?" Yu Huang, for a moment, found himself at a loss. Hearing the secret news, fearing eavesdroppers, Li Xuanhuan lowered his voice and urged, This is the cave of a nascent soul powerhouse, at the same level as our Huangfeng Valley's Grandmaster Linghu. As he spoke of Grandmaster Linghu, a longing glimmered in his eyes, resembling a youth ardently seeking knowledge. He silently calculated who would want to play house with a mere foundation establishment cultivator. If not for the allure of Jixian's cave, he would have long since dispatched Yu Huang on his way. Upon hearing Li Xuanhuan's suggestion, Yu Huang shook his head vigorously, as if to dispel a thought. He appeared to recall something frightening, displaying considerable trepidation. You may go alone, Xuanhuan. My cultivation is still too low. Li Xuanhuan's lips twitched. This was indeed his own sentiment. Master, you jest. A mid-foundation establishment cultivator is not weak among the 7 sections. What Xuanhuan does not know is that there resides a beast within the cave, which I sensed from a distance, at least tier 3. Tier 3? I assure you, there will be no harm. That still won't do. After a brief moment, a party of 4 departed the palace, heading towards the small spirit stone mine outside the city. Yet, Yu Huang's expression was far from pleasant. This was only natural. Anyone would feel discomfort with a sword held to their throat. In contrast, Li Xuanhuan felt quite at ease, relishing in the sense of superiority that came with his status as a sect disciple. Does the master have other thoughts? No, that is good. The last to arrive, Taoist Qingwen, watched this scene with a twitch in his eye. Scholars quoting the Analects can be quite alarming. In a moment, the 4 arrived at the entrance of the spirit stone mine, and as expected, there was a formation guarding it. Noticing Li Xuanhuan's gaze, Yu Huang shivered. As if suddenly reminded, I found it at the back mountain. There should be a hidden path. Lead the way. The 4 maneuvered through twists and turns, arriving at a small mountain outside the formation. Halfway up the mountain, there was a cave. Yu Huang pointed, from here. It leads directly to the depths of the spirit mine, where the nascent soul cave resides. With Yu Huang leading the way, the 4 entered the stone cave. At this moment, Li Xuanhuan quietly lingered at the back, ensuring the 3 ahead were protected. He observed the surroundings, mentally noting the route, always prepared for a swift escape. He had only a sliver of trust in Yu Huang's words. Approximately half an hour later, they emerged into a vast cavern. Before them stood a stone door, with spiritual light flickering upon it, indicating the presence of a formation. We have arrived. This is the Jixian cave. How do you ascertain? Is there still a beast? It is behind you. At that moment, a gust of foul wind swept through. Li Xuanhuan dodged, turning in midair to face a pinnacle tier 3 beast, a multicolored peacock. In the next instant, a portal materialized, revealing a sword tip and blade, a massive sword appearing. With a flick of his will, the giant sword surged towards the beast, cleaving it in 2. While the giant sword technique may have been unreliable, the ice soul cold light sword was utterly extraordinary. Those who understood the significance of a talisman would know. Only then did the 3 companions have the chance to fully observe the beast, only to discover it had vanished. It was all too swift. The actions of a certain individual left spectators utterly astonished. The Taoist Qingwen murmured to himself, is this the sword technique? Is this what disciples of the sect are capable of? Meanwhile, Li Xuanhuan discovered a delightful surprise within the carcass of a demon beast. A first-tier medium-grade secret technique. Breath concealment technique, to hide one's true cultivation level. This was precisely the beast skin manual obtained by the Shao family in the original narrative. The breath concealment technique had lost its effectiveness for those at the foundation establishment stage, rendering it of little use to him. However, the latter was of great significance. A 4th-tier supreme technique, the Gale 9 transformations, a technique of the feathered clan of demon beasts, can only be cultivated and executed by a demon cultivator possessing wings and the formidable physique of the demon race. Li Xuanhuan found himself in complete agreement with the assessment of the technique, yet simultaneously, he held reservations. This technique was one of boundless potential, contingent only upon a prerequisite, the modification of the Tianlan's sacred beast's avatar. The altered version became a unique secret method capable of absorbing true spirit and transforming its wielder, reminiscent of a divine power that manipulates fate. In summary, it was immensely powerful, yet at present, it only held value at the nascent soul stage. Moreover, it confirmed his earlier conjecture. The Gale 9 transformations was evidently a technique of the demon race, likely brought over by Jiayuan from the Chaos Star Sea. A propitious start. It heightened his anticipation for the subsequent treasures concealed by Jiayuan. The thoughts of the Foundation establishment cultivator raced, and within mere moments, he turned to Yu Huang, stating, "You see, Tier 3 demon beasts are not so formidable after all." Yu Huang wished to laugh, yet found himself unable to do so. The disparity between individuals was far greater than that between man and dog. What rendered his laughter even more elusive was what transpired next. Li Xuanhuan approached the stone door and produced a talisman inscribed with chaotic hues, the boundary-breaking talisman. A rather extravagant use of resources, indeed. A flash of light illuminated the scene as the stone door swung open. He turned back, smiling as he explained. The direct disciple of a core formation master happens to possess a few trifles for breaking formations. Do not take offense. Ah, indeed. The four individuals cast their gazes into the cave, revealing, Chapter 65, The Death of Qingwen. The initial negativity was now replaced by enthusiasm. As the stone door opened, Yu Huang eagerly rushed inside. After a brief moment of silence, Li Xuanhuan followed suit. Behind the stone door lay an unobstructed view of an ordinary cave dwelling, devoid of any independently excavated stone chambers. Upon the stone bed on the northern side sat a skeletal figure draped in a Taoist robe, seated in meditation. A storage bag hung from its waist. As a gentle breeze swept through, the skeleton and robe disintegrated into dust, leaving only the storage bag behind. Could this be Jishuan's storage bag? It had never appeared in the original narrative. Yu Huang's gaze ignited with fervor, only to return to normal moments later. Tinged with regret as he remarked, "My friend, as a direct disciple of Huangfeng Valley, it would be inappropriate for me to claim such a treasure. Therefore, I shall accept it." Li Xuanhuan, however, was far from modest. Yet, he did not immediately seize the storage bag. Rather, he allowed it to remain in place, cautious. He surveyed the cave further and discovered other items. Over 280 years of spiritual herbs, 5 zhu. Hence, he generously proclaimed to Yu Huang, in that case, "These 5 zhu of spiritual herbs are a gift for you. You must accept them." Really? Upon seeing Li Xuanhuan's sincerity, Yu Huang was taken aback with delight. He turned and instructed, "Qingwen, go and collect them." Qingwen, startled by the sudden mention of his name, cast a puzzled glance at Li Xuanhuan. Seemingly bewildered by someone's lack of appreciation for the spiritual herbs, he approached to gather the herbs, but hesitated when it came time to act. Yu Huang, noticing this, admonished, "Qingwen, why are you dawdling? These are nearly 300-year-old spiritual herbs, invaluable to Foundation establishment cultivators. Once we return, there will be rewards for you. At the 11th level of Qi refinement, do you not wish to advance further?" Qingwen murmured, "Advance further?" Yu Huang, observing his lack of action, first explained to Li Xuanhuan, "Forgive me, after years with the Black Sha sect, it remains impoverished." Li Xuanhuan nodded, neither affirming nor denying. Seeing Qingwen still motionless, Yu Huang frowned and prompted, "You are already 49. Do you not aspire to establish your foundation?" Boom. Foundation establishment. Foundation establishment. The echoes of these words seemed to linger incessantly in Qingwen's ears. He closed his eyes, exhaled deeply, then opened them once more, determination ablaze within. As he reached for the spiritual herb, it felt as though he were not merely plucking a herb, but rather a friend's life. The moment his hand touched the herb, something incredible occurred. The stone door slammed shut, and countless pillars of spiritual energy erupted around the periphery of the cave. The ground intertwined chaotically, swiftly forming a spatial array. Qingwen was enveloped in a blood cocoon. Yu Huang, filled with uncertainty and dread, suddenly exclaimed to Li Xuanhuan, "The spiritual power has been suppressed to the initial stage of Qi refinement. I cannot even wield my magical artifacts." Li Xuanhuan wore a bemused smile. "Indeed, that is quite terrifying. You have disguised your intentions all along, and this is your strategy, Yu Huang? A formation that restricts spiritual power? How fortuitous. I have just begun practicing the Dragon God technique, and I require a target. Are you not afraid?" "Of course I am." "Then quickly devise a plan." "And what of Qingwen? What is happening?" "It seems you must answer that, my esteemed leader of the Black Sha sect." "Me?" Yu Huang chuckled incredulously. After a prolonged silence without a response from Li Xuanhuan, he suppressed his terror. Frowning, he inquired, "When did you realize?" Li Xuanhuan grinned, "I never believed it. How could I say I realized it?" "Ha ha ha, splendid." Yu Huang increasingly admired Li Xuanhuan, as if witnessing the 12-year-old prodigy he once was. Truly, the victor of the Ascension Conference was not only endowed with talent and fortunate encounters, but also possessed keen observational skills. Yet today, you shall meet your demise. Qingwen, take action. As his words fell, the blood cocoon burst open, revealing a transformed Qingwen, blood servant, demonized Qingwen. The moment he emerged, Qingwen charged at Li Xuanhuan with fierce intent. The limitation on spiritual power did not impede the swiftness of his demonized form, yet Li Xuanhuan was swifter still. Meanwhile, Yu Huang understood that, despite Li Xuanhuan's foundation at the Qi refinement stage, the battle between the two would likely not conclude swiftly. He disregarded them, approaching the stone bed with excitement. Grasping the storage bag, he had not lied. In his youth, he had stumbled upon this place. Just as now, when he activated the spiritual herbs, the formation was triggered. There was no danger. The formation would dissipate after a brief moment. It was then that he discovered the Xian Yin Ju and some information regarding the cave. Paralyzed by fear of the human skeleton, he had been too afraid to touch the corpse, unaware that it was a storage bag. The demon beast had also returned just as he was leaving. A remarkably fortuitous coincidence. When he began his journey into cultivation, he realized that this was likely the storage bag of the cave's master. Subsequently, he had returned multiple times, intending to seize the opportunity to take it. Yet either the demon beast was present, or the stone door was sealed by a formation, preventing entry. Encountering Li Xuanhuan was merely an attempt to utilize him as a vanguard. He had not anticipated such ease. Fortune favored him. Yet the next moment, as he probed into the storage bag, he was met with a shocking revelation. Impossible. It was entirely empty. Incorrect. There exists a map and a letter. On the other side, Li Xuanhuan has already tested that demonic transformation cannot transcend levels. Thus, it is time to send Daoist Qingwen on his journey. Reflecting on it, I truly feel reluctant. After deftly evading an attack, he swiftly grasped at his waist with one hand. A flash of sword light illuminated the scene, and a long sword materialized in his grip. It was none other than the Xunyan soft sword. The swordplay was also the dragon swimming sword technique. There are no useless martial arts, only inept individuals. At this moment, his foundational spiritual energy was inoperative, yet the chi refinement stage was still viable. As Qingwen launched another attack, he thrust the long sword forward, piercing through as if there were no obstacles. The Xunyan soft sword, infused with iron essence, indeed sliced through with ease, but was it truly this effortless? He refrained from using his spiritual sense, and instead gazed with his naked eyes. There stood Daoist Qingwen, revealing a sorrowful smile, as if he had intentionally collided. In truth, he had. Daoist Qingwen had watched Li Xuanhuan grow up, from 12 to 15, until he departed from Jiayuan City at 18. Seeing Li Xuanhuan now, increasingly handsome, evoked a sense of surprise akin to witnessing the blossoming of youth. Alas, the days of Jiayuan City could never return. In those times, during festive occasions, they would drink and revel together. How exhilarating it was. After 45 years of cultivating immortality, he had thought that establishing a foundation was his obsession. Little did he realize, at the end, that seeking a good friend was the true obsession. How ironic. Just like departing from Jiayuan City, he wished to smile, but lacked the strength. Life was ebbing away. He opened his mouth, but no sound escaped. Dear friend, take care. Then, darkness enveloped him as his head tilted, and he collapsed. Li Xuanhuan's eyelids fluttered, sheathing his sword, and standing in silence. Humph, indeed a waste. I must take matters into my own hands. Yu Huang regarded Qingwen's demise with indifference. The chi refinement stage was indeed a waste. Even as a blood servant, it remained so. Before taking action, he addressed Li Buiyun, stating that Li Xuanhuan was not to be underestimated, necessitating further effort on his part. Just as in the original tale, swallowing his own brother, Li Xuanhuan had betrayed his initial promise without obstruction. He now only desired to deliver a punch. Chapter 66. Can you withstand this punch after 20 days of training? One hand rested before Li Buiyun, blood-colored spiritual energy coursing into Yu Huang. Ultimately, Li Buiyun transformed into a beam of blood light, vanishing entirely. Yu Huang's garments erupted unexpectedly. His features were striking, and his arms were adorned with scaled armor. His cultivation had reached the late foundation establishment stage. Brother, you shall not die in vain. Yu Huang, with a hint of sadness, vowed, then declared sternly, Li Xuanhuan, let your body serve as my new vessel. Are you prepared? Li Xuanhuan cracked his knuckles, stating, now it is my turn. Yu Huang was taken aback. Ugh. Li Xuanhuan's uppercut sent him spitting blood. A rising hook, followed by a left hook. There was no trace of technique, only fists fueled by resentment. You call yourself Yu Huang? You aspire to emulate the human emperor in cultivation? You vainly attempt to speak of everyone as dragons? While others lead their people to ascend, you merely nourish the masses for your own gain. Yu Huang was still bewildered, the situation exceeding his comprehension. Li Xuanhuan appeared unremarkable, his spiritual energy fluctuations still at the chi refinement late stage, yet without demonic transformation. How did he possess such strength and speed? Body refinement? Impossible. A myriad of questions plagued him. He could only cross his arms defensively. The formation was still active, and once it failed, it would be his opportunity to counterattack. The gap between late and early foundation establishment was a chasm apart. He still had the blood spirit drill. He was being beaten, yet he endured. As time passed, Yu Huang noticed something unusual. The formation, it had not dissipated. Suddenly, He realized a critical issue. The cave had a scheme. He had fallen into a trap. Li Xuanhuan, let us converse. I believe we could be friends. Friends? Do you think I still trust you? Not me, but this cave. Once you are dead, you will understand. Bang. Yu Huang was slapped against the wall, sliding down. Yet he was not dead. Meanwhile, in Yue, at the star-picking tower, 7 seated officials raised their cups in celebration of Li Xuanhuan's departure. This Li Shixiang, a loose cultivator, truly had a narrow perspective, easily satisfied with 300 spirit stones. Indeed, the profits from the spirit stone mine were shared among the 7 of us and the sect, each month yielding 300. I am now left with nothing but spirit stones. Ha ha ha. All 7 burst into hearty laughter. Suddenly, an unusual red light flickered in their eyes, then vanished. Brother Jia felt a surge of inspiration, proclaiming, I have a premonition. Fortune is on my horizon. My opportunity has arrived. Brother Jia, you too? What a coincidence. The 7 exchanged glances, each harboring the same sentiment. Peculiar. Why not go together? It won't harm our camaraderie. With that, the 7 lost interest in further revelry and departed the star-picking pavilion on their swords. Their destination was unanimously the rear mountain of the spirit stone mine. As they drew nearer, the red glow in their eyes intensified. Upon landing at the rear mountain, their pupils had completely lost focus, resembling walking corpses. Within the cave, Li Xuanhuan struck the sandbag against the wall once more. Finally, a sense of relief washed over him. No wonder body refiners are beloved. This visceral sensation of striking flesh is truly unparalleled. Yu Huang struggled to rise. The once prominent corners of his forehead now ground down. The formation lingered, and he comprehended that the cave's master was still alive. He looked at Li Xuanhuan as if he were a corpse and laughed heartily. If I die, you won't live long either, huh? The next moment, a flash of sword light appeared, and his head fell to the ground, eyes unblinking. Yu Huang's dying words kept Li Xuanhuan vigilant of the cave. He needed to collect the body and depart swiftly. In the original tale, during the palace battle, Yu Huang perished due to the true treasure, leaving no storage bag behind. Only the blood condensation 5 elements pill, the fragmented celestial map, the blood spirit drill, and the soul gathering bowl remained, much to the regret of old Demon Han. Now, aside from the blood condensation 5 elements pill, which had not yet solidified, all else was present. Moreover, the blood condensation 5 elements pill was merely a false pill technique, not uncommon in the myriad realms. By utilizing the inner core of a 5th-level demon beast, one could advance to a false pill. This secret method was merely a low-grade secret technique of the 3rd tier, requiring 500 years of spiritual herbs. He was evidently poised for a significant profit. Next, he would seek the cave's storage bag. Given Yu Huang's behavior, it likely contained items that had not appeared in the original tale. An extravagant storage bag? Perhaps. Just as he was about to retrieve the cave's storage bag, a sudden change occurred. A voice resonated from the 4 corners of the cave. Not bad, not bad, truly splendid. Li Xuanhuan furrowed his brow, retreating cautiously, on high alert. The fleeting aura he had just sensed was unmistakably from a core formation stage. No, it was much weaker. Senior, may I have the honor of meeting you? Unless there is urgent business, I shall take my leave. Ha ha ha, quite clever. However, do you not think it too late to wish to depart now? With that, the stone door of the cave swung wide open. 7 figures and long swords surged in. Brother Jiao? Under the influence of the formation, the 7 long swords lost their control. Due to inertia, the magical artifacts flew outward, precisely piercing the back of the corpse of the Yu Emperor. Forming a perfect character shape, the 7 individuals, without distinction, rushed towards Li Xuanhuan with bare hands, resembling mere mortals. With his hair as white as snow, he appeared on the verge of collapsing. Li Xuanhuan feared that a single punch might fatally harm his senior brothers. In that instant, a voice from behind emerged, the voice of the Yu Emperor. Li Xuanhuan's eyes narrowed. While engaging with the 7, he turned to follow the sound. To his astonishment, the Yu Emperor stood once more. He waved his hand, and his head reattached to his neck, albeit in a clearly assembled manner, lacking proper suturing. Do not dwell on such trifles. Seemingly perceiving Li Xuanhuan's thoughts, the Yu Emperor kindly inquired, "What is your name, Junior?" "I am Li Xuanhuan, a disciple of the nascent soul from Huangfeng Valley." "It matters not. After all, the ancestor will not concern himself with Huangfeng Valley." "And what is the significance of the nascent soul, ancestor?" A bold conjecture arose in Li Xuanhuan's mind. "Are you perhaps?" The Yu Emperor had previously stated, "I am Jishuan." "Jishuan, you still live." Without further inquiry, it seemed there would be no issue. It was evident that he must take action himself. Li Xuanhuan heard the Yu Emperor mutter softly, 7 ghosts devouring souls. At that moment, The 7 magical swords behind him emitted a blood-red glow. In an instant, the artifacts were utterly devoid of spirit. Correspondingly, the Yue Emperor's aura broke through the constraints of the formation, ascending to the early stage of foundation establishment. Li Xuanhuan furrowed his brow, pondering the implications of this. Soul possession? Indeed, if the ancestor were to live a second life, you would be a suitable choice. The physical body appeared to possess some semblance of body cultivation. Even the ancestor is salivating. This formation has been active all this time. It must be the handiwork of a predecessor? Precisely. Thus you are the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. Manipulation? No. That is far too simplistic. The ancestor would disdain such actions. It is merely psychological suggestion. Li Xuanhuan discreetly grasped a thunderbolt seed, attempting to salvage his storage bag, and inquired, Senior, do I still have a chance to survive? Yes. If there is a protective consciousness technique, there remains a possibility, but alas, the consciousness technique is of the transformation stage inheritance. Oh, I see. It seems rather fortuitous. The situation appeared increasingly unfavorable. Chapter 67, Soul Possession? Enter the Myriad Souls banner. Senior, would you consider further options? Perhaps there is something more suitable. It is not so simple. It has been over 280 years, and you are the first to satisfy me. Have many come here? Of course. The Yue Emperor is merely one among them. Fortunate enough to obtain the ancient cultivation inheritance. Over 280 years. It aligns. It is indeed Jiayuan. Li Xuanhuan comprehended, lowering his gaze, seemingly relinquishing resistance. The thunderbolt seed slipped from his hand inadvertently. Soul possession? He rejected the notion. Amidst an explosion of spiritual energy, the Yue Emperor emerged. Junior still dares to retaliate? Such audacity. The ancient creature was truly difficult to kill. Li Xuanhuan immediately feigned compliance, jesting, Senior, please proceed. This time, I shall not resist. Upon hearing Li Xuanhuan's invitation, Jiayuan hesitated instead. There is something amiss. Could this junior possess a consciousness technique? However, what he had just witnessed was likely a ruse. Either the junior had a consciousness foundation at his current level, or possessed a treasure of such lineage. To his knowledge, none existed on this continent. The advantage lies with me. The ancestor shall grant you swift resolution. A beam of blue light emanated from the Yue Emperor's brow, soaring toward Li Xuanhuan. I have awaited this moment for long. Li Xuanhuan raised his hand, revealing a pitch-black banner. The Myriad Souls banner. Unless absolutely necessary. He did not wish to engage in a battle for possession of consciousness. Invitations were mere formalities. Within the formation, he possessed only the initial cultivation of qi, rendering him incapable of unleashing the full might of a supreme magical artifact. But who said that demonic magical artifacts could only be driven by spiritual power? He placed his right index finger to his lips, biting down fiercely. Blood flowed forth, and he deftly smeared it upon the staff of the Myriad Souls banner. All of this transpired in an instant as he waved the banner. A circular void passage appeared on its surface. Jiayuan felt an immense temptation emanating from within, drawing him toward it. A sudden gust of ominous wind swept through, causing his primordial spirit's shadow to waver. Danger! Jiayuan was gripped by an unprecedented terror. In a split second, he discarded over half of his primordial spirit's spiritual light, seeking to turn swiftly toward Li Xuanhuan. Junior, you seek death. His tone scarcely concealed his fury. He was genuinely enraged. Just as he thought he had escaped, his primordial spirit's spiritual light was once again drawn in. Irreversible. His voice echoed from the void once more, this time filled with urgency and weakness. Young friend, can we negotiate? I possess the transformation stage inheritance technique, he secretly calculated. Once I escape, I must uncover all the secrets of this little thief. Body cultivation. Now, another peculiar demonic magical artifact. Truly indefensible. Young friend? Li Xuanhuan suppressed a smile. The change in address was swift. Fortunately, he had prepared adequately and nearly fell into a trap. Old thief, in your next life. Keep your eyes wide open and do not offend others frivolously. Jiayuan's primordial spirit's light vanished entirely. Death. In its stead, the Myriad Souls banner welcomed its first ghost. Next life? There would be no opportunity. Li Xuanhuan suddenly recalled something, wielding the Myriad Souls banner as a ghost materialized. Jiayuan, care to say something? The ghost remained motionless. Very well, perhaps I overthought it. This is the Myriad Souls banner, not an instrument for the Yama judge of the underworld. Once dead, one is truly dead. According to the information relayed by the artifact, this ghost possessed the quality of the nascent soul, but the combat power of the foundation establishment. If provided with sufficient souls, it could be elevated to the weakest combat power of the nascent soul. In other words, would he have a nascent soul guardian in the future? He waved his hand, summoning 1,000 soldiers to meet. The Myriad Souls banner is truly formidable. This is the essence of the demonic path. The likes of the Jiayuan sect and Qianhuan sect can hardly be deemed demonic. At best, they are merely slightly unorthodox cultivators. At that moment, the formation within the cave dissipated. He regained his early foundation establishment spiritual power. Indeed, the triad of essence, qi, and spirit is the most reliable. Losing any one of them could easily create a flaw. For instance, the 7 sect representatives, their pupils entirely devoid of the red glow, all simultaneously fell into slumber. Li Xuanhuan cast a glance before retracting his gaze. Junior brother Jia? A hindrance in disguise. Among mortals, killing and seizing treasures is a golden belt. This is truly Jishuan. A mighty nascent soul. Not a single coin to be found. As the cave's storage bag fell into his hands, he probed within with his consciousness, and in an instant, a look of existential doubt crossed his face. The storage bag was merely a standard one. Inside, there were only 2 items, a map and a letter. The map depicted the territories of the Yue Kingdom and the Jiang Kingdom. The letter read, "The secret method of soul possession transmitted by Xuangu holds unknown truths. Should possession lead to memory loss, know that I am Jishuan, not another. My true body is guarded by the snow domain spider. Do not approach until you have reached the late stage of foundation establishment." As the primordial infant fled, the life-bound talisman, along with numerous treasured ancient artifacts, was seized, including half a volume of the profound true scripture from the kingdom of Jiang. It is not difficult to deduce that this is an elaborate method employed to prevent memory loss after a soul's possession. The good news is the acquisition of the primordial infant's secret hoard. The bad news is the arduous journey through the mountains and rivers of Jiang. The illustrious figure mentioned that the life-bound talisman and ancient treasures were plentiful. The crux of the matter lies in the newly surfaced half-volume of the profound true scripture, which was said to be part of a divine inheritance. Is this indeed the cultivation technique in question? To go or not to go? Li Xuanhuan shifted his gaze to another location on the map, the ancient teleportation array, likely situated in Linzhou. Given its significance in the chaotic Star Sea, he had long intended to seek it out. Without a precise location, he would have to investigate step by step, wasting time better spent on cultivation. Now that he had a specific location, it was imperative to embark on a preliminary visit. This time, there was no need for Xianyue Sect Xuanla to be aware of the existence of this formation. The plan was simple. He would trade for the array and use it as a cover. Connecting to Linzhou was the kingdom of Jiang. Since he was already en route, it would be prudent to make a detour. Thus, Li Xuanhuan conceived a method to obscure the incident of the demonic invasion. By utilizing the vast teleportation array to connect the kingdom of Yu and the kingdom of Jiang, he could circumvent the blockade established by the demonic forces and their lackeys. This would allow Jiang to cross the blockade on its own to inform Yu, or perhaps someone from Yu would use the array to reach Jiang, discover the issue, and report it upwards. Alternatively, he could directly relay the discovery of this array to his sect, and in due course, Huangfeng Valley would naturally be apprised of Jiang's situation. To prevent the demonic forces from exploiting this passage, the teleportation array's existence would be limited to 5 years. Should the demonic forces invade Jiang, the array would be promptly dismantled. Thus, it was settled. After surveying the area, he found it an ideal starting point for the teleportation array. Once the formation was laid out in Jiang, he could return in an instant. Good man, Xinhua. Moments later, the 2-gate formation was established here, a vast teleportation array. One gate was a second-tier illusion formation to deter intruders. Outside the formation, Li Xuanhuan clapped his hands with keen interest. All done. In truth, there was little for him to do. The traded formation was modular, requiring only proper placement as directed. This was not a legacy. That would demand considerable mental effort. As he navigated the divine wind boat back to Yuejing, the bow was piled high with 7 stationed cultivators. Their storage bags stirred his curiosity. It was only natural to be tempted by Xianyue's allure, but didn't something have to be paid? This was called a fare. Shortly thereafter, joyous exclamations from Li Xuanhuan echoed aboard the divine wind boat. Spiritual stones, all mine. Upon tallying, the inferior spiritual stones amounted to a staggering 2,345 pieces. Even Li Xuanhuan could not help but scrutinize the 7 station cultivators. One cannot judge a book by its cover. A small spiritual stone mine. How many years of embezzlement would that require? He should have reported them to the sect. But with a compassionate heart, he could not bear to see his junior brothers punished. Thus, he decided to confiscate all the spiritual stones. This would be a one-time exception. Reflecting on their years of toil, should they not receive a modicum of reward? This could be arranged. He waved his hand over his storage bag, summoning 3 cups, a small cup, a large cup, and an extra-large cup, each filled with dozens of medicinal pills, their labels indicating the forgetting worry pill for mortals. Chi training and foundation establishment. If there were hardships, let them be forgotten. By the way, how many pills does a foundation establishment cultivator consume in one meal? Yuejing, located at the very heart of the kingdom of Yue, served as the capital for countless mortals. Mortals are the cornerstone of cultivators. Their importance is self-evident. In this crucial location, each of the 7 sects stationed a foundation establishment cultivator, known as a stationed envoy, who held a position of authority. On this day at the star-picking tower, the 7 stationed envoys gradually regained consciousness, clutching their heads in confusion. Who am I? Where am I? How did I end up here? Before they could gather their thoughts, they noticed Li Xunyan seated not far ahead. He was none other than the renowned senior brother from Huangfeng Valley. They dared not be negligent. Without further ado, they bowed deeply in unison, greeting. We have seen senior brother Li. Li Xunyan nodded indifferently, projecting an air of aloofness. The 7 envoys exchanged glances, and the elder among them, Brother Jia, stepped forward awkwardly to ingratiate himself, asking, might I inquire what brings senior brother to Yuejing? The 7 sects had enforced a prohibition against errant cultivators entering. I merely passed through, he replied. Instantly, the 7 cultivators expressed their agreement. If senior brother says it's merely passing through, then it is certainly so. Just as Brother Jia was about to present the customary toll, an unexpected incident occurred. The royal palace of Yuejing erupted into flames. A crisis had arisen. The 7 stationed envoys simultaneously recognized the gravity of the situation. At that moment, a righteous reminder from Li Xunyan echoed. You junior brothers may act as you see fit. Gratefully acknowledging his understanding, they took their leave in unison, soaring into the sky on their swords. Li Xunyan stood upon the star-picking pavilion, watching them depart. He nodded slightly, feeling reassured. Yuejing was important, and so too was the Emperor of Yue. The Emperor's demise was no trivial matter. One of the purposes of the stationed envoys in Yuejing was to protect the Emperor. While mortal feuds might be overlooked if it involved cultivators, to a certain extent, this would severely violate the 7 sects' prohibitions. A blow to the face of the 7 sects could not be easily brushed aside. In the original text, the true identity of the Emperor of Yue was revealed to the 7 sects, and his death was deemed justified. However, at this moment, aside from Li Xunyan, there were no witnesses. One of his motives for distributing the forgetting worry pills was to obscure his visit. Yet, this was not sufficiently secure. He produced a 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman, infused it with spiritual energy, and detailed the events that transpired, albeit omitting certain aspects. He only mentioned that the Emperor of Yue, a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, had taken him hostage, compelling him to explore the primordial infantess cave. In the end, both the Emperor and his adversary perished, leaving him alive. The 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman fled, its destination being the Luwanha cave of Huangfeng Valley. The advantage of having a background is precisely this. One need not fear making mistakes, but rather the concealment of truths. It is akin to the silent death of Feng Lingjin in the original text. Under the cover of Luwanha, the Emperor of Yue's death would similarly remain unremarkable. The joy of a direct disciple of the Golden Core, under the scrutiny of the Yuanying, is beyond the imagination of some. After completing all this, he stretched his body, feeling unburdened. Subsequently, he descended from the star-picking pavilion, heading eastward toward Linzhou. Before leaving the city, he took care of a minor task. Yuejing was vast, teeming with chi training cultivators and marketplaces for cultivators, often referred to as the Ghost Market. In the original text, it was here that old Devil Han auctioned the youth-preserving pill, and Qi Yunxiao traded for the reversal of the 5 elements array for a millennium-old spiritual herb. Of course, he had no intention of perusing the stalls. Casually, he scattered the treasure map obtained from the Ascension Conference, the treasure box, and the genuine treasure box among the crowds. The treasure map reveals that the treasure chest contains a number of inferior magical artifacts, but predominantly includes the location information of the long-distance teleportation array. Relying solely on the discovery by cultivators is far too slow. He must expedite the process. Suddenly, a thought flashes through his mind. Alas, how has he become a perverse figure masquerading as an ancient cultivator's cave? After completing this task, his journey to the capital of Yue will finally conclude. While navigating on the divine wind vessel, he finds the time to open the personal storage bag of the Emperor of Yue. Within, he discovers a second-tier superior magical artifact, the Soul-Gathering Bowl, which absorbs the souls and spirits of cultivators, transforming them into ordinary wandering spirits. His assessment is rather mundane, deeming it inferior to the Thousand Souls banner. Another artifact, the guiding map, is rated highly by the Celestial Balance, although its true potential lies within the mysterious Celestial Hall. Additionally, he finds the Blood Spirit Diamond, a one-time use assassination tool, merely a thunderbolt for foundational cultivators. Beyond these, there are several supreme magical artifacts in the storage bag, making the overall gains from this journey to the capital of Yue quite satisfactory. Merely possessing the Celestial Fragment map makes the journey worthwhile. Not to mention the ancient teleportation array's location. Not far from the capital of Yue, there lies a mountain resembling a reclining ox. Here, Xunyan alights upon the summit, wielding the gale blade to dig a pit. A blue robe is then placed within and covered once more. Shortly thereafter, a small mound emerges at the peak. An unnamed grave, also known as the tomb of the blue pattern Taoist. He pours fine wine from Jiayuan City at the grave's forefront, and after a moment's thought, he sprinkles the long-desired bone-strengthening wine for the blue pattern Taoist. For him, the days spent as the city lord in Jiayuan were the happiest of his life. With the blue pattern Taoist being his closest friend, with the azure cloud's soft sword in hand, and a sheer abyss beside him, a peculiar thought arises. The azure cloud's soft sword, used before the age of 30, was cast into a deep valley after accidentally injuring a friend, a source of deep regret. He shakes his head, dismissing the thought, and decides to store it within his spatial ring, out of sight. He bows respectfully, recalling the scene of the blue pattern Taoist's voluntary demise, silently muttering, "Farewell, dear friend." Having completed these actions, Xunyan turns to leave, ascending the clouds as a wisp of cloud drifts toward Linzhou. In the realm of cultivation, indeed, the path is one of solitary pursuit. He has barely established his foundation, yet a friend from his chi refining period has already perished. He wonders about the fate of the other, old Mo, whom he misses dearly. At Saisha Mountain, beneath the splendid water peak, a towering man stands immovable beneath the cascade of a waterfall, his face contorted in pain as veins bulge and blood seeps from his gums. Outside the waterfall, a rural youth, neither handsome nor charming, flinches each time the water crashes down, startled by the immense figure. Iron Brother shows no fear of hardship. He vows never to learn a technique as arduous as the elephant armor skill, despite the allure of becoming a top-tier master. He squats nearby, munching on a steamed bun while watching with a childlike fascination as Brother Zhang endures his torment. In the Spirit Hand Valley, on the right side of the valley, houses of various sizes join in a cluster. In a more imposing dwelling, a tall, thin old man with white hair reclines on a simple wooden lounge chair, holding a weathered book. This man appears to be in his 60s, with a yellowed complexion, occasionally coughing as if life were slipping away. Externally, he appears to read. Yet internally, he engages in dialogue with someone in his mind. Yu Zitong, how many possibilities does your soul-seizing technique possess? Do you tire of asking the same questions every day? 10 layers, it must surely work. This is of great significance. I must clarify, and besides, how could a mere mid-stage chi refining cultivator possess such esoteric methods? Fortuitous encounters. I obtained a legacy during my journey to the capital of Yue that combines the elephant armor skill with corpse refining. A legacy you also received? Silence falls. After a long pause, Mo Jiren finally hears Yu Zitong's response. I cannot clearly say. Ever since that fortuitous encounter, I seem to innately understand certain sinister techniques. Do not inquire further. Just tell me if the new elephant armor skill is effective. Mo Jiren recalls how Brother Zhang became impervious to blades and spears after breaking through to the 3rd layer. He nods affirmatively. That is indeed correct. By the way, when do you plan to act? This very night. That evening, amidst stormy weather in an unnamed cave on Saisha Mountain, Brother Zhang dies. Mo Jiren shakes the bronze bell in his hand, and the corpse of Zhang rises anew, alive once more. Ha ha ha, splendid. Simultaneously, in his mind, Yu Zitong's primordial spirit undergoes a transformation. Specks of red light inexplicably appear, then dissipate. Yu Zitong is horrified to discover that his primordial spirit is gradually fading. He knows well that, with his mid-stage chi refining cultivation, it should not be possible to possess a primordial spirit, let alone survive for so long. He had thought it a unique talent. When death looms, panic ensues. At that moment, he truly feels like a mid-stage chi refining cultivator. Externally, Mo Jiren revels in controlling the resurrected Zhang, delighting in the experience of cultivation. Suddenly, a frantic voice echoes in his mind. Mo Jiren. What do you wish to say? No, the voice breaks off, ultimately vanishing. Initially, Mo Jiren is unconcerned, thinking Yu Zitong is merely trying to manipulate him again. However, upon returning to the Spirit Hand Valley, he is astonished to find that no matter how he calls, Yu Zitong's voice no longer responds. Just then, A panicked voice from Han Li reaches him. Mo Laoshi, brother Zhang, is missing. He replies irritably, I know, your brother has decided to venture into the world. No need to worry about him. Is that so? How enviable. How is your cultivation progressing? Mo Laoshi, I'll go train right away. Mo Jiren watches Han Li depart. Internally still anxious. Yet years of experience as a leader have steadied him. Without Yu Zitong, he can still seize souls and continue his cultivation. He is thoroughly familiar with the Seven Ghosts' soul-devouring technique, merely awaiting Han Li to break through to the fourth layer. Suddenly, he recalls the city lord of Jiayuan. The immortal caresses my crown, granting me longevity. He wonders if the city lord has entered the path of immortality, and whether they shall meet again in this lifetime. In the Yue Kingdom, Linzhou, deep within a spirit stone mine. Giant sword technique. With a shout born from Li Xuanhuan's dark humor, 100-meter sword shadow descends from the heavens, pinning the blood jade spider to the ground. After a struggle, the blood jade spider lies lifeless, its spiritual energy dissipating, revealing the ice soul cold light sword. As a magical artifact of the talisman treasure class, it possesses significant power, complemented by the pride of cold six techniques. In the original narrative, Han Li utilized the giant sword technique to achieve a dramatic kill. In comparison, his approach seems entirely justified. Even more reasonable is the fact that the deceased blood jade spider has not laid 2 eggs. It is somewhat vexing, yet not overly so. There may be but one method to acquire the celestial fragment cauldron among mortals, but the heavens are not absolute. Subsequently, there lay the ancient teleportation array, beside which rested the magnificent true corpse. Li Xuanhuan contemplated the dazzling figure within the Thousand Souls flag, pondering the serendipity of their connection. As he bid farewell to his companion, he unleashed a fireball incantation, causing the corpse to dissipate into smoke, only to be replaced by 7 pills emanating various hues. 3rd grade superior elixir, heaven replenishing pill, fragment, whole would be 4th grade inferior. Once refined by a core formation cultivator, it can enhance the cultivation speed of 1's spiritual roots. 4th grade? He nodded, deeming the exchange exceedingly reasonable. Aside from those like the old devil Han, who possessed extraordinary abilities, none who reached the Yuan Ing stage lacked decent spiritual roots. 4th grade superior artifact, great teleportation token, capable of supporting 10 cultivators in an ultra-large-scale teleportation array. Splendid. Coupled with the ancient teleportation array beneath his feet, he could traverse the southern realms and the chaotic star sea with ease, regardless of how the demonic incursion unfolds. After achieving core formation, he would inevitably journey to the chaotic star sea, bearing the illustrious title of a genius destined for core formation within 50 years. Life in the southern realms would not be easy. Should a Yuan Ing cultivator lose control, he lacked the means to contend with them, thus he must remain vigilant. Before departing, Li Xuanhuan acquired an array formation. 3rd grade exquisite formation, stone forest array. An illusionary array, undetectable by those below the Yuan Ing level, rendering it impossible to stumble upon. As he set up the formation, he gazed regretfully at the fading corner of the ancient teleportation array, lamenting his inability to repair it. Based on his assessment, the ancient teleportation array was worth at least the value of a transformation stage artifact. In other words, one would need to possess items of the void refinement level to trade for such a legacy. It appeared that he must seek out Xunyan. To create a mobile array that could invert the 5 elements with mere chi refinement skills was already remarkable. Furthermore, to restore a portion of the ancient teleportation array, she could be deemed a paragon among the gifted. The only regret was her unknown birth date and origins, making their encounter reliant on chance. Soon, the formation was complete, and Li Xuanhuan departed from the Spirit Stone Vein, heading towards the Jiang Kingdom, not far, merely over 3,000 miles, a journey of 2 or 3 days. As Li Xuanhuan continued his travels, a commotion erupted at the Jiaxing Tower in Yuejing. The 7 sects core formation cultivators had arrived. Grandmaster Nick Hang slammed her palm against the table, exclaiming in indignation, "This is intolerable. The thief's actions are a blatant disregard for our 7 sects." The cultivators from the 5 sects unanimously agreed. The audacity of the thief to ignore the 7 sects' decree and assassinate Emperor Yu was utterly despicable. To them, the loss of face for the cultivators was one thing, but the true ire was directed towards the assassin of the Emperor. Zhong Cheng from the Spirit Beast Mountain was equally incensed, but he suddenly noticed Lei Wankong remaining silent. There were no formations present. Thus, he provocatively inquired, "What say you, Taoist Lei?" As his words fell, the 6 sects cultivators turned their gazes toward Lei Wankong. According to the unspoken rules of the Yue Kingdom, various trivial matters should typically be addressed by the weakest core formation cultivator from each sect. This time, however, Huangfeng Valley had sent Lei Wankong instead of Li Huayuan. Was there an alternative explanation? Only then did Lei Wankong open his eyes. Clearing his throat, he solemnly declared, "Allow me to speak a word of justice. The one who killed Emperor Yu acted out of understandable motives. He restored our 7 sects' honor." Instantly, the 6 sects cultivators were rendered speechless, never having encountered such brazen shamelessness. Chapter 70. The Glorious Legacy of the Dazzling One. Lei Wankong furrowed his brow, his gaze piercing as it swept across the 6 sects cultivators. Ultimately, his eyes settled on Zhongcheng. With deliberate enunciation and an undeniable authority in his tone, he asked, "Do you have any differing opinions on this matter?" Were it not for the absurdity of the situation, Zhongcheng would have been tempted to spit blood at Lei Wankong. One should not, at the very least, bully the weak. Noticing the ominous signs of Lei Fa in the air, his previously stern expression suddenly broke into a radiant smile. "You speak true, Taoist. Emperor Yu's cultivation in defiance of the 7 sects decree is a blatant affront to us." Afterward, he turned to the other 5 sect cultivators. "What do you all think?" The 5 sect cultivators were astonished by Zhongcheng's sudden shift in demeanor. They were core formation cultivators. How could they easily change their minds? Then, in unison, they echoed, "What Taoist Lei has said is correct. Let us act as he suggests. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme, and the powerful take precedence." Among those present, Lei Wankong possessed the highest cultivation and mastered Lei Fa. They were merely insignificant core formation cultivators. How could they possibly resist? Soon, this uniquely democratic discussion reached its conclusion. Decisions were made by the core formation cultivators, while the Foundation establishment disciples would handle the subsequent matters. After the small meeting at Jiaxing Tower, each returned to their respective homes. The more Zhongcheng contemplated, the angrier he became, wishing for the demonic forces to invade immediately to show Lei Wankong a lesson. What was so remarkable about his high cultivation? In this world, one must rely on connections. The Yue Kingdom? Is there even a Yuan Emperor? Let them await their demise. Meanwhile, Grandmaster Nikhang remained unhurried, a mysterious smile gracing her face. She had deduced certain truths from the slightest clues. The Blackshaw sect's leader? Li Xuanhuan. 3 years in the east, 3 years in the west. Revenge for past grievances? What an intriguing tale. Taoist Lei truly is protective of his own. However, as she pondered Emperor Yu's cultivation, which had managed to elude detection, a fierce expression crossed her face. Some seemed to have forgotten the illustrious reputation of the 7 sections. It was time to take action. She quickly thought of the perfect candidate, Xianlu. Sharing the same ice spiritual root, while Li Xuanhuan had achieved foundation establishment at 22 and killed a mid-foundation cultivator at 25. Xianlu, having entered the sect at the same time as Nangong Wan, was only at mid-foundation establishment now. Comparatively, she was utterly inept, just a little Li Xuanhuan. Thus, upon her return, she would have Xianlu stationed here for 10 years, merely to make use of her ineptitude. With her plans set, she quickened her pace, vanishing into the horizon. In the sky, a cloud lingered, upon which stood Li Xuanhuan, who had just entered the Jiang Kingdom. The disciples of Huangfeng Valley had mentioned that the Jiang Kingdom boasted 3 major sects, and his destination, the site of the Dazzling One's treasures, lay within the influence of one of those sects, the Miaofa sect. The Miaofa sect had only one supreme elder, whose cultivation was at the initial Yuaning stage, comparable to the Tianke fortress of the Yue Kingdom. Notably, the Miaofa sect bore similarities to the Yue sect, being led by women and neither strictly righteous nor evil, also embracing the dual cultivation of harmony. It was likely that they had originated from the Harmony sect. As a mere initial foundation establishment cultivator, he needed to remain low-key. Stealthily entering the village, he intended to leave without a trace after acquiring the treasure. That night, the skies darkened, an opportune moment for grand endeavors. Li Xuanhuan descended from the heavens, landing in a secluded valley within Qinshuan Mountain. Not far ahead lay a cave. According to the map, this was the location where the Dazzling One concealed his life-bound treasure. Delving his consciousness within, he sensed a wolf, a mundane beast. Exercising caution, he fully armed himself and ventured inside. The cave was modest. After a few steps, he turned a corner and found himself at an end, an expansive natural cavern. Moonlight streamed through the crevices of the mountain wall, forming a column of light. Within this moonbeam stood a wolf resembling a dog, howling upwards. Howling sky wolf. Howling skyhound. A silent, icy flying dagger glided through the void. The howling sky wolf leaped unexpectedly, its eyes opening only to shut once more. If it were a rare breed, it would not succumb so easily. Li Xuanhuan thus concluded that he was neither the howling celestial wolf nor the howling celestial dog. It was a waste of emotion and an unnecessary excitement. Analyzing from a different perspective, Jixian's spirit had truly reached a dead end here, without any arrangements made. How splendid that was. Moments later, amidst a pile of rubble, he discovered a storage pouch. This pouch was indeed 1,000-fold storage, without a doubt. What treasures might it contain? 4th-tier low-grade magical artifact, Bell. A personal magical artifact of a certain cultivator, excellent in both offense and defense. But other cultivators could only exert half of its power. 4th-tier mid-grade ancient treasure, Jingluan. A pair classified as mid-grade, but when separated, they become low-grade, with formidable severing capabilities. And the method of transformation into the divine spirit mentioned by the other party, 5th-tier low-grade technique, Xianyin True Art. A demonic technique with loopholes, encompassing various secret methods. Indeed, it was the method of transformation into the divine spirit. In the original text, Jiayuan deeply missed his junior brother. It was surely not solely because of the repairing heaven pill, but this technique was a crucial factor. Thus, the two conspired against Xiangu for wealth and murder, all for this inherited technique? Alas, a miscalculation. Li Xuanhuan shook his head, lamenting that Xiangu had indeed taken precautions. Suddenly, he pondered what Xiangu's innate technique was. Transforming into a ghostly cultivator was no simple feat. Did it possess the refining void level? He should ask next time they meet. This fellow would not disappoint him. After all, one would not wish to enter the 1,000 Souls banner and become brothers with a disciple, would they? Regarding the Xianyin True Art, Li Xuanhuan felt a twinge of greed. Many secret methods within the technique were ingeniously conceived, and he wished to cultivate one or two. However, given that the balance had loopholes, he decided against it. In the encounter with Xiangu, old Devil Han experienced a tragic demise. No learning. In the storage pouch, most items had turned to ashes over time. Besides these few 4th-tier magical artifacts, there were also several ordinary 3rd-tier artifacts. They were likely seized by Jixian in a killing spree. To this day, he had no interest in examining the information. They could be used for trade in the future. After inventorying, Li Xuanhuan rubbed his hands together. It was time to trade in the myriad realms. With the method of transformation into the divine spirit secured, he sought to exchange it for the secret method to transform the spiritual beast into a 3-edged blade. As his thoughts flowed, countless items appeared in the balance. Qinshuan Mountain lacked spiritual veins, making it rare for cultivators to visit. Which also indicated another matter. It was suitable for wild mandarin ducks to roam. On another dark and windy night, everything was in alignment. A man and a woman, both in the late foundation building stage, stepped into a hidden valley one after the other. The male cultivator, with a handsome appearance, followed the female cultivator at a leisurely pace. He scanned the valley, a smirk appearing on his lips, a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. Senior sister, is this truly the place you chose? How fitting. The senior sister, upon hearing this, turned around, exuding grace and elegance, undoubtedly a beauty. However, her expression was fierce, with traces of blood at the corner of her mouth. She pointed her sword at the male cultivator. You are not my junior brother. Who on earth are you? The handsome male cultivator's eyes flickered, feigning confusion. Senior sister, I truly am your junior brother. Stop the nonsense. Your aura is off. I was momentarily careless before. Who are you really, and why do you impersonate my junior brother? The handsome cultivator was taken aback. After a moment, he murmured, the aura, it truly is difficult to conceal from cultivators of the same level. He could no longer be bothered to pretend, a lewd expression appearing on his face as he scrutinized her. Why reveal the truth, fellow cultivator? Would it not be delightful to indulge before death? In a flash of inspiration, he unveiled his true appearance, revealing himself as a middle-aged man, in appearance, not age. The female cultivator's eyes widened. You are actually. Chapter 71. The Supreme Arts of the Qianhuan Sect, 72 Transformations. You are one of the demonic Qianhuan Sect? As you can see, I am a disciple of the Miopha sect. Do you intend to kill me? What of it? Who told you to bear the surname Liu? The middle-aged man lost interest in the conversation. Enough of this. Do not waste time. Attempting to restore your spiritual power is futile. I offer you two choices. Either allow me to plant a restriction upon you or face death. I choose the third option. With that, the female cultivator turned and headed towards a nearby cave, calling out, fellow cultivator, save me, and I shall repay you handsomely in the future. A dead friend is better than a poor one. A foundation-building initial stage cultivator could barely withstand 1 or 2 attacks. Once she dispelled the poison and restored her strength, she would avenge the fellow cultivator. How tiresome. He had merely come to the Jiang Kingdom to acquire a treasure. The timing and circumstances were quite low-key. Yet trouble had still come knocking. At this point, Li Xuanhuan realized there was no escaping. In a final attempt to salvage the situation, he called out, "No one is inside. Fellow cultivator, do not enter." Upon hearing this, the female cultivator's eyes lit up, and her steps quickened as she entered. As she turned the corner, their eyes met. Just as the female cultivator saw hope, her body suddenly collapsed, life extinguished, dead. Behind her, a top-tier magical flying dagger had struck her down. Xunyan, feeling compassion for the beautiful woman, could not bear to look. He unleashed a fireball technique, and the female cultivator vanished without a trace. Just then, the middle-aged man's voice echoed from the cave entrance. "Where is my corpse? I have yet to enjoy it." Fuming, he entered the cave, searching for the culprit. Upon rounding a corner, he laid eyes on Xunyan, whose elegance struck him like a bolt of lightning. Instantly, the middle-aged man's anger dissipated as he fixated on Xunyan, expressing his gratitude. "I must thank you, fellow cultivator." "Ah, no need." For a moment, Xunyan found himself at a loss. Was there to be no battle? The difference between a foundation-building initial stage and a mid-stage cultivator was but a minor realm. At that moment, the middle-aged man politely inquired, "What do you go by, fellow cultivator?" "Li, just Li. Li Neza, that's me." "Neza? A splendid name. It immediately conveys filial piety," the man commented, instantly supportive. Then, with a glint in his eye, he calculated, "Fellow cultivator, you have unwarrantedly destroyed my partner's corpse. Should you not compensate me with another? That seems to be the reasoning. How about becoming my partner?" Xunyan's mind slowly formed a question mark. A man atop a man. Is this not adding difficulty to difficulty? How absurd. The middle-aged man remained oblivious, pulling out 3 scrolls from his storage pouch. "I possess 3 volumes of the Jiayuan secret method for dual cultivation, if you understand." Xunyan's mouth twitched. He found it rather unappealing. You refuse me. Then you shall die." The middle-aged man's expression darkened in an instant, and he immediately prepared to attack. Sometimes, a corpse suffices. Xunyan sighed. To turn on a whim with no persistence, how utterly lacking. It seemed fighting was inevitable. His arm fell, twisting his wrist, and the cloud water banner transformed into a spear form. In the world of martial arts, possessing a moniker was of utmost importance. The name Li Neza was quite commendable. Thus, this spear would be named the Fiery Spear. As the top-tier magical flying dagger hurtled toward him, he deftly deflected it with his spear, redirecting its course. Following through, he unleashed a volley of fireball techniques, first, second, third, in rapid succession. Without concern for the middle-aged man's reaction, he commanded the wind, utilizing the wind god leg to swiftly close the distance. The middle-aged man's brows furrowed, an unsettling feeling creeping in. The individual, clearly in the early stages of foundation building, possesses an unexpectedly robust spiritual power, enabling him to unleash a series of fireball techniques. Daunted by this formidable spell, he evades with haste. Suddenly, Xunyan's figure appears beside him, brandishing a spear that ignites the air with flames. What is this? The middle-aged man is utterly perplexed. In the midst of his shock, the spear tip lunges toward his throat at an incomprehensible speed. There is no escaping it. Frantically, he resorts to his ultimate tactic, pleading for mercy. "Fellow cultivator, spare my younger brother. I am willing to serve as a slave, to bear a restriction." In an instant, the spear tip halts before his throat. The chilling yet searing aura emanating from it renders the middle-aged man immobile. Xunyan, gripping the rear of the spear, is unsurprised by the outcome of this duel. The spear technique, the 4th level, blazing spear technique, is equally formidable at the foundation building stage. It is essential to recognize that this originates from the martial arts of the celestial beings, a supreme skill among these martial fanatics. The spear tip flares with 3 flavors of true fire. As for the minor factions in the martial world, they must surely adhere to a strict code of conduct. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, a glimmer of insight flashes in Xunyan's eyes. "What value do you possess?" As the spear advances relentlessly, the middle-aged man, in a panic, quickly declares, "I have a secret." "What secret? Speak it." "The 6 sects of Tianluo Kingdom may invade Jiang Kingdom." "May?" The middle-aged man feels the spear tip pierce his skin, drawing forth a trickle of blood. He hastily adds, "I have evidence. My fellow disciples and I were sent by our sect to Jiang Kingdom to execute a chaotic mission. The one who perished earlier was a member of the Liu family from the Miao Fa sect." "The Liu family?" "Yes, indeed. The Liu family was the target chosen by our squad leader." "How do you communicate?" "In the storage." The man's eyes widen as he desperately clutches his throat, attempting to stem the flow of blood, but it is futile. His body collapses with a thud. The middle-aged man of the Qianhuan sect is dead. Such a swift response suggests there must be some trickery involved. Perhaps they had anticipated this outcome and memorized their answers in advance during their mission. Regardless, Li Xuanhuan has little faith in him. This place, having witnessed a duel, is no longer safe. He must depart swiftly. With both the Miao Fa sect and Qianhuan sect involved, who knows if they possess means to trace his aura? The fireball technique he employed leaves no trace on the middle-aged man's corpse. 2 storage bags soar forth, the scattered magical artifacts gathering around him. He then swiftly takes flight and vanishes. The act of killing and arson is of no concern to Li Xuanhuan. The following day, within an unremarkable small mountain, an ancient courtyard unexpectedly materializes. Inside, Li Xuanhuan indulges in wine, relishing the solitude. No one pursues him. This is splendid. He can now leisurely examine his spoils. Exceptional magical artifacts, spirit stones, and other commonplace items abound. Soon, he discovers what he had been searching for, a tome. 3rd level low-grade technique, Qianhuan Ju, incomplete. It can be cultivated to the stage of forming a Dan, with its primary effects focused on illusions and transformations. It contains a backdoor. So that is how it is. No wonder the previous female cultivator fell for it so easily. The Qianhuan sect is the most enigmatic among the 6 sects of the demonic path. The original text revealed little. Now, this technique has unveiled a layer of its mysteries. It seems they truly can transform in myriad ways, akin to the 72 transformations. He finds himself envious. Alas, it is a primary cultivation technique not suited for him. Moreover, the technique he acquired harbors a backdoor. While sorting through the remnants of the middle-aged man's belongings, he discovers another tome among the clutter. Trust between individuals appears to have resurfaced. Later that evening. Chapter 72. The Sky-Piercing Eagle? This object has a connection with me. Who in their right mind keeps a diary? Yet this middle-aged man from the Qianhuan sect does. On a certain day, today was uneventful. I listened to music with my fellow disciples at the gathering point. On another day, still uneventful, I continued to listen. One day, feeling bored, sometimes my fellow disciple transformed into a woman, at other times into a man, and I did the same. Male and female, female and male. A cacophony of confusion. Li Xuanhuan feels as though his eyes might be blinded. Good heavens. It turns out the technique's effect of myriad transformations is utilized here. It is unbearable, utterly intolerable. The mere thought of certain images compels him to wish to deliver them a swift end, restoring clarity to the world. With such thoughts, he neglects the details, seeking further information. For instance, what are these Qianhuan sect cultivators doing in Jiayuan Kingdom? Soon, his queries are answered. Just as the middle-aged man had stated, this small squad entered Jiayuan Kingdom to incite chaos and instigate internal strife. The diary records that their recent target is the Liu family of the Miao Fa sect, a foundation-building family renowned for their falconry and eagle training. The family head possesses late-stage foundation-building cultivation. Their strength is lacking, making them ideal prey. Moreover, they plan to pin the blame on other families within the Miao Fa sect, thereby provoking infighting. In truth, the squad is not only tasked with their sect's mission. They have also set their sights on a batch of newly laid beast eggs from the Liu family. Among them is a mutated eagle, nameless, with the potential to reach level 5, that is, a Dan-forming beast. For Dan-forming cultivators, it is laborious and unworthy of the effort, hindering their cultivation. However, for foundation-building cultivators, it is just right. The squad leader has taken a liking to it, intending to seize it opportunistically. Upon reaching this realization, Li Xuanhuan's expression shifts. It appears the invasion of the demonic path has been set in motion much earlier than anticipated. It makes sense, if they were not subtly boiling the frog. Even if the demonic path concealed itself well, Jiayuan Kingdom should have already detected the signs. Not to mention, as depicted in the original text, swiftly annihilating the nation in a short time is out of the question. This cannot be allowed. While the grand scheme remains unchanged, the fate of this squad can be altered. They must be dealt with. As he contemplates this, Li Xuanhuan's thoughts shift to that eagle. Is it not fortuitous? He, too, is in the foundation-building stage and just so happens to be in need of a suitable spirit companion. Treasures are destined for those with affinity. His arrival in Jiayuan Kingdom, coinciding with such events, indicates he is indeed that fated individual. He resolves to make a decision contrary to his initial intentions. Before departing, he must find a way to strike at them. Intelligence is paramount. Within the middle-aged man's diary, Li Xuanhuan uncovers some valuable information. The squad gathers at Biluo Mountain. On the 1st and 15th of each month, they convene there to exchange intelligence. This particular squad comprises 10 members, with cultivation levels ranging from early to late foundation building. Only the squad leader possesses peak foundation building cultivation. Li Xuanhuan furrows his brow. The situation becomes somewhat precarious. He has never faced a peak foundation building cultivator and has no desire to attempt it. The good news is that the squad leader has fixated on the Liu family's eagle, having kept a watchful eye on the family's perimeter for several days now. In other words, he has separated from his team. This separation is fortuitous. He will spare the squad leader's life for now. There will be another opportunity. Tomorrow is the 15th. There is no time to waste. He must leave now. Li Xuanhuan stows away his compressed cave dwelling and takes flight. In midair, he did not forget to exchange for 2 pieces of equipment. Second-tier exquisite magical artifact. Imitation wind and fire wheel. Dual purpose for combat and flight, significantly accelerating evasion speed. Second-tier exquisite magical artifact, gold brick. Infused with a touch of gold essence, incredibly hard. With these in hand, he possessed the firepoint spear, the wind and fire wheel, and the gold brick. He was known as Li Neza. On the 15th day of the 8th month, at Biluo Mountain, Li Xuanhuan fell not far from the mountain's edge, remaining silent. An array enveloped the peak of Biluo Mountain. Its level unknown. Judging by its appearance, it seemed to be a mid-tier second-tier array. How vexing. The middle-aged man had said nothing. Fortunately, he was no ordinary individual. Thousand Illusion Mask, a myriad of transformations, obtained from the forbidden area, it proved useful at this moment. Since a frontal assault was inadvisable, he decided to take a stealthy approach. It was said that the disciples of the Thousand Illusion sect excelled in transformation and illusion. He could do the same. After all, who couldn't master a myriad of changes? Transforming himself into the appearance of the middle-aged man, he approached the array. Just then, a melodious female voice reached his ears. "Junior brother, why have you only just arrived? Your senior sister has missed you dearly." Following the sound, Li Xuanhuan beheld a stunning beauty smiling at him. Upon noticing him, the beauty playfully blushed, lightly swatting the air, and exclaimed, "You rascal." After that, she turned and stepped into the array, vanishing from sight. Clearly, the basic standards of the Thousand Illusion sect were quite high. Even among fellow disciples, they would not lead others into the array. The question arose, how would he enter? Li Xuanhuan retrieved a talisman that appeared to be a communication talisman but was, in fact, a breaking array talisman. Its effectiveness was quite satisfactory. With a single step, he disappeared from outside the array. Upon entering, a beautiful woman stood before him, her smile enchanting. Li Xuanhuan scanned his surroundings, finding no gathering of people, only distant houses. Was the middle-aged man deceiving him again? Just as he pondered this, the beauty playfully chided, "Stop looking. The other disciples have already engaged in dual cultivation." "Ah, yes," Li Xuanhuan responded, silently following the beauty towards a soundproof house. This was evidently the method by which the disciples of the Thousand Illusion sect exchanged information. He inwardly exclaimed his confusion, yet felt profoundly shocked. "We have arrived. Hurry up, junior brother. Your senior sister can hardly wait," she urged. Li Xuanhuan maintained a composed expression and agreed without hesitation. The beauty, not indulging his thoughts, turned around, leaning against the wall. "What position do you prefer this time? Is this good?" "Quite good," he replied. Sensing her proximity, the beauty's smile brightened, but then it froze. Bang! Her body collapsed to the ground. Behind her, Li Xuanhuan raised his right hand, holding a golden brick aloft, a look of satisfaction on his face, finally feeling a sense of relief. With a sudden inspiration, he turned her body over. Truly, a beautiful woman. Such a pity. A fireball technique sent her back to the earth. Moments later, in another soundproof room, a man and a woman were engaged in a game of hide-and-seek. The man, obscured by a magical veil, fumbled about with his hands. In a corner, a woman stifled her laughter, unable to contain her amusement. Suddenly, a door appeared, and the illusion of the beauty Li Xuanhuan had transformed into materialized within the room. Both parties were taken aback. Li Xuanhuan chuckled awkwardly. "Forgive the intrusion. I seem to have entered the wrong room." As he turned to leave, he heard the woman sternly say, "How can you just come and go as you please?" Had he been discovered? Li Xuanhuan silently prepared for a confrontation. "Senior sister, why not stay and play together?" he suggested, grinning. "That wouldn't be appropriate. Heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know, no one else will find out, so rest assured." As she spoke, the woman turned her cold gaze to the only man in the room, scolding, "Junior brother, why aren't you donning your veil?" Naturally, the man was thrilled and obediently complied, fumbling about in the dark. Bang! What was that sound? "Oh, I accidentally bumped into something." "Ha ha, senior sister, you've been tricked. I found you." The man excitedly rushed forward, embracing a woman. He lifted the veil, screaming in shock. Chapter 73. It's him, the fire-spitting kid. In the soundproof room, a man clung to a woman with a messy hairdo, crying out, "Senior sister, let go." He tried to shake her off, but for some reason, he could not. His hands were firmly grasping her clothing. In a panic, he searched for another senior sister in the room. "Are you looking for me?" A gentle voice suddenly came from behind. He turned around abruptly, and before he could see clearly, a flash of gold filled his vision, growing larger until it encompassed everything. Bang! The man's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground, still clutching the senior sister's clothing. Li Xuanhuan observed the two sprawled on the floor, remarking, "Such devotion. Even in death, truly touching." A fireball technique was sent their way as a parting gift. After collecting his spoils, Li Xuanhuan gazed at the gold brick, clicking his tongue in admiration. What a treasure, albeit a bit bloody. Handle with care. This time, he decided to let it be. In the darkness, Li Xuanhuan utilized the breaking array talisman and the gold brick, killing silently. Yet, when one walks a dark path often, they will inevitably encounter phantoms. Between the two houses, a man questioned, "Li Junior brother, why are you wandering about instead of exchanging information inside?" Li Xuanhuan paused, quickly responding, "The night is pleasant. I thought I would take a stroll." "Ah, yes, indeed," the man agreed, then suddenly called out loudly, "You are not my junior brother. Your surname is not Li." With his shout, the lights of various houses flickered on. Li Xuanhuan facepalmed, realizing he had been caught off guard. These cultivators were rather astute. Just then, a flash of array spiritual light struck towards him like lightning. Li Xuanhuan's eyelids twitched, and he immediately leaped back. Misunderstanding. A saying of mortals came to mind. Do not engage in battle within another's array. As the breaking array talisman glimmered, a spatial passage materialized, and he stepped through. 3 more flashes of array spiritual light struck, but found only emptiness. "Brother Ian, what should we do?" Inside the array, for individuals clustered around a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, who was merely a step away from reaching the late stage. Brother Ian's gaze sharpened upon realizing that Li Xuanhuan was merely a beginner foundation establishment cultivator, causing him to seethe with indignation. He had never imagined that a disciple of the esteemed Thousand Illusion sect could be ambushed by a mere beginner foundation establishment cultivator. Such humiliation was unfathomable. In the cultivation world, strength was paramount. Considering the earlier ambush, it was clear that Li Xuanhuan was weak in direct combat. Without a doubt, he could be killed. He declared coldly, "Once I exit the array and eliminate him, it will be revenge for my junior brothers." With that, he soared towards Li Xuanhuan's figure, prepared to retreat into the array at a moment's notice. The remaining junior brothers regained their confidence, cheering, "Brother Ian, how valiant." In truth, Li Xuanhuan had another reason for leaving the array, to surround Wei and rescue Zhao. The Zhao in question was not from the Liu family, but rather the Liu family's eagle. Reinforcements were undoubtedly the Peak Foundation establishment team leader. He could not allow the enemy to prevail. In the event that the adversary succeeds and escapes, where in this vast world will he find a new spirit beast? Thus, the home at Biluoshan shall be entrusted to the captain for protection, while he shall retrieve the spirit beast egg. Just then, a voice resonated from behind, filled with authority, declaring, "Thief, do not flee." What? How dare they emerge from the formation? Do they look down upon him? He, Linaza, is formidable indeed. Without granting the opponent a chance to argue, he resolved to demonstrate his prowess. With a mere thought, a wheel of wind and fire manifested beneath his feet, quickening his pace, creating afterimages in midair. A flash of a spear's tip, accompanied by a burst of flames, declared, "You shall perish." Within the formation, the disciples of Brother Ian widened their eyes in astonishment. They witnessed someone unleash a torrent of fire from their mouth, causing Brother Ian to vanish in an instant. Dead. What manner of sorcery is this? Who possesses the ability to exhale flames? The disciples held their breath, too intimidated to speak. Even outside the formation, Li Xuanhuan silently collected Brother Yin's belongings. However, upon noticing the cultivator's glance towards the formation, panic surged within them. They could no longer contain themselves and rushed to summon the captain. Li Xuanhuan observed the communication talisman departing, powerless to intervene, nor did he wish to. He departed, leaving the subsequent events in the hands of the little captain. Meanwhile, at Liu Family Mountain, on the small peak outside, Captain Songqi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing dejectedly at the Liu family's formation. 3 months had passed. Would they not make a move? The Liu family was exceedingly cautious. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to take risks and entered the formation. Half a day later, he donned the guise of a Liu family servant and infiltrated the ranks. His progress was remarkably smooth, leading him into the spirit beast garden. Equally fortunate, he soon discovered the coveted egg, acquiring it without exertion. Just as a smug grin began to form on his lips, the formation trembled. Almost instantaneously, the Liu family's second-tier elite formation activated. 7 foundational cultivators, including the sole late-stage foundational master of the Liu family, surrounded Song Qi from all sides. Caught in a trap? Song Qi's expression darkened, his brows knitting together as he asserted, "You did this on purpose?" The Liu family master retorted, "Friend, you have been watching my Liu family for 3 months. Do you truly think we are unwise? Humph, enough of the idle chatter. What will you do now? Why not allow me to plant a restriction? I promise not to harm your life." "Huh, you expect me to be your lapdog?" A flicker of frustration crossed Song Qi's eyes as he produced an item from his hand and hurled it. A tremor talisman. At the cries of alarm from the Liu family's foundational cultivators, the very earth trembled, the terrain at the formation's edge collapsing in chaos. In the ensuing turmoil, a breach appeared in the formation. Seizing the opportunity, Song Qi escaped, his voice echoing back, "This matter is far from over." Inside the formation, the Liu family elders wore anxious expressions, eager to reclaim the spirit beast egg. "No need," the family master raised a hand to halt them. "What? Is my word no longer valid?" "Indeed. They are peak foundational cultivators. Without the protection of the formation, what can you do against them?" The elders, disheartened, began to depart. The Liu family master gazed at the breach in the formation, his hand brushing over his spirit beast pouch, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. "So it is. The entire Miopha sect will know that my Liu family's demon beast has been stolen. Thus, should fortune favor my Liu family in a century, we may acquire a foundational demon beast, elevating us to a foundational family." On the other side, after inspecting the spirit beast egg, Song Qi could not suppress a smile. The rumors were true. It indeed possessed potential for foundational advancement. At that moment, a communication talisman descended from the sky, landing before him. "Brother Liu, come quickly. We are under attack by thieves. 5 of our brothers have perished." Song Qi's first reaction was that someone aimed to harm him. Such a coincidence could not be. Then he heard that the intruders were of early foundational cultivation. Could it be some genius from the Miopha sect? Given the stakes involved with the sect's mission, he dared not delay and swiftly summoned his sword to return. With the speed of peak foundational cultivation, it was not long before Song Qi arrived at Biluoshan. Just as he entered the formation, Li Xuanhuan arrived outside, calling out a challenge. It was a summons for their captain to return promptly. This marked his 9th attempt. During the same time frame, Song Qi caught sight of Li Xuanhuan through the formation. His disciples pointed and whispered, "It's him, the fire-spitting brat." Fire-spitting brat? Song Qi's blood pressure surged as he glared. Useless. Relying on his cultivation, he leapt forth, aiming for Li Xuanhuan's head. The moment he stepped out of the formation, Li Xuanhuan noticed him. The wheel of wind and fire accelerated, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Song Qi pursued, tracking the aura, only to suddenly find it vanishing around a corner. Damn it, what was that fiery wheel? Why is its speed so astonishing? And why did the aura disappear? He was left in shock. Unbeknownst to him, a cloud floated above him. Upon returning to Biluoshan, he learned that the fire-spitting brat had already turned back once. This is too much. Song Qi resolved to hide within the formation, waiting patiently for his quarry. "Let us see how you escape now." Humph. Chapter 74, a level 5 beast egg? The winds howled. Above the clouds, Li Xuanhuan chuckled. So what if they are peak foundational cultivators? He may not be able to defeat them, but he could certainly employ a stratagem. The scales of justice, forever a deity. With his gaze returning, a clever idea struck him. He transformed into Song Qi's likeness. Thus, it would be his turn to steal the egg. A day later, he appeared at the outskirts of Liu Family Mountain, where several individuals were engaged in repairing the terrain. This bewildered him, yet he felt fortunate. Fortune smiles upon me. He incapacitated a solitary Liu family servant, adopting their appearance and blending into the group. Pretending to work, he completed the task and returned. As night descended, he stealthily approached the spirit beast garden and easily located a spirit beast egg. The process was so smooth, with no hint of resistance. He did not understand but admired the Liu family's approach. Even more surprising was that this mutated egg clearly held the potential to reach foundational cultivation. Good heavens, am I being deceived? Regardless, I'll make my exit. Just then, the Liu family master arrived for the 18th time to check on the spirit beast egg. The spirit beast garden was the Liu family's prime location, exceedingly suitable for beast hatching. Otherwise, he would have long since chosen another spot. As a result, he beheld the egg thief. Halt. Upon hearing this, the thief hastened even more. With late-stage foundational cultivation, augmented by the formation, the Liu family master was undeniably a force to be reckoned with. The only recourse was to rely on the wind god leg and wind manipulation technique to evade. He retrieved a talisman, a formation-breaking talisman, preparing to use it. Another tremor talisman. Again, Li Xuanhuan, struck by inspiration, casually tossed out a chi refinement talisman. Amidst the explosion and the surging spiritual energy, he activated the formation-breaking talisman, and in the next instant, his figure emerged at the breach in the formation. Still in the guise of Song Qi, the last sight the Liu family master beheld was this visage, and fury surged within him. All day I hunt geese, only to be pecked in the eye by one. Unexpectedly, the servant has stolen the egg once more, leaving the hope of the Jiayuan family utterly shattered. Yet, there is no reason to inform the public about this calamity. My heart bleeds at the thought. Meanwhile, Li Xuanhuan, who has departed, dares not to pause for a moment. Making his way swiftly towards the secret valley of the Qinshuan mountain range, he is preparing to flee. There are no discernible changes compared to the previous days, as if the deaths of the two that night had not stirred a single ripple. Upon arriving at the cave, he surveys the surroundings for a brief moment. It is suitable, though devoid of spiritual veins. The size is just right for arranging the formation. Once again, he expresses gratitude to Jiayuan. With a sweep of his storage bag, the components for the long-distance teleportation array appear in his hands. Following the instructions, he finds 8 octagonal, unknown stones resembling white jade, layered in concentric circles like a mysterious compass. This is the long-distance teleportation array. But that is not all. He has also placed a protective formation around the teleportation array. Third-tier low-grade formation, Qingshan formation, primary illusion formation, secondary defense. The Qingshan formation rises, perfectly concealing the cave, as if it were a natural cliff. Finally, he retrieves a high-grade spirit stone from his storage bag and embeds it into the formation, sufficient for daily use over 5 years. Li Xuanhuan eagerly anticipates the arrival of a fated individual. The demonic invasion and border blockade? Apologies, but there is a workaround. As for the teleportation array, naturally, it operates on a pay-per-use basis. No funds, no teleportation. Just as he steps into the formation and prepares to teleport to the Yue Kingdom, he blinks and realizes he is not tidied up completely. At Biluo Mountain, Song Qi has been waiting for over 10 days. He can no longer sit still. Having just obtained the spirit beast egg, he is itching to hatch it as soon as possible. Spirit beasts possess combat powers that surpass those of their peers, but their growth is notably slow. Lacking external assistance, he can only rely on time to cultivate it. The sooner he nurtures it, the sooner it can progress. Otherwise, when will the spirit beast reach the foundation building stage? Perfectly, the Liu family market has relevant items. With this thought, he acts promptly. Before leaving, he reassures his junior brothers, promising to return shortly, barring unforeseen circumstances, at most half a day. Naturally, the 4 junior brothers dare not oppose him. Their weaker cultivation is not an excuse. The fact that their senior brother has protected them for over 10 days is already a testament to his loyalty. They believe that with the formation to fend off the fire-breathing child, they will have no trouble holding out until their senior brother returns. Soon, Song Qi departs from Biluo Mountain and boldly enters the Liu family market below the mountain. The egg thief was a servant. What connection does he have with Liu? Yet, why do the gazes of those around him seem so peculiar? It is baffling. Before long, he retreats hastily, fleeing from the market. However, without the earth-shattering talisman, he cannot exit the formation and can only evade. Ultimately, he is surrounded by the Liu family's foundation-building elders. Confusion still lingers on his face. He shouts in public, attempting to rally the scattered cultivators present. What does the Liu family intend to do? Why bully us scattered cultivators without cause? Are you intent on murder and plunder? How amusing. As his words fall, a young woman steps forward, followed closely by the head of the Liu family. He gazes at Song Qi with hatred, wishing nothing more than to drink his blood and eat his flesh. As the hope of the Liu family's rise has vanished, he bows deeply to the woman, addressing her as Master Miaoyin, and accuses, "This is the scoundrel who stole from my Liu family, a tribute for the master." Song Qi falls silent. A wave of oppressive aura washes over him, rendering him immobile. Master Miaoyin, a Jiayuan cultivator? What trouble has he caused? Without further thought, he sensibly presents the spirit beast pouch and pleads, "Please spare me, senior." Master Miaoyin's consciousness probes the pouch and indeed finds a spirit beast egg with a hint of Jiayuan potential. Excellent. She sets her sights on it, for she is the last to reach Jiayuan and the weakest among them. As for Song Qi, this person is under your jurisdiction, Liu family head. With those words, Master Miaoyin ascends into the air. In contrast, Song Qi spits blood and collapses to the ground, his century of cultivation obliterated. His face reflects a sense of despair. The Liu family head shows no interest in him either. He is cast into the cesspool. Regardless, the spirit beast egg cannot be retrieved. This individual will serve as fertilizer. A meager means to alleviate the pent-up frustration within him. Above Biluo Mountain, Li Xuanhuan patiently sits for 3 days, only to find that Song Qi shows no intention of emerging. Has he truly taken refuge within? Suddenly, a figure emerges from the formation. He scans the surroundings with his consciousness, finding nothing amiss, and breathes a sigh of relief. With his sword drawn, he prepares to leave, feeling a sense of unease. It seems the captain has encountered trouble. He must save himself. In the next moment, he falters, blood spilling from his mouth. Looking down, he sees a spear piercing through his chest, flames dancing upon its tip. The fire spike spear? It is the fire-breathing child. A thought flashes through his mind. And then everything fades to black. He is dead. Behind him, Li Xuanhuan wields the fire spike spear, standing upon the wind and fire wheel, executing his actions soundlessly. He calmly slaughters, sets fires, and collects storage bags, all while being prepared to flee at any moment. Yet, no one appears. Could it be that the captain is absent? He is disinclined to engage in a game of hide-and-seek. Using a formation-breaking talisman, he enters the formation, disguising himself as Song Qi. Upon entering the formation, he hears, "Brother, you have returned." Returned? Thank goodness you are back, otherwise. Li Xuanhuan realizes that Song Qi is not present. There is nothing to discuss. Killing is the only solution. The process is succinct, brutal, and straightforward. The golden bricks are remarkably effective. Reflecting on his journey through the Jiang kingdom, the treasures of Jishuan, and the 5th-tier demon beast egg of the puny Tianjiao, he casually eliminates a group of disciples from the Qianwan sect. A perfect conclusion. Thus, he can return to Huangfeng Valley. A moment later, at the cave in Qinshuan Mountain, the teleportation array activates. Teleport. With those words, Li Xuanhuan's figure vanishes. Holding the great transference order, he feels no particular sensation. After a few seconds, the world brightens, and he finds himself beneath the spirit stone mine outside Yue City. He surveys his surroundings. There is no one, and nothing has changed. Everything is as it was before his departure. He does not linger, exiting the formation and immediately heading back to Huangfeng Valley. Nie Ying and Chen Xiaoqian, his 2 junior sisters, along with Lei Wankai and Nie Shenyang, await him. To say the least, the sect has begun to resemble a home. Similarly, it remains one of the few places where he feels secure. Turmoil brews in the Yue Kingdom. Chapter 75. The Little Earth Sha Cloud Restriction Law Fong Han, over here. I told you, my name is not Fong Han. Very well, Fong Han. At the spiritual beast garden on the mountainside of Yuling Mountain, Fong Minghan snorts coldly, no longer engaging with the other Qi refinement disciples. His expression is serious as he diligently brushes the mane of the little red horse. Out of the corner of his eye, he glances at the others in the corner. Some are professionally tending to the feathers of the cloud cranes, yet they gaze enviously at him and his little red horse. Happiness is often derived from comparison. Some do not even possess the qualification to be teased, let alone raise horses for Master Li. To this day, he understands his father's words. Better to be a horse servant than a scattered cultivator. He realizes now that he was too naive back then. At this moment, a fragrant aroma enveloped the air. Suddenly, a silhouette darted across the sky. It was Master Li returning. Have you noticed how much more graceful Master Li's sword-bearing posture has become? Your statement is flawed, Fong Han replied earnestly, as the gazes of the crowd turned toward him. He naturally added, even without wielding a sword, Master Li is remarkably handsome. Draped in a burlap sack, he remains the most beautiful person in Huangfeng Valley. The others widened their eyes, implying, you, who appear aloof, have learned to flatter? Indeed, training horses seem to have honed his skills and charm. Nevertheless, on the surface, they all nodded in agreement, acknowledging that not only is he the most beautiful in Huangfeng Valley, but also the most renowned beauty in the kingdom of Yue. A title well-deserved. What you say reflects my innermost thoughts. The discussion among peers continued around him, while Fong Minghan discreetly gazed toward the horizon, just in time to catch sight of the departing figure. In his eyes shone an intense longing for strength. He yearned for power, not for himself, but to quietly set a modest goal for Li Xuanhuan. 2 years to reach the mid-foundation stage, 3 years for the late foundation stage, and 10 years to attain the golden core. With these aspirations, he could advance further. What of being a horse attendant? How could caring for horses for a golden core cultivator be labeled as such? A more fitting title would be horsekeeper. As for his own cultivation, it was feasible, but progress was slow. How could it compare to gaining strength through association? The kingdom of Yue is vast, spanning over 20 million square kilometers and presenting a rectangular shape. With Yuejing at its center, Huangfeng Valley lies in the upper left, precisely at the farthest edge. Given the speed of golden core cultivators, how long would it take? Li Xuanhuan could not say, yet he himself had completed the journey in just 7 days. Not too shabby after all. Clouds are still clouds. and climbing them is not a slow endeavor. Outside the Jiayuan mountain range, he switched to a divine wind boat, passing through the southern heaven gate and entering Huangfeng Valley. Upon his arrival, inhaling the first breath of the day's spiritual energy, he noted the density remained impressively high, undeniably authentic. A wave of comfort washed over him. In the blood-soaked forbidden land, and during his journey in the kingdom of Jiang, he had treaded cautiously, not daring to waste a single moment. 3 months had passed, yet it felt like 3 years. Fortunately, the rewards were plentiful. He had gained entry into the dragon god art and acquired the heavenly eye-consciousness technique. Entering the phase of automatic cultivation. The 2 major cultivation goals he had set before departing were successfully achieved. Were he to rely on the Master's cauldron, merely 1,000-year spirit herb would take 70 days to mature, over 2 months. The corresponding 2,000-year spirit herb would take even longer. When could he truly take flight? Thankfully, he possessed an astute financial mindset. On this journey, beyond the 2 principal cultivation techniques, he also traded for numerous spells, magical artifacts, and other treasures. Coupled with the remaining foundation pills and various spiritual seeds, he had amassed a luxurious wealth, rightfully earning the title of a core disciple. To deny it would provoke envy from others. Indeed, some items, such as techniques, longevity, and 4th-tier ancient treasures, would make even golden core cultivators green with envy. It is no wonder he hurried to empower himself. In the mortal realm, lacking cultivation and combat prowess offered him no sense of security. With the invasion of demonic forces as a backdrop, chaos loomed over the realms, and the grand struggle of the human world was about to unfold. One could never predict whether tomorrow or misfortune would arrive first. After this expedition, his foundation had been solidified, granting him a semblance of security. Yet, it was still insufficient. Cultivation remained the essence of everything. Now, with his spirit, energy, and vitality firmly established, he could cultivate methodically without the need to venture outside. Thus, he would plunge deeply into seclusion, aiming to reach the late foundation stage before the spirit beasts of Mount Ling were discovered. If all went well, as his thoughts flowed, he tread quietly, bypassing the sect's inner sanctum, returning to the peak of Yuling Mountain, and entering the Li Garden. According to the scholars, upon returning to the sect, one should first pay respects to the master. He had also prepared small surprises for both his master and mistress. However, scholars held another perspective. Courtesy dictates that one should first shed the dust of travel, for appearing disheveled is inappropriate. While he did not bathe or change, organizing the treasures he had obtained was certainly acceptable. First, there was the spirit beast garden. A spirit beast egg had been placed at the peak, where a spiritual vein node would facilitate its hatching. Other methods would follow later. For instance, the growth flow of celestial beasts could not begin from the egg. Next came the spirit plant garden. The main herbs for foundation pills obtained from the blood-soaked forbidden land, rare blooms, the essence pills acquired through trade, and foundation pill seeds. All were meticulously sown. Using the gestation technique, he encouraged the seeds to sprout. With the magical techniques of the spirit planter, he finally watered them with the diluted spiritual water from the Master's cauldron, prompting the seedlings to flourish, gaining the equivalent of 6 months to a year of growth. He clapped his hands, satisfied. All that remained was to await the harvest and the ensuing prosperity. Cultivating was indeed a humble affair. Speaking of cultivation, there was yet another matter. He turned and exited the spirit plant garden. Moments later, he arrived at the plum garden. After a flurry of activity, he achieved the desired outcome. In front of him, at the southeastern corner of the plum garden, a vine had climbed, a purple jade grapevine obtained from the blood-soaked forbidden land. Li Xuanhuan examined it, weighing its merits. Even golden core cultivators praised its exquisite flavor, and he felt a twinge of desire. Finally, he settled beneath a pavilion, probing the lake's depths with his consciousness. Predictably, the 3-headed mystic serpent remained as an egg. Quite normal, as higher-tier demon beasts take longer to be born. It seemed his 3-edged blade would need to wait a little longer. During his dealings in the kingdom of Jiang, interrupted by the antics of the Thousand Illusions sect, and later preoccupied with retrieving the egg and vanquishing foes, he had not been able to acquire the transformation secret technique. Now, back in the sect, the timing was just right. Activating the balance scale, he placed a bid for the profound, true scripture. Upon acquisition, he received the 5th-tier lower-grade secret technique, minor earth fiend cloud sealing method. A smile crept upon Li Xuanhuan's lips. Merely the term earth fiend made him feel as if he had struck treasure. According to the additional information provided by the scale, among mortals, below celestial artifacts, there are magical artifacts, precious treasures, ancient treasures, spiritual instruments, and spiritual treasures. Their ranks and powers are not clearly defined. However, In the myriad realms, they are uniformly referred to as magical artifacts. The rank of a magical artifact is determined by the restrictions within it. The most basic restrictions are ordinary spell restrictions, such as sharpness or hardness spells. Based on the number of restrictions, they are classified as middle or lower grade magical artifacts. 108 spell restrictions combine to form a minor Earth Fiend restriction. Those possessing this are upper grade magical artifacts. 72 minor Earth Fiends form a minor Heavenly Fiend restriction. Those with this are top grade magical artifacts. 36 minor Heavenly Fiend restrictions reaching perfection elevate the top grade magical artifact into a precious treasure, suitable for the use of immortals, roughly comparable to celestial artifacts among mortals. The minor Earth Fiend cloud sealing method he had traded for was a refining method for upper grade magical artifacts. This method is not a universal refining technique, but provides a mold for the corresponding refining method of his three-edged blade. One only needs to insert the appropriate spiritual materials, impose the corresponding restrictions, and shape it properly to achieve successful refinement. Subsequently, additional spiritual materials can be added for autonomous upgrades, with an upper limit of minor Earth Fiend perfection, thus becoming the weakest top-grade magical artifact. Li Xuanhuan stroked his chin, pondering whether it might equate to the legendary treasures of the heavens. It was difficult to ascertain. This was indeed a challenging evaluation. Chapter 76. Lei Wankong. Have I not seen enough? Very well, then, are there no upgradable magical artifacts? Beginning from inferior grade magical tools? According to the information from the scales, the forging of the three-pointed, two-edged blade could commence with ordinary magical restrictions. The requirements for the primary materials were significantly lowered. At the very least, a level 1 demon beast, the three-headed shin snake, would suffice. This was quite humane. Li Xuanhuan greatly appreciated the exhilaration of upgrading from a position of weakness. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Did Spirit Beast Mountain harbor higher-grade three-headed shin snakes? Perhaps those in the core formation stage? Surely, there must be, as Zhongcheng had already attained the foundation establishment stage in demon beast form. How could the Zhong family's ancestors not have reached that level? Perhaps they were on the verge of yuaning. What grade would correspond to the three-pointed, two-edged blade? Would it be an ancient treasure that could be housed within one's body? With this in mind, Li Xuanhuan silently made a note of Spirit Beast Mountain. Time. Hasten your passage. Though the state of Yue was vast, it could not accommodate the likes of Spirit Beast Mountain, a mere pawn. On the following day, Li Xuanhuan donned his everyday attire and arrived at the entrance of Leiyin Cave. Master, your disciple Xuanhuan, he announced. Come in. Lei Wankong interrupted before he could finish, evidently having sensed his arrival. Yes, master. As Li Xuanhuan stepped through the threshold, he instantly found himself in Hundred Flower Valley. He looked up to see both Lei Wankong and Mistress Nia gazing at him. Master stood with one hand behind his back, maintaining his dignified demeanor, as well as his robust build. He scrutinized Li Xuanhuan from head to toe, nodding slightly. Not bad. Your presence is still commendable, resembling a fraction of your master's past. For a moment, Li Xuanhuan was at a loss for words, with only one thought lingering in his mind. Master. As long as you are happy. Beside them, Mistress Nia cast a disapproving glance at Lei Wankong, chastising him for his unrefined demeanor. She then turned her attention to Li Xuanhuan, a flicker of compassion shining in her eyes. She was aware of the ordeal he had faced with the Black Shaman sect and the Emperor of Yue. The thought of her disciple being coerced into servitude at the tender age of 12 surely brought him immense suffering. This must have compelled him to take risks in his quest for vengeance as soon as he had established his foundation. Unable to contain her concern, she shot another reproachful look at Lei Wankong, realizing that her disciple would have to strive for himself, as master was unreliable. Xuanhuan, you must have endured great hardships. Haven to you? Li Xuanhuan hesitated, and the polite words he had prepared turned into, Mistress, the sect is truly a blessing. This was as good as an admission. Mistress Nia displayed an expression of already knowing, launching into a tirade against the Black Shaman sect as she guided Li Xuanhuan to sit in the pavilion. Lei Wankong, standing silently behind them, shook his head in silence. He felt he should not be present here, but rather outside the cave. After all, he had contributed to the matter concerning the Emperor of Yue. He slowly followed, listening to the exchanges between his partner and disciple. Mistress, I have sought out various rare flowers and fruits. In the future, this 100-flower valley will undoubtedly be authentic. How thoughtful. These are Tianxiang flower seeds and purple monkey flower seeds. Mistress Nian nodded appreciatively, lost in joy. Lei Wankong could no longer remain still. He hastily approached, asking, What flowers? Purple monkey flower. Do you realize this is a primary ingredient for the foundation establishment elixir? It is exceedingly precious. Isn't the purple monkey flower just a flower? Li Xuanhuan feigned an innocent blink, noticing his master's silence. He turned to Mistress Nya. Mistress, am I correct? Yes, yes, indeed, despite being merely a flower. I must store it well. It shall become a specialty of 100 Flower Valley. Mistress Nya was particularly pleased, appreciating her disciple's thoughtfulness. Upon observing Lei Wankong's silence, she jested, Xuanhuan, present any gifts you have, let your master behold them. Of course, Lei Wankong let out a cold snort, turning away in a feigned disinterest. Yet his ears perked up. Even he was curious about what treasures his eldest disciple had acquired during his travels. Mistress, this is a Rui robe. Barely reaching the level of a top-grade magical artifact, with decent defensive capabilities, and primarily, it can change styles at will. This is a Xunyan hairpin. The sequence of practical yet aesthetically pleasing magical artifacts brought smiles to Mistress Nya's face. Then, lowering his voice and adopting a mysterious tone, he said, Mistress, I possess a grand treasure. Mistress Nya played along, glancing around like a mortal, inquiring discreetly, what is it? A unique supplementary cultivation technique. The golden skin and jade bone technique. What makes it extraordinary? It can enhance beauty. Mistress Nya's eyes widened, and she immediately stood up, breathless as she asked, is that true? Absolutely true. Unexpectedly, Lei Wankong interjected with a sarcastic comment. What use is it if a technique is exceptional? It is clearly a body cultivation technique and not suitable for entry. Mistress Nya placed her hands on her hips, glaring at him. If you do not speak, no one will consider you mute. With this technique, what woman in the world wouldn't be tempted? I stand firm on this. Even if it requires effort, I will master it. To this, Li Xuanhuan interjected. Actually, it may not be necessary. Lei Wankong cast a sidelong glance, and amidst Mistress Nya's expectations, he continued. There exists a recipe called the 100-flower elixir, which can be concocted using various flowers to aid in cultivation. Before he could finish, Mistress Nya promptly snatched the recipe from him. When it came to beauty, she could hardly care about anything else. After a quick glance, she felt both excited and regretful. This was a special technique for alchemy, truly astonishing, but alas, it was limited to the chi refinement stage. At that moment, Lei Wankong, instead, shed tears of envy. He boldly retorted, be content. Being able to use it is already commendable. Unlike me, who, despite cultivating diligently, resembles a laborious old ox. After consuming a 500-year-old spirit herb, I've merely become plump, with slow progress. Li Xuanhuan smiled quietly, remaining silent. Everything transpired as anticipated. The golden skin and jade bone technique, suitable for the foundation establishment stage and beyond, was not appropriate for him to present. Suddenly, Mistress Nya's voice rang out, demanding, do you have any elixirs? She bore an expression that suggested she had seen through him. You, my child, must have a few elixirs, right? Just a recipe? Do you expect me to believe that? I do not. Li Xuanhuan's eyes widened in shock, as if he had just recognized Mistress Nya's true nature. He then stooped slightly, reluctantly producing a vial of elixirs, confessing, Mistress, your insight is unparalleled. In an instant, it was snatched away. Mistress Nya inhaled the scent, her smile widening uncontrollably as she murmured, indeed, 8 elixirs. All suitable for the chi refinement stage, but with longer-aged spirit herbs, more fitting for novice cultivators. Pausing, she looked at Li Xuanhuan with eager eyes. Is there more? No more, not a single drop left. Well, it makes sense. Your small fortuitous encounters are already an immense stroke of luck. As she finished her sentiment, she abruptly shifted the conversation, urging him to leave. Xuanhuan, if you have no further matters, you may depart. Mistress wishes to cultivate. She was impatient to enhance her beauty. Wait, Mistress, you've changed. You prefer people who approach from the front rather than those who retreat. Li Xuanhuan tried to say something further, but Lei Wankong would not grant him the opportunity, guiding him out of the cave. Outside the cave, he coughed lightly, casting a reproachful glance at him, inquiring, Xuanhuan, how has your master treated you? Very well. Then, Lei Wankong glanced around, whispering, did you not prepare anything special for your master, such as a magical robe? Or perhaps a recipe? Well, upon careful consideration, I have none. Think again. The air was arid, seemingly bearing the traces of thunderous magic. One individual grew anxious. Master, it appears to be genuine. Instantly, the atmosphere became clear and serene, with no disturbances unfolding. Master, this is the formula for the essence pill. Spirit rice? This substance can also be concocted into elixirs for consumption? A look of bewilderment and profound impact graced Lei Wankai's face. Li Xuanhuan wore a similar expression on the surface, yet inwardly calculated that what he had presented were all the elixirs he could offer. With his ice spirit root and foundation establishment cultivation, he could withstand the repercussions. The crux was that these items, such as the essence pill, would undoubtedly be cultivated on a large scale and could not remain concealed. Thus, it was prudent to present them openly, providing mortals with a breathtaking revelation from the heavens. Upon acquiring the spirit seeds, the master departed with great urgency. After more than 20 years of incessantly consuming spiritual herbs, who could endure such a fate? Not a scholar in the least. Li Xuanhuan quietly observed the master's departure. While the spirit rice was indeed exceptional, it required his unique techniques to solidify the seeds. Otherwise, their quality would diminish with each generation. The means of a spirit plant master were not yet ripe for demonstration. Though changing the world was enticing, his fragile frame could not bear such weight. At that moment, a voice resonated from behind, imbued with an alluring quality. Li Xuanhuan. Turning around, he was greeted by a woman standing atop a Xunyan magical artifact. Her skin was as flawless as snow, delicate to the touch. Her appearance was ethereal, and more astonishing was her unique aura, which imbued grace in every movement. A natural charm. For an ordinary person, such presence would likely leave them entranced and unable to maintain composure. Yet, Li Xuanhuan was different. Within his consciousness, a foundational essence continuously emanated a refreshing aura, keeping him ever alert. He bowed respectfully to the woman beside him, a Taoist in red holding a floating dust whisk. I pay my respects to Master Hongfu. Master Hongfu nodded in acknowledgement and then turned her gaze to the woman, saying, Xiener, why have you not yet paid your respects? Indeed, it was she, Dong Xiener, of uncertain lineage. I have met my senior brother and junior sister. After a formal greeting between the two, Dong Xiener maintained an outwardly proper demeanor, though her peripheral vision frequently scrutinized Li Xuanhuan. Was this the most beautiful maiden of Huangfeng Valley? No. She was the foremost among the three beauties of Huangfeng Valley, Li Xuanhuan himself. How vexing. Were it not for the master's influence, she too would have been among them. In terms of allure, she had never been outdone. Hongfu was unaware of Dong Xiener's inner thoughts. She had recently brought Xiener from the Dong family, intending to keep her close for guidance and cultivation. Her presence here was to inform Lei Wankai and the others of this development. Just as she was about to lead Dong Xiener into the Thundersound Cave, a thought struck her. Lei Wankai, Chen Yaoming, and the Nie family had agreed to hold a ceremony for Li Xuanhuan and Nie Ying, Chen Xiaoqian in 5 years. Reflecting on this, she couldn't help but impart wisdom to Li Xuanhuan. In the realm of cultivation, strength is paramount. Your talents are exceptional. Do not become enamored with beauty. Understood, Master Hongfu, Li Xuanhuan replied, somewhat perplexed, for he was indeed pursuing strength. The notion of two partners was to be one of mutual respect. Yet, he was not averse to presenting himself appropriately. Strength held precedence. Whatever his master decreed was to be accepted. Hongfu nodded, feeling she had fulfilled her obligations as a master, and led Dong Xiener into the Thundersound Cave. Upon arriving at 100 Flower Valley, Lei Wankai and Nie Sherngyang awaited her. The process of accepting disciples into the Golden Core stage was uniform, receiving gifts. After a minor ceremony of Dong Xiener's homage, Nie Sherngyang could not resist boasting. Master Hongfu, what do you think of this magical robe I wear? It changes styles at will, gifted to me by Xuanhuan. The beloved 100-flower pill and cultivation methods. She could not yet disclose. At this moment, on Yutian Mountain by the lakeside pavilion, two women sat side by side, one in a blue palace dress, breathtakingly beautiful, and the other in a yellow silk gown, exuding a cool elegance. Nie Ying and Chen Xiaoqian exchanged friendly compliments, resembling a pair of dear sisters. Senior sister Nie, you've reached the 10th level of Qi refinement, haven't you? At just 16, that is impressive. Likewise, junior sister Chen, you've attained the 9th level at 14. Truly remarkable. After this exchange, they shared a glance and burst into laughter. Suddenly, a wave of energy from the formation surged, prompting both to rise with eager anticipation. The crowned mysterious robe, indeed, it was their long-awaited beloved. Their eyes sparkled. Unable to contain their excitement, they soared towards Li Xuanhuan. Upon reaching him, they slightly composed themselves and bowed, greeting him. Greetings, senior brother. Greetings to both junior sisters. Afterward, Nie Ying and Chen Xiaoqian prepared to approach him for a private conversation. However, as they stepped forward, they unexpectedly found themselves face to face, exchanging glances. You go first. No, you go first. Li Xuanhuan observed them, suddenly struck by a peculiar sensation. Their bond seemed exceptionally strong. He felt like an unwitting third party in their dynamic. How could this be? If one cannot manage their own affairs, how could they hope to conquer the world? Such a situation with partners could lead to significant complications. In the next moment, Amidst their surprised exclamations, he embraced the waists of both women, drawing them beneath the pavilion. For a fleeting instant, soft warmth enveloped him, accompanied by an alluring fragrance. In light of Master Hongfu's guidance, he found a new resolution. Next time, indeed. In this moment, he also conceived a bold notion. With an air of mystery, Li Xuanhuan proclaimed, "Junior sisters, today we shall explore an intriguing tome." What tome? The Golden Lotus. Shortly thereafter, both women covered their eyes in shock, their cheeks flushed, whispering, "Senior brother, this book is improper." Li Xuanhuan, upon hearing this, immediately countered with righteous indignation. "Within the text lies a golden abode. You are being too superficial. In the path of cultivation, one must read. It cannot be solely about honing spiritual power, lest one become a fool. Then, let us select another." "Very well. Then we shall choose the 36 techniques of Dong Xuanzi." Laughter and playful banter filled the air. Today was one of leisure, a time for reading. Following this harmonious activity, the three engaged in open conversation, appearing intimately close. The triangular relationship was exceptionally stable. That night, a girl, a boy, and another girl reclined upon the roof, counting stars. "Senior brother, will you venture forth from the sect for adventures?" "No, I want tea." "That is wonderful. What plans do you have next?" Chun Xiao Qian's beautiful eyes fixed intently upon him, her small hand clenched tightly, genuinely concerned for his response. The look in her eyes seemed to suggest, "Would you like to enjoy music together?" Li Xuanhuan was momentarily speechless. Love struck at such a young age, devoid of a cultivation heart. Thus, he adopted a serious demeanor and deliberately chastised, "Do not dwell on frivolities. Focus on your cultivation. My partners must at least attain the golden core stage." The golden core? At that moment, even Yang turned her gaze towards him. Both were dual spirit roots, without any exceptional traits. The hope for achieving the golden core stage was not just slim, it was almost non-existent, at least in the realm of Yue, barring any unforeseen circumstances. As for the confusion of the two women, he offered no further explanation, for there was nothing he could elucidate. When he reached 50 and achieved the golden core, they would naturally understand. However, until then, he needed to encourage their cultivation. Seizing the opportunity, he began to distribute various gifts, including exquisite magical artifacts such as the Rui robe, the golden skin and jade bone technique, and the 100-flower pill for the chi refinement stage. Additionally, he presented new spirit rice seeds, suggesting that the inhabitants of Yuling Mountain switch to cultivating these, which would yield remarkable benefits for their cultivation practices. Originally, Niang, as the steward of Yuling Mountain, was supposed to respond, but unexpectedly, Chun Xiao Qian eagerly volunteered, "All right, senior brother." After examining the golden skin and jade bone technique, she instantly became enamored with it, realizing it could enhance her beauty. Even if she failed to reach the core formation stage, she believed she would not be despised by her senior brother. Suddenly, Niang realized something and inquired, "Senior brother, what will you do?" "Of course, I will focus on secluded cultivation. You all should also seize the time to establish your foundations." He paused and painted an enticing picture. "Once you establish your foundation, your lifespan will increase to 220 years, and your youth will remain eternal. When it comes to youth, no female cultivator is indifferent." The two nodded in agreement. Li Xuanhuan felt reassured as he gazed at the horizon, his thoughts drifting far away. It had been exactly 3 years since he joined Huangfeng Valley, and he was at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Therefore, he set a clear goal, to break through to the mid-foundation establishment stage within a year, and to achieve body cultivation and spiritual awareness foundation within 3 years. With this, he should be invincible among his peers. The traitor would inevitably be exposed, and the siege of Spirit Beast Mountain by the 6 major sects would undoubtedly occur. Time was running short for him. Chapter 78, Mid-Foundation Establishment at Yuling Mountain. In the alchemy chamber of Li Garden, a young man performed various gestures, directing them into the alchemical furnace before him. As he moved, various spirit herbs transformed into spirit liquid, merging and swirling together. With a gentle flick of his hand, a stream of spirit water precisely entered the furnace, intertwining with the spirit liquid within. Before long, glossy and round pills ascended from the furnace. A satisfied smile graced Li Xuanhuan's face as he delicately raised his hand, allowing the pills to fall into a porcelain bottle. With this bottle of jade blossom pills, I can break through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. After the last reading day event, he had devoted himself to cultivating. The arduous training was not overwhelming. Rather, it was merely a series of intricate processes, cultivating in the spirit plantation, practicing alchemy in the chamber, and consuming pills. This cycle continued. 3 months later, the moment for his breakthrough arrived. His last breakthrough had occurred approximately 3 years ago, completing 100 days of foundation establishment. In other words, it took him 3 years to progress from the initial to the mid-foundation establishment stage, half a year longer than the previous 2.5 years, in average cultivation speed. Stepping out of the alchemy chamber, the sunlight warmed his face, and Li Sunhuan stretched his body, feeling refreshed. A thought crossed his mind, and 3 sound transmission talismans flew in from outside the Li Garden formation. One of the talismans faintly emanated lightning, arriving ahead of the others. A smile tugged at the corner of Li Sunhuan's eye as he infused it with spiritual energy. As expected, it was from his master. Sunhuan, the first harvest of spirit rice has been collected, and the pills crafted from it have shown remarkable effects. Your master, mistress, and uncles have all praised them. However, how should this spirit rice be reseeded and replanted? The tone was somewhat urgent. Someone was anxious. It was evident that the spirit rice had yielded fantastic results, even attracting the attention of several core formation elders. Master, as for the method of reseeding, I am unsure. We could attempt to replant using the harvested spirit rice. He paused before continuing. Master, I still have a little spirit seed left. I will give it all to you. A twist of fate. Li Sunhuan could already envision his master's mixed expressions of urgency and joy upon hearing this. The sound transmission talisman flew away, leaving the other 2. One was from Jiayuan, informing him that the sect leader wished to discuss the spirit rice matter, aiming to expand its cultivation. The other was from Chun, saying, Senior brother, I hope you are well. The flowers we collected have been refined into 100 flower pills, and their effects are remarkable. They emit a unique fragrance. If you wish, well, I will follow your lead. Love struck. One must have ambition. In cultivating immortality, one should set grand goals. He sternly addressed the sound transmission talisman. Junior sister, come here. As for the leader's invitation, after responding to his master, he would naturally reply to the sect leader, Zhongling. The sect belonged to the core formation elders. The last sound transmission talisman was rather exquisite. To his surprise, it was from Dong Xianair. Senior brother, can Xianair come to play with you? Senior brother, can the 100 flower pills really make someone beautiful? I want to know. It was not surprising that Dong Xianair was aware of the 100 flower pills. It was within reason, yet still unexpected. The key question was whether Master Hongfu would allow Dong Xianair to come over. Surely, Master Wu Ti also be enamored with beauty and covet the 100 flower pills. Such a person did not seem likely. Moreover, what did she want to visit him for? To study? Senior brother has a divine book here. Would you like to see it? A certain image crossed his mind, and he quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. Master Hongfu treated him fairly well, considering Lei Wanha's influence, but he had not forgotten that she held an extreme disdain for handsome men. In any case, he would definitely entertain this next time. One must say, he was genuinely curious about what a natural charm felt like. Just then, the Li Garden formation opened, and Jiayuan and Chen Xiao Qian entered together. Senior brother, I hope you are well. Li Sunhuan brushed aside thoughts of Dong Xianair and beckoned the 2 sisters. Junior sisters, come with me inside. I have a new secret technique for us to study together. Jiayuan and Chen Xiao Qian exchanged a glance, shyly responding, All right, senior brother. That night, with the moon shining brightly and the stars sparse, Li Sunhuan entered the cultivation chamber alone. He swallowed a jade blossom pill. And due to the superiority of water-based alchemy, the pill was refined within an hour. His cultivation smoothly progressed, breaking through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. His spiritual energy became exceedingly robust. Judging by the cultivation index growth, he was 34 times stronger than contemporaneous cultivators. Li Sunhuan speculated that he might even rival or surpass the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Excellent. It is worth mentioning that the breakthrough process could not be described as simple. It lacked any sense of ritual. Let us do it again. Li Sunhuan casually took a foundation establishment pill for body cultivation and swallowed it, which was swiftly refined away. Breakthrough. After 3 months of diligent training, he finally succeeded in his breakthrough. A mixture of bitterness, determination, and the illusion of wealth flickered in his eyes. His cultivation was merely at the 5th level of body refinement. The Dragon God technique was no ordinary technique. The body refinement stage corresponded with the 10-fold of eternal physicality. The 1st level nurtured health, the 2nd cultivated strength, and the 3rd level involved techniques, referring to the ability to unleash physical power without resembling a child wielding a large sword. At the pinnacle of the 13th level of body refinement, one could possess strength comparable to a fierce steed, approximately 9,999 pounds. The Dragon God technique's performance was quite exaggerated. It is essential to note that strength was not the entirety of body cultivation. Agility, body control, and perception would all undergo transformations. This was entirely different from a brutish technique focused solely on strength and defense. The only pain he felt was the resource consumption of this technique. Fortunately, he had resources at his disposal. Hence, there was no cause for concern. Meanwhile, within his sea of consciousness, a tower stood tall, constantly rotating. The spiritual awareness technique, Heavenly Eye, was at the mid-stage of spiritual refinement. This was his favorite technique. Operating automatically without requiring additional resources, it was quite delightful. Yet, it was not enough. At the mid-foundation establishment stage, with 5 levels of body refinement and mid-stage spiritual refinement, he had much work ahead of him. According to the theory of the wooden barrel, his combat power is determined during the mid-foundation stage. The physical cultivator is undoubtedly strong. Even among the same rank of demon beasts, he is among the strongest. However, to engage in physical combat at the foundation stage, only a fool would attempt such a thing. Among mortals, the truth lies in the oppression of the lower by the higher. Engaging in battle across realms is ill-advised. Thus, the only solution is to cultivate. Resources are abundant, yet time is of the essence. As the sun and moon cycle, time swiftly passes. During Li Xuanhuan's profound, yet simplistic training, the methods he had previously set in motion gradually began to activate. In Yuejing, Xuanla found himself in anguish and repression. Within the Hidden Moon sect, men are treated as expendable. Even with his ice spirit root, the sect provided him with insufficient support. He relied solely on his own efforts. After a century of cultivation in the latter foundation stage, he had become the subject of ridicule, especially when he thought of Li Xuanhuan, filled with envy and resentment. An idea to escape the kingdom of Yue began to form in his mind. While in the sect, he often perused ancient texts, yearning for the world beyond Yue and learning about the remarkable existence of teleportation arrays. He was fortunate enough to obtain a small teleportation token. One day, after browsing a market, he swiftly returned to his residence in Yuejing. He casually set up a defensive formation and retrieved a dozen treasure boxes from his storage bag. The first box exploded, but instead of fear, he felt joy. This was a crafting method for treasure boxes that only emerged once every few hundred years. The second and third boxes soon yielded 3 maps. The maps pointed to locations not far from the western outskirts of Yuejing, albeit with varying specifics. He gazed toward the vicinity of the 3, where a small spiritual stone vein lay. Spiritual veins and stones are essential prerequisites for supporting caves and formations. If there were to be an opportunity, it must be here. 3 months passed, and after conducting field investigations, he eliminated various locations within the spiritual mine, ultimately discovering a clue in the back mountain. A phantom formation? Xuanla clenched his teeth and pulled out a talisman from his storage bag. The small earthquake talisman. 1 tier lower than the earthquake talisman, it also specializes in breaking terrain, albeit with a significantly smaller range. After a series of tremors, fluctuations appeared in the void. The formation revealed itself, with occasional gaps emerging. Fully armed, he charged into the formation and was pleasantly surprised to discover a teleportation array. According to the text he had read, this was an intact teleportation array spanning miles, something that had not been seen in the kingdom of Yue for thousands of years. Ha ha ha, destiny is on my side. After the fervor came a moment of calm. After careful consideration, Xuanla decided to attempt an exploration. If the other side was a place rich in spiritual energy, allowing him to cultivate, he would destroy the formation and never look back. If not, he would retreat, blaming it on bad luck. Teleportation. Upon passing through the teleportation array and arriving in the kingdom of Jiang, not far from the Qinshuan mountain, he was suddenly ambushed by a shadow of a sword. Chapter 79. The layouts fall into place. Invasion of the demon path? Xuanla is dead. Yuejing trembles. The Hidden Moon sect is in turmoil. The 6 sects appear shaken on the surface, secretly reveling in the misfortune. For the Hidden Moon sect, Xuanla could die, but not without clarity or in the hands of the 6 sects of the kingdom of Yue, especially not in the hands of the Spirit Beast Mountain. The 7 sects are not united in purpose. It is a farce. The kingdom of Yue can only have one leading sect. Spirit Beast Mountain yearns to replace the Hidden Moon sect. Likewise, the Hidden Moon sect holds disdain for Spirit Beast Mountain. The 2 sects have engaged in conflicts rife with ambushes and assassinations, resulting in numerous casualties. However, when it comes to truly elite figures, both sides have exercised restraint. This time is different. Xuanla possesses an ice spirit root. On the surface, the Hidden Moon sect must provide an explanation, otherwise, the reputation of the kingdom's foremost sect would become a laughingstock. The Grand Elder personally ordered a thorough investigation. The nascent soul cultivators made decisions, and the core formation practitioners were dispatched to investigate. And Ai Chang was speechless. It was her again. Frustrated, she thought. Meanwhile, The other 6 sects dispatched their core formation practitioners. Li Huayuan was pleasantly surprised, finding an excuse to avoid repaying his debts and conducting official business. 3 months turned into another 3, and a year passed. It was as if Xuanla had perished outside the kingdom of Yue, with no trace to be found. In Yuejing, at the star-picking tower, the core formation cultivators of the 7 sects inevitably felt disheartened. They decided to disperse and return to their own sections. Chong of Spirit Beast Mountain grew impatient, clamoring for a break. Hearing his words, Ai Chang's brows furrowed, and before she could speak, Li Huayuan, knowing the temperament of the female cultivators of the Hidden Moon sect, hurriedly began to persuade him. Taoist Chong, let us not speak of despair. For us, a year is merely the blink of an eye. What he didn't say was that returning to the sect would mean facing reprimands from the Red Buddha and having to repay debts in private. In truth, Chong regretted his words as soon as he spoke. He had meddled unnecessarily. However, one must maintain a fade, so he stammered, surely. There must be a limit on time. Who could endure searching indefinitely? His statement rang true, drawing consensus from the others, who turned their gazes toward Ai Chang. She was so furious she could have killed Chong, gritting her teeth as she set a deadline. 1 year. If they could not find Xuanla within a year, the Hidden Moon sect would accept their misfortune. After deliberation, they each took action. After leaving, Chong, as always, sought a place to slack off. Unbeknownst to him, Li Huayuan had arrived near the spiritual stone mine. He gazed at the mine in the distance, muttering quietly, if only the spiritual stones would present themselves to me. I wouldn't need to repay my debts. I could simply return the money. Just as he pondered this, fluctuations from a formation arose. Li Huayuan's spirit jolted. Could it be that his spiritual stones had truly arrived? Moments later, as he stepped onto a white jade disc, he inadvertently plucked a beard from his face. There were no spiritual stones, but there was a teleportation array. The array itself held great value, and the potential for trade behind it was even greater. He was about to strike it rich. Every core formation cultivator is akin to an encyclopedia with a photographic memory, making it instinctual for them. After accessing his memories, he understood that a teleportation array requires a teleportation token for protection. He did not possess one, but the sect did. Time was of the essence. He quickly returned. Before leaving, he also repaired the outer formation. He lacked a 3rd-tier formation and did not understand 2nd-tier formations, so he could only mend the terrain to repair the array. A month later, he arrived together with Lei Wanhan. The matter was of great importance. As a weak core formation cultivator, he could neither assault nor defend. Teleportation. 2 months later, the two reappeared at the site. They found Xuanla's magical artifact, the celestial clock. The man was undoubtedly dead. However, neither displayed any signs of joy over their geographical discovery. On Li Huayuan's face was a look of relief at having survived a calamity. A mid-core formation cultivator from the Qianhuan sect had been operating in the kingdom of Jiang under an alias. Before dying, he questioned whether they had killed his direct disciple, Song Qi, and whether Li Naza was also his disciple. Initially thought to be a simple revenge incident, it turned out, after targeted investigations, that they uncovered anomalies within the kingdom of Jiang. The kingdom was in chaos. The number of demonic cultivators was overwhelming. They had a bad premonition. This matter was of significant import, beyond the scope of the two. Master Linghu, the Grand Elder of the Hidden Moon sect. Thus, layers of connections formed. Delving deeper into the kingdom of Jiang, infiltrating the demon path to explore, confirming one crucial fact. The dark forces are mobilizing for war, with intentions that are all too clear. The kingdom of Yue is in peril. Fortunately, the presence of this teleportation array has allowed them to become aware of the looming threat. From this point, their thoughts drifted to another seemingly unrelated matter, the Hidden Moon sect and the Bright Moon Hall. The Grand Elder of the Hidden Moon sect, along with 2 early-stage nascent soul female cultivators and the venerable ancestor of Huangfeng Valley, convened with the 8 nascent soul practitioners from the kingdom of Yue. Could it be that this is merely a misunderstanding? Indeed, with the demonic forces invading, would the righteous sects acquiesce? Logically, one should not dismiss the worst possibilities. Yet the thought of an invasion by such terrifying forces, particularly when even the weakest of the 6 demonic sects, the Ghost Spirit sect, boasts 3 nascent soul practitioners, is daunting. Not to mention the formidable figure of the lustful demon, a high-ranking practitioner looming like a sword over their heads. They chose to suppress their unease and seek solace in one another's company. While they debated, the ancestor of Huangfeng Valley brought up another matter. Do you recall the impending core formation battle between Spirit Beast Mountain and the Spirit Control sect? Upon hearing this, a chilling silence enveloped the room as an undeniable truth emerged before them. The demonic forces had long since set their plans in motion. Spirit Beast Mountain and the Spirit Control sect were merely playing a charade for their benefit, biding their time to engulf the kingdom of Yue in a single devastating blow. If this were to unfold, it would not only threaten the kingdom of Jiang, but also the kingdom of Yue. The ultimate aim of the 6 demonic sects is the southern heavens. Such grand designs could not have escaped the notice of the righteous sects. It might very well be a joint decision between the two factions. The Grand Elder of the Hidden Moon sect closed her eyes, exhaled deeply, then reopened them. Praising the ancestor of Huangfeng Valley as a wise and discerning friend, her words implicitly affirming the ancestor's perspective. The 5 nascent soul practitioners understood instantly, their expressions reflecting the gravity of their situation. Why panic? The Grand Elder of the Hidden Moon sect asserted, her mid-stage nascent soul cultivation unmistakably evident. She proclaimed, "The invasion of the demonic forces is a foregone conclusion. Evasion will not resolve our predicament. Indeed, though the southern heavens may be vast, without the kingdom of Yue, we will have no refuge. The Qingshu sect is ready for battle." The fervor of her words was commendable, and while the ancestor of Huangfeng Valley admired her passion, she remained silent. The disparity in strength cannot be bridged merely by fervent emotions. However, until the final moment, it is indeed unwise to abandon the kingdom of Yue. The elder of the Qingshu sect continued, "Senior Nanguang, you possess the highest cultivation. You should set the course for our actions." The Grand Elder of the Hidden Moon sect and the ancestor of Huangfeng Valley exchanged glances, speaking in unison, "Spirit Beast Mountain." They both shared a hearty laugh. The atmosphere shifted, and the Grand Elder, harboring a personal grudge, coldly stated, "Spirit Beast Mountain has betrayed the kingdom of Yue. Their crimes are unforgivable and merit a sacrifice." The elder of the Qingshu sect inquired, "And the timing?" To this, the ancestor of Huangfeng Valley pondered briefly before responding, 3 years hence. What do you think? By that time, the demonic forces would likely have made their move, unable to lend support to Spirit Beast Mountain. Furthermore, we require time to prepare, ensuring that none from Spirit Beast Mountain remains. Instantly, the elder of the Qingshu sect applauded, "Excellent. Coincidentally, that will coincide with the Ascension Conference. We shall deal with Spirit Beast Mountain then." A discussion ensued, and they broadly agreed on a united assault on Spirit Beast Mountain. The ambience was thick with a sense of impending doom. In light of this, the ancestor of Huangfeng Valley lightened the mood with a jest. "The battle between Spirit Beast Mountain and the Spirit Control sect is near. You all may enjoy the spectacle, treating it as a source of amusement." Indeed, well said, friend," they responded. "It's quite humorous. I wager the Spirit Control sect will bring forth an imitation pill, a mere spirit stone for a dying core formation practitioner." Chapter 80. Junior sisters, please assist me in my cultivation. Before the Bright Moon Hall, the Grand Elder of the Hidden Moon sect stood composed upon the platform, flanked by the 2 female nascent soul practitioners of her sect. They were bidding farewell to the departing nascent soul elders of the 5 sects of the kingdom of Yue. Once they vanished from sight, one of the women, possessing an air of sharpness, cautiously addressed the Grand Elder. "Elder, there may be something amiss. Everything feels too convenient." "Such matters are inconsequential. The invasion of the demonic forces is an overwhelming trend. Our task is not to question the why, but to confront the crisis head-on." Without allowing the woman to continue, the Grand Elder commanded, "In your spare time, observe the core formation battle between the Spirit Control sect and Spirit Beast Mountain." "Understood." As silence returned to the hall, the Grand Elder turned to leave, a thought flashing through her mind. Is Spirit Beast Mountain a traitor? It is preferable if they are. If not, they must be. She clenched her right hand into a fist, ambition gleaming in her eyes as if she held the entirety of the kingdom of Yue within her grasp. Behind her, the towering jade pillar was adorned with celestial symbols, embodying the duality of sun and moon, dragon and phoenix. Why must the phoenix always be beneath the dragon? That is not the case. The lore of dragons and phoenixes has existed since time immemorial, and there is reason for it. Outside the Ascension Pavilion, beneath the Waiting Path Pavilion, Chen Qian diligently corrected the errors in Li Sunhuan's words, entirely oblivious that someone was attempting to guide her in prioritizing her cultivation over romantic distractions. Instead, she spoke with conviction, citing that the texts record that cultivating immortality does not entail forsaking emotions, and that one should respect their inner feelings and pursue clarity of thought. Upon hearing her arguments, Li Sunhuan was rendered speechless, falling into a contemplative silence. Clarity of thought? He found himself unable to refute her, and even began to reflect on his own path. In the vast expanse of the realms, there exist many powerful beings who wait for the return of their beloved amidst the mortal world. Deciding how far a cultivator can advance is never about the ties that bind them. It appears I have yet to read enough. Reflecting on this, he earnestly advised Chun Xiaoqian, junior sister, you are right. Upon returning, accompany your senior brother in reading. Read. Chun Xiaoqian's face flushed slightly, her thoughts momentarily faltering. She lowered her head, softly acquiescing. Yes, senior brother. Li Sunhuan nodded, secretly appreciating her romantic inclinations. Just then, a green leaf artifact streaked across the sky before returning to hover outside the waiting path pavilion, bearing none other than Dong Xianair. Upon seeing Li Sunhuan, a smile lit her face. Senior brother, Xianair has found you. Chun Xiaoqian was unperturbed. Ever since Dong Xianair entered Huangfeng Valley, she had frequently visited Yichuan Mountain. The motives of her visits were unclear, but the three beauties of Huangfeng Valley had now become four. As Dong Xianair leaped from the green leaf artifact, a stunning woman clad in blue emerged from the Ascension Pavilion, exuding an aura not characteristic of a mere Qi refinement practitioner. Foundation establishment. She had only attained the 7th level of Qi refinement. Dong Xianair, lost in thought, smoothly pivoted and reboarded the green leaf artifact, soaring away. The air still carried her farewell. Congratulations, senior sister Nia, on successfully establishing your foundation. Swiftly arriving and departing, Nia Ying approached Li Sunhuan, a look of confusion crossing her face regarding Dong Xianair's unusual behavior. What is wrong with her? Chun Xiaoqian stifled a laugh, as if she had pieced together the puzzle. Among the three beauties of Huangfeng Valley, Nia Ying had established her foundation, while she herself was at the 11th level of Qi refinement, and Dong Xianair, the lowest in cultivation, must have felt the pressure. Li Sunhuan offered an explanation. She probably snuck out again. Master Hong Fu can be quite difficult to deal with. That makes sense. Nia Ying nodded in agreement, then raised her gaze to Li Sunhuan, casually stating, Senior brother, I have successfully established my foundation. Yet her eyes shimmered, and her complexion flushed, as if inviting something more. Li Sunhuan understood immediately. Prior to establishing her foundation, it was inappropriate to engage in intimacy, but now, there were no such restrictions. Let us return, junior sister. Nia Ying nodded in agreement. At that moment, Chun Xiaoqian became disheartened, contrasting sharply with her earlier joviality when correcting Li Sunhuan. Cultivating immortality is essential, she thought, as she aims to establish her foundation and eventually soar alongside her senior brother. Their trifecta cannot be complete without her, Chun Xiaoqian. That night, in a unique cultivation chamber, or what could be called a small spiritual spring, Chun Xiaoqian held a basket in her left hand, scattering the flower petals from within into the spring with her right. After completing this task, she left the chamber and sat idly in a pavilion outside. This was her meager, yet significant, sense of participation. The joys and sorrows of humanity are seldom shared. Li Sunhuan and Nia Ying were indeed oblivious to her feelings. In the spiritual spring, the two sat across from each other. Junior sister, have you memorized the dragon and phoenix technique? No more questions, Nia Ying replied, prideful as ever. Her head held high, her elegant neck exposed. The 4th-tier low-grade technique, dragon and phoenix technique, can assist in cultivation. Its efficacy lies in accelerating the progress of dual cultivation, and it is not devoid of secrets for refining the primal yang and primal yin. However, at this moment, who could afford to think about refining? Junior sister, do you still remember the 36 poses of Dongxian? Yes, I remember. I will assist you. Waves of energy swirled around the two within the spring, radiating outward. On the 2nd day, and the 3rd, it took a full 7 days before Nia Ying emerged. Chun Xiaoqian hurried forward, concern etched on her face. Senior sister, how do you feel? Are you all right? Instantly, Nia Ying's face flushed. How should she respond? How embarrassing. Chun Xiaoqian pouted, silently thinking, soon. I'll know for myself, through practice. Within the cultivation chamber, Li Sunhuan was operating the dragon and phoenix technique to refine his primal yin. Time passed, and suddenly he opened his eyes. 11 layers of body refinement. Entering body refinement is challenging, and it becomes even more arduous afterward. It took him 2 years to progress from the 5th to the 11th layer. Comparatively, the speed of cultivating spiritual energy during the Qi refining stage was more than twice as swift. Thankfully, there was the dragon and phoenix technique. The elixir provided by junior sister Chun was still in the process of being refined. When the time comes, breaking through should pose no issue. The only concern was that his original plan was to hasten his breakthrough to body refinement foundation establishment in time for the battle at Spirit Beast Mountain. And now he wondered if he would make it in time. 2 months passed, and Li Sunhuan continued his cultivation. Meanwhile, the anticipated battle at Spirit Beast Mountain against the Yuling sect unfolded, resulting in a devastating defeat for the latter, with their entire army annihilated. Following this battle, the six sects' nascent soul ancestors firmly believed in their stance against Spirit Beast Mountain. The odds were surely stacked against them. With such certainty, any lingering hope dissipated. The demonic invasion was imminent. The future of the six sects of Nation was uncertain, but before that, Spirit Beast Mountain had to fall. Some nascent soul ancestors even conspired in secret, knowing that if Spirit Beast Mountain fell, their 2 nascent souls and over 20 golden core disciples would be deprived of resources, leading to a significant resource void in Nation. The Yin sect was undoubtedly poised to reap the most substantial rewards, potentially gaining another nascent soul if things went accordingly. The other 5 sects would also benefit. While nascent souls were scarce, it was feasible for each sect to gain a few more golden cores. Contemplating this, the demise of Spirit Beast Mountain seemed almost fortuitous. Everyone returned to their respective homes to prepare for the upcoming battle at Spirit Beast Mountain, including notifying their personal disciples. Chapter 81: Vitality, Energy, and Spirit Establishing Foundations. In the Thundersound Cave, Baiwa Valley. What? You have reached the mid-foundation establishment? Master, is this swift? I lack experience. Li Sunhuan blinked, feigning innocence like a Navi flower. In truth, he was immensely satisfied with his master Lei Wanha's astonished demeanor. In fact, over 2 years had passed since he broke through to mid-foundation establishment. If, hypothetically, his master were to discover that he could reach late foundation establishment in 3 years, it would surely be a delightful surprise. After a brief moment, Lei Wanha accepted this reality, maintaining a composed demeanor as he calmly remarked, "Well, it's acceptable." He hesitated, his expression shifting to a peculiar one, unsure whether to commend his disciple for luck or lament it. If he were at early foundation establishment, he could make excuses to keep the disciple within the sect. However, being at mid-foundation establishment necessitated venturing into the world, especially since the transition to Golden Core was not far off. In that case, you shall accompany me to Spirit Beast Mountain in 3 years. Spirit Beast Mountain? For what purpose? To annihilate them. Upon uttering this, Lei Wanha's gaze scrutinized Li Sunhuan. He eagerly anticipated the look of shock on his disciple's face, yet was met with disappointment. Instead of fear, there was a hint of excitement. Could it be that this disciple was indeed a battle enthusiast? Coming from a loose cultivator background, coupled with his performance at the Immortal Ascension Conference, it was not entirely implausible. Feeling somewhat vexed, Lei Wanha continued to elucidate the perilous nature of the task. Do you know the strength of Spirit Beast Mountain? No. 2 nascent soul elders, over 10 golden core disciples, and 400 to 500 foundation establishment cultivators. At this moment, surprise finally graced Li Sunhuan's face. However, Lei Wanha was already preoccupied with the gravity of Spirit Beast Mountain strength. The impending siege by the 6 sects was a matter of life and death, and the opposition would undoubtedly resist fiercely. Among the 7 sects of Nation, the Yin sect was the most formidable, followed closely by Spirit Beast Mountain. The counterattack of the 2nd sect should not be underestimated. It would be exceedingly dangerous, particularly for cultivators at mid-foundation establishment. After a moment of contemplation, Lei Wanha made arrangements. You will serve as the deputy head of the law enforcement hall. Just maintain watch at the periphery. Pausing, he added, your Red Buddha master uncle has gifted you a mask. Be sure to wear it. Otherwise, your appearance is well known in Spirit Beast Mountain. Understood, master. Master was genuinely concerned for him. Li Sunhuan appeared obedient, at least on the surface. Lei Wanha deemed his arrangements insufficiently secure. With only 1 disciple, he could not afford any mishaps. He resolved to personally oversee matters. Shifting the topic, he cheerfully announced, I have something to inform you. After discussions with your master mistress and Yao Ming, the partner celebration will take place in 3 years. What a coincidence. Indeed, such a coincidence. Lei Wanha regarded Li Sunhuan with a peculiar look, though this time it was a positive one. Clearing his throat, he solemnly stated, all 6 sects are expected to send representatives. I congratulate you in advance on your impending wealth. Will there be a second round of receiving gifts until my hands ache? Li Sunhuan pondered, realizing this was akin to a pre-battle mobilization meeting. Goodness, the grandeur of his partner's celebration would surely be overwhelming. Suddenly, he recalled the 3-headed Xian snake of Uncle Zhong Cheng from Spirit Beast Mountain and couldn't help but inquire, Master, does Spirit Beast Mountain possess any 3-headed Xian snakes at the Golden Core stage? Indeed, they are nearing the stage of conception. Truly? This spirit beast belongs to the ancestor of the Zhong family in Spirit Beast Mountain. If you desire such a congratulatory gift, you may inquire directly. Li Sunhuan, unfazed by his master's wicked sense of humor, let the teasing flow in one ear and out the other. Others marveled at his rapid cultivation pace. Now, it was only fair for him to astonish them in return. He silently lamented the loss of his three-pointed, double-edged blade. At this juncture, he could only accept reality. He needed to gradually nurture the three-headed giant egg. After bidding farewell to his master and returning to Yuling Mountain, Li Xuanhuan gazed at the white clouds, lost in contemplation. Although his master did not elaborate on how the identity of the traitor was discovered at Spirit Beast Mountain, it must be related to his previous scheming. The invasion of the demonic path must have come to the attention of the 7 sects as well. This was excellent news. Discovering it a decade or so in advance would allow the state of Yue to take some countermeasures. At the very least, the decision to besiege Spirit Beast Mountain signified that the state of Yue had begun to take action. It remained uncertain whether the Heavenly Path Alliance could be established ahead of time. This thought flickered through his mind, but he redirected his focus to Spirit Beast Mountain. Li Xuanhuan harbored ambitions regarding his journey to Spirit Beast Mountain. Indeed, as his master had stated, it was fraught with danger, yet it also represented an opportunity. Primarily, it would facilitate his cultivation progress. 3 years later, as he reached the later stages of foundation establishment, it would align perfectly with his expedition to Spirit Beast Mountain, making it quite reasonable. Regardless of whether the gains were his own or unexpected discoveries at Spirit Beast Mountain, there would be a chance for explanation. Secondly, the inherent rewards of Spirit Beast Mountain were enticing. After all, it was the second largest sect in the state of Yue. Surely, there must be some treasures to be found. While he could not acquire the three-headed mystic serpent of the Zhong family's ancestor, obtaining some techniques seemed feasible. It was worth noting that he possessed the talisman for breaking formations. Once a conflict erupted, he could seize the opportunity to infiltrate others' caves and replicate some treasures. In this way, he would be preserving the legacy of Spirit Beast Mountain. Moreover, it was well known that Spirit Beast Mountain originated from the Yuling sect. As a genuine major sect, it was incomparable to the 1,000-year minor sects of the state of Yue, having inherited various demonic path legacies spanning millennia. Although Spirit Beast Mountain, being a branch, might not have a high upper limit of inheritance, it was certainly diverse and abundant. This aspect satisfied his current requirements. Now in the mid-stage of foundation establishment, he must prepare for the matters related to forming a core in 3 years, such as auxiliary pills like Dust-Settling Pill, the spells to cultivate after forming a core, and the foundational texts that would need to be upgraded. Additionally, he ought to start considering Earth-level treasures and the techniques of earthly immortals. In summary, as the saying goes, a poor scholar is rich in martial prowess. He was indeed impoverished, driven to madness by his destitution. Thus, he turned to Spirit Beast Mountain for assistance. According to his master, the journey to Spirit Beast Mountain was exceedingly perilous. Although he possessed mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation, exceeding the peak of foundation establishment in terms of spiritual power, he was still not adequately stable. What if a core formation expert, in a life-or-death scenario, were to easily take his life? Thus, he decided to add an extra layer of insurance, to cultivate both body and consciousness foundation. At the very least, he would have the means to escape. Engaging in combat was out of the question. A foundation establishment disciple could only contend with a core formation expert if the latter remained inactive and defenseless. The siege of Spirit Beast Mountain by the 6 sects of the state of Yue was, in fact, a closely guarded secret. Apart from those foundation establishment disciples nearing core formation, no one was aware of it. With few participants and a secretive affair in the eyes of the outside world, the state of Yue still appeared to be one of the 7 sects. The Qi refinement stage disciples were oblivious to any of this, and the scattered cultivators without backing in the sect remained unaware as well, much like the character Han Laoma in the original text, who, due to the narrowness of upper-level information channels, could only drift along with the current. Of course, even if Li Xuanhuan were to learn of it, he would not be able to effect any change. He could only cultivate, and continue to cultivate. Time slowly passed by, 1 month, 3 months, half a year. One day, in the Spirit Spring's cultivation room, a fleeting cloud pattern appeared between his brows. Soon, a look of joy spread across his face. Within his sea of consciousness, the 3-tiered pagoda began to spin. He had successfully established his consciousness foundation. In the next moment, a beautiful mermaid swam gracefully in the Spirit Spring before him. Accompanied by the sound of splashing water, the mermaid emerged, revealing the foundation establishment version of Chen Xiaoqian. Draped in a thin veil, her alluring curves accentuated. Sensing her senior brother's fervent gaze, she straightened her back, deliberately showcasing her ample figure. Senior brother, I have mastered the dragon and phoenix technique. Do you remember the 36 styles of the cave profound? Her tone was imbued with urgency. Was her romantic mind now devoid of romance? turning into a coy girl? Li Xuanhuan smiled mysteriously. Junior sister, I shall teach you the 37th style now. Noticing Chun Xiaoqian's look of confusion, he placed his hand gently atop her head and pressed down. Soon after, only one silhouette remained on the surface of the spirit spring. 3 joyous events arrived simultaneously. His body foundation was established today. Chapter 82, 440 years of lifespan. Comparable to core formation. When the youth is strong, the maiden supports the wall. 7 days later, as the door of the cultivation room swung open, Chun Xiaoqian walked out cautiously. Her expression reflected that she was aware of the fun, yet had not anticipated it to be this enjoyable. Upon spotting Niang not far outside the door, she quickly composed herself, straightened her back, and approached. Sister, brother said he would enter seclusion for 3 days. Under the pavilion, Niang set down her teacup and nodded in understanding. Suddenly, with a smile in her eye, she teasingly remarked, Junior sister, do you now know the flavor of it? Chun Xiaoqian blinked, instantly recalling a question she had previously asked, which now seemed rather foolish. But what of it? Sister, I still don't know. How about we go together next time? Niang was taken aback. Recalling the scene from the book, her cheeks involuntarily flushed. She waved her hands in a flustered refusal. No. After pausing, she grew anxious and hurriedly said, Junior sister, I just remembered. It seems Yunha is sick. I'll go check on him. Without giving her a chance to respond, she took to the skies on her sword. Coincidentally, 8 cloud cranes flew by her side. Chun Xiaoqian seemed to see her senior sister stumble for a moment. She covered her mouth and became smug. Sister, do you have no pride? What do you have to compete with me? Brother is mine. After saying this, she also took to the skies on her sword, heading home to recuperate, planning to return in 3 days. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Chun Xiaoqian and Niang sat under the pavilion, gazing silently at the door of the cultivation room, worry etched in their eyes. Their senior brother had not emerged for 3 months. At this moment, Li Xuanhuan, seated cross-legged, floated above the spirit spring, practicing the dragon god technique. The sound of a dragon's roar seemed to resonate in the void. Spiritual power took form, manifesting as a crystalline, translucent veil that enveloped his entire being, vanishing from sight. It was as though the heavens and earth were bestowing a baptism upon him, facilitating his ascension. Suddenly, Li Xuanhuan opened his eyes, a flicker of astonishment gleaming within. After years of effort, and with the assistance of his 2 junior sisters, he had successfully established his body foundation. Compared to the chi refinement stage, he felt a thorough enhancement from the outer skin to the inner muscles and bones. In a moment of clarity, he instinctively knew that his foundational strength had reached a staggering 12,960 pounds, a unified number, on par with the pinnacle of the same level among demonic beasts. His skin was as white as jade, surpassing that of demonic beasts, capable of withstanding magical artifacts under the support of spiritual power. Moreover, unlike demonic beasts, which might have specialized strengths, he excelled in every aspect. One could only say, as expected of a dragon. Notably, body cultivation was not merely the practice of vital energy and blood, it was an evolution of one's very essence of life. Thus, his lifespan had extended to 440 years. Compared to the previous 320 years, he had gained an additional 120 years. A foundation establishment cultivator with a lifespan of 440 years? Terrifying indeed. As he descended from his seated position, he found himself effortlessly standing upon the water's surface. As soon as a thought emerged, a stream of spiritual water obediently flowed around him. Water manipulation. This was a minor magical ability bestowed by the dragon god technique after reaching the foundation establishment stage. Hardly worth mentioning. What of a physical cultivator possessing ranged attacks, who engages in combat with mere punches and kicks? Such notions are primitive. The true path lies in the divine abilities of the flesh. After several days, the door to the training room swung open once more, and Li Xuanhuan stepped out. Niang and Chun Xiaoqian rushed forward, eagerly examining him. Are you all right, senior brother? They inquired. A slight breakthrough, he replied. At once, Niang's eyes widened in surprise. Senior brother, have you advanced again? To the later stage of foundation establishment? Not quite. He clarified. Oh, that's a relief. The two conversed earnestly, while Chun Xiaoqian, having confirmed his well-being, fixed her gaze upon him, noticing a change. Senior brother, have you become even more handsome? As she spoke, she reached out, touching his skin, which appeared even more perfect than before. Niang stifled a giggle, while Li Xuanhuan's expression darkened. It was not merely her touch that troubled him, it was her incessant nudging. Enough was enough. With a swift motion, he hoisted Chun Xiaoqian onto his shoulder, maintaining a stern demeanor. Junior sister, you've become increasingly audacious. It seems you truly need a lesson. Senior brother, put me down. It's broad daylight. Xunyan protested, squirming and playfully striking at him, appearing both embarrassed and irritated. Yet, the glimmer in her eyes suggested no resistance, but rather eagerness. It had been 3 months, after all. Soon, sounds of rushing water echoed from the training room, accompanied by breaths and murmurs. Senior brother, you're mistaken. This is not a technique-related movement. Senior brother, you're mistaken again. The tone shifted. Senior brother, I was wrong. Ultimately, it transformed into pleas for mercy. Senior brother, spare me. It was indeed my fault. In a moment of desperation, she shouted towards the door. Senior sister, save me. Jiayuan's countenance was flushed with embarrassment, wavering in uncertainty. But her indecision was short-lived. The door swung open again, and a red veil entwined around her waist, drawing her in. Jiayuan reassured herself that her senior brother was at the mid-foundation stage, while she was merely a novice in the early stage of foundation establishment. How could she possibly resist? Feeling aggrieved, she chose to acquiesce. Jiayuan was stunningly beautiful, proud in demeanor, yet subtly reserved. Xunyan appeared cool on the surface, yet was lively beneath, their contrasting natures harmoniously intertwined. Coupled with the transformation granted by the golden skin and jade bone technique, all of this rendered Li Xuanhuan utterly captivated. Xuanhuan, it seems, was destined for indulgence. With both essence and spirit reaching the mid-foundation stage, he had achieved the anticipated goals set prior to the impending siege on Spirit Beast Mountain, yet his cultivation still fell short of further advancement. Was he to be denied the pleasures that awaited him? Yet, where there is joy for some, burdens persist for others. In Jingzhou, at Saisha Mountain, within the Valley of Divine Hands, a seemingly ordinary boy practiced his technique in a sealed stone chamber. Break for me. In the next moment, Hanli lowered his stance, his expression marked by a bitter smile. After 6 years of cultivation, he found himself unable to surpass the enigmatic 5th layer of the technique, so difficult it was. With the yearly pact with Elder Mo nearing its end, the thought of the latter's greedy gaze sent shivers down his spine. This was undoubtedly more than a simple matter of healing. 3 days later, in a grand residence, he seized the moment when the door opened to execute a blink sword technique, piercing Elder Mo's knee with a poisoned blade. It seemed he had survived. Feeling a surge of safety, he blurted out, "Where's Zhang Tai? I cannot return home, nor can I wander the martial world." Elder Mo laughed heartily, seemingly unconcerned about the poison. Seize him. In an instant, Hanli felt a punch to his face, darkness engulfing him as he fainted. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in a dim stone cave, the ground marked with an unknown array. Attempting to struggle, he discovered he was tightly encircled from behind, unable to move. As Elder Mo brandished 2 peculiar short blades before him, his lips quivered in desperation. "What do you want? I can help you. You are already helping me." Just as Hanli puzzled over this remark, he watched in shock as Elder Mo plunged the short blades into his own body. After 7 successive strikes, accompanied by a wave of eerie black mist, he once again lost consciousness. Chapter 83. The 3-year deadline has arrived. Spirit Beast Mountain awaits its demise. Within Hanli's consciousness, Elder Mo's primordial spirit lunged towards Hanli's, traversing the past. It was as if 2 species were bound by the laws of heaven and earth, preventing them from touching. So near, yet so far. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. After countless attempts, Elder Mo's laughter echoed, evoking a profound sense of tragic heroism. Whether it was Yu Zitong's deception or the hidden truths of cultivation, none of it mattered now. He had failed in his possession attempt. Hanli, I do not know if you can hear me, but allow me to reveal the truth. Life is fleeting, ultimately returning to dust. Why should the immortal beings roam the heavens while we mere mortals remain like frogs at the bottom of a well? Hanli, there are countless beautiful sights in this world. Take me to see them. With that, the primordial spirit dissipated. Thus, Elder Mo met his demise. Meanwhile, in the cave, Hanli opened his eyes, a complex expression flickering within. Elder Mo. According to Elder Mo's words, he had indeed discovered the little leaf flying dagger. The complete edition of the Changchun scriptures 8th layer, the corpse manipulating copper bell, and 2 letters, one of which was a will. The letters were addressed to the Mo family and to Li Xuanhuan, the city lord. The will stated, "Hanli, my disciple, you have fallen victim to my magic silver hand. The cold poison within you can only be cured by the warm sun precious jade. In the past, I offered this item to the city lord of Li. Within 5 years, you may bring this letter to Jiayuan City, to the Li Garden. If the city lord is present, he shall trade with you. If he is not, you must fend for yourself." Cold poison? Warm sun precious jade? Hanli felt tears welling. To find himself threatened one last time was unexpected. Simultaneously, his curiosity about the city lord of Li grew. The little leaf-flying dagger, known for its accuracy, could slay cultivators? Why not become a city lord and seek immortality? Was he yet another mortal warrior aspiring to transcend? Uncertain if the warm sun precious jade and the city lord still resided in Jiayuan City, Han Li opted to refrain from immediate action. This place lay a staggering distance of 180,000 li from Jiayuan City. Considering Li Xuanhuan's prowess in dispatching cultivators with the dagger and Elder Mo's interception of Yuzito, he realized that his current cultivation at the 4th layer was still far too low for adventuring. He needed to reach the 7th layer for safety. Han Li gathered Elder Mo's treasures and returned to the Valley of Divine Hands. Soon, he rightfully assumed the role of Dr. Han of the 7 Profound Sect. 2 years later, his cultivation reached the 5th layer, and he also mastered techniques such as Fireball Technique, Heavenly Eye Technique, and Wind Manipulation Technique. Just as the Wolf Gang launched an assault on the mountain, Han Li cleverly taunted them, using the Fireball Technique to eliminate the Golden Light Master. Consequently, his identity as a Celestial Master could no longer be concealed. Considering numerous factors, he decided to remain at the 7 Profound Sect, becoming the sect's sole disciple. On one hand, he studied the esteemed Lord Li Xuanhuan, seeking assistance from the Qishuan sect to gather resources for his cultivation. On the other hand, he chose to return home to engage in manageable endeavors, such as aiding the Han family in their ascent to becoming the local landowners, and facilitating their relocation to the Shinsho Valley, establishing a new residence within a 100-mile radius. One day, while his younger sister was sorting through the items in their ancestral home, she inquired, "Brotherly, do you still need this bowl?" "No, it is merely a bowl." Meanwhile, in Huangfeng Valley, Niang was holding a bowl, soaring through the air on her sword towards Yuyuan Mountain. Upon entering the Li Garden and approaching the pavilion in the Plum Garden, she noticed an unusual presence of outsiders. Inside the pavilion stood a steward from the Qilin Pavilion, introducing something to Li Xuanhuan. The table was adorned with some spiritual rice and exquisite dishes. Li Xuanhuan promptly sensed Niang's arrival and communicated, "Junior sister, please wait a moment while I converse with the steward." Niang nodded, standing quietly by his side. After acknowledging Niang, the steward continued to present to Li Xuanhuan, his tone brimming with pride, "Senior brother, this spiritual rice is a new type cultivated by our sect. Regular consumption has remarkable effects on physical enhancement." Niang, overhearing this, felt a flicker of amusement and pride, as this was indeed a specialty of Yuyuan Mountain, merely understated by her senior brother. Li Xuanhuan remained noncommittal, gesturing for the steward to proceed. "And what of the spiritual dishes? They too are extraordinarily precious, made from materials sourced from non-grade spiritual beasts. It is noteworthy that such beasts thrive in areas rich in spiritual energy, consuming only items imbued with spiritual power, which greatly benefits cultivation." At this juncture, the steward recalled that senior brother Li had already reached the foundational stage and amended his statement, declaring the dishes to be exceptionally delicious. This raised a question for Li Xuanhuan. "I have heard that the Qilin Pavilion nurtures various spiritual beasts. Why not use the meat from the graded beasts?" The steward was momentarily taken aback and quickly clarified, "Senior brother, you jest. While every part of a demon beast is valuable, its meat is an exception. Not only is it notoriously unpalatable, but it also contains various toxins, suitable only for feeding spiritual beasts." After a pause, he elaborated, "The more powerful a demon beast is, the more this holds true." He mused that although this senior brother Li was exceptionally gifted, his background as a loose cultivator rendered his knowledge somewhat limited. The meat of demon beasts? Many cultivators lacked the courage to try it, having previously attempted to create spiritual dishes from it, but now they were long gone. Over time, it became a matter of little concern. Li Xuanhuan pondered further, posing another question, "Is the spiritual beast mountain also engaging in such practices?" The steward nodded affirmatively, providing a rationale. If the meat of spiritual beasts were consumable, it would undoubtedly be common knowledge, and if such were the case, the spiritual beast mountain would have long since become the leading sect of the state of Yu. Li Xuanhuan blinked, contemplating the truth in this assertion. The southern region was impoverished, and methods for self-sustaining cultivation resources were exceedingly rare, if not non-existent. Should spiritual beasts assist in cultivation, the entire southern region would be compelled to find ways to nurture them. Even endangered species could become rampant. However, what would this mean for his own cultivation? It had already been 2 years since he successfully reached the foundational stage. During these years, he had diligently practiced the dragon and phoenix technique and consumed medicinal herbs. Yet despite his unwavering efforts, the speed of his cultivation in dragon god art inevitably slowed. As he advanced in his physical cultivation, The essence pill could no longer meet his demands, relegating it to merely a hunger-suppressing elixir. Although the Foundation Establishment pill, body cultivation version, was beneficial, it required him to utilize the Tianping bottle for resource cultivation. Additionally, it was well known that the Thousand Illusions Ice Heart technique also necessitated spiritual herbs. Presenting a conflict between the two, he yearned for both, unwilling to relinquish either the Dragon God art or the Thousand Illusions Ice Heart technique. Soon, inspiration struck him, a solution involving spiritual beasts. Perhaps he could commence his cultivation journey with something as simple as raising chickens or pigs. Just as mortals raise poultry, he could continuously supply meat for crafting spiritual dishes and even elixirs. Yet, among mortals, the meat of spiritual beasts and demon beasts was not in vogue. Ideally, he would seek those spiritual beasts suitable for consumption, imbued with spiritual energy, which were exceedingly rare. As various thoughts flashed through his mind, Li Xuanhuan was left with one resolute intention. He must make a journey to the spiritual beast mountain. The prospect of encountering suitable spiritual beasts such as meat chickens and meat pigs was too enticing to resist. If one barrier-breaking pill was insufficient, then 3 would suffice. Even pigs could ascend in rank. With this in mind, he expressed gratitude to the Foundation Establishment steward. "Thank you for your trip, senior brother." The steward, understanding the sentiment, promptly bowed and discreetly departed. Once the formations of the Li Garden were resealed, Nia Ying retrieved a bowl from her storage bag and placed it on the table. "Senior brother, the uncles from the Yin sect have arrived. This is a bowl returned to you by Annie and I Chong." Did she convey anything else? Auntie and I Chong mentioned that her disciple, Nangong Ping, is diligently working towards the foundational stage and could not come in person. That is well. The sentiment is what matters. Li Xuanhuan replied with a gentle nod. He was more preoccupied with another matter. "Junior sister, did you say that the uncles from the Yin sect have arrived?" "Indeed. And mother reminded that in 3 days, we shall hold the couple ceremony, and we must not neglect our etiquette." Finally, the long-awaited moment had arrived. The 6 sects were preparing to besiege the spiritual beast mountain. If he did not act soon, he would have already broken through to the late foundational stage. Chapter 84. You actually stepped into Jiayuan Mountain with your left foot first? 3 days later, Jiayuan Mountain was adorned with lights and vibrant decorations, filled with guests. Amidst the lively atmosphere flowed an undercurrent of solemnity. In the main hall on the mountainside, Lei Wankai, Xunyan, and Chun Yaoming stood on either side of the high dais, representing the families of the 3 new couples, the Yin sects and Ichong. The spiritual beast mountains Zhongcheng and Hongfu from Huangfeng Valley, along with representatives from 7 sects, gathered to witness the ceremony. The headmaster, Zhong Lingdao, acted as the MC, officiating the couple ceremony. To say that the grandeur of the occasion was unprecedented in the history of the 7 sects would not be an exaggeration. At this moment, Li Xuanhuan held a handkerchief in each hand, guiding Nia Ying and Chun Xiaoqian forward. After 3 ceremonial bows, the ritual was complete. With Zhong Lingdao's declaration, the 3 officially became a couple. Facing Li Xuanhuan, Nia Ying performed the customary greeting. "Senior brother, I look forward to your guidance in the future." "I feel the same." Junior sister, Chun Xiaoqian chimed in, her face radiant with fulfillment. This was the couple ceremony she had always dreamed of, unwavering companionship. In response, Li Xuanhuan made a solemn promise. "In this life, there shall be no despairing end. Sister Chun, you deserve a beautiful conclusion. And to you, junior sister Niang. In this world, we must never forsake beauty." In summary, all were destined for a bright future. As Nia Ying and Chun Xiaoqian sensed their brother's sincerity, their smiles blossomed even more brilliantly, outshining flowers. At this juncture, Zhong Lingdao stroked his beard, smilingly reminded, "Junior brotherly. The 2 junior sisters should go pay their respects to the elders." With heartfelt gratitude, the 3 thanked him before proceeding together to greet Lei Wankai, Xunyan, and Chen Yaoming. In the observation area, Zhong Cheng wore a sincere smile, his gaze following the newlyweds as they gracefully passed by. However, internally, he was astonished and incensed. How could he have reached the mid-foundational stage in just a few years? It was one thing to be handsome, but to cultivate so rapidly was downright infuriating. Soon, after the 3 newcomers paid their respects to their elders, they turned to acknowledge the witnesses of the ceremony. It goes without saying that receiving congratulatory gifts was customary. Yet Zhongcheng's heart was filled with irritation. At this frequency, what about the supply? However, when Li Xuanhuan approached him with 2 companions, he burst into hearty laughter. "I have met Master Zhong," he said. Upon finishing his words, he presented the carefully prepared gifts, 2 spirit beast bags. The first contained 7 types of low-tier spirit beasts: pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, ducks, and fish. Do not underestimate them. For these creatures had been meticulously selected over countless years by Spirit Beast Mountain, proving to be the most suitable for meat and culinary purposes. The second bag held a low-grade spirit beast, the silkworm, whose silk could be utilized for crafting magical garments and special artifacts. Thus, these two spirit beast bags were bestowed upon the two disciples. Nia and Chun Xiaoqian gratefully accepted the bags. The treasures from Spirit Beast Mountain were not of great value, yet their sentiment was indeed special. Li Xuanhuan remained silent, reminiscing about the first time he had received 3 Xian snake eggs. This time, he had intended to seek out some suitable spirit beasts for meals, and miraculously, they were presented to him. Master Zhong was truly a generous soul. Thus, he wished for Master Zhong to depart with ease. Unbeknownst to Zhong Cheng, Li Xuanhuan harbored a sense of disdain, perceiving it merely as a matter of appetite, lacking true worth. However, when confronted with Li Xuanhuan's hopeful gaze, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret, recalling how he had suffered a significant loss previously. Thankfully, he was well prepared this time. With a thought, a round, transparent orb flew before Li Xuanhuan. Disciple Xuanhuan, he declared, this is a unique artifact from ancient times, capable of storing spirit eye stones without allowing a single wisp of spiritual energy to escape. Spirit eye stones. Li Xuanhuan gasped, his face displaying astonishment befitting a foundation-building cultivator. He promptly expressed his gratitude, thanking Master Zhong profusely. A multitude of thoughts flickered through his mind, ultimately culminating in a single sentiment. Master Zhong, you truly move me to tears. At that moment, Lei Wanhe scoffed, his voice cutting through the air. Old Zhong, only core cultivators can move spirit eye stones. What use is it to a foundation-building cultivator? Li Xuanhuan remained silent, adopting a resolute expression of disbelief, secretly hoping that Master Zhong would reveal more treasures. Ignoring Li Xuanhuan's demeanor, Zhong Cheng shrugged and, with a tone of resignation, remarked, what do you say, disciple of Lei Wanhe? The two masters exchanged glances, and he genuinely felt devoid of anything to offer. Lei Wanhe snorted, make do with it. Zhong Cheng relished the rare moment of triumph. Allowing a smile to tug at the corners of his mouth, he had won this round. Following Zhong Cheng, the 7 sects generously presented gifts to the trio, including premium artifacts and elixirs, resulting in a bountiful harvest. This signified the conclusion of the first half of the Dao Partner ceremony. A group of core male cultivators proceeded to the Thundersound Cave, intending to indulge in merriment to celebrate the occasion. On their way, Lei Wanhe, seemingly casual, inquired of Zhong Cheng, Old Zhong, how did you enter Jade Spring Mountain just now? Zhong Cheng, perplexed, replied, I flew in, it was a straightforward matter. However, upon hearing this, Lei Wanhe abruptly halted, glaring at him with fury. You actually flew into Jade Spring Mountain? Are you looking down on my disciple, Lei Wanhe? I believe you need a lesson. With that, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. Zhong Cheng naturally dodged, realizing they were outside the cave's array. Nonetheless, he was baffled by Lei Wanhe's inexplicable behavior. Yet, out of respect for the renowned Lei technique, he acquiesced. Actually, I misremembered. I entered with my left foot first. Hearing this, Lei Wanhe's brows knitted tightly, nearly standing on end. What? You entered Jade Spring Mountain with your left foot first? How infuriating. Another bolt of lightning descended. Zhong Cheng dodged once more, suddenly grasping the situation. This was clearly a chance for retaliation. As for the reason, Old Lei, is it merely that the congratulatory gift did not meet your expectations? Must you be so irate? The lightning continued, relentless and numerous. Zhong Cheng narrowly avoided several strikes. Seething within. So it is Lei Wanhe, is it? I, Zhong Cheng, vow that when the devil's path invades, you, Lei Wanhe, shall ascend to immortality. He then altered his course and fled. One pursued, the other fled. And it was not until they exited Huangfeng Valley and departed from the Taiwan mountain range that they ceased their antics. Zhong Cheng was left feeling numb all over. The sensation of being struck by lightning was far from pleasant. Thankfully, the 7 sects were united, or he might have found himself laid low. With no desire to linger, he yearned for the safety of Spirit Beast Mountain. Meanwhile, as Zhong Cheng departed, the latter half of the Dao Partner ceremony commenced. Outside Huangfeng Valley stood Huangfeng Mountain, adorned with yellow maple trees, presenting a picturesque landscape, serving as a venue for welcoming large gatherings. The foremost principle in the realm of cultivation is to refrain from entering another's cave residence without permission, including sect premises. At this moment, amidst the buildings on Huangfeng Mountain, Lei Wanhe guided Li Xuanhuan, Nia and Chun Xiaoqian through the crowds, engaging with cultivators from 5 sections. Approximately 30 core cultivators, the main force behind the assault on Spirit Beast Mountain, were present, and they had amassed quite a collection of gifts. When the four arrived at the location of the Hidden Moon sect, its members immediately recognized them. Among them was Zhao Jing, a familiar face to Li Xuanhuan, who stared in shock. He has actually reached mid-foundation. The four were unaware of her presence, instead focusing intently on a peculiar core cultivator before them. Neat attire, pristine hands. Yet an exceptionally greasy face, a striking characteristic. Lei Wanhe began the introduction. This is Senior Qiong of the Hidden Moon sect. I have met you, Master. The elder nodded, exhibiting no improper or disrespectful behavior. Like other seniors, he produced a talisman, which floated before him, revealing the emblem of 7 colorful needles. The invisible needle talisman. Chen Xiaoqian, hailing from a core cultivating family, recognized it immediately and gasped softly. Li Xuanhuan couldn't help but glance over as well. Is this truly the famed talisman of the Qiong Elder? It had only surfaced in the original text within the blood-red forbidden land, spoken of by others. The Qiong Elder chuckled, pride evident in his tone. You possess a discerning eye. This is indeed the invisible needle talisman. As he spoke, the talisman descended before Li Xuanhuan. Should he accept it or not? It was unusual to be gifted a talisman upon first meeting, which raised suspicions. At that moment, Lei Wanhe's voice interjected. Since it is a gift from Senior Qiong, you must accept it. Listening to advice is one of Li Xuanhuan's virtues. I dare not refuse such a gift from an elder. Thank you, Master Qiong. The Qiong Elder nodded, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Following this social exchange, the four departed, returning to Huangfeng Valley. Along the way, Li Xuanhuan couldn't contain his curiosity. Master, I have heard that the invisible needle talisman is exceedingly precious, even esteemed by core cultivators. Lei Wanhe cast a disdainful glance at Li Xuanhuan, seizing the rare opportunity to impart knowledge. The invisible needle talisman is indeed a talisman, but take that with a grain of salt. He continued, half in reflection and half in explanation. The Qiong Elder's strength resides within himself. Even magical artifacts are mere embellishments, let alone talismans. Oh, I see. Li Xuanhuan felt a sense of reassurance, and not just that. He even thought the situation was rather ordinary. It was still Master Zhongcheng's generosity that stood out. Just before parting, Lei Wanke reminded them that they would set off for Ling Beast Mountain in 7 days, gathering at the plaza in front of the main hall. They acknowledged the order. Nia Ying and Chen Xiaoqian were left in a state of confusion, unaware of what had transpired. That night, in Liyuan, on an exceptionally large bed, the 2 women, one on each side, looked towards Li Xuanhuan, seeking an explanation. At this juncture, Li Xuanhuan had no intention of concealing the truth from them. The 6 sects had decided to launch a siege on Ling Beast Mountain. What? How could that be? The 2 women were taken aback by Li Xuanhuan's words. Then, as realization dawned upon them, they blurted out, Senior brother, are you going to participate? Those with mid-stage foundation building cultivation from their sect were required to join, and she happened to fit the criteria. Is it possible for me not to go? What do you think? After a long pause, Chen Xiaoqian lifted her head and earnestly declared, Senior brother, I want to accompany you. Niang bit her lip in silence. Yet her gaze was equally resolute. In response, Li Xuanhuan candidly remarked, with your cultivation levels, who would help whom if you went? Chen Xiaoqian fell silent, feeling exposed. For the first time, she grasped the significance of cultivation levels. Nia Ying, who had always been proud and reserved, spoke softly, her tone tinged with a sense of grievance. But it's too dangerous. I don't want you to participate. Do not worry. Your senior brother is merely a small pawn, just waving flags and shouting. Upon remembering their master was present, Niang reluctantly felt a bit relieved, yet an overwhelming sense of emptiness engulfed her, leaving her in need of fulfillment. Her eyes became dreamy as she leaned closer. Senior brother, I wish. It seemed she was truly enamored. In truth, Li Xuanhuan was relatively indifferent about the expedition to Ling Beast Mountain. Foundation building is invincible. Meanwhile, atop Huangfeng Mountain, the summit was small, only accommodating a vast pavilion. Beneath the pavilion, the Grand Elder of the Yen sect, along with 8 nascent soul ancestors from the state of Yue, were gathered. At this moment, the 8 were silent, seemingly awaiting something. With the arrival of a sound transmission talisman, smiles finally illuminated their faces. The elder from the Qingshu sect clapped his hands, unable to conceal his joy, exclaiming, This is foolproof. Ling Beast Mountain will be unable to escape. Others echoed in agreement. Thanks to the prudence of Senior Nangong, we nearly overlooked the connection between the Yuling sect and Ling Beast Mountain. If the Yuling sect's people come, we would find ourselves in a dire predicament. The Grand Elder of the Yen sect shook his head with a smile, not daring to take credit. She cast a glance at Linghu, self-deprecatingly stating, It was my friend Linghu who reminded me, which allowed me to notify the sects of Zijin, Yuanwu, Cheki, and Jianghua. Ling Hu, though not tall and with an unremarkable appearance, had penetrating eyes that commanded respect. He corrected her. It is Senior Nangong's profound cultivation that allows the sects to heed the call. No one else would have had such an opportunity. The two exchanged compliments and then burst into hearty laughter, a tacit understanding between them. After this interlude, the Grand Elder of the Yanyu sect disclosed further insider information. Over the past 3 years, the 6 sects had been making preparations while also keeping an eye on external developments. Ling Beast Mountain appeared to be just that, but in truth, it was a branch of the Yuling sect and part of the demonic forces. A mid-stage nascent soul and a beginner nascent soul would both be considerable assets to the Yuling sect. It was hard to say they would simply abandon their interests. They might very well come to aid. Should Ling Beast Mountain fall, even if 2 independent nascent soul cultivators remained, it could inadvertently benefit the demonic faction. Only with the deaths of 2 nascent souls and the majority of golden core cultivators being killed or captured could they finally feel at ease. Considering this, they chose to inform the surrounding 4 nations of the impending demonic invasion. If the Yuling sect refrained from intervening, it would be ideal. However, should they arrive, the invasion would be glaringly obvious. At that point, the 5 nations would undoubtedly unite in a concerted effort to resist, subtly forming an alliance. The elder of the Qingshu sect clicked his tongue repeatedly, expressing a fervent wish for the Yuling sect to send someone. He had never engaged in such a lucrative battle in his lifetime. 7 days later, Li Xuanhuan bid farewell to the 2 women and, with a low-key demeanor, arrived at the plaza in front of the main hall. There, he beheld a colossal ship, a magical artifact, floating in the air above the cliff. As advanced Qi refining disciples boarded one by one, over 100 foundation-building cultivators either rode swords or employed flying artifacts by their side. Among these foundation-building cultivators, he recognized only one, Brother Wang, who coincidentally spotted him as well. Their eyes met, and Brother Wang's expression shifted slightly as he lowered his head, appearing somewhat distant. To Brother Wang, it seemed incredible that in just 9 short years, Li Xuanhuan had ascended from the 12th level of Qi refining to the mid-stage of foundation building. A genius? No. He was a seed of golden core, a true prodigy. In contrast, Brother Wang, in terms of identity, talent, and combat strength, was a quintessential mid-stage foundation-building cultivator of no remarkable distinction. Under such circumstances, he felt unworthy of the initial guidance he had provided. Great kindness, great enmity, all in the blink of an eye. As he reflected, a figure appeared before him, Li Xuanhuan. His heart tightened, and he hurriedly bowed in greeting. Li, Brother Wang. It has been many days since we last met. Upon feeling the envious gazes of those around him, Brother Wang felt a surge of exhilaration. It seemed he could still redeem himself. Unable to contain a goofy smile, he appeared rather comical with his scruffy beard. No, I should be addressing you as senior brother. You may address me casually. Li Xuanhuan had grown accustomed to the hierarchy based on cultivation levels. He glanced around, wishing to lend a hand. He could not forget the kindness of his initial guidance. Brother, come up and chat with me. Before Brother Wang could decline, Li Xuanhuan soared onto the ship. The 2 landed on the deck one after the other, and Li Xuanhuan handed Brother Wang a jade vial, stating, Brother Wang, here is a bottle of harmonizing Qi pill. Please accept it. You may come to Yuling Mountain to seek me out in the future, and I will reward you generously. This is too much. Brother Wang sheepishly scratched the back of his head as he accepted it, looking rather endearing. They made their way to the door of a chamber atop the massive ship, and Li Xuanhuan casually invited, Brother Wang, come inside. Ah, no. Brother Wang's eyes widened in refusal. Although Li Xuanhuan was being polite, he did not want to overstep. After some thought, he pointed towards the doorway and stated, I think this spot suits me just fine. As he spoke, he positioned himself at the entrance, adopting an unyielding demeanor, resembling a door guardian. Li Xuanhuan raised an eyebrow. Brother Wang was overly formal and overly enthusiastic. Thus, an unexpected door guardian emerged at the entrance of Li Xuanhuan's room. Whenever someone passed by, he would stand tall, casting sidelong glances at them, displaying an air of pride. Inside, Li Xuanhuan shook his head, choosing to disregard Brother Wang's antics. He was sharpening his resolve, preparing to trade a treasure of exceptional value.